Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4WB, Chapter 116 Nation Spider Mountain 7. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 116 313. Chapter 116 Nation Spider Mountain 7. That unabashed greed made Tanjiro immediately angry. You guy, I will never give up Nezuko to you. Tanjiro shouted angrily. At this time, Inosuke on the side saw Tanjiro standing in front of him, and finally came to his senses, slapping his head with both hands. A-hole, I actually had such an idea. Inosuke knows it well. Kentaro, let's kill this guy with the sword together. Tanjiro glanced at Inosuke and then turned to look at Nezuko. He seemed to have made up his mind. He clenched the knife in his hand instantly and stared at Yui resolutely. A smile appeared on his tired face, not caring about Inosuke and Tanjiro's attacking movements. What a pity, Lei said slowly, and at the same time, spider silk appeared in his hand. Inosuke, here we come. Bang, the white spider silk was instantly controlled by tired fingers to attack Tanjiro. After the spider silk passed by, it was cut flat. The powerful force directly cut a large tree into two sections, and the smooth cuts showed the sharpness of the spider silk. Tanjiro pushed Nezuko away, and he and Inosuke divided into two groups to attack Tirui together. But tired, he just looked at the two of them indifferently. The spider silk in his hand seemed to be alive, always forcing Tanjiro and the two to not attack even half a step, and could only keep dodging. Not long after, the two began to pant. Little brother, let me discuss something with you. That sister of yours, give your sister to me, and leave it to me obediently. Tired also stopped attacking at this time, stretched out his hand towards Tanjiro and said. Kentaro, we can't get close to him like this. Inosuke yelled, with an angry expression on his face, but soon without giving him a chance to breathe, a spider thread attacked instantly, and Inosuke could only start to dodge the attack again. Noisy. Tired of looking at Inosuke, his eyes started to look evil. Go to hell, I saw Lei attacking Inosuke directly with the spider web like steel wire. The speed was so fast that Inosuke was stunned. The silver-white spider web was so close in front of his eyes. At this distance, it was impossible for Inosuke to avoid it. The spider web attacks with a force that destroys everything. Time seemed to have stopped, Inosuke's hands were trembling. I'm going to die, Inosuke, Tanjiro shouted. Full concentration breath of water 3 types flow dance. Tanjiro's figure instantly appeared in front of Inosuke. Breath of water shape of Shikam and Calm. The absolute defense field of breath of water unfolded, and the spider silk was blocked. However, although it was blocked, the powerful force was still attacking the blue and white field. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, only he knew how powerful and terrifying the power of this spider silk was. Inosuke, leave quickly. I saw that the blue-white field was constantly cracking under the erosion of the silver-white spider webs. Crack. The cracks in the realm are getting bigger and bigger, and only Tanjiro can hear that the realm is about to be broken. Inosuke didn't have time to recover and was pushed away by Tanjiro. The spider web that could cut a person into pieces was about to fall on Tanjiro. At this time, a figure with long hair, wearing a pink kimono and a black haori stood in front of Tanjiro. No, Tanjiro shouted, but it was too late, the spider thread fell directly on Nezuko. Whoosh, countless blood spurted out from Nezuko's body. Tanjiro was protected and intact behind Nezuko. The blood floated out from the air and splashed onto Tanjiro's face. The fatigue of controlling the spider silk with 5 fingers was also shocked. He couldn't help but put away his attack, his eyes widened, and his whole body began to tremble non-stop. Nezuko. Tanjiro quickly caught Nezuko who was about to fall to the ground, then picked her up and ran into the forest to hide under a big tree. Nezuko, Nezuko, you protected your brother, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Tears began to overflow from Tanjiro's eyes, and the worry was evident on his face. Fufufu, you're, such bond, really, makes me so happy. With an extremely greedy desire on his tired face, he started to walk slowly towards Tanjiro without paying attention to Inosuke beside him. The wound is so deep. My wrist is almost broken. Get well soon. Get well soon. Tanjiro carefully joined Nezuko's wrists together due to injuries. Aha, Nezuko let out a painful groan. Wrong. An idea suddenly flashed in Tanjiro's mind, and he felt like rummaging through his arms quickly. Finally, he found a kit, took out a healing elixir and fed it to Nezuko. Under the healing power of the elixir and the ghost itself, Nezuko's wounds began to heal continuously. That's great, it's useful. Thank you, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro saw a happy expression on his face when he saw that Nezuko's wounds were constantly healing. Brother and sister, this is the real brother and sister. Although Lei was confused as to what the pills Tanjiro fed Nezuko were, he saw Tanjiro's extremely worried expression on Nezuko. Obviously my sister is already a ghost, but she can still do this. What an enviable bond. Lei was so happy at this moment that he even forgot about being harassed by that annoying guy before. On the contrary, he started to thank him from the bottom of his heart for letting him see what a real family looks like. That guy didn't lie to me, this is the real family. I want it so bad. Lei felt that his heart was beating constantly, his chest was rising and falling, and his mood was getting higher and higher. Little brother, come out first and let's talk. After calming down, he still planned to greet Tanjiro in a polite manner. Tanjiro didn't respond to him. At this time, he only saw the injured Nezuko and couldn't listen to Tired's words at all. I am really touched. Seeing your bond, I understand the meaning of a true family. This makes my body tremble constantly. I think there are no words in the world to describe this feeling. But you still have to be killed by me, feel very sad. If it evolves into this ending. But there is only one way to avoid such an ending. That sister of yours, give her to me and I will spare your life. Lei stretched out a hand again and invited. I don't understand what you're talking about, Tanjiro said while hugging Nezuko tightly. I want your sister to become my sister, starting today. Lei said calmly. How could I agree to such a thing? And Nezuko is not an object. She has her own thoughts and consciousness. She will not become your sister. Tanjiro said in a hoarse voice. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about this. I am better than you at maintaining the bond. That is the bond of fear, and I will teach her the consequences of resisting. There was a hint of disdain on his tired face. There's a limit to joking. Tanjiro shouted angrily. Using fear to bind cannot be regarded as a family bond at all. If you cannot adjust your misunderstanding of the bond, you will not be able to get what you want. You are so noisy. Chapter 117 Not a Spider Mountain 8. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 117 313. Chapter 117 Not a Spider Mountain 8. Don't speak so loudly, okay. You and I really don't get along. There was a hint of impatience on his tired face. Tanjiro gently touched Nezuko's head and stood up silently. The Nichirin sword in his hand looked so dazzling under the moonlight. Tanjiro walked out of the forest with determined eyes and stood in front of Tired. I will not hand Nezuko over to you. But Tiredly said it calmly, not taking Tanjiro seriously at all. Okay, it doesn't matter, I'll kill you and then take her away. Perhaps without Nezuko, Tanjiro would have died by Tired hands. I'll chop your head off first. Tanjiro shouted, it's so powerful, if you can do it, try it. A crazy smile appeared on his tired face, and he couldn't help but cover half of his face with one hand. If you have the ability to defeat me, 12 Kazuki. Lei lifted up his hair that covered half of his face, revealing his other eye. The font of Sha Xian Wu is clearly written on those eyes. Family. The father has the responsibility of a father, the mother has the responsibility of a mother, the parents protect the children, and the older siblings protect the younger siblings. No matter what happens, risking your life to protect it, this is the responsibility of the family. I think that people who don't understand their responsibilities have no need to live. How are you and what are your responsibilities? Your duty is to leave your sister to me and then disappear. If you can't even do this, then you will only die, because you can't defeat me. Tired eyes looked at Tanjiro coldly. 12 Kazuki, what a powerful ability. This kid is indeed the real 12 Kazuki, his strings are so terrifying. What should I do? Tanjiro knew it, holding the Nichirin sword tightly with both hands, the blood on his face had dried. What an annoying look, sparkling, so stupid. Do you still want to beat me? Looking at Tanjiro's eyes, Lei couldn't help but feel angry. The spider silk in his hand shot out from the fifth command and attacked Tanjiro. Coming. Tanjiro was prepared for defense, but the spider silk passed directly past him, flew behind him, tied Nezuko directly, and pulled her out. Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted. Bite. Tanjiro jumped up, and the Nichirin sword struck the spider silk, making a crisp sound. So hard. Nezuko was caught before his eyes and fell into Lei's arms. I took your sister away. Are you aware of your responsibilities? Lei Wu shook the silver-white spider silk between his fingers and said calmly to Tanjiro. Let her go. Tanjiro shouted and rushed forward. I said, as long as you don't resist, I can spare your life. Although Nezuko in Lei's arms recovered from her injuries, she was imprisoned by Lei's powerful power and could not break free at all. The ghost claw in Nezuko's hand grew longer, blood flowed out, fiery red flames ignited, and she directly scratched Tired's cheek with one claw. Chirui didn't react, he just flicked the spider silk in his hand and attacked Tanjiro. So fast. Tanjiro lowered his head sharply and avoided the attack, but the tip of his ear was still touched. Blood continued to flow out, but Tanjiro saw a scene that made him even more angry. Nezuko is missing. Tanjiro looked up and saw that Nezuko was no longer in his tired arms. Sudden. Above the sky, a little blood dripped down and landed on Tanjiro's face. Ah! Tanjiro looked up and was stunned. Above the moonlight, the spider threads from all directions were wrapped around Nezuko's body. Every entanglement had a bottomless wound, and the blood from the wound dripped to the ground as if it was free. Nezuko! Tanjiro shouted with his eyes widened. Nezuko's expression was extremely painful, but Tired on the other side said indifferently, it's so noisy, but I won't die this way. She is a ghost, but I still have to educate her well and let her continue to bleed for the time being. Quote, the wound on Tired's face caused by Nezuko's attack healed instantly and was not affected by Nezuko's vampire technique at all. If you still don't obey, just leave it like this until sunrise and let her bake it a little bit. Tired looked at Tanjiro calmly. Let me go, Nezuko. Tanjiro rushed forward, but countless spider threads appeared on his tired fingertips, constantly attacking him. Let me go, Nezuko. Tanjiro quickly dodged the spider silk attack, but there was still a spider silk with black smoke coming from the side. Full concentration breath of water shape of 11 and 1 calm and calm. The blue field expanded, blocking the attack. Bite. The blue-white field broke open, and at the same time, the Nichirin sword in Tanjiro's hand was broken directly. How could this happen? The Nichirin sword, the Nichirin sword is broken. Tanjiro's forehead was bleeding continuously. If he hadn't turned his head in time just now, his head would have fallen to the ground. I'm sorry, Master Rentaki, Mr. Steel Mound, Nichirin sword, it's all my fault that my sword broke because of my lack of skill. Tanjiro looked at the Nichirin sword with only a blade left in his hand and said with understanding. Now, the only knife in your hand that can kill me is broken, how else can you kill me? Tyre immediately threw out countless spider webs and rushed towards Tanjiro, only causing him to fall down but not killing him. Tired and leisurely, he walked up to Tanjiro and kicked Tanjiro in the chest. The powerful force caused him to be kicked away. It's just that their fight was seen by Feng Yu in the sky. Tanjiro won't be ruined, I still want to wait for the breath of the sun to appear. Nezuko saw that Tanjiro was injured and kept struggling. But the more he struggled, the tighter the spider threads became, and the deeper the wound became. No, Nezuko. When Tanjiro saw Nezuko's breath stopped, he endured the severe pain and rushed forward. Full concentration, the breath of water, the pattern of picking up the flow of life. Oh, how ridiculous. Tired of throwing out countless spider webs to attack Tanjiro, but there wasn't even a trace of expression change on his face. I can definitely do it, I can definitely do it. Dang. Tanjiro cut off all the spider threads in front of him. Yes, that's it, as long as you get close to him, you can kill him. Tanjiro couldn't help but become nervous when he saw Tyre getting closer and closer to him. Haha, you really PD me off. Go to hell, vampire technique, engraved prison. I saw blood flowing out of my tired hands, and countless spider threads turned into blood red and woven into a web, wrapping Tanjiro. Feng Yu in the sky is ready to rescue Tanjiro at any time. But soon, the blood-red spider web was cut directly by a burst of red flames, and Tanjiro's body rushed out instantly. God of Fire, Kagura, round dance. Tanjiro's broken blade was glowing with fiery red flames, and he kept cutting off the spider silk that attacked him. Even though his body was cut and bruised by the spider silk, Tanjiro did not stop. He only had one goal in his heart, that just cut off Tired neck. Even if both sides suffer, I will kill you. He just kept retreating tiredly, and the bloody spider threads gathered around him kept gathering, and they were about to cut Tanjiro into several pieces. Sudden, Kentaro, I'm coming. Inosuke suddenly rushed out and stood directly in front of Tanjiro. Breath of the beast fang of Wu crazy fang split. Ding. The gathering blood-colored spider threads were resisted by Inosuke, but the blood on his body had dyed his body red. Bang! Tanjiro's knife hit Tired's neck. Ah, this is the bond between me and my family. Shang! A flash of fiery red flashed, and a white head flew into the sky and landed on the ground, and its tired body collapsed. Inosuke and Tanjiro also fell to the ground at the same time, but blood began to pour out of Inosuke's body. Chapter 118 The End, of Nation Spider Mountain, the Kagura of Fire. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 118 313. Chapter 118 The End, of Nation Spider Mountain, the Kagura of Fire. After Tired's head was chopped off, the spider threads binding Nezuko disappeared. Her body began to fall straight to the ground. Inosuke, Nezuko. Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, but the tearing pain coming from his chest made his vision gradually blurred. Inosuke. Tanjiro used all his strength to crawl towards Inosuke's body bit by bit. But every time he moved, the severe pain made him groan. As Tanjiro dragged his body, a long trail of blood was drawn out on the ground. Finally, relying on his last strength, Tanjiro crawled to Inosuke's side and put his finger to the nose under the boar's hood. MJU4NDA 2 Nadism to 4 NTGZNDCXOJM equals. It's okay, I just fainted. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief, but the pool of blood under Inosuke's body made him feel faintly afraid. Nezuko. Tanjiro's gaze shifted to Nezuko in the distance. At this time, Nezuko was also motionless, as if she had lost her breath. Is my breathing too disordered? Tanjiro said with difficulty. Sudden, the ringing in my ears is so severe. Tanjiro covered his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. He completely fell to the ground, lying on his back, gasping for air. Severe pain is everywhere in my body. I have to hurry up, get back to normal. I have to keep fighting. Tanjiro took out the only healing pill left in his body from his arms. Sudden, a strong smell of blood poured into his nose. The smell of blood has become stronger. By the way, I didn't smell the smell of turning into ashes. Could it be? Whoosh. The healing pill in Tanjiro's hand was snatched away by a piece of spider silk. Is this what made your injuries heal? Tired body manipulated the spider silk to pick up the healing elixir and said. Soon, my tired body and head returned to their original positions perfectly. How could this happen? I have obviously cut off his head. Tanjiro looked tired in disbelief. Do you think you've defeated me? It's so pitiful. Did you get happiness by relying on sad delusions? I cut off my head with my own thread. Before you chop my head off. Tired and cold, he looked at Tanjiro who kept crawling forward. Enough is enough. I'm going to kill you and your sister, and that wild boar over there. I haven't been this angry in a long time. Lei slowly stretched out his blood-red hands, and a spider web formed instantly. Vampire art. Killing eyes. A blood-red circle appeared around Tanjiro, surrounding him. The blood-colored spider threads are flying continuously, the soil is flying, and the surroundings are filled with dust and mist. Don't be impatient. Don't lose your breath. Tanjiro didn't dare to move for a moment. He was lying on the spot adjusting his breathing, but every time he took a breath, the tearing feeling of his body would sweep through his body. Damn it, all the healing pills are in Nezuko, the only one. I saw a blood-red spider web forming in the sky, falling straight in the direction of Tanjiro. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. Silvery white light flashed through, and the blood-red cobwebs in the sky instantly dissipated. It seems like someone is coming. Before Tanjiro fell into coma, he saw a familiar figure and murmured. The dust and smoke dispersed. Feng Yu's figure appeared. Feng Yu gently bent down and stuffed the healing pill into Tanjiro's mouth. Have a good rest, you did a good job, just leave the rest to me. Feng Yu said softly. Then he looked at Lei, and the smile on his face gradually brightened. First of all, I want to thank you for bringing back the breathing method that your boss fears most. Secondly, you made them so miserable, which makes me a little angry. It's UBD again. I made you run away not long ago, but I didn't expect you to show up again. You insult me again and again. Go to hell, bug. Vampire technique carving system rotation. Countless blood-red spider threads appeared, spinning continuously to form a giant swirling cocoon, attacking directly towards Feng Yu. Full concentration breath of water shape of 11 and 1 calm and calm. The rough blue and white water waves appeared, and Feng Yu stood there quietly. The tired giant bloody cocoon passed directly through Feng Yu's body, but as soon as it touched Feng Yu's threads, all of them broke. How could this happen? That kid is obviously not that strong even when he uses this move. Lei was shocked that his strongest vampire technique had no effect on Feng Yu. Are you done yelling? Then it's my turn. Breath of water shape of Shi 2 big waves. Feng Yu's figure passed by Lei in an instant, and then Lei's head fell to the ground. What a terrible move. Lei looked at Feng Yu standing in the distance, with a hint of fear in his eyes. From the moment Tired's head fell to the ground, there seemed to be no movement in the entire Spider Mountain. Members of the hidden organization, led by Kocho Shinobu, continued to clean the battlefield. Those who were not dead were found one by one, put on stretchers, and treated quickly. Zenitsu followed Kocho Shinobu, looking at her fearfully. Kill, kill, I must kill those brothers and sisters. The tired head kept shouting. At the same time, memories that had been buried deep in my mind began to emerge. It was a snowy day. He was born with a weak body and had never run. Even walking was painful. I am a weak person, born this way. I have never run. Even walking is painful. Until that day when Master Wuhan appeared. He said he was here to save me. My parents have not been happy at all since I became a ghost, because after gaining a strong body, I cannot touch the sun and have to eat people to survive. I heard a great story before. The story of a father who died to save his son from drowning in the river. I thought this was a wonderful bond. I thought that the father who died in the river fulfilled his father's duty. It's just, why, my father wants to kill me. My mother would just cry on the sidelines and do nothing. She also didn't protect me who was about to be killed. I killed them. I thought the bond between us wasn't real. I recalled that my parents were lying in a pool of blood, my mother's body was still shaking, and she kept saying sorry words. I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a strong body. I'm sorry. As soon as she said those words, my mother stopped breathing, she was dead. Because of my anger, I failed to understand what my father meant. He planned to bear the responsibility for the murder I committed, and go to hell with me. At that moment, I suddenly understood. What is a real bond, but I cut it off with my own hands. Because I can't stand what I did. Even if I realize my mistakes, I still have to pretend not to know. The tired headless corpse kept walking towards Tanjiro, but it turned into ashes faster. Every day, I miss them so much. Even if I create a false family, I still can't stop feeling empty. I am becoming stronger and stronger, but no one protects me and protects me. At the same time, the memory of being a human being gradually disappears. It's becoming increasingly unclear what I want to do. The tired body fell beside Tanjiro, but no matter how he stretched out his hands, he could no longer grasp the family and bonds he had always longed for. I kept trying to reach out, but couldn't touch anything. At this time, Tanjiro, who was sleeping, seemed to sense something, and he couldn't help but raise his hand and put it on tired body. Such warm hands, like sunshine. I remembered. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please forgive me, but I should go to hell for killing so many people, and I won't be with my father and mother. Let's go to the same place. The tears continued to flow out, and finally turned into ashes and floated into the air. No, let's go together. A pair of familiar and warm hands placed on the back of Lei, who was sitting on the ground, and said softly. Even hell. Tired. Lei's father and mother stayed with Lei, and then the three of them disappeared into the world together. Feng Yu saw Tired Soul and his parents through the transparent world, and he didn't know what to say. Chapter 119 Angry Kocho Shinobu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 119 313. Chapter 119 Angry Kocho Shinobu. Tired's head and body finally turned into ashes, leaving only a piece of white clothes falling to the ground. Feng Yu walked gently to Inosuke and stuffed the healing pill into his mouth. Then he came to Nezuko and asked her to take the healing pill as before. At this time, Nezuko's injuries had completely recovered, but she was still in a coma. Although Tanjiro also fell into a deep sleep, tears were still flowing from his eyes. The hand that was stretched out on Yu's back was now firmly grasping the white Hagoromo. As if feeling tired sadness, Tanjiro instinctively wanted to firmly grasp Tired's soul. The clothes are nice. Feng Yu pushed Tanjiro's hand away, picked up the tired clothes and kept praising him. This feel, this quality, tisk tisk, it's really a good material. The material of Lei's clothes is probably made of his own spider silk. Holding it in your hand, you can feel that this clothes has a lot of defensive capabilities. Demon Slayer's clothes are really different. First it was the Demon Slayer core uniform, then the tired clothes. If these materials were placed in the previous life, they would not be the top fashion. Sudden, countless purple Kocho shadows appeared in the sky. Sure enough, it's still here. The feather fabric with the Kocho wing pattern spreads out in the air like a dancing Kocho, but the speed is many times faster. The slender blade and the sharp hook in his hand were attacking Nezuko directly. Bite. Feng Yu blocked Kocho Shinobu's attack. Kocho Shinobu turned over and flew several meters away from the air, looking at Feng Yu with a smile on his face. Why do you want to hinder me, Feng Yu-kun? Kocho Shinobu held the knife in his hand, his eyes never leaving Nezuko's body. That's a ghost. As pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, we want to kill all the ghosts in the world. What's going on? Kocho Shinobu's tone of voice became more and more serious, and Feng Yu could feel the anger, disappointment and confusion in her heart. Feng Yu-kun, you are not recognized by everyone. You have even violated the purpose of our Demon Slayer Corps. Kocho Shinobu slowly raised the knife in his hand and said to Feng Yu-kun, please get out of the way. Hey, what a headache. Feng Yu looked at Kocho Shinobu and shook his head, but he got the onigiri in his hand. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro's voice came from behind Feng Yu, and he was seen covering his head and looking at Feng Yu in confusion. That is, Tanjiro looked at Kocho Shinobu. Then he quickly ran to Nezuko and held her in his arms. Listen, Tanjiro, from now on, hold your sister and run as fast as possible. Do you still remember what I told you at the beginning? You have to become stronger and stronger. Strong enough to withstand anyone who would harm your sister. Now is the time to fulfill this sentence. Feng Yu said seriously. Protect my sister. Tanjiro had doubts on his face, but after seeing Kocho Shinobu's appearance and thinking of his sister, he instantly understood what Feng Yu meant. Autumn Bean Sack. Beautiful sister. Although she is a ghost, but, she is my sister, she has never eaten anyone. So, Tanjiro said while hugging Nezuko tightly. I see, but ghosts are very dangerous. Although she is very pitiful, and she is your sister, so. I will make her not feel any pain, using the gentlest method help you kill her. Kocho Shinobu said softly, while raising the thin knife in his hand. Tanjiro, if you don't leave quickly, how long will you wait? Feng Yu cursed angrily. Tanjiro hugged his sister and ran back quickly, but the injuries on his body had not fully healed. Every step he took, he felt severe pain. Feng Yu-kun, you have violated the team rules. The smile on Kocho Shinobu's face disappeared and he attacked Feng Yu directly. I haven't competed with Mr. Feng Yu for a long time, and I don't know what level your strength has reached now. Other side. Tanjiro was still running. Although the pain on his body made him extremely uncomfortable, he still gritted his teeth and did not give up. On the contrary, he continued to adjust his breathing. It's just that what he doesn't know is. There was a figure chasing after him, constantly jumping in the forest. It's so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. It's impossible for me not to quit the Demon Slayer Corps. Even though I'm my biological sister, a ghost hunter with a ghost by his side is not recognized by everyone. Tanjiro said with a confused look on his face. Feng Yu-kun, are you serious? Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but said when he saw that his attack was blocked again. I can't help it, I can't let you come forward. After all, I promised a certain person. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly. Kocho Shinobu, although I know there is another person chasing Tanjiro, but he is also the most suitable. Feng Yujun, how do you know that I am not alone? Kocho Shinobu looked surprised and couldn't help but cover his mouth and said. Don't worry about how I know it. In short, I won't let you pass. Feng Yu's onigiri was firmly inserted into the soil and stood upright, with both hands on the handle of the knife. Like a great master, one man could block it and no one could open it. It's so awesome, Feng Yu-kun. Kocho Shinobu praised. She could feel the pressure coming from Feng Yu at this time, and she also understood that she was no match for him. DMO, what I'm best at is speed, Mr. Feng Yu. Kocho Shinobu jumped up, past Feng Yu directly, and chased in the direction of Tanjiro. You underestimate me too much, Kocho Shinobu. I told you that you can't make it if you can't make it. Feng Yu's figure disappeared immediately and appeared in front of Kocho Shinobu in an instant, blocking her way. Feng Yu-kun, are you sure you want to do this? Kocho Shinobu said in a bad tone. Feng Yu nodded and sat in front of Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Shinobu changed direction several more times, but Feng Yu always appeared in front of her and stopped her. Chapter 120 Chestnut Flower Falling Canal. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 123/113. Chapter 120 Chestnut Flower Falling Canal. After several more raids, Kocho Shinobu gave up completely. In her eyes, Feng Yu in front of her was simply a scoundrel. No matter which direction you sprint from, you will always be blocked by him. Feng Yujun, I didn't expect that your speed has become so powerful. It seems that after not seeing you for a few months, your strength has improved a lot. Kocho Shinobu gritted his teeth and said with a smile. The veins on his forehead were bulging. It was obvious that he was angry. Aha, Feng Yu nodded without thinking, but in Kocho Shinobu's eyes, this performance was more like showing off. The fists in his hands clenched involuntarily. Just thinking of Feng Yu's strength, Kocho Shinobu simply sat cross-legged on the branch, and there was no trace of the nervousness on his face that he was worried about Tanjiro's escape. Other side, Tanjiro, who was running away frantically with Nezuko in his arms, did not realize that the man behind him was wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform. The uniform was often worn with a white cape with a dark pink bow tie. The figure wearing a knee-length black pleated skirt and white boots has already caught up with him. Nezuko, Tanjiro, who was running quickly, found that Nezuko had woken up and was looking at him with her big, flashing pink eyes. Great, Nezuko, you finally woke up. A smile appeared on Tanjiro's face, and the stone in his heart fell, but a powerful force pressed directly on his back, and he fell to the ground without any time to defend himself. Nezuko in his arms fell to the ground and rolled several meters away. Nezuko, Tanjiro shouted, trying to get up and grab Nezuko, but the weight on his back prevented him from moving. A figure flashed over his head, and at the same time there was a light touch on his back. The huge word, Annihilation, is clearly printed on the back of that figure. Demon Slayer Corps clothes. Tanjiro suddenly came to his senses, and then shouted, Nezuko, run, run as fast as you can. Tanjiro wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, telling Nezuko to run away because he knew that the person in front of him was definitely here to kill Nezuko. Nezuko slowly opened her eyes and looked at Tanjiro, but soon, Kanao jumped directly in front of Nezuko. The Nichirin sword in my hand is about to fall. Sudden, Kanao's body was pulled backwards by a force, and he finally sat heavily on Tanjiro's body. Seeing Nezuko still in a daze, Tanjiro quickly shouted, hurry up, run quickly, run with all your strength. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Nezuko quickly got up and ran away. But soon, Kanao, who was sitting on his back, hit him on the back of the head with his heel. Tanjiro also fainted and fell unconscious. Therefore, Kanao quickly chased after Nezuko. Soon, Nezuko was chased by Kanao, who has been training for many years. The Nichirin sword in his hand slashed straight towards Nezuko's neck. Just when she was about to hit Nezuko, her body shrunk and she avoided Kanao's attack. This surprised Kanao. Looking at Nezuko's small body, he couldn't help but said in his heart, the body has become a child. But soon, Kanao continued to chase after her expressionlessly, waving the Nichirin sword in his hand to chop at Nezuko. It's just that Nezuko's body has become smaller, and her dodge skills seem to be fully activated. Kanao's attacks can't touch a hair on her. You only run away but don't attack me. What's going on? Kanao looked at Nezuko's running figure and fell into deep thought. Nezuko's fiery red hair kept flying in the air, burning like a ball of flame. I don't need to think too much, just follow the instructions and kill this ghost. Kanao is still chasing Nezuko, but he has already made up his mind. Other side, Kocho Shinobu and Feng Yu were on the branches of a big tree, and the faint silver light from the full moon in the sky shone on their faces. Feng Yu-kun, you violated team rules by protecting ghosts, because you hindered the task of killing ghosts, and I attacked you to drive away ghosts, so my attack is considered a legitimate act. Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. Feng Yu looked at her without saying anything. Kocho Shinobu saw that Feng Yu didn't speak, so he was silent for a while and continued. Feng Yu-kun, can you teach me how to quickly improve my strength? Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu with a look of expectation in his eyes. At this time, Kocho Shinobu has also regarded Feng Yu as a new Demon Slayer Corps member whose strength far exceeds his own. To be honest, Mr. Feng Yu, you really feel like you are not from this world, because you are very mysterious and your talent is very powerful. If I hadn't checked your background and place of birth, I really doubt that you are not from this world. Kocho Shinobu said calmly, but when Feng Yu heard Kocho Shinobu's words, his heart couldn't help but ripples appeared. Am I so obvious? Feng Yu asked himself in his heart. Elixirs that do not belong to this world will increase their strength by a lot every once in a while. In the past, I might have been able to tell what stage your strength was at, but now I can't tell. All I can feel is my intuition. You can easily defeat me. Kocho Shinobu looked into the distance with a smile and said, it would be great if I had your talent and strength, so that I can avenge my sister. Kocho Shinobu looked at the full moon in the sky, his eyes were slightly red, and there was a trace of silver in the corners of his eyes. Feeling the sadness in Kocho Shinobu's heart, Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart. He also wants to teach Kocho Shinobu to open the stripes or the transparent world, but no matter which one it is, the conditions for opening it are extremely difficult. This is difficult, very difficult. Feng Yu said while looking at Kocho Shinobu. Is it true, Mr. Feng Yu, are you planning to teach me? Kocho Shinobu was immediately ecstatic. Feng Yu nodded, and then said, I'm not sure if I can help you reach that state, but I can pass on my experience to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Feng Yu, then I won't be angry with you for hindering me just now. At this time, the crows in the distance suddenly began to shout, send the order. Send the order, capture Tanjiro and Nezuko, and bring them back to the headquarters immediately. Take the two of them back to the headquarters immediately. All members of the Demon Slayer Corps on Spider Mountain stopped what they were doing and looked up at the crows circling in the sky. Tanjiro and the ghost Nezuko, take them back to the headquarters immediately after they are captured. Tanjiro is wearing an Ikemitsu-style haori, has a wound on her forehead, and has a bamboo tube pressed against her mouth. Take Nezuko back immediately. Kanao looked at the whirling crows, approached Nezuko and said, "Are you Nezuko?" Kocho Shinobu started to jump off the branch, and Feng Yu followed closely after seeing this, and began to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. On the other side, members of the Demon Slayer Corps also began to discover Nezuko and Tanjiro. That's all. Nezuko and Tanjiro were brought back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Chapter 121 at the Zuhei meeting. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 121 313. Chapter 121 at the Zuhei meeting. With the departure of Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu, the hidden members of the Demon Slayer Corps also began to clean up the rear, cleaning the battlefield and searching for the wounded. Finally, one of them found Inosuke, who had been left on the ground by Fuyu. Is it human? One of the Yin members picked up a wooden stick and carefully poked Inosuke's boar hood. This guy is wearing a team uniform. This is put on, he is a human being. The boar's hood was flipped open, revealing Inosuke's face. This guy is covered in blood. He is probably seriously injured. Take him back quickly. The Yin members saw that Inosuke's body was covered in blood and dirt, and mistakenly thought that Inosuke was seriously injured. So I picked up Inosuke and walked back. He did not realize that Inosuke was sleeping soundly at this time, and the injuries on his body had already been healed by the healing pill. Other side, Zenitsu followed the Yin members and began to treat poisoned and injured Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen. After Tanjiro and Nezuko were taken away, Kanao also came here to direct everyone's work. Under her guidance, everyone does their work in an orderly manner. So awesome. And who are they? They are cleaning up the aftermath so quickly and reliably, and that girl seems to be the girl who participated in the final selection. Her hair accessories are very similar to those of women who rolled up the wounded in layers. Zenitsu's mind recalled the figure of Kocho Shinobu. Is this person going to be sent to us too? The hidden member said while holding the man who turned into a spider with only one head left. Yes, send all the injured to us. I will hunt the ghosts that appear nearby. You can work with peace of mind. Kanao saw that her command was no longer needed at the scene, so she started patrolling the surrounding area with her Nichirin sword. Out of curiosity about Kanao, Zenitsu also followed her and started patrolling with her. Night fades. Light once again covers the earth. All Demon Slayer Corps members who were out on missions received the news and rushed to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to gather. Feng Yu was no exception. Together with Kocho Shinobu, led by the hidden members, they came to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Waiting for everyone to arrive. Soon, people came one after another. Counting Feng Yu, only the Feng pillar Shinazugawa Sanya has not yet arrived, and the rest have all arrived. Tomioka Giyu saw Feng Yu also nodded and stood next to him waiting. Soon, Tanjiro and the box containing Nezuko were carried up by the hidden members and placed in front of everyone. The wind is sunny and the fragrance of wisteria flowers is floating in the air. Tanjiro, who was still sleeping, faintly heard someone calling him. Get up, get up, get up, do you hear me? You guy, hey, how long are you going to sleep? Why don't you get up quickly? Goto, who was called Hidden Pillar by netizens in his previous life, said angrily. Why don't you get up quickly? Tanjiro frowned, and then opened his eyes sharply. What? I heard that there is a Demon Slayer Corps member with a ghost. I expected him to be a gorgeous and ruthless character, but why is he just an ordinary guy? Sound Pillar Yusui Tengen said slightly disappointed. Okay, the next step is to judge this young man with a ghost. Enju Xinghaolong shouted. He has been protecting his sister who turned into a ghost. The love between brother and sister is so touching, what a strong child. Kanroji Mitsuri blushed and said. Feng Yu didn't speak at the side, just looked at them quietly. Who are they? Because Tanjiro's hands were tied, he could only look up at the crowd, but he was quickly pinned to the ground by Goto beside him. There's no room for you to talk here, idiot. Especially in front of Zhu. Zhu has the same status as senior brother Feng Yu, but this is where. Tanjiro looked at everyone in shock, and was extremely shocked in his heart, because he heard from Nintaki Sakanji's mouth what Kohashi represents in the Demon Slayer Corps and what kind of powerful power he possesses. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro turned his attention to Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at him and nodded, signaling him not to speak. This is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. You will now be put on trial, Kamado Tanjiro. Kocho Shinobu said. Before the trial begins, let me explain the crime you committed. Before Kocho Shinobu could finish speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. There is no need for a trial. The behavior of protecting ghosts is obviously a violation of team rules. We can handle it with just a few of us and behead him together with the ghosts. Purgatory Anjiro shouted. Then let me chop off their heads and let the blood splatter gorgeously. I will do this. There is no most gorgeous thing, only more gorgeous. Yusui Tengen looked at Tanjiro proudly and said. That's enough, no one of you can touch them without the leader's orders. Feng Yu couldn't stand listening anymore and said directly, then came to Tanjiro and looked at the pillars head on. Feng Yujun. Kocho Shinobu covered his mouth as if he couldn't believe that Feng Yu could be so strong. Seeing Feng Yu standing up, Purgatory Xingjulong didn't have any facial expression. Tisk, it's really not gorgeous. Yusui Tengen turned away and said. Hey, Mr. Feng Yu is so domineering and handsome. Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Feng Yu shyly, while Beiju and Beiming Yu Xingming on the side had their hands folded and kept coiling the beads in their hands. The snake pillar on the tree, Ihei Xiaobane, squinted at Feng Yu, and the white snake pill around his neck kept spitting out the letter. The whole courtyard suddenly became quiet. Lord Light Pillar, Goto saw Feng Yu approaching and couldn't help but said respectfully. Tanjiro saw Feng Yu approaching and quickly asked, Senior brother Feng Yu, where is Nezuko? Where is Nezuko? Following Feng Yu's line of sight, Tanjiro saw the familiar wooden box placed on the corridor where the sun could not reach it. Don't worry, your sister Nezuko is fine. On the contrary, you are the one who was in trouble. Feng Yu said, not to mention your crime of harboring ghosts, I don't know how you will deal with it. Now you are protecting him as a sinner. Nakagawa Feng Yu, how should I deal with you, what responsibilities should I make you bear, and what kind of suffering should I make you suffer? Everyone is talking. Ihei Xiaobane on the tree pointed at Feng Yu and said, oh, do you want me to suffer? If you have the strength, you are always welcome. Feng Yu replied coldly, and at the same time met Iguro Xiaobane's gaze. It's all my fault that I've caused senior brother Feng Yu to suffer. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu guiltily. Mr. Ihei is still the same, as stubborn and entangled as a snake, it's so cool to be so persistent. Kanroji Mitsuri said with admiration. But Mr. Feng Yu is so handsome. Standing so far away by yourself and protecting someone so domineeringly is so handsome. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes are almost filled with pink stars. Oh, it's okay. Anyway, Mr. Feng Yu also came here, and he didn't cause any great harm. Let's leave the trial to the leader. At this time Kocho Shinobu spoke. Chapter 122 during the Zuhei meeting. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 122 313. Chapter 122 during the Zuhei meeting. Everyone followed Kocho Shinobu's words and looked at Feng Yu. Then Kocho Shinobu continued. I have something very important to ask my little brother. Little brother, you are a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but you have a ghost by your side. Regarding this matter, I want to hear your explanation. Of course, your behavior has violated the team rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. You should know that, right? After Kocho Shinobu finished speaking, everyone looked at Tanjiro again. Kamado Tanjiro, why do you, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, bring a demon with you? Jingle. Yusui Tengen put his hand on his Sunloon knife, and it immediately made a crisp sound. Does this still need an explanation? Kocho Shinobu ignored it, just continued to look at Tanjiro and said, can you please tell me the reason? Tanjiro looked at everyone, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly became excited. My sister. Tanjiro's throat began to feel thirsty, causing him to cough violently. It's okay, just drink some water first. Kocho Shinobu took out a gourd filled with water and fed it to Tanjiro. Because your jaw was injured, drink slowly. I added anesthetic drugs to the water to relieve your pain. After seeing Tanjiro finish drinking, Kocho Shinobu said, but the injury will not be restored, so you don't have to be brave. So, Kamado Tanjiro, can you tell me the reason? Tanjiro lowered his head, and then said, the ghost is my sister. When I went out, my home was attacked by a ghost, and when I came home, all my family members were dead. Although Nezuko has turned into a ghost, she has never eaten a human being. She has never eaten one so far, and it will be the same in the future. She will never hurt anyone. Tanjiro shouted firmly, your sister is a ghost, so I can't believe anything you say. I won't believe you. Iguro Kobanai pointed at Tanjiro and said. Hearing this, Feng Yu frowned slightly and said slowly, you don't need to believe it, just Tomioka Giyu and I believe it. Feng Yu looked at Tomioka Giyu, who saw this and nodded in approval. Let me tell you this, I knew Nezuko was talking about ghosts a year ago, but I didn't kill her because I saw in her her strong will not to eat people, and her love for Tanjiro. A feeling between family members. Besides, Nezuko doesn't need to eat people to maintain her body's energy needs. Feng Yu then took out a marrow cleansing pill from his arms and said to everyone, did you see this? Nezuko eats this pill in my hand to maintain the energy needed by ghosts. Don't eat people at all. Quote, so you don't need to believe that she doesn't eat people, I just believe it. Feng Yu walked in front of Tanjiro and said quietly, a-hole, you actually used such a precious elixir to feed a despicable ghost. Yusui Tengen cursed angrily. As a pillar, he has also heard about the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, and also knows that the marrow cleansing pills currently developed by the Demon Slayer Corps are low grade and cannot improve much power at all. But when he saw the marrow cleansing pill that Feng Yu took out, he knew that it was a top quality pill that could help Zhu greatly increase his strength. However, he heard that Feng Yu actually said that he should use this pill to feed Nezuko, the ghost. He couldn't help but feel angry, feeling that Feng Yu was wasting his resources. I can give my things to whoever I want, and it's not your turn to take care of my affairs. Feng Yu glanced at Yushu Tengen, who quickly stopped talking. He just clenched his fists tightly and looked at Feng Yu with a look that hated iron. After all, even he was not assigned the best marrow cleansing pill. Please listen to me, I became a Ghost Slayer swordsman in order to treat Nezuko. It has been more than a year since Nezuko became a ghost. During this period, Nezuko has not eaten anyone. Tanjiro continued to explain. Only this time no one spoke, just waiting quietly for what Tanjiro would say next. The sun's rays from the sky fall on the courtyard, with the blue sky, white clouds and birds flying freely hovering in the sky. What's the name of that bird? Kasumashira Tokito Muichiro looked up at the sky and murmured. Well, I have a question. It's impossible that the Lord doesn't know about this matter. Is it really okay for us to handle it without authorization? At this time, Kanroji Mitsuri said with a blushing face, but her extremely low deep V made it difficult for Feng Yu not to care about that touch of white at just one glance. The other pillars also fell silent after hearing what Millie said. Otherwise, let's wait before the Lord comes. But Tanjiro shouted. My sister will fight with me to protect mankind, so. When Kocho Shinobu saw Tanji like this, his heart was touched and he froze. Hey, things seem to be getting interesting. Shinazugawa Shia held the wooden box containing Nezuko with one hand and said disdainfully. Feng Yu and Tomioka Gyu turned their eyebrows to look at Shinazugawa Sanya at the same time. Is he the idiot with the ghost? What are your intentions? Shinazugawa's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. He was wearing an open-chested white team uniform and a haori with the word, kill, on it behind him. Shinazugawa-sama, please don't do this, it will bother me very much. Please put the box down. The hidden member who was originally guarding Nezuko ran out and stopped him anxiously. Mr. Shinazugawa has more scars on his body, so cool. Kanroji Mitsuri praised secretly. Just at this time, the expression on Kocho Shinobu's face disappeared, and he slowly faced Shinazugawa and said, Mr. Shinazugawa, please don't act so recklessly. But Shinazugawa continued indifferently. Kid, what did you just say? Become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps as a ghost and fight to protect mankind. That kind of thing is absolutely impossible, you idiot. Shinazugawa shouted, and then quickly pulled out his green Nichirin sword from his waist and stabbed it into the box. Blood-red blood flowed from the cracks in the box and dripped onto the clean floor. Aha! Nezuko in the box let out a groan of pain. Just when Feng Yu was about to take action, Tanjiro who was beside him rushed forward and shouted, I will never forgive the guy who hurt my sister, no matter you are a pillar or something. Then Tanjiro felt his tied hands loosen, and when he turned around, he realized that it was Feng Yu who was holding the Nichirin sword in his hand and untying the rope. Senior brother Feng Yu, Tanjiro is overjoyed. Well, go ahead, if anything happens, I'll help you stop it. Feng Yu nodded, knowing that Tanjiro would definitely rush forward. Sure enough, Tanjiro rushed forward directly. No, my lord will be here soon. Tomioka Gyu behind him shouted, trying to stop Tanjiro's behavior, but he couldn't listen at all now, because Shinazugawa in front of him began to pull out the Nichirin sword inserted into the box provocatively. The bright red blood spilled from the air, and endless anger emerged in Tanjiro's heart. UBD, Tanjiro shouted, ha ha ha, come on. Shinazugawa saw Tanjiro rushing towards him and slashed him with his sword. However, Tanjiro's strength at this time was not average and he easily dodged the attack. Then came another classic scene. A headbutt fell from the sky and hit Shinazugawa on the head, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Chapter 123 After the Zuhei Meeting. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 123 313. Chapter 123 After the Zuhei Meeting. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet. Tanjiro held the box in his arms, leaving Shinazugawa lying on the ground trembling with stars in his eyes. PFF'd. Kanroji Mitsuri couldn't help laughing. She seemed to feel embarrassed. She lowered her head, covered her face and said shyly, I'm sorry, degree A degree backquote. Iguro Kobanai on the tree couldn't help but look at Tanjiro in a different light. This guy, even though Tomioka Gyu's intervention caused Shinazugawa's carelessness, the kid still knocked down Shinazugawa. Since you can't distinguish between good ghosts and evil ghosts, I think you might as well stop being a pillar. Tanjiro shouted at Shinazugawa. Feng Yu on the other side was also holding back a smile. No, this Tanjiro deserves to be the head pillar. Feng Yu looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and calmed down his emotions. Sudden, Feng Yu was embarrassed to find that Kocho Shinobu was looking at him with a strange expression. You guy, Shinazugawa's nose and mouth were bleeding. He picked up the fallen Nichirin sword again and looked down at Tanjiro. At this time, my lord is here, your lord is here, the two sisters, Ubuyashiki Hinai, shouted. Everyone turned around and looked at the open sliding wooden door. I saw Uyashiki's figure slowly walking out and saying at the same time. They are all here, my lovely swordsmen. Led by the two sisters, Ubuyashiki Yaoya came to the corridor where the sun shone. Looking up, the white eyes and the bright red scars on his face were so prominent under the sun. Good morning everyone, the weather is really nice today, the sky is very blue. I am very pleased to be able to welcome this biannual Zuhei meeting. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said with a smile. Tanjiro opened his mouth wide and looked at Ubuyashiki Yaoya in front of him in shock. Is he injured? No, he seems to be sick. Is he the lord? Tanjiro knew it well, but he was quickly pushed to the ground by a huge force. The action was so fast. I couldn't react at all. Damn it, there was a hint of struggle on Tanjiro's face. The moment Ubuyashiki Yazai came out, everyone half knelt on the ground to show respect. Of course Feng Yu was no exception. It's great that your lord is in good health. I sincerely wish you all the best in the future. Shinazugawa said respectfully. Thank you, Sanya. Ubuyashiki Yazai nodded in thanks. Thanks to the healing pill provided by Feng Yu, my body is no longer plagued by the curse. Arigato, Feng Yu, Ubuyashiki Yaoya said to Feng Yu. Except for Tomioka Gyu and Kocho Shinobu, the other pillars all looked at Feng Yu with strange eyes. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly, a certain white-haired figure already appearing in his mind. My lord, I really want your thanks. Kanroji Mitsuri lowered his head in understanding. With all due respect, before the Hashira conference, I wonder if you could please explain Kamado Tanjiro's role in bringing a demon to become a demon slayer swordsman. Shinazugawa said, this guy obviously lacks intelligence and rationality, but he speaks clearly and logically. Tanjiro, who was pinned to the ground, was surprised by Shinazugawa. You're right, I'm sorry to surprise you. I recognize what happened to Tanjiro and Nezuko, and I hope everyone can recognize and accept them. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said, even if it is your lord's request, it is still difficult for me to understand and convince the public. Mingyu Xingming put his hands together, and the red beads in his hands collided loudly. I also support and oppose it gorgeously. I can't accept Demon Slayer Corps members with ghosts. Yusui Tengen also echoed, but some people disagree and some agree. I will comply with all your lord's requests. Kanroji Mitsuri said with admiration. But Muichiro Tokido next to him said indifferently, actually, I can do it. Anyway, I will forget it soon. Feng Yu, Tomioka Gyu and Kocho Shinobu did not speak, but quietly looked at other pillars to express their opinions. Can't be trusted, and what I hate most is ghosts. Iguro Kobanai pointed his finger at Tanjiro to express his objection. Sudden, although I respect my lord from the bottom of my heart, I really can't understand your idea, and I fully oppose it. Yenju Purgatory Xingjulong said loudly. Then Shinazugawa Sanya also said, the Demon Slayer Corps is the one who implements the will of demon slaying. Please severely punish the two violators such as Nakagawa Fua. Ubuyashiki Yazai didn't say anything, but just ordered Ubuyashiki Hina beside him to take out the letter. I saw Ubuyashiki Hina opening the envelope and saying, this letter was written by my predecessor, Sui Hashira Taki Sakanji, and I read out part of the content. My lord, please allow Tanjiro to act with the ghost sister. Nezuko has strong mental strength. She still maintains human rationality. Even when she is hungry, she will not eat people. She spent her whole life like this more than a year and a half. Although it is a situation that is difficult to accept at the moment, it is a fact that is absolutely true. If Nezuko attacks humans, Kamado Tanjiro, as well as Nintaki Sakanji, Tomioka Gyu, and Nakagawa Fua will commit seppuku. To show responsibility, after Ubuyashiki Hina finished reading, Feng Yu's cheeks were twitching continuously. Good guy, when did I promise to commit seppuku? After hearing this, Tanjiro couldn't help but look at Feng Yu and Tomioka Gyu, and the emotion in his eyes was self-evident. Tears keep falling. Thank you everyone. However, Shinazugawa was dissatisfied and said, so what if I commit seppuku? If you want to die, just go ahead and die. This is not a guarantee at all. Anjiro on the side also said, Shinazugawa is right, it will be too late to kill her after she eats people, and the killed people cannot be resurrected. You are right, Ubuyashiki Yaoya said. Then, my lord, before Shinazugawa could finish speaking, Ubuyashiki Yaoya continued, it is true that there is no guarantee that she will not attack humans, nor can it be proven, but, it is also impossible to prove that she will attack humans. Nezuko has not eaten anyone for more than a year. This is an indisputable fact. For Nezuko, 4 people even risked their lives. If we want to completely deny it, the negating party must also pay a higher price. Quote, are you all ready? Besides, there is something I want to tell my swordsman. Tanjiro met Kibutsuji Muzan, Ubuyashiki Yaoya said. This immediately shocked everyone, including Feng Yu. What's going on? Why did Tanjiro still meet Kibutsuji? Feng Yu frowned, slightly puzzled. After all, during his trip to Asakusa, he had brought Tamayo to another place, but Tanjiro still encountered Wuhan. Could it be the corrective force again? Feng Yu looked up at the sky. How could this happen? Even Hashira has never been in contact with Kibutsuji Muzan. This kid, what abilities does Kibutsuji have, what does he look like, and where is his location? Yusui Tengen asked in surprise. At this time, Tanjiro was asked various questions about Kibutsuji by the pillars surrounding him. Senior brother Feng Yu, save me. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu with pleading eyes. Just quickly, everyone fell silent because Ubuyashiki Yaoya made a silent gesture. Then he told how Tanjiro met Muzan. Only then did Feng Yu realize that Tanjiro had gone to Asakusa after all, but although there was no Tamayo plot, he still fought against Muzan's men. Chapter 124 Nezuko passes the test. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 124 313. Chapter 124 Nezuko passes the test. In the end, Uyashiki Yaoya also speculated that the reason why Muzan sent his men to kill Tanjiro might be because of Nezuko's special characteristics. I want to silence Nezuko and avoid future troubles forever. Only Feng Yu on the side knew in his heart that the reason Muzan really wanted to kill Tanjiro was because of the pattern earrings on his ears. Shinazugawa on the side said with a gloomy face, I don't understand, my lord, if she were a human being, it would be okay to keep her alive, but she is a ghost, a real ghost, and she is what our Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting against and hunting. Ghost. When I think about what kind of mentality we, the Demon Slayer Corps, have been fighting with, and how many sacrifices we have made, I really can't accept it. Then Shinazugawa-san directly pulled out his Nichirin sword and cut his wrist. Blood immediately flowed to the ground, and a bright red color suddenly appeared on the white and clean cobblestones. All the pillars didn't understand why Shinazugawa did this, and they all looked at him with surprised expressions. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? The courtyard is stained with blood. Kanroji Mitsuri was puzzled. Shinazugawa raised his wrist and shouted, My lord, let me prove to you how ugly ghosts are. Seeing Shinazugawa Sanya being so excited, Ubuyashiki Yoya said helplessly, Samiya. Then he directly pushed the wooden box containing Nezuko, stepped on it, and began to drip blood from his wrist on it. A-hole, let Nezuko go. Tanjiro shouted, and then rushed forward desperately, but this time Shinazugawa directly knocked Tanjiro away and fell to the ground. Baga, don't mess with my affairs. Shinazugawa cursed angrily. Then, the blood from his wrist continued to drip on the wooden box. Hey, Ghost, it's time to eat, come and eat me. Shinazugawa kicked her hard twice, trying to awaken Nezuko's bloody nature. Tanjiro looked nervously at the wooden box at Shinazugawa-san's feet, fearing that Nezuko would just burst out. Feng Yu squinted his eyes, feeling a little flustered in his heart. He was worried that because of his intrusion into the plot, Nezuko's ability to suppress the desire for human blood would become weaker. After all, Shinazugawa-sanya is of thin blood. As the blood flowed out, a fishy smell filled the air. As expected of thin blood, Feng Yu sighed. In the wooden box, drops of blood fell on Nezuko. Nezuko had bulging veins on her forehead and was sweating profusely. She was biting the bamboo tube hard in her mouth, obviously trying to endure it forcefully. Nezuko's body was trembling continuously, and the wooden box began to move, making a croak, croak, croak sound. Shinazugawa felt the movement of the wooden box under his feet, and couldn't help but smile on his face. You don't have to be patient, just show your true nature here, and I will give you a good blow. Nezuko, Tanjiro shouted, only to be stopped by Iguro Kobanai. Shinazugawa, you can't be in the sun. The ghosts won't come out if you don't go to a dark place. Iguro Kobanai said. Shinazugawa nodded and said to Uyashiki Yaoya, My lord, please forgive me for being rude. It disappeared immediately together with the wooden box and appeared in the dark corridor. Then he threw it out of the wooden box and inserted the knife into it. Nezuko let out a painful groan. Stop, Tanjiro yelled when he saw this, but Iguro Kobanai immediately held Tanjiro firmly, unable to move. Tanjiro could only watch helplessly as Nezuko was stabbed into the body with a knife by Shinazugawa. Every time I pull out the green Nichirin sword, there is scarlet blood. My lord, Shinazugawa is going a little too far. Feng Yu stood up, looked at Shinazugawa and said with a frown. Since it's a test, there's no need to use the Nichirin sword to hurt Nezuko. Although Nezuko can heal herself, I don't approve of Shinazugawa's approach. Tomioka on the side also stood up, and then Kocho Shinobu. Kanroji Mitsuri couldn't help but praise, Feng Yu-kun is so handsome. Ubuyashiki Yoya nodded, turned to Shinazugawa and said, Shia, since we want to test, then it must be fair. Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa angrily pulled out the Nichirin sword that had penetrated the wooden box, and then kicked the wooden box to pieces. Nezuko was kicked out by the powerful force and rolled directly to the side. There was a deep red blood trail left along the way. Hey, you ugly ghost, now that you have come out, come on, I have your favorite flesh and blood on me. Shinazugawa shouted excitedly, and the bloodshot eyes in his eyes continued to increase. Shinazugawa's blood continued to flow out, and everyone seemed to have stopped breathing, looking at Nezuko. Nezuko was seen lowering her head and trembling. You, Nezuko, must hold on. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko and kept struggling, but it was all in vain. Iguro Kobanai was much stronger than Tanjiro now, and he couldn't resist at all. In addition, Tanjiro was already injured. I saw Nezuko raising her head, her pink eyes constantly staring at Shinazugawa Sanya, and white liquid was dripping from the bamboo tube she was biting. Obviously, Nezuko's bloody nature was seduced, but Nezuko didn't make any move, she just looked at Shinazugawa in pain. Come on, ghost, come and eat me. Don't hold back your desire. You should be very hungry now and want to eat me. Shinazugawa raised his wrist, got in front of Nezuko, and continued to instigate. Shinazugawa's words are like magic sounds, reverberating in Nezuko's ears. Tanjiro was still struggling hard, and Iguro's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Kocho Shinobu on the side saw this and reminded, Mr. Iguro, you will make him breathless if you exert such force. It's because he kept struggling that I worked so hard. Iguro Kobanai replied, Kamado Tanjiro, using the breathing method when the lungs are compressed will cause blood vessels to rupture. Kocho Shinobu said to Tanjiro, bursting blood vessels sounds really gorgeous. Okay, let's let him burst beautifully. Yusui Tengen shouted, it's so pitiful, how could there be such a fragile and sad child, Namo Amitaba. Mingyu Xingming clasped his palms together and shed tears from his white eyes. Tick-tock, Shinazugawa's blood dripped on the ground. At this time, Nezuko's face was covered with veins, her eyes were wide open, and she was still enduring. Ha ha ha, come on, ghost. Shinazugawa looked at Nezuko and laughed. Bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared in Tanjiro's eyes, a surge of strength emerged, and he broke free from Iguro's restraints. Iguro Kobanai was about to grab Tanjiro, but Feng Yu grabbed his wrist. That's enough for you. Feng Yu looked at him coldly, and the powerful aura directly made the dysprosium ball around Ihei Xiaoban's neck feel scared, and he couldn't help but retreat. Snort. Yihei Xiaobanai could only glare at Feng Yu. As soon as Tanjiro broke free from the restraints, he rushed forward and shouted, Nezuko. Tanjiro's voice came, and Nezuko instantly fell into memories, recalling the scene when Tanjiro protected her when she turned into a ghost. At the same time, I also recalled the memories of living with my family. Humans are your family, you have to protect humans. The voice of Netiki Sakanji rang in his ears. Absolutely no harm to humans. Absolutely no. After making up his mind, Nezuko turned his head away. Feng Yu in the audience also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 125. Feng Yu was left alone in the meeting. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 125 313. Chapter 125. Feng Yu was left alone in the meeting. After Nezuko turned around to hold back the demon's bloody nature, everyone present was shocked, including Shinazugawa Sanya. Because he clearly knew how tempting his blood was to ghosts, and even the scars on his body came from it. What's wrong? Ubuyashiki Yaoya felt that the atmosphere was a little quiet and couldn't help but ask. The female ghost Nezuko turned her head away and ignored her. Even though she was stabbed several times by Shinazugawa-sama, and even though her arm was bleeding all over the ground before her eyes, Nezuko still resisted biting her. Quote, Ubuyashiki Hinai said slowly, then this is enough to prove that Nezuko will not attack humans. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said calmly. However, Shinazugawa still had an unhappy expression on his face, as if he was angry because Nezuko resisted the temptation. Seeing that Nezuko was holding back, Feng Yu also let go of Iguro Kobanai's wrist and stood quietly watching Nezuko. Tanjiro, even so, there will still be people who are dissatisfied with Nezuko, so you have to prove it. From now on, Tanjiro and Nezuko will fight as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they will make contributions. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said seriously. Hear the words. Tanjiro quickly kneeled on the ground respectfully. What does it feel like? My whole body feels relaxed. The voice, because of this person's voice. Does it make my head feel light? Tanjiro felt the sense of relaxation coming from his body and head, and couldn't help but understand. You go and defeat 12 Kazuki, so that you can be recognized by everyone, Tanjiro, and your words will have weight. Ubuyashiki Yaoya continued. The white clouds in the sky are dotting the blue sky, and they are constantly drifting into the distance with the wind. They are as light as Tanjiro's mood at this moment. I will defeat Kibutsuji with Nezuko, together. Tanjiro stood up, and at this moment he felt an infinite power. That's the approval from Ubuyashiki Yasuya. Recognition and expectations from the supreme leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Nezuko and I will definitely be able to cut off the chains of sorrow with our swords. Tanjiro shouted. All the pillars were looking at him, feeling the will coming from Tanjiro Mountain. The current Tanjiro can't do it yet. You should defeat a 12 Kazuki first. A kind smile appeared on Uyashiki Yaoya's face. Tanjiro's face immediately turned red, as if he felt that he was bragging. Yes, Kanroji Mitsuri underneath was also suppressing his blush, suppressing his smile, and his face couldn't help but bulge, round and red. I can't laugh. No. But Kocho Shinobu on the side laughed out loud and gently put his hand against his lips. These pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps, of course, all have outstanding talents. They rely on hard work to improve their strength and go through life and death trials to defeat 12 Kazuki. That's why the pillars are respected and treated with courtesy. Tanjiro, you should also pay attention to the tone of your words. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro immediately straightened his sitting posture and nodded in agreement. And Sanya, Banai-chan, don't treat the children down there too badly. When they heard Ubuyashiki Yaoya's roll call, the two of them immediately lowered their heads respectfully and said, as ordered. That's it for Tanjiro, you can leave. Ubuyashiki Yaoya signaled that Tanjiro could take Nezuko away, but at this moment Kocho Shinobu raised his hand and said, then Tanjiro Kamado, let my butterfly house take care of him. Ubuyashiki Yaoya nodded. Kocho Shinobu had a smile on his face, then clapped his hands and said, okay, take them two over. Goto and another Yin member ran over and shouted respectfully, I passed you by rudely. Then he picked up Tanjiro and ran out of the courtyard quickly. Although another member of the Onyogakur was afraid that Nezuko was a ghost, she still let Nezuko enter the wooden box, and then followed Goto to pick up the wooden box and ran towards the butterfly house. Then, the Zuhei meeting begins now, Ubuyashiki Yaoya said, but soon, Tanjiro ran back and shouted, wait a minute, please let me hit my head on that man with scars. Behind Tanjiro, Goto and another female member were constantly stopping him from moving forward. I will definitely pay her back for stabbing Nezuko. I will definitely pay it back. I definitely didn't violate team rules by headbutting him, absolutely not. Tanjiro struggled and shouted. Goto and another Yin member who were on top of him were still trying to stop him. When Feng Yu saw this, he couldn't help but feel a dull pain in his head. Let me go, shut up and stop making trouble. Tanjiro struggled to stand up, but what Tanjiro didn't know was, Tokataru Muichiro quietly picked up a thumb-sized stone, and then flicked it, knocking Tanjiro unconscious to the ground. The entire courtyard also returned to calm at this time. Please don't interrupt my lord. The stones in Tokataru Muichiro's hand kept throwing upwards. I'm extremely sorry, my lord Shaju. Goto and the two kept kowtowing and apologizing. Okay, get out of here quickly. Muichiro Tokataru said. Yes, Goto and the others answered at the same time, then quickly picked up Tanjiro who fainted and left the place quickly. The pillars are really scary. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. It's all this guy's fault for causing me to be scolded. I will never forgive him. Along the way, Goto and the two complained bitterly. Other side. After Tanjiro's farce ended, the Zuhei meeting went on smoothly. Under the gentle sunshine, Feng Yu stood aside, quietly watching the chat between Ubuyashiki Yaoya and the other pillars. It was nothing more than ghosts appearing somewhere, or about the situation in the Demon Slayer Corps. Feng Yu looked up at the sky and lamented that even in a different world, he could not escape the nightmare of company meetings. The pillars are like summing up the end of the month or the end of the year one by one, and report to Ubuya Shiki Yazai. Feng Yu didn't have anything to report, he just stood aside boredly, waiting for the time to get off work. Finally, after a few hours, the Zuhei meeting officially came to an end. But just when Feng Yu was about to leave, he was left alone by Ubuya Shiki Yaoya. Feng Yu's heart was full of mixed emotions as if he recalled the past life when he was caught fishing by his boss and called to the office for a small meeting. Chapter 126 Prophecy. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 126 313. Chapter 126 Prophecy. Just after Ubuyashiki Yaoya announced that the Hashira meeting was over, everyone thanked and said goodbye. It's just that Feng Yu was held back by Uyashiki Hina's clothes. Lord Feng Yu, my lord is looking for you. Feng Yu looked at Hinai in confusion. Kocho Shinobu on the side saw this and said, Feng Yu-kun, since the lord is looking for you, I will leave first. Kocho Shinobu quickly left the courtyard with the Yin members, leaving only Feng Yu and Hinai in front of the rising sun. Although he was a little confused, he still followed Hinai into the attic. As soon as he stepped into the door of the attic room, Feng Yu smelled the scent of sandalwood, and he could feel that the sandalwood had a concentration effect. Following Hina's lead, she soon saw Ubuyashiki Yaoya sitting in the middle of the room. Sit down, Feng Yu. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said calmly. Feng Yu sat in front of Uyashiki Yaoya, facing him. Only then did Feng Yu take a closer look at the situation of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps in front of him. Through the perspective of the world, Feng Yu saw that there seemed to be a strange force in Ubuyashiki Yaoya's body that was constantly destroying his body. At this time, he also understood why Uyashiki Yaoya's body had been so weak. My lord, may I ask what's wrong with you? Feng Yu asked. Arigato, Nakagawa Feng Yu, because of your help, the Demon Slayer Corps has sprouted more and more powerful swordsmen and received sufficient security. Ubuyashiki Yaoya's face was filled with a smile, and his voice was gentle, like a cool breeze blowing on his face in the hot summer. Whether it's because of the various elixirs or the number of demons killed, I sincerely thank you again for your contribution to the Demon Slayer Corps. The battle between Demon Slayer Corps and ghosts has been going on for hundreds of years, but this is the first time they killed a winding ghost, ahem. Ubuyashiki Yaoya's eyes glowed with silver, and his face turned slightly red. My lord, Feng Yu couldn't help but worry about him. It's okay, I know my physical condition well. Mr. Feng Yu, I see in you the hope of eradicating Wuhan. Ubuyashiki Hinai on the side quickly supported him, fearing that something might happen to him. Chu Yi took out a box from her cuff and opened it. What appeared in Feng Yu's eyes was the healing pill. My lord, this, Feng Yu asked. I feel ashamed to say it. Thanks to your elixir, I was able to have a healthy body. Although it was short-lived and prevented me from being tortured by the curse, I am already very satisfied. Thank you, Feng Yu. Ubuyashiki Yaoya's complexion improved significantly after taking the healing elixir. Feng Yu stared closely at the calm man in front of him, and exchanged 50 healing pills, 50 marrow cleansing pills and 50 detoxifying pills from the system space, spending a total of 3 million swings of the knife. Feng Yu did not hesitate. After all, this number of swings was nothing to him now. Lord, I think these can help you. Feng Yu lent the elixir to Chu Yi beside him. Feeling the heavy weight in her hands, Ubuyashiki Hinai couldn't help but look at Feng Yu with a new look, and the admiration in her eyes became even greater. Arigato, Lord Feng Yu, thank you very much for your dedication. I would like to thank you on behalf of my lord. Chu Yi thanked her with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she was like a girl who cared about her father. She was grateful to Feng Yu for giving him this life-saving medicine. It is uncomfortable for anyone to see his father in pain every day, not to mention not only the curse, but also blindness. Feng Yu didn't speak, just nodded. Ubuyashiki Yaoya, who was blind, didn't know what happened, but said slowly, I guess you gave those precious elixirs to Hinai. In fact, instead of wasting these precious elixirs on me, a person who is about to die, why not give them to my swordsman to make them stronger? At this moment, in Feng Yu's eyes, Ubuyashiki Yaoya's face showed an expression of relief and helplessness, as if life and death had been put aside by him. My lord, the Demon Slayer Corps cannot do without you. You said that our leader is our spiritual support. Don't you want to see Wu may be eliminated by us? Feng Yu looked closely at Uyashiki Yaoya and said, Destroy the Wuhan. Destroy the Wuhan. Hearing this, Ubuyashiki Yazai's eyes seemed to be ignited with hope. You are right, I want to wait until the day when Wuhan is wiped out by our generation. If we don't fight hard, then our next generation will fight hard. Never allow it. Sudden, Ubuyashiki Yaoya was stunned. Tears suddenly flowed from the eyes. Purgatory. Ubuyashiki Yaoya uttered 2 words in a low voice, or even without making a sound. But Feng Yu clearly understood the meaning of the 2 words Ubuyashiki Yaoya said. My lord, what's wrong with you? Feng Yu said with a frown. I saw some bad scenes. Feng Yu, please help Purgatory Andro when you can. Otherwise, he will die. Ubuyashiki Yazai's face turned pale, as if he had experienced something sad. Purgatory Andro, could it be? Feng Yu suddenly woke up, and he suddenly remembered that the next plot direction was Mugen Train. That is the plot of the sacrifice of Andro in Purgatory. The ability to predict. Feng Yu stared at Uyashiki Yaoya's gray-white pupils and said knowingly. This is the ability of our Ubashiki family, and it is also the ability brought about by this curse. The reason why our Uyashiki clan has been plagued by diseases for more than 1,000 years, with all male clan members unable to live past the age of 30, is because 1,000 years ago Kibutsuji turned into a ghost and angered the gods. This is God's punishment for punishing our Uyashiki clan. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said calmly, but Feng Yu doesn't think so. Instead, he is more willing to believe that the physical burden brought by this prophetic ability may be due to the weak constitution of the Ubuyashiki clan, and the awakening of special abilities, but the body cannot bear it, so it becomes like this. Feng Yu, have you met Miss Tamayo? Ubuyashiki Yazai said again. Feng Yu nodded. How is she doing? Ubuyashiki Yazai asked Feng Yu as if he was asking about a friend. Everything is fine, and there are already research directions on how to kill Wuhan. Feng Yu replied. That's it, she is really a brave and great mother. Ubuyashiki Yazai sighed. Next, Ubuyashiki Yazai said a few words about Tamayo and then asked Feng Yu to go back. On the way back, Feng Yu kept thinking about Uyashiki Yaoya's instructions to him. Purgatory Anjiro will die. Will you really die? Feng Yu followed the Yin members out of the courtyard with doubts. Chapter 127 Inosuke's Challenge. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 127 313. Chapter 127 Inosuke's Challenge. Feng Yu believed in Ubuyashiki Yaoya's prophecy, but the only thing he didn't understand was whether Purgatory Anjiro really couldn't change the fate of the original work in the end. Since Ubuyashiki Yaoya has already stated that there will be dangers in Purgatory, then the plot of Mugen Train may have unexpected events. Feng Yu thought of Yiwo Zuo. The Purgatory in the original book was killed by Yiwo Zuo and escaped before sunrise. Then the death in Purgatory will still be related to Yiwo Zuo. Feng Yu returned to Daiwu with doubts. Feng Yujun, you are finally back. Kocho Shinobu saw Feng Yu's arrival with a smile on his face. Feng Yu nodded in agreement with a smile on his face. At this time, senior brother Feng Yu turned around and saw that it was Tanjiro, standing not far away waving to him. At the same time, Zenitsu and Inosuke were standing beside him. Among the three, only Tanjiro was still wearing a white bandage. Kentaro, is that the very powerful senior brother you said? Inosuke wore a boar hood and stared at Feng Yu and said. Yes, Inosuke, brother Feng Yu is the most powerful person I have ever seen. Tanjiro's eyes were full of admiration and gratitude, but when Inosuke heard this, his body began to tremble, and then he flew out with a lunge. Pigs leaped forward. Inosuke shouted. Inosuke. Tanjiro didn't expect that Inosuke would attack Feng Yu directly, and he shouted quickly, trying to stop him. But how could Inosuke listen? Feng Yu looked at Inosuke rushing towards him and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Then, there was a pig lunge that sidestepped Inosuke. Inosuke reacted quickly. After being dodged by Feng Yu, he immediately jumped over, adjusted his posture, and attacked Feng Yu again. It seems that the child is recovering well and has so much energy. Kocho Shinobu on the side covered his mouth and let out a laugh. Ha ha ha, Kentaro's senior brother, you are really strong, I want to challenge you. Inosuke shouted, and then all four limbs fell to the ground, lying on the ground like a beast, and his whole body was terrifyingly low. Inosuke's wild boar hood spurted out a stream of white air, then crawled with its limbs and attacked Feng Yu. But soon, he was easily dodged by Feng Yu, as if he was playing with a little wild boar, unable to touch the hem of his clothes at all. Baga, you are a strong man, don't hide all the time, come and fight with me. Inosuke couldn't help but get annoyed as he watched Feng Yu easily dodge his attacks every time. Inosuke, stop making trouble. Tanjiro shouted, because he saw that Feng Yu didn't speak and thought he was going to be angry, so he quickly stopped Inosuke from shouting. Well, since you want to duel, then I will do as you wish. Feng Yu said calmly, and then his whole body prepared an attack posture. Ha ha ha, that's it. Inosuke saw this and laughed. Then he started attacking Feng Yu again. Ba bang bang. Feng Yu didn't dodge, but just kept blocking Inosuke's attacks. While blocking, he said, the attack power is too small and the speed is not good. Your body's toughness is very strong, but you didn't make good use of it. Baga, we promised not to run away. Inosuke was very angry at the moment because he had no way to deal with Feng Yu. He looked at the other party casually blocking his attack easily, and also pointed out his shortcomings. But the strong sense of pride in his heart made him almost explode. The toughness of your body is your advantage, and your attacks are disorganized, like an unorganized beast that only uses brute force and crazy attacks. Your next exercise should be to practice how to use your body's toughness to make regular martial arts attacks. Feng Yu didn't care that Inosuke didn't listen, but he could see in him the picture of him being raised by wild boars since he was a child, and then constantly hunting in the forest to survive. In the end, he created his own breathing method based on the breathing of the wild boar. Although his physical fitness continued to improve under the influence of the breathing method, the rules of combat were not properly trained. It can only be a random attack every time. Anyone who is stronger than him can quickly find his shortcomings and give him a fatal blow. A-hole, 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 Inosuke yelled like crazy, but Feng Yu didn't want to continue playing with him. He turned around slightly and then put the knife on Inosuke's neck. The air suddenly became quiet. Inosuke's body stopped in midair, trembling continuously. Hateful, an unwilling shout came from his mouth, and then he fell to the ground and fainted. Inosuke, Tanjiro shouted, and then ran over quickly. Wait, Tanjiro, Shaokui said that your injury hasn't healed yet, so you can't run. Zenitsu shouted from behind. He also caught up with me. Tanjiro came to Inosuke to care about him, while Zenitsu was concerned about Tanjiro's injury. Feng Yu looked on from the side. For some reason, a terrible thought came to his mind. Why do I feel so weird looking at these three people? PFF'd. Feng Yu-jun is really amazing. You pointed out all the shortcomings of that child's body. It seems that Feng Yu-jun's eyes are not simple. Kocho Shinobu smiled. I observed that the child's breathing method seems to be somewhat similar to my insect breathing, but insect breathing is more about speed, but this child's breathing method combines speed and power. He is really an excellent child, Kocho Shinobu said while looking at Inosuke, who fell to the ground. Feng Yu nodded in approval. If Inosuke can get good training, he will reach a very high level. Brother Feng Yu, I'm very sorry. I didn't take care of Inosuke and let him disturb you. After Tanjiro checked that Inosuke had fainted, he apologized to Feng Yu. It's okay. It didn't affect me. On the contrary, I'm happy for you when I see your friendship is so good. Tanjiro, you did a very good job on this mission. You also protected your sister and fulfilled your original promise. However, there are still some people in the Demon Slayer Corps who will not agree with you bringing Nezuko, who is a ghost, with you, so you have to become stronger, so strong that they can't fault you. Chapter 128 Shinazugawa Schwanmi. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 128 313. Chapter 128 Shinazugawa Schwanmi. Tanjiro nodded. In this Zuhei meeting, he understood the reason why Feng Yu said that it made him stronger. From this time, I learned how serious the Demon Slayer Corps members' resentment towards ghosts is. I also feel guilty for not being able to protect Nezuko. Thinking of this, Tanjiro's fighting spirit began to ignite in his heart, and he clenched his fists tightly with both hands. I saw the power you used when you attacked Shishingaile in Spider Mountain. Make good use of it and try to master that power as soon as possible. Feng Yu said. Senior brother Feng Yu, you. Tanjiro was a little surprised, but then he thought about it. Maybe Feng Yu saw the scene of himself using the breath of the sun when he arrived, and nodded. I will definitely master it as soon as possible. Tanjiro shouted. He clearly knew how powerful the power passed down from his father was. With the breath of the sun, cutting off tired spider's silk was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. When Feng Yu told him this, it meant that he should use the next training direction in this direction. Then, Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu left here first. I just heard Terauchi Kiyoshi and others angrily scolding Tanjiro from a distance. Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu walked very slowly. Under the gentle sunshine, gusts of breeze blew in their faces. The garden was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and Kocho was flying all over the sky in the courtyard. Feng Yu-kun, when can you help me improve my strength? Kocho Shinobu spoke. It may not be possible during this time, unless you are willing to bend down and go to Samagiri Mountain with me. Feng Yu stopped, looked at her and said. After Kocho Shinobu groaned for a while, he slowly said, wait for me for half a month, then I will go to Sagiri Mountain. Hearing what Kocho Shinobu said, Feng Yu was not surprised. After all, in the Battle of Spider Mountain, the number of wounded members of Demon Slayer Corps increased a lot, and they were all sent to Butterfly House. At this time, she needed to take charge of the overall situation, and at the same time, she needed to take charge of the overall situation. To prevent special accidents from happening. This time is estimated to take half a month. After all, Butterfly House only has so many people, and the wounded are still being transported here. When there are more people, it will become chaotic. Feng Yu nodded, and then told Kocho Shinobu the direction of Sagiri Mountain, and then summoned Xiaohei to leave this place. Kocho Shinobu watched quietly as Feng Yu jumped onto Xiaohei's back and then disappeared above the clouds, with a strange flash in his eyes. Feng Yujun's eagle crow is really convenient. Then she set her sights on her friend Yao Ya on the eaves. Can I also train such a mount? Kocho Shinobu murmured. I must ask Mr. Feng Yu to teach me this training method next time. The crow, who was preening his feathers on the eaves, felt a chill. Quack, why do I have an ominous premonition? The red eyes are constantly turning, vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. It's such a busy life. Feng Yu stood on Xiaohei's back and murmured to himself. He didn't know how long he had been flying. It was already dark at this time. Under the half-moonlight in the sky, the whole world was in a dark state. Feng Yu opened his eyes and then ordered Xiaohei to fly lower. Interesting. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face. In the forest, a ghost with wings on its body is running away, and it seems that something scary is chasing him behind. Damn it, what's going on with that person? He's obviously a human, why can he turn into a ghost? The bird ghost had a frightened expression on his face, and he looked back from time to time. Finally, after flying far away, no one was catching up behind him, and the bird ghost breathed a sigh of relief. Damn ghost hunter, sudden, did you think you ran away? A man with a dark comb haircut and a scar extending to his nose on his left face held a knife in his right hand and a black double-barreled musket in his left hand, looking at the bird ghost in front of him with eager eyes. How could you? I've obviously gotten rid of you. The bird ghost's face was extremely frightened. He was still very confident in his speed, but at this moment this human being actually caught up with him. Thinking of the weird ability of the human in front of him, the bird ghost had already thought of running away. Damn humans. Ah, Master Shangxian, you are here. Bird ghost suddenly shouted. Shinazugawa looked back instinctively, but found that there was nothing behind him. In an instant, his anger rose. Damn ghost, you actually lied to me. Sure enough, by the time Zon Mi reacted, the bird ghost had already run far away. Ha ha ha, stupid humans, you were fooled by me. Bird ghost laughed. The method that Guy Torre Tanimori taught me is really useful. The bird ghost continued to run away, completely unaware of the huge body lurking in the clouds in the sky. Torre Tanimori, Feng Yu murmured, recalling the appearance of the field dog next to Tamayo in his mind. It seems that this ghost knows Torre Tanimori. In the forest, after Shinazugawa Schwanya discovered that the Asuka ghost had escaped again, he relied on his own ability to quickly lock the direction of the Asuka ghost, and then quickly chased after him. Damn you, I will cut you into pieces. Shinazugawa Schwanya's face was filled with anger, and scars were dotted with his anger. Devil Eater. Feng Yu looked at Shinazugawa Schwanya's figure and murmured, recalling the introduction to this person in his previous life. One was his violent personality, and the other was his special ability. Because of poor physical fitness, I am unable to breathe. However, his powerful bite force and special digestive organs allow him to have a special taste that allows him to eat ghosts and temporarily transform his body into a ghost. The stronger the ghost he eats, the more his regeneration and strength will increase. Shinazugawa Sania's younger brother, the two have very similar temperaments. The flying bird ghosts ran away quickly, and Zon Mi continued to chase. He was chasing after him, but he couldn't fly without wings. Why do I have a weird sense of deja vu? Finally, the frantically fleeing bird ghost hid in a dark cave and completely hid itself. But at this time, Shinazugawa Schwanya felt that the aura of the Asuka ghost disappeared. Shinazugawa stood there, frowning, feeling the traces of the Asuka ghost. But I couldn't find it at all. A-hole, damn ghost, come out if you can. Shinazugawa shouted angrily, but the bird ghost in the cave couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. HMPH, I'm not stupid. You're trying to provoke the general. I won't be eaten up by you until I get out. Birds and ghosts know the way. But what he didn't know was that a pair of eyes opened in the dark cave. Roar. A loud beast's cry rang out, immediately attracting Shinazugawa Schwanya's attention. There, Shinazugawa hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge black bear running out, looking at his cave in horror, as if there was a terrifying creature inside. Chapter 129 Black Bear Family. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 129 313. Chapter 129 Black Bear Family. When Zon Mi arrived, the big black bear was still roaring towards the cave. It seems like this ghost is hiding in the cave. Zon Mi felt it carefully and found that the aura of the bird ghost had indeed dissipated here. This ghost is so cunning, he actually used the smell of a black bear to mask his own smell. Zon Mi cursed angrily, and then began to prepare to step forward, enter the cave, and kill the flying birds and ghosts. After pushing aside the grass, the black bear on the side noticed him and started roaring at him, but Zon Mi ignored the black bear because the black bear was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Just suddenly, he stopped and looked quietly at the cave in front of him. I saw a bloody little black bear slowly crawling out of the dark cave. With just one glance, I knew it was the black bear's child. At this moment, the little black bear was covered in blood. He walked tremblingly to his mother's feet, touched her palm affectionately, and called softly. The female bear also lowered her head and kept licking the little black bear with her tongue. But soon, Zon Mi discovered that the little black bear's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Finally fell to the ground. Roar. The big black bear roared, and kept gently stroking the little black bear's body with his palms, trying to make it stand up, but its increasingly cold body made it tremble. The animal's instinct to protect its cubs is activated, dispelling the fear in its heart. I saw it rushing into the cave and starting its revenge. Roar. Roaring sounds kept coming from the cave. Zon Mi didn't care anymore and rushed forward. Although the behavior of the mother bear reminded him of some bad memories, and at the same time he felt a little sad for the death of the little black bear, but if he had been a step later, it is estimated that the mother bear would have fallen into a pool of blood like the little black bear. Middle. Tap tap tap. Zon Mi rushed in quickly. In an instant, a strong smell of blood hit my nostrils. Damn it. Zon Mi cursed secretly, knowing without even thinking that something was wrong with the female bear. Bang. The powerful force hit the cave wall. Zon Mi took a look and saw that it turned out to be a female bear. At this moment, blood was bleeding everywhere on her body. One eye had been poked out and was still bleeding. At the same time, there was a very deep gash in her belly. From that opening, blood kept gushing out, and the female bear's organs could even be seen. The female bear fell to the ground, panting continuously, and the injuries on her body made her weaker and weaker. Roar. Zon Mi saw that there was a skinny little black bear body lying next to the mother bear. The mother bear looked at the body of the little black bear next to her, endured the severe pain, and used all her strength to gently take the body of the little black bear into her arms. Tears are also rolling in my eyes. Then there was no breath. The mother bear died, and she died here together with her cubs. A-hole. Zon Mi shouted. Damn humans. Bird Ghost's blood-red eyes looked at him warily. Evil ghost, go to hell. I saw Zon Mi raise his left hand and attack instantly with his double-barreled musket. Bang. The bird ghost had no time to dodge in this small cave, and was hit directly and fell to the ground, blood spurting out. Seeing this, Zan Mi quickly ran forward, picked up the feathers and blood dropped by the bird ghost and swallowed them in his mouth. Then, Zan Mi's entire appearance began to change, with blood-red eyes and a ghost-like face. Zan Mi turned into a ghost. At the same time, a pair of wings grew from his back. Feeling the increased power in his body, Zan Mi showed a hint of joy on his face. Go to hell, you devil! Holding the Nichirin sword in his hand, he rushed forward quickly to kill the bird ghost. It's just that the bird ghost recovered quickly from his injuries, and then he jumped up and jumped to the other side, avoiding the attack. Damn humans, you forced me to do this. Vampire art shrill. The bird ghost opened its big mouth, and a terrifying and harsh sound wave attacked, causing Zan Mi to cover his ears in pain. Seeing this, the flying bird ghost started to spread their wings again. Vampire art blood feather. I saw countless blood-red feathers starting to appear around it, and then they quickly attacked Zan Mi. Well done. A wild smile appeared on Zan Mi's face, and then he opened his mouth and swallowed all the feathers shot by the bird ghost into his stomach. Zilla zilla. The sound of chewing came from the cave. As the blood feathers were devoured, Zan Mi's body continued to strengthen, and the originally injured area quickly returned to its original state. Monster, you monster! The bird ghost shouted in fear. The Zan Mi in front of him was obviously completely transformed into a ghost, and his aura was very similar to his own. It's my turn to attack. Raising his fangs, Zan Mi raised his left hand and fired a musket directly at the bird ghost. At the same time, the shells fired by the musket emitted a strange red light in the darkness. Ah! A big hole was punched out of the bird ghost's chest, and he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Why can't it be restored? The bird ghost screamed again and again. He felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker, and the big hole in his chest could not be restored at all. Zan Mi's bullets seemed to have the ability to suppress ghosts and heal. Zan Mi did not speak, but gently raised the sun blade in his hand and slashed towards the neck of the bird ghost. Whoosh! The blade of the sword passed by, and the bright red blood stained his Nichirin sword and could not dry up for a long time. Asuka Ghost looked at Shinazugawa in front of him unwillingly. Just wait, you are a weirdo, I will never let you go. The resentful eyes and the evil curse did not waver Zan Mi's heart. After all, he had seen this kind of scene too many times. As the flying bird ghosts turned into ashes, the ghost transformation on Zan Mi's body also disappeared and he returned to his human form. He glanced at the black bear lying aside, then silently walked out of the cave, bent down and gently picked up the body of the little black bear, then walked into the cave again and placed the body in the arms of the female bear. One big and two small. After doing all this, Shinazugawa began to prepare to return, but in the sky, a whistling sound sounded. Feng Yu's figure fell in front of him. Who are you? Chapter 130 Zan Mi's Compromise. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 133 Chapter 130 Zan Mi's Compromise. Shinazugawa Xuanya looked at Feng Yu in front of him warily, holding the Nichirin sword in his right hand, and the double-bullet musket in his left hand was loaded. After all, the person in front of me fell from the sky, not walked on the ground. Shinazugawa Xuanya has heard that some powerful ghosts can hide their own aura. What's more, the flying bird ghost's moves just now made him have to be vigilant. Don't worry, I'm not a ghost, Feng Yu said with a smile. But Shinazugawa Xuanya in front of him did not relax his vigilance, he just looked at Feng Yu with a fierce look on his face. Shinazugawa Genya, Sania's younger brother. I am the 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Nakagawa Fuyu. I heard your brother mention you. You have a special ability. You can swallow ghosts, thereby gaining ghost abilities and self-healing power to improve your overall abilities. Feng Yu said slowly. Through the vision that penetrates the world, Feng Yu saw what happened to Shinazugawa Xuanya, his powerful bite force and special digestive organs, as well as the story of the scar on his face. It seems that you are a gentle and hard-working person. You want to work hard to stand by your brother's side, but your talent does not allow it. God closes a door and opens it again a door. Xuanmi, do you want to become stronger and impress your brother? Feng Yu stared at him closely. On the other hand, Zan Mi's face was flushed, and with the hideous scar on his face, he looked extremely vicious. You, shut up, I don't want his approval. Zan Mi tightly held the Nichirin sword in his hand, his body constantly shaking, as if his privacy had been exposed. Zan Mi felt like he was naked under Feng Yu's eyes, without any secrets. Xuanmi, do you really not want to stand by your brother's side? Feng Yu continued. You, shut up, Zan Mi shouted, then rushed forward and attacked Feng Yu. It was just that Zan Mi, who was filled with anger, could be Feng Yu's opponent. No matter how hard he swung the Nichirin sword in his hand at Feng Yu, he was easily dodged. UBD, don't make me kill you. Zan Mi raised his left hand and pointed the black double-bullet musket at Feng Yu. It seems that you want to see my strength, right? Feng Yu glanced at him, then shook his head, then pulled out the Onikiri and said, come on. A-hole. There was a trace of anxiety on Zan Mi's face. Of course he couldn't shoot, he was just trying to scare Feng Yu. Although he usually has a bad temper and a fierce face, he is still kind at heart. He just feels inferior because he does not have the talent of a swordsman, and feels lonely because he is not qualified to stand by his brother's side. All kinds of emotions made his temper become more and more irritable. A-hole. There was a struggling expression on Zhan Mi's face, and then his left hand slowly dropped, and then he fired a shot towards the back. Bang! The boulders rolled down, and one can imagine how powerful the musket was. You just said there is a way for me to improve my strength. Zhan Mi blushed and stammered. Feng Yu put away the onikiri and nodded. You should have heard that the Demon Slayer Corp's new pills can improve the strength of team members. After saying that, a marrow cleansing pill appeared in Feng Yu's hand. This, with just a few pills, you can be reborn. It may be able to help you realize your wishes, so that you can stand by his side openly. Zhan Mi stared at the marrow cleansing pill in Feng Yu's hand. Of course he had heard of it. After all basic members of the Demon Slayer Corps could be allocated one. It's just that he tried it, and it didn't have much effect on him. The elixir in my hand is not comparable to what is mass-produced by the Demon Slayer Corps. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Feng Yu threw the marrow cleansing pill in his hand towards Zhan Mi. After he took it, he put it to his nose and smelled it. It was indeed different from what he had eaten before, and the color was darker. He put the letter into his mouth doubtfully. Zilla zilla. The sound of chewing sounded as he swallowed. Zhan Mi's expression began to change. Zhan Mi started to get excited. This is power. This elixir can really have an effect on me. Zhan Mi felt that his strength was increasing, and at the same time he felt that the weight of the Nichirin sword in his right hand was constantly decreasing. No. It's not that the Nichirin sword has become lighter, but that I have become stronger. Zhan Mi's face was full of excitement. But the bigger surprise was yet to come. Zhan Mi's face was red, and his teeth began to fall out naturally, and then the top of the newly sprouted teeth. Ta-da! Zhan Mi tried to chew, feeling the biting force from his teeth, and at the same time his stomach began to churn. Grr! His stomach was constantly moving, and his digestion ability became stronger. Feeling the increasing strength in his body, Zhan Mi couldn't help but close his eyes. It's wonderful. This is what I want. Zhan Mi made a satisfied sound. But soon, his face turned into a bitter gourd face. It smells so bad. Zhan Mi's body became sticky at this moment, and a stench came out and filled the air. Feng Yu, who was well prepared, took out a mask and put it on his face. How does it feel? Feng Yu looked at him and said. But Zhan Mi's face was red, and it was obvious that this desolate scene made him a little shy. Did you do it on purpose? You knew it would become like this. Zhan Mi said, looking at Feng Yu, who was wearing a mask. At this moment, there was no fierce expression on his face. Instead, a longing expression occupied him. What do you want me to do? Shinazugawa Xuanya is not stupid. He knows that Feng Yu cannot help him for no reason. Ha ha ha, I don't need you to do anything. I just want to see your brother's surprise and give him a shock. Let him understand that there will be a moment when he sees something wrong. Feng Yu said indifferently. No way, I wouldn't do that. Zhan Mi immediately refused. He was definitely the first to stand up against actions that harmed his brother. You seem to have misunderstood what I meant. Feng Yu said calmly. What I mean is, no matter how much you improve your strength, when your strength is enough to qualify you to stand by his side, just tell him that your strength is due to my help. Don't you want to be by his side? Zhan Mi was silent. If Feng Yu said it true, it would definitely be beneficial to him, and even take a big advantage. But he really didn't understand why Feng Yu wanted to help him like this. It seems you don't want to improve your strength. Feng Yu said in a tone that was a bit hateful. Then he turned around and left. Etc. Chapter 131 Home in Sagiri Mountain. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 131 313. Chapter 131 Home in Sagiri Mountain. At the waning moon, Feng Yu stood on Xiao Hei's back with a smile on his face. Shimiya Shinazugawa. ... One night passed. The night fades. The sun in the east turned fish white. Then the whole earth began to embrace the light again. Brother Feng Yu was back. Meisho on the top of the mountain couldn't help shouting when she saw Xiao Hei on the horizon in the distance. But the people at the foot of the mountain didn't know it, and they were still starting their new day in an orderly manner. Only Xiaobai ran up the mountain quickly, with three tails behind him constantly flying in the air. If you observe carefully, you can find that there is another tail growing faintly on Xiaobai's tail, but it is very small. Tightly hidden under the cover of three tails. Feng Yu also saw Mei Shu waving to him in the sky, and the white figure in the forest was moving quickly, chasing after her. Brother Feng Yu, you are finally back. He held a real Nichirin sword in his hand. No see for a few days. Feng Yu seemed to feel that she had grown much taller. The originally fair and rosy skin has also become rough under the baptism of wind and frost. After being baptized by the marrow cleansing pill before, Meisho looked like an aristocratic girl, but now she looked more like a wild girl. You've grown up. Feng Yu looked at her and sighed. Brother Feng Yu, why have you grown up? Meisho looked at him doubtfully and said. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, I just said that you, Meisho, have become different. Feng Yu said with a smile, then touched her head and went down the mountain. Only Mixiu was left to continue training the breath of light. Mid-mountain, Xiaobai had already squatted on the route where Feng Yu came down, waiting quietly. Sudden, its ears twitched, and then the whole figure rushed forward. Sorry, I didn't bring you with me this time. Xiaobai jumped into Feng Yu's arms and enjoyed his touch. But his head was buried in his arms, as if he was an angry child. Okay, Xiaobai, don't be angry, I will take you with me next time. Feng Yu comforted. At the same time, I also noticed the changes in Xiaobai. The fourth tail. Feng Yu looked at the unformed fourth tail and murmured. Xiaobai's strength has improved again. Then his eyes fell on Xiao He. Hey, master, why are you looking at me like this? Xiao He didn't know why and asked, tilting his head. Forget it, Xiao He is acting like a jerk. A hint of helplessness flashed in Feng Yu's eyes, and then he picked up Xiaobai and observed him carefully. Master, what do you want to do? Xiaobai's tone was a little timid, and he didn't understand why Feng Yu was staring at him like this. It's okay, Xiaobai, do you feel the changes in your body? Change. Xiaobai recalled that he was sleeping a day ago, but he could feel a warm current coming from his body and then disappeared. That must be the change that the master mentioned. So Xiaobai told the truth truthfully, and at this time Xiao He finally realized why Feng Yu looked at him strangely. Gaga, master, I also want to become stronger, I also want to become as powerful as boss Xiaobai. Xiao He flapped his wings and shouted. Okay, I can't give you Xiaobai's opportunities and talents. After all, you all have the same resources. Feng Yu glanced at Xiao He and stopped caring about his fuss. He picked up Xiaobai and went down the mountain. The two wooden houses are connected side by side, quiet, but you can feel the smoke of fireworks coming from them. Lin Takazeo felt Feng Yu's arrival for the last time, and nodded, and then the two of them sat next to the fire. I already know what happened this time. Both you and Giyu did a good job. I have some opinions regarding Tanjiro's contract. I'm very sorry, Ningtaki-sa recently apologized to Feng Yu. It's okay, I don't blame you. On the contrary, this is also the feeling of our water-breathing family. Feng Yu said, family, feelings. For the first time, Lintaki-sakan carefully tasted what Feng Yu said. That's right, our saggy mountains are becoming more and more like a home. Rintagaki-sakanji sighed. The burning fire was reflected in his eyes, like a flame turning into a fire. The originally lonely Sagiri mountain has become what it is now. Several people live together, which also adds a bit of warmth to Lintaki-sa's recent ghost-killing life. Now Tanjiro has been recognized by the Lord, but some other pillars still have grudges. This requires his own efforts to resolve, so that everyone will look at the two of them with admiration. Kintaki-sakanji said calmly, yeah, next, I started to teach Nanako the full concentration of breathing in Changshu. I hope that she can participate in the final selection after she has great strength like Tanjiro did. Come back unscathed. Other side. Infinite City. In a world where the space is infinitely upside down, several people are located in different places, looking around blankly, with no words engraved in their eyes. When a pippa sound resounded throughout the Infinite City, and then the entire space began to reverse, and everyone was teleported to a plane. All the 12 Kazuki have gathered here. This is the first time we have encountered this situation. Kaminu, who was wearing a yellow and white haori coat and had black hair with red highlights similar to Nezuko, looked around blankly. Before anyone could react, the sound of pippa sounded again. The space has moved again. This is the vampire magic. Everyone was terrified. Then, a beautiful figure appeared on the high platform and looked at them indifferently. With those scarlet eyes and the peach blossom patterned kimono draped around him, it was obvious that he was Kibutsuji. Who is this woman? Kaminu looked at Wuhan with understanding. Lower your head, kneel on the ground, and worship me. Wu said calmly, but the Shishin ghosts below felt a terrible pressure, driving them to kneel on the ground. It's Lord Wumei. I didn't even recognize it. The appearance and breath are completely different from before. It's really an extremely exquisite mimicry. Cold sweat broke out on Kaminu's forehead, and he didn't dare to speak, let alone raise his head. I'm very sorry, sir, because you changed your appearance and we didn't recognize you. His eyes were engraved with Shishin Wu, his body was covered with clothes woven from cyan scales, his lips were purple, and he also had vertical pupils like poisonous snakes as he spoke in fear. Do I allow you to speak? Just answer my question based on your meaningless thoughts. Lei was killed, Lingyuzi and Bingye were also killed. There is only one thing I want to ask, why did Shishongui being so weak, even as 12 Kazuki, means the end, and it is only the beginning from now on. Eat more people and become stronger, which is the beginning of serving me. The pillars that have killed the Demon Slayer core in the past 100 years have all been wound up. What did you do with the winding down? Wu Kuei said indifferently. How could such a thing be possible? The newcomer Sha Shanliu understood this in his heart. Oh, what can't be done? Wu Mei's tone became more and more serious. The pressure in Infinite City has also become stronger. Chapter 132. Boss Pei plans to lay off employees. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 132 313. Chapter 132. Boss Pei plans to lay off employees. Wu Mei's face became very ugly, with veins popping up on his face, and his blood-red eyes looked coldly at the Shishin people below. The veteran Sha Xian was lying on the ground, almost pressing his body to the ground. Cold sweat broke out on every Shishin's forehead, and the fear in his heart continued to amplify. No matter how much we say, there is nothing we can do. The newcomer Sha Xian understood in his heart. No matter how much we say, there's nothing we can do about it, right? What's nothing we can do about it? Tell me. Wu Mei's eyes were fixed on the newly arrived demon. Oops, he can actually read my thoughts. At this moment, the fear in Sha Xian Gui's heart was infinitely magnified. He did not expect Wu Mei to be able to hear his inner thoughts. Say it, Wu Kai shouted angrily. The new demon's face was horrified, and he saw that one of Wu Mei's hands turned into a tentacle of flesh and blood, and the yellow eyes that were open showed infinite terror. The new Shishongui was immediately arrested. No, Master Wuhan, please forgive me. The lying Shishan people did not dare to raise their heads, and the fear in everyone's heart continued to amplify with the screams of the new Shishan ghost. Please let me go, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The sounds of begging for mercy kept coming, and Wuhan's face was indifferent, as if he were looking at an insignificant piece of garbage, looking at the Shishongui who was constantly begging for mercy and struggling on his tentacles. Ah, the blood poured down, accompanied by a scream, and the begging for mercy suddenly stopped. Blood dripped on the remaining lower string head, the smell of blood red, fear. Magnify infinitely. They didn't expect that 12 Kazuki could be killed so easily, and because he contradicted Wu Mei. The aura of the new ghost has completely disappeared. He is dead. Belch. Muzen's tentacle let out a burp, and the poor new string just climbed up to 12 Kazuki's position, but he never thought that he would end up being treated as a snack by Muzen right here. Why is this happening? We are obviously 12 Kazuki, why? The fear in the hearts of all the Shishin ghosts occupied their entire bodies, and they stared blankly at the pool of blood in front of them. Except for Nightmare, who had a calm face, it seemed like everything was none of his business. Are we going to be killed? We obviously turned into 12 Kazuki with great difficulty. Am I scarier than a ghost hunter? Wu Mei felt the fear in their hearts and said coldly, if you're so scared, don't stay here. Ah, another new girl was swallowed up by Wu Mei's tentacles, leaving only a pool of blood. If this continues, you will die, you will definitely die. Kaminu yelled in his heart. Then the body leaned back slightly. I will die, I will die, I will run away, I will run away, no matter what you say or do, you will be eaten. I want to escape. After making up his mind, Kaminu jumped back and quickly escaped from the place. Wushin ignored it and just looked at it coldly, without any change in expression on his face. When the Pippa sounds, the space changed again, and the escaped Kaminu was teleported back again. How could it be? Kaminu was shocked, and the fear of death continued to sweep through his body. Are you trying to escape? Wu Kai said coldly. Bang! The terrifying tentacles directly swallowed his entire body, watching the mass of flesh and blood being digested by the tentacles. Belch! The tentacle burped again. Blood red all over the ground. This is a slaughterhouse, and it is also a place of slaughter. The air was filled with the extremely pungent smell of blood, and there were only 2 people left in Shishin. The first one is the lower string and the second one is the windless, and the second one is the lower string one and the Nightmare. Nightmare's face was calm and he didn't know what he was thinking, but Leizu's face was full of fear. So, do you have anything else to say at the end? Wu Kai looked at the 2 of them coldly and said, I can still serve you. If you are willing to give me some more time, I will definitely come in handy. Lashi said quickly, specifically, how much time do you need, how will you use it, and what can you do for me with your ability now? Wuhan's expression remained the same, looking condescendingly at the windless kneeling on the ground. Blood, if I can receive your gift of blood, I will definitely adapt to your blood and become a more powerful ghost to fight for you. Lashi assured, why do I have to listen to you and give you my blood? You are so shameless, who do you think you are? Wu Mei's face was gloomy, and he was obviously irritated by Lashi's request. No, it's not like that. Lashi wanted to continue explaining, but was interrupted by Wushin. That's enough, I can't make mistakes, all the decision-making power lies with me. What I say is absolute. You have no right to refuse. If I say it is correct, it is correct. If you give me an order, of course you deserve to die. Ah! Screams resounded in Infinite City again, and the blood on the platform gathered into a river and flowed down along the ground. What else do you want to say finally? Wu Kai said as he looked at Nightmare who was staring blankly at him. You are right, I feel like I have had a sweet dream. I can be given death by your own hand. I am very happy to hear the wailing of other ghosts before they die. I am so happy, because I like to see other people's misfortunes and pain the most, as if I were having a sweet dream. Thank you for leaving me until the end. Nightmare looked intoxicated, with a blush on her face, and her hands spread out, as if she was enjoying all this. Wu Kai in his eyes was extremely great at this time, and he was willing to dedicate everything he had, even his life. Wu Kuei looked at Nightmare coldly, seeming to be shocked by him. He didn't take action, but was thinking. Sudden, a huge tentacle fell from the sky, formed a tail thorn, and plunged directly into Nightmare's neck. Ah! Nightmare didn't have time to react, and froze completely, seemingly suffering endless pain. With the injection of blood, Nightmare finally fell to the ground, his body constantly shaking, his limbs twisting, and terrible changes taking place on his body. Nightmare kept rolling on the ground in pain, while Wushin smiled. I appreciate it very much, so I will give you a large amount of my blood. However, you cannot bear a large amount of blood and may die from it. However, if you can bear it, you will gain great strength and then work for me. Serve, kill the Demon Slayer core pillar, and if you can kill the ghost hunter wearing the flower card earring, I will give you more blood. Muzen transmitted Tanjiro's appearance to Nightmare. Then the Pippa played. Infinite City changes again. Chapter 133 Full Concentration Breathing Training. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 133 313. Chapter 133 Full Concentration Breathing Training. After the sound of the pipa sounded, countless doors closed automatically, and Nightmare, who was lying on the ground struggling in pain, was also teleported to an unknown cabin. I seem to have seen something. It was transmitted to me along with Lord Wuhan's blood. Nightmare opened his mouth wide, and the blood in his body was still causing him painful torture, but he was enjoying it very much. He gently stroked his blood-stained cheek with his hand and slowly showed a crazy smile. He, if I kill Zhu and this kid, I can get more blood. It's like I'm dreaming. At this time, Nightmare's body was not only filled with innocent blood, but was also accompanied by a thick black mist. No one noticed that there was a ghost lying in this small corner, a ghost. This side of Butterfly House. With Feng Yu leaving, Tanjiro, Inosuke and Zenitsu all stayed in Butterfly Dance. Under the effect of the healing pill, Tanjiro and the others finally recovered from their injuries and became lively again. But Kocho Shinobu also arranged special training. It's just that Tanjiro has already mastered the full concentrated breathing in Sunazong, so he can only practice the breath of the sun that Feng Yu asked him to practice on the side. Kocho Shinobu also discovered Tanjiro's condition, and was deeply impressed by Feng Yu's ability to train a fledgling Tanjiro into full concentration breathing. She learned from Tanjiro that he would not need her for the next training, so she had to focus on Inosuke and Zenitsu. You two follow me. Kocho Shinobu motioned to Inosuke and Zenitsu to follow him. Why doesn't Kantaro use it? Yeah, why doesn't Tanjiro use it? Inosuke and Zenitsu were confused. I took you to train. Tanjiro doesn't need it, he's already done it, you two are the only one holding him back. Kocho Shinobu's face was filled with a smile. How could this happen? Kantaro cannot be stronger than me, I am the strongest. Inosuke was the first to refuse. Zenitsu on the other side stared at Tanjiro and nodded repeatedly. So that's it. No wonder Tanjiro is so powerful. Everyone, I'm waiting for you. Tanjiro was forcibly pulled by Terauchi Kiyoshi and ran in the other direction, waving to Inosuke and Zenitsu constantly. I don't accept it. Why is Kantaro stronger than me? I don't accept it. Inosuke spit out 2 jets of hot white air from the nostrils of the boar hood and cursed angrily. Full concentrated breathing is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the ordinary form, which is performed only during combat. That is, at your current stage. Kocho Shinobu was not angry, he just said calmly. The second stage is to breathe with total concentration and always, that is, to continue to breathe with concentration all day long. This is the breathing method stage that all pillars of our Demon Slayer Corps have mastered. Although concentrated breathing can greatly improve physical fitness, due to the accelerated blood flow and rapid heartbeat during use, it is very difficult to maintain for a long time. However, only by ensuring full concentration of breathing for a long time can one's own strength change qualitatively, and this advanced state of maintaining full concentration of breathing for a long time is constant. This is also the direction of your training next. Then I saw Kocho Shinobu raising his hands. Pop! Applause rang out. Soon, Nakahara Cheng and Takata Naho each brought over a gourd. Inosuke and Zenitsu didn't know what this was for, but they just had a vague premonition in their hearts. What is this for? Zenitsu couldn't help but said. Next, your task is to blow the gourd, then that's it. Nakahara Cheng and Takata Naho said at the same time. Are you kidding? How could such a big gourd break? Zenitsu said quietly. Inosuke, on the other hand, stared at the gourd tightly, lost in thought. Kocho Shinobu didn't explain much, he just took the gourd and put it to his mouth. After taking a deep breath. After a while, bang, the gourd bursts. The sound shocked Inosuke and Zenitsu. So awesome. Inosuke stared at Kocho Shinobu closely. Can that guy Kantaro be able to do this? Inosuke said. Kocho Shinobu nodded. At this time Inosuke fell silent, and then shouted. I also want to train, I want to become stronger than Kantaro. Inosuke clenched his fist tightly and shouted. Then, Kocho Shinobu set his sights on Zenitsu. I don't need to. Zenitsu took a few steps back, then ran back quickly. Terribly sorry. Kocho Shinobu did not stop him, but quietly watched him run away. Nakahara Cheng couldn't help but speak. Fine. Then Inosuke followed Nakahara Cheng and others to the martial arts gym. Is he the only one? Kanzaki Aoi said. Nakahara Cheng nodded and led Inosuke into the house and into the martial arts gym. And the other side, Zenitsu ran back to the bed where he was resting and lay down, staring at the beam in a daze. I'm most afraid of working hard. Taking one step at a time is too tiring. Zenitsu sat up and looked at Tanjiro and Inosuke's beds. Chirp. Zenitsu's Jutaro landed in front of him. Is it because I feel anxious because I am lagging behind Tanjiro? Even if he taught me carefully, I still can't remember it well. I feel that we really failed. Tweet. Did you just say something like this? Even so, it's too much. At least you have to say that you work hard, that's it. Chirp. Are you going to add more oil? Oh, there's really nothing you can do. Zenitsu looked at Jutaro and said helplessly. Then he turned his attention to the sky outside. How wonderful it would be if I could live a carefree life. After thinking for a while with my eyes closed. But, let's work hard. The old man will be very pleased to see me make this decision. Zenitsu opened his eyes firm, as if he had made up his mind. Then, walked towards the door. Jutaro on his shoulder also screamed happily. In this way, Zenitsu returned to the martial arts hall. At this time, Inosuke was already lying on the ground tired. Zenitsu stood at the door and shouted cautiously. But soon he saw Inosuke's appearance, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Chirp. Shu Taro's voice sounded. Zenitsu clenched his fists and stepped into the door of the martial arts gym. Then, screams were heard from the martial arts hall in Butterfly House. Chapter 134 Kocho Shinobu's unique method of persuasion. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 134 313. Chapter 134 Kocho Shinobu's unique method of persuasion. One day later, Tanjiro got up early and went to train alone. Inosuke and Zenitsu collapsed on the bed, motionless, their eyes blank, as if they had lost their minds. Why is it so painful? Zenitsu murmured while looking at the beam. The same goes for Inosuke wearing a boar hood. Good morning, it's time to get up and train. The door was opened, and the little Ching-san in the temple rushed in immediately, came to the bedside of the 2 of them and shouted. But Zenitsu was hiding under the covers and shaking, as if the 3 of them were demons. I don't want. Zenitsu clutched the quilt tightly and shook his head wildly in refusal. Although his injuries were much better at the moment, when he recalled yesterday's inappropriate training methods, his heart trembled, and a sense of fear swept through his body. Inosuke sat on the bed blankly, looking at Tanjiro's bed from time to time. What's going on? Terauchi Kiyoshi looked at Nakahara Cheng and Takata Naho and said. But both of them shook their heads, and after looking at each other, Takata Naho ran out. Terauchi Kiyoshi and Nakahara Cheng were still calling Zenitsu and Inosuke to train. It's just that it's of no use. Zenitsu clutched the quilt tightly, while Inosuke sat on the bed in a daze, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, Naho Takata, who ran out, also came back, with a purple figure following behind her. None other than Kocho Shinobu. At this time, Kocho Shinobu's face was filled with a smile, and he came step by step between the beds of Inosuke and Zenitsu. What Tanjiro plans to learn is a new powerful breathing method. He has already learned the technique of full concentration breathing and constant breathing, and you are going to train this technique. By using concentrated breathing throughout the day, your basic physical strength will increase dramatically. If you don't train, Tanjiro will be overtaken to a very long distance. So, let's try and catch up with Tanjiro, Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. However, Zenitsu still clutched the quilt tightly, while Inosuke slowly stood up, turned his head to Tanjiro's bed, and stared at it. No. It's really not possible, people will die. Zenitsu shouted. At this time, Tanjiro also came back after hearing the sound. He also learned about the 2 people's situation from other people's mouths, and couldn't help but worry about them. Zenitsu, Inosuke, you 2 are okay. Tanjiro said. Tanjiro, I don't want to train anymore, I really can't do it. When Zenitsu heard Tanjiro's voice, he quickly pulled away the quilt, hugged him, and cried loudly. It's okay, Zenitsu, you have to be strong, you can do this. Tanjiro comforted. Inosuke looked at Tanjiro quietly, wondering what he was thinking. Actually, I have thought about giving up the training of concentrated breathing before, and there is no way to maintain the state of concentrated breathing all the time, but I believe Zenitsu and Inosuke will be fine. When the lungs open like this, the bones and blood will make a sound. At this time, you need to maintain the sound of pumping. Tanjiro danced around and demonstrated to the 2 people the state of concentrated breathing and constant maintenance all day long. Inosuke and Zenitsu looked at Tanjiro speechlessly. Then it's time to work out like crazy. Tanjiro smiled. Inosuke and Zenitsu shook their heads when they heard the word exercise. Tanjiro looked at the 2 of them with confusion in his eyes. At this time, Kocho Shinobu put his hand on Tanjiro's shoulder and said with a smile, Oh, this can be said to be a basic skill. It is a very preliminary technique. Although it is natural to learn it, it takes considerable effort to learn it. Then Kocho Shinobu slowly walked up to Inosuke, looked him face to face, then placed a heavy hand on Inosuke's shoulder and said with a smile, Anyway, learning is a matter of course. I thought Inosuke could learn it easily, but I didn't expect it. You still can't learn it. It's natural to learn it. If you still can't learn it, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Then, Kocho Shinobu patted Inosuke's shoulder hard twice. When Inosuke heard this, he was wearing a boar hood, and his face was already full of anger. White air spurted from the nose of the hood. What? I can learn it. Since I can learn it, don't look down on me anymore, be careful if I pick off your breasts. Inosuke shouted angrily. When Kocho Shinobu saw this, he immediately turned around, held Zenitsu's hand with both hands, and said to him like a little girl, Please do your best, Zenitsu. I cheer for you more than anyone else. Kocho Shinobu's lovely face was close at hand. Zenitsu looked at her, his face kept getting hot and red. Yes, Zenitsu's whole figure seems to have come to life, full of energy. Tanjiro on the side looked at the 2 people in confusion. Then, without waiting for Kocho Shinobu and Tanjiro to get up, Inosuke and Zenitsu rushed out, came to the martial arts gym, and started crazy training. It's just that this time, the 2 of them didn't feel tired. They went through all kinds of training at their fingertips and didn't utter a single scream. They were completely different from the dead pigs they looked like yesterday. Come on. Temple Ching Sanshou just watched from the side, cheering the 2 of them crazily. Kanzaki Aoi and Kanao also stood aside and looked at them, and they couldn't help but express slight surprise. Kanao is also a member of the team at the same time, how about training together? Kocho Shinobu came to Kanao's side and said. Kanao turned around and nodded in response. Later, he also joined as a member of the training team. Looking at Inosuke and Zenitsuka now not far away, he took out a coin from his arms. Then threw it into the air. Bite, a clear voice sounded. The front side of the coin fell on the back of his hand, and then he stood straight and motionless as if he was lost in memories. After a while, Tanjiro's voice brought her back to her senses. Good, that's it, come on, Inosuke. Zenitsu. Kanao just looked at him, looking at the optimism and smile on Tanjiro. A few days later, Tanjiro's crow flew from a distance and landed in front of his window. Inosuke, please have the rebuilt Nichirin sword delivered soon. Tanjiro shouted excitedly pointing outside. Really, that's great, Inosuke said. Yeah, I just heard what the crow said, and it smells like a steel tomb. Tanjiro's nose moved slightly and he smelled a familiar smell. Yeah, that's great. Inosuke stopped training, and then quickly ran out with Tanjiro excitedly. Jumping all the way, Chapter 135 New Sun Blade. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 135 313ths. Chapter 135 New Sun Blade. Tanjiro and Inosuke ran out of the yard excitedly and looked at the steel tomb in the distance slowly holding the scepter. Mr. Iron Tomb, Tanjiro shouted and kept saying hello. The sound of ding bells sounded as the steel tomb moved. Tanjiro didn't notice at all that Steel Tomb's expression at this time was covered by the fireman mask on his face, but he still exuded a murderous aura. Long time no see, Mr. Iron Tomb. Tanjiro was still saying hello, but Iron Tomb snatched the knife from his companion's arms and then ran towards Tanjiro quickly. How are you doing? Tanjiro's face was filled with a smile, but he soon realized something was wrong. He stopped smiling and looked at the steel tomb that kept running towards him in horror. FKU, Iron Tomb shouted, stabbing Tanjiro directly with the knife he held in both hands. Tanjiro just turned sideways and hid, then couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at the Iron Tomb with a very guilty expression. Mr. Steel Tomb, Tanjiro said guiltily. You, how dare you break my knife? Iron Tomb's body was filled with murderous aura, and he said in a gloomy voice. You are so brave, go to hell. Then he raised the knife with both hands and slashed at Tanjiro. I'm sorry, but at that time, I really almost died. I didn't want that either. Quote, Tanjiro kept dodging the Iron Tomb's attacks. It's all your fault, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. It's because you were too weak that you broke the knife. Just give me your life. Iron Tomb didn't listen to Tanjiro's explanation at all. He was so angry that he just wanted to cut Tanjiro into pieces. Inosuke and Tetsuya Morrigan hid aside and watched the two chasing each other speechlessly. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this a new training? Probably not, Kanzaki Aoi said with cold sweat on his forehead. The Iron Tomb finally stopped chasing Tanjiro with his knife, but his face was still filled with murderous intent. His eyes stayed on Tanjiro, as if he was his father-killing enemy. Mr. Steel Tomb is such a fiery person. He cherishes knives more than anyone else. It's hard to find someone like him in the knife-forging village. Tai Shueisen said, I think so. Tanjiro looked pale and glanced at the Iron Tomb lying on his side, looking at him fiercely and said. Ha, I forgot to introduce you. My name is Tetsuya Morikozo, and this time I will be in charge of forging Lord Inosuke's Nichirin sword. It is also an honor for us to play our part in the fight. But Inosuke held the new Nichirin sword in both hands and raised it in the air, looking at it carefully. At this time, the Nichirin blade also changed, and the original silver-white color turned into a mist-like blue-gray. It's such a beautiful color, it suits these two hands very well. Tai Shueisen sighed. Indeed, now that Inosuke has a new sword, he will become even more powerful. Tanjiro on the side also agreed. But then they were shocked. How does the sword feel in your hand? This is my first time making a sword for a dual-sword swordsman. Tai Shansen asked curiously, but Inosuke ignored him at all, and just silently came to the small pond outside the yard, placed the Nichirin sword on the stone, and then slowly pick up a stone next to it. Inosuke-sama. Tetsuya-san had a vague premonition in his heart, and Tanjiro didn't understand what Inosuke was trying to do. Ding, ding, ding. Inosuke kept hitting the new Nichirin sword with the stone in his hand. Seeing this scene, Tanjiro and others were all shocked. Very good. Inosuke looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. But little did he know that Tai Shueisen behind him had become as murderous as the previous Iron Tomb. Baga Yalu, UBD, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Tetsuya-san cursed angrily, and Tanjiro kept hugging his body to prevent him from rushing forward. Inosuke ignored him and continued to raise his hand and smashed another Nichirin sword. The sound of ding, ding, ding sounded again, and soon two-toothed knives were forged by Inosuke. A-hole, I will never let you live, I will kill you. I'm sorry. Tanjiro kept apologizing, blocking Teashensen. At this moment, the butterfly house is really constantly hearing sounds of fighting, yelling, and apologizing. Under dusk, Steel Tomb and Tetsuya Mori cursed and left the butterfly house, while Tanjiro continued to apologize to them both on behalf of Inosuke. The new Nichirin sword was delivered, and the three little Tanjiro officially returned to the right path. Inosuke and Zenitsu practice full concentration breathing and constant breathing, while Tanjiro practices sun breathing. Everything is being trained in an orderly manner. Day after day, the strength of several people is constantly increasing. Especially under the influence of the Demon Slayer Corpse marrow cleansing pills, Inosuke and Zenitsu's progress is even faster. This side of MT. Sagi. Just like the situation in Butterfly House, they are conducting their own training in an orderly manner. Mixiu and Nanako are also constantly getting better at their respective breathing methods. Especially Nanako, her strength has improved rapidly under Feng Yu's personal guidance in the past few days. Whether it is the first 10 moves of water breathing or the last 2 moves, I have a deeper understanding. At the same time, Feng Yu also knew that it was time for Nanako to proceed to the next stage of training. In other words, just like Inosuke Zenitsu, all the breathing is concentrated. At this time, Nanako stood in front of Feng Yu holding a Nichirin knife, looking at him solemnly. Master Feng Yu, I'll come on then. Nanako shouted, and then attacked Feng Yu. Holding a wooden sword in his hand and wearing a grey kimono, he looked at Nanako who rushed up calmly. An hour later, Nanako fell to the ground, with scratches on her palms and insteps. Well, it's pretty good. My understanding of water breathing has reached a very deep level. It's just that I have too little sparring experience and I didn't respond to various moves in time. It's a bit slow, but overall it's still very good. Yes, with your current strength, you are more than ready to pass the final selection. Feng Yu looked at Nanako with satisfaction and said. Chapter 136 The Inheritance of the Zaman Family. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 136 313. Chapter 136 The Inheritance of the Zaman Family. Nanako was lying on the ground, panting heavily with no strength in his body. Master Feng Yu is still so powerful. Even though I have tried so hard, I still haven't touched the hem of his clothes. When will I be able to have such strength as him, mother? Nanako's alarm clock recalled the scene when her mother was killed by an evil spirit. The anger in his heart became even stronger, and his green pupils exuded a murderous aura, but when he thought of the strength gap between himself and Feng Yu, his eyes dimmed again. What are you thinking about? Your little head has learned to be sentimental. You are still young, and you are already much better than Tanjiro with this strength. Tanjiro, when you were this age, you were still chopping firewood in the mountains. Now he has very, very strong power. If you work hard, I believe you will reach the same height as him. Feng Yu flicked Nanako's forehead to bring him back to his senses. Hiss, master, you bullied me again. Nanako said angrily with a puffed face. Okay, get up quickly. That's it for today, we will make changes in the next training. Feng Yu said as he looked at Nanako's current state and strength. Nanako nodded, then stood up slowly. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Nanako wiped the dust on her body and held the knife tightly in her hand. This side of Butterfly House. Inosuke and Tanjiro, who regained the new Nichirin swords, have new fighting spirit in their eyes. Inosuke and Zenitsu's full concentration and constant breathing are also practiced in an orderly manner and gradually mastered it. You can often see the two of them training hard from inside the Butterfly House, as well as the two of them wailing in pain. Tanjiro, on the other hand, recalled the ritual dance of Kagura, the god of fire, passed down from his father. With constant practice, Tanjiro also discovered that the god of fire, Kagura, contains a breathing method that, although powerful, is incomplete. It can even be said that there is no breathing technique in it at all. Tanjiro danced the sacrificial dance of the god of fire, Kagura, over and over again, feeling the changes in breathing frequency, and constantly recalling what his father Tanjiro once said to him. Why does my family inherit such a strange dance? The more Tanjiro thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, because he knew that his own father was just an ordinary person, and he was also a short-lived person who was in poor health all year round. No, there are also earrings. Tanjiro suddenly woke up, reached out and took off the flower earrings from his ears, put them in the palm of his hand, and looked carefully. Father said at the time that these earrings match the god of fire, Kagura. Except for my father's generation, the god of fire Kagura can only be traced back to an older era, and this earring may be the key to finding the source. I don't know if there is one in the Demon Slayer Corps. Records about earrings. Tanjiro dances her body. Sudden, a sharp pain came over. Oops, today has reached the limit again. Tanjiro stopped twisting his body and began to sit on the ground to rest. It's too taxing on the body. Tanjiro wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Senior brother Feng Yu asked me to master this power. Does he know something? Tanjiro thought about it carefully. When he was fighting Lei in Spider Mountain, he also smelled Feng Yu's scent, but he didn't come to help. It was more like watching the show from the other side. The more Tanjiro thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. Although Spider Mountain was filled with a strong smell of ghosts at that time, it was probably because Feng Yu was standing upwind that his smell was not covered by the smell of ghosts. What's more, Tanjiro could feel that Feng Yu's position had not changed at all at that time. Otherwise, senior brother Feng Yu wouldn't have saved me in such a timely manner. With the answer in his mind, Tanjiro decided to ask him clearly the next time he saw him. But after his body recovered, he continued to devote himself to Kagura, the god of fire. Feng Yu from Sagiri Mountain is also formulating a training plan for Nanako that focuses on breathing and constant concentration. Little did he know that Tanjiro had noticed him while watching the show. Concentrate on breathing. Tanjiro's original training method was somewhat unsuitable for Nanako. How about sending her to Butterfly House? Feng Yu remembered that Inosuke and Zenitsu were probably also training on concentrated breathing at this moment, and the training methods he had developed for Tanjiro were somewhat unsuitable for training girls like Nanako. The more I think about it, the more I think it is possible. Butterfly House has been inherited for many years. There is also a complete set of methods for swordsman's concentrated breathing training, and different training methods can be developed for each person. Just when Feng Yu decided to send Nanako to Butterfly House for training, Kocho Shinobu's letter was delivered to Feng Yu. Mr. Feng Yu, things here at Butterfly House have stabilized. Everyone is working in an orderly manner. I will be coming to Samagiri Mountain in 2 days. Please let me know. Looking at the letter in his hand, Feng Yu smiled helplessly. I just wanted to send Nanako to your place, but you came here unexpectedly. It doesn't matter, I will just go to Butterfly House, and you don't have to rush here. After putting away the letter, Feng Yu summoned Xiaohei back, who was making out with his beauty. Quack, master, where are you going this time? Xiaohei's tone was a bit displeased. Just now, he was reaching the last step with the beautiful female crow in the tribe, but he never expected to hear Feng Yu's call. With a shudder, the good thing was gone. Do you have any objections? Feng Yu looked at it and said, ha ha ha, no, Xiaohei is the most loyal to Master Feng Yu, how could he have any objection? Xiaohei said with a smile. Looking at Xiaohei's appearance, he knew that this guy must be spending time in Wenru village and the market every day. Talking is really one thing. Shaking his head, he came to Nanako's side and told him that the next training would be done elsewhere. When Nanako heard this, her heart tightened. After all, except for the place where she once lived, she had always stayed here in Sagiri Mountain. I feel a little reluctant to leave here now. What are you thinking about? It's not like I won't come back. As long as I complete the next training, I can come back if I want. Feng Yu said, okay, let's pack the clothes we need, and then we're leaving here. Nanako nodded, then quickly went into the house to pack a package and carry it on her back. Master Feng Yu, do you want to tell Sister Meisho? Nanako asked. After all, she and Mixiu slept in a wooden house every day. The relationship between the two was already like sisters. This sudden departure might make Mixiu a little worried. Feng Yu touched his chin and thought that it was indeed true. Then he asked Nanako to jump on Xiaohei's back and came to the place where Meishu practiced. After the two said goodbye, Nanako and Feng Yu set off. Chapter 137 Nanako's complete concentrated breathing training. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 137 313. Chapter 137 Nanako's complete concentrated breathing training. Nowadays, Nanako's strength no longer requires Xiaohei to slow down his flight, so he quickly arrived at the Butterfly House this time. As soon as Nanako arrived at Butterfly House, she was shocked by the decoration inside. It was her first time to step into such a courtyard-like residence. As long as she could remember, she had lived in that dilapidated wooden house, wandering and living with her mother. Later, because of Feng Yu, she came to Sau Mountain, put on clean clothes, ate clean food and was still alive. Had a clean bed to sleep on. It's Master Feng Yu is here. The staff of Butterfly House saw Feng Yu and shouted excitedly. They knew about Feng Yu. He had become the 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps at a young age. He also had a close relationship with the owner of the Butterfly House, Kocho Shinobu, through the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill. They often discuss Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu privately. Seeing the staff inside the Butterfly House, each one carrying out their own work in an orderly manner, Nanako felt a little nervous. His hands tightly grasped the hem of his clothes. Don't be afraid, each of them is very easy to get along with. I believe you will become good friends with them during your time here. Feng Yu touched Nanako and said with a smile. Feeling the warmth from Feng Yu's palm, Nanako felt comforted in her heart. No, I can't embarrass Master Feng Yu. I am Master Feng Yu's eldest disciple and Meishu's senior sister. Nanako cheered herself up in her heart. Feng Yu-kun, Kocho Shinobu's voice came from behind, looking at the two of them in confusion. Ha ha ha, Miss Nin, you came here so rashly, I'm sorry to bother you. Feng Yu said. Then he introduced Nanako to Kocho Shinobu and the purpose of coming here this time. So that's it. Kocho Shinobu looked at Nanako closely, with appreciation in his eyes. You are such a young child and you have already reached this level. Mr. Feng Yu, you are really amazing. The color of his pupils is different from ordinary people. Feng Yu-kun, this child can't be one of those people with special abilities like Mi Li. Kocho Shinobu looked into Nanako's eyes and said. Feng Yu nodded. It's really amazing. Hello, I'm talking about Kocho Shinobu, your master's friend. After saying that, Kocho Shinobu stretched out his hand and held Nanako's hand. Ah, you, hello. Nanako did not expect that Kocho Shinobu would suddenly hold her hand. Come with me. Kocho Shinobu led Nanako to the front of Terauchi Kiyoshi and others, and then after arranging the resting place, they walked towards the direction of the martial arts hall. Nanako, hello, I said Terauchi Kiyoshi, this is Nakahara Chang. Terauchi Kiyoshi introduced his companions to Nanako enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Nanako. Nanako plucked up the courage and said. Wow, Nanako, your eyes are really beautiful. Ching Praise in the temple said. Next to them, Chang Nakahara and Naho Takata also nodded. Nanako's pupils shrank, not expecting that they would say her eyes were beautiful. His eyes couldn't help but become moist. She recalled that it was because the color of her eyes was different from that of normal people that she was treated as an alien, a child of ghosts and gods. Everyone hates her and drives her away. At this moment, I was deeply moved when I heard the praise from the temple. Hey, Sister Nanako, why are you crying? Kiyoshi Terauchi saw a tear flowing from the corner of Nanako's eyes, and immediately panicked, thinking that he had said something he shouldn't have said. No, I just got sand in my eyes, thank you. Nanako wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile. Soon, Nanako came to the martial arts hall under the leadership of Chukiching and others. I am the strongest, I can do it. I will never let down Miss Shinobu's expectations. Inosuke and Zenitsu are training hard. Is that a wild boar? Nanako looked at Inosuke and asked confused. Ha ha ha, no, that's Inosuke-sama. Temple Ching smiled. Why is he wearing a boar's hood? What a strange man. Nanako knew it in her heart. At this time, Zenitsu and Inosuke also noticed Nanako and couldn't help but stop training and looked at her. Cute little sister. It's the same as the breath on Kantaro's body. The two quickly approached Nanako. Zenitsu took her hand, while Inosuke stared at her. Nanako took away Zenitsu's hand and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zenitsu-sama, Inosuke-sama, you two, please stop scaring Nanako-san. Terauchi Kiyoshi shouted. On the side, Chang Nakahara and Naho Takata also stood in front of Nanako. She is Lord Feng Yu's apprentice. Terauchi Kiyoshi continued. That guy's apprentice. Zenitsu couldn't help but shiver when he remembered Feng Yu, and then stared at Nanako closely. HMPH. Inosuke returned to training after a stream of heat erupted from the nostrils of the boar hood. Feng Yu followed Kocho Shinobu to the hut where medicine was researched. A breath of modernity hits your nostrils. In the previous life, the chemistry laboratory was generally filled with various glassware and specimens. Various medical instruments are neatly placed. The floor was also swept very clean without a trace of dust. What a beautiful place. Feng Yu sighed. This is all my sister's hard work. Kocho Shinobu's eyes were slightly red, as if he was remembering the time when he and Kanae lived together. Kanae is doing research on drugs, while Kocho Shinobu was acting like a little girl playing with her sister, without having to hide her personality and mood. Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu, his eyes full of sadness. Any mention of her sister would always be like a thorn in her heart, torturing her. Fleeting. Another day has passed. At this time, Nanako had fallen to the ground exhausted from the day's training. Looking at Zenitsu and Inosuke training crazily as if they had inexhaustible power, her heart couldn't help but ignite her fighting spirit. He secretly vowed to train with all his strength like the two of them. Tanjiro came back from training in the evening and discovered that Nanako had also come to Butterfly House. I couldn't help but start to ask questions. Until early the next morning. Kocho Shinobu rides on Xiao Hei's back with Feng Yu and heads to Samagiri Mountain. Chapter 138 The Unteachable Breathing Technique of Demonic Beasts. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 138 313. Chapter 138 The Unteachable Breathing Technique of Demonic Beasts. Standing in the sky, every time you look at the sunrise, you will always feel a sense of shock. In the gray sky, the east appeared fish belly white, and then it continued to expand, and the light shone on the whole world. Her eyes fell on Kocho Shinobu's face, and she was stunned for a moment. It's really so beautiful. What was reflected in his pupils was the dazzling color on the horizon. Feeling the impact of the airflow in his body, Kocho Shinobu saw the morning light of this world in the sky for the first time. It turns out, this world is so beautiful. Kocho Shinobu's eyes dimmed. Sister, it would be nice if you were still here. Feng Yu was not that surprised by this, but he felt that today's sunrise was particularly stunning. Seeing the expression on Kocho Shinobu's face, you can tell that she was a little shocked by watching the sunrise like this. The little black one below said nothing. If it had been anyone else, it would have started to taunt him, but now he didn't dare. After all, the people on his back were big guys he couldn't afford to offend. Master, would you like to fly slower? I think Mr. Kocho Shinobu seems to be a little fascinated by this scenery. You might as well enjoy it for a while. Xiao Hei said. Feng Yu didn't say anything, just focused on Kocho Shinobu. No need, Mr. Feng Yu, let's go back to Mount Samagiri as soon as possible, and this isn't that beautiful either. Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. What? I obviously like it very much, why do you say it's not beautiful? Xiao Hei below heard Kocho Shinobu say this and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Then he flapped his wings, speeding up a notch again, and flew towards Samagiri Mountain. Soon, the scenery of Mt. Sagiri comes into view, but along the way, Feng Yu discovered that Kocho Shinobu's eyes had been on Xiao Hei. Feng Yujun, how did you raise your eagle crow and that little white fox? Kocho Shinobu said with burning eyes and a slightly red face, as if he was a little embarrassed to ask Feng Yu's secret. The marrow cleansing pill I gave you was the key, and Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai also mastered the special breathing method to become like this. Feng Yu truthfully told what happened to Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu thoughtfully. DMO, I also gave it to my eagle crow, but the effect was not that good. I think it must be because of the special breathing method you mentioned. Mr. Feng Yu, can I ask you to master Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai? Can you teach me the breathing method? Kocho Shinobu said, although this is unfair to you, although each of the swordsmen of our Demon Slayer Corps is assigned an exclusive raven, the dangers of the mission are always present. If the raven can have a certain combat effectiveness, maybe it can to provide a guarantee for the safety of our swordsmen. Kocho Shinobu recalled the scene of Xiaohei and Xiaobai fighting evil spirits alone, which made her a little excited. After all, if the crows in the Demon Slayer Corps have the same fighting power as Xiaohei, then the overall strength of the Demon Slayer Corps can be improved. A big chunk. I don't know the principles of their breathing method very well. I can only rely on Xiaobai and Xiaohei to teach them. Feng Yu said. After all, the monster breathing method was mastered by directly acting on Xiaohei and Xiaobai, and Feng Yu didn't know what the situation was. It can only be said that it's Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Gaga, master, actually, the breathing techniques that boss Xiaobai and I can't teach to other companions. Xiaohei said, I taught it to several of my wives before, but they couldn't understand it. PFF, I didn't expect Feng Yujun's crow to be so elegant. Kocho Shinobu smiled. Feng Yu, Xiaohei, you are so charming. Gaga, of course, Xiaohei, am the most popular among us, Xiaobai. But you can ask boss Xiaobai, he is stronger than me, and his understanding of the breathing method of monster beasts is even deeper. Feng Yu nodded when he heard this, but Kocho Shinobu remained silent. Monster breathing technique. Kocho Shinobu jumped down together with Feng Yu. With his light body and the feather fabric fluttering in the wind, he looked like a Kocho flying in the air. Mr. Lintaki, long time no see. How are you lately? Kocho Shinobu saw Ninataki-sakan smiling and said. Well, long time no see, Kocho Shinobu. Lintaki-sakanji said, and then looked at Feng Yu with a strange look. Ahem, Kocho Shinobu came here for a reason. Feng Yu couldn't stand the way Rintaki-sakanji looked at his son, so he quickly explained. So that's it. Kintaki-sakanji looked at Kocho Shinobu and Fuaha thoughtfully. Xiaobai also ran out of the wooden house at this time and jumped onto Zhengfeng Yu's shoulders. It's really amazing. Xiaobai seems to be stronger than the last time we met. Kocho Shinobu felt the fluctuation of Xiaobai's aura, which was much stronger than the last time we met. Beautiful sister, long time no see. Xiaobai greeted Kocho Shinobu affectionately. Is it really not possible? Kocho Shinobu looked at Xiaobai with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, but he quickly waved it away and a smile filled his face again. Yes, Xiaohei and I have natural breathing techniques. I also thought about teaching this breathing technique to my friends in the mountains, but it was of no use. Xiaobai shook his head and said that other beasts could not master the monster breathing method. Kocho Shinobu did not continue to ask. After all, in her opinion, the monster breathing method is probably Feng Yu's secret, and it is limited. What's more, even if the demon crows in the Demon Slayer Corps mastered the breathing method, they would not be able to kill 12 Kazuki. Need to dig deeper. The only bad thing is that I can't have a transportation mount like Xiaohei. Then, please ask Mr. Feng Yu to teach me the next training. I'm begging you. Chapter 139 prepared Kocho Shinobu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 139 313. Chapter 139 prepared Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Shinobu bowed deeply towards Feng Yu, her eyes revealed a desire, which was an urgent desire to gain power. Even though Kocho Shinobu is a few years older than Fuaha, he still shows great respect. Feng Yu nodded, and Xiaobai jumped to the side and looked at the two of them quietly. There are two realms that I can teach you. One is the world of transparency, and the other is stripes. I have read an ancient book, which records that in the transparent world, all those who reach the top will reach the same endpoint. Even if times change and everyone's experiences are different, they will eventually reach the same endpoint. Transparency to the world is a state that elevates the body's perception and control capabilities to the limit. Then Feng Yu directly opened the transparent world. For a moment, Feng Yu's entire figure seemed to have disappeared from this world, but it was again in Kocho Shinobu's eyes. Kocho Shinobu's eyes were filled with surprise. Everyone has a different way of reaching this state, but I automatically realized this state when my mental power and ability to control my body reached the limit. Feng Yu closed the transparent world, and then a huge spiritual power pressed towards Kocho Shinobu. Under the pressure of mental power, Kocho Shinobu's face turned pale. She could feel that Feng Yu was like a demon at this time, and her figure became extremely huge. In front of him, she was as weak as an ant. Let him butcher it. So awesome. Kocho Shinobu's back was covered in cold sweat and his body was trembling. Upon seeing this, Feng Yu put away his mental power, and Kocho Shinobu suddenly felt relaxed. He couldn't help but sit on the ground, panting constantly, as if he had just consumed a huge amount of energy. When I was cultivating my mental power, my perception was constantly getting stronger, and my control over my body was also constantly improving. I finally broke through the limit and reached this state. In this state, I can see what happens to you, and the world will tell me what actions you will take next, and it's best to remind me what to do next. Feng Yu looked at Kocho Shinobu and said slowly, mental power and control over one's body. Kocho Shinobu carefully understood what Feng Yu said. The transparent world is like this, but what I want to talk about is another realm. That's Dapple. Then, one yellow and one blue streak appeared on Feng Yu's face, extending to the center of his forehead, intertwined with each other. With the appearance of the markings, Feng Yu's aura suddenly changed, like a docile little lamb that suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger. The breath was constantly raging, unfolding with Feng Yu as the center, and powerful air currents rolled up the dust on the ground. Xiaobai was used to being on the sidelines. He looked at Feng Yu with admiration, and kept thinking in his heart that he was awesome. Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu with wide eyes. These two realms were beyond her reach, but hope was ignited in her heart. She originally thought that becoming a pillar had reached the peak of her strength, but she never thought that the man in front of her, who was several years younger than herself, would surprise her again and again. From being weak to the point where he now looks up to him, he is a miracle in himself. Even the young boy Kasumito Muichiro who has grown up the fastest can't compare to Feng Yu at this moment. The realm of stripes requires external stimulation and your own understanding. External stimulation is a breakthrough point, such as huge anger, combined with breathing methods so that your own blood flows more quickly. When the stripes are turned on, the body's body temperature also increases. It will rise very quickly and reach a high temperature state. At that time, you will feel as if your whole body is burning, and your heartbeat and pulse will accelerate. At the same time, markings are also divided into congenital markings and acquired markings. Congenital markings are present when a person is born, while the other is achieved through acquired efforts to open the conditions. However, acquired markings are divided into two realms. One is not stable markings, one is as free to control as I am. Congenital markings are extremely powerful. Apart from that one, there is no other person in this world who was born with markings. Feng Yu just watched quietly as Kocho Shinobu clenched his hand, bit his lip and stood up with difficulty, looking directly at him. Please, Feng Yu-kun. The paleness on Kocho Shinobu's face has not faded yet. At this moment, in Feng Yu's eyes, she is a weak girl who is holding on to her body. I think the two realms complement each other. The transparent world gives the limit its own reaction and control capabilities, while the stripes give it more powerful strength and body recovery ability. However, there's one drawback to these two realms, that is that opening both realms requires a large amount of vitality. Just by turning on the stripes, I can feel that my vitality is constantly passing away. At this rate of consumption, I can only live to the age of 25. If both realms are opened at the same time, the consumption will be faster. So Miss Kocho Shinobu, have you really thought about it? Feng Yu looked at her closely. Although he knew that Kocho Shinobu would definitely answer yes, without hesitation, he still wanted to ask her. Sure enough, Kocho Shinobu was ready for a resolute answer. Feng Yujun, I believe that you have more or less understood what happened to me, so no matter what, this is the only hope that can make me stronger and allow me to kill that ghost, even if it means death. I will also be willing to do so. Kocho Shinobu suppressed a smile on his face, and there were sparkling tears in the corners of his eyes. The wind blew gently, and the feather fabric on Kocho Shinobu was fluttering. Sister, you also support me, right? I will avenge you, very soon. Kocho Shinobu felt the breeze blowing, giving her a gentle touch on her face just like the sister she once loved most. Feng Yu looked at Kocho Shinobu and sighed in his heart. Now that you have decided, let's start our special training. Chapter 140 The Nightmare of Reincarnation. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 143/113. Chapter 140 The Nightmare of Reincarnation. Kocho Shinobu exhaled a breath of turbid air, holding his Nichirin sword in his hand, looking at Feng Yu with murderous intent. The training is very simple, that is, through constant fighting and oppression of your body, you can achieve a breakthrough in the boundary between life and death. Feng Yu saw that Kocho Shinobu was ready, and also put on the White Fox evil-proof mask, but this time he did not hide it, and the White Fox mask also returned to the death mask. Feng Yujun, you really have too many secrets. Kocho Shinobu stared at the death mask on Feng Yu's face and said. Then Feng Yu took out the Onikiri again. At the same time, the blade instantly turned red, and streams of blood-red mist emerged, finally forming a ferocious-looking demon shadow behind Feng Yu. With Feng Yu's every move, the demon phantom also followed his movements. A blood-red giant sword that looked like a ghostly sword also appeared in his hand. Stripes, transparent world. At this moment, Feng Yu's firepower is fully activated. In Kocho Shinobu's eyes, Feng Yu's breath disappeared from this world, but he could still feel the threat of death. Kocho Shinobu's heart beat faster and faster, the fear in his heart continued to grow, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. I can't back down here, sister. I will definitely avenge you. Kocho Shinobu gritted her teeth and stared at Feng Yu. She knew that Feng Yu had used a mental attack. All of a sudden, in the eyes of Kocho Shinobu, the whole world has changed. The originally blue sky has been shrouded in blood, the surrounding scenes have slowly become blurred, and Feng Yu's figure has long since disappeared. Kocho Shinobu looked around warily. Intuition told her that none of this was simple. Kocho Shinobu held the Nichirin sword tightly in his hand and walked forward step by step. There was no sound around, it was a deathly silent environment, and there was no other color, only blood red. I don't know how long I've been gone. She saw a beam of light and started running towards it. As the light got closer and closer, the dazzling light made her close her eyes. As the light fades, Kocho Shinobu heard a faint sound in his ears, as if he was in a busy city. Xiaoren, what are you doing standing here? A familiar voice came to her ears. She opened her eyes, she was stunned, tears kept flowing. Elder sister. In reality, Feng Yu gently picked up the sleeping Kocho Shinobu, his face showing exhaustion. I didn't expect that Death's current move with Onikiri would consume so much. Looking at the new skills in the column introduced by Death Mask, Feng Yu sighed. Skill Reincarnation Nightmare. Activating this skill requires a large amount of mental energy. After a hit, The person whose mental strength is weaker than yours can lose their memory and completely fall into a weaving nightmare, constantly reincarnating. Note: this skill can kill enemies or assist. I hope you can make it through. Feng Yu looked at Kocho Shinobu with a comfortable smile on his face, and tears in his eyes were constantly flowing down. What Feng Yu didn't notice was that just when he activated his skill, a ray of blood merged into Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai looked at everything that happened in front of him in confusion, and did not notice the blood entering his body. He only felt that he could not clearly see Feng Yu's movements just now. He only saw Feng Yu passing by Kocho Shinobu. Then he fell to the ground. Xiaobai ran over, his tail waving behind him. Sudden, the originally almost invisible fourth tail slowly grew out, emitting a soft yellow light. At the same time, Xiaobai's eyes began to glow the same light yellow as the fourth tail. Master, I saw this woman hugging someone who looked very much like her. Xiaobai said. Hearing this, Feng Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at Xiaobai, only to find that Xiaobai's fourth tail had actually grown out. And the properties panel about it has also changed. Name: Xiaobai. Race: White Fox. Divinity value: 0.2. Owner: Feng Yu. Kung Fu. Monster breathing technique: Dacheng. Awakening: Telepathy, Charm, Body Control, Inviting Gods, False Eyes. Introduction. This was originally just an ordinary little white fox. After transformation, it has become qualified to become a god. Eye of Illusion. Has the ability to see through illusions and enter dreams. Seeing through illusions and entering dreams. Feng Yu looked at Xiaobai and murmured. Xiaobai, you can see the situation of Kocho Shinobu at this time, then it is the ability to see through illusions, but what about entering dreams? Master, I can feel that I can enter her world at this time. Xiaobai said excitedly. Then he fell asleep. After a while, Xiaobai opened his eyes again, but he was much less energetic. Master, I just entered her dream. I'm so tired now. After saying that, Xiaobai jumped on Feng Yu's shoulder and fell asleep. Xiaobai entered Kocho Shinobu's dream. Feng Yu didn't know what Xiaobai did when he entered the illusion of Kocho Shinobu, so he had to take it back to the wooden house together, and quietly waited for one person and one fox to wake up. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiaobai woke up, while Kocho Shinobu was still in a comatose state. It stands to reason, Kocho Shinobu should be experiencing the scene of her sister being killed at this moment. Feng Yu looked at Kocho Shinobu and murmured. Really? The expression on Kocho Shinobu's face, which was originally comfortable, suddenly changed. He began to become angry, the veins on his face bulged, and cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead, and his hands tightly grasped the corners of the quilt covering his body. In fantasy, Kocho Shinobu finally arrived at the scene, but the person she loved fell into a pool of blood. Elder sister, Kocho Shinobu shouted, rushed over, and helped Kanae up. Leave the Demon Slayer Corps for a while. I hope you can be as happy as an ordinary girl and grow old together. That's enough. Kanae gently raised her hand and stroked Kocho Shinobu's cheek and said, but her slender fingers were stained with red blood, leaving traces on Kocho Shinobu's face. I don't want it. I will never leave. I will definitely avenge my sister. Tell me what kind of ghost it is and who did it. Kocho Shinobu held Kanae's hand tightly and shouted. The tears in his eyes had already stained Kanae's clothes. Kanae was silent, just looking at Kocho Shinobu tenderly, as if she wanted to imprint her in her memory. Sister, tell me quickly, tell me who did it. Kocho Shinobu cried and pleaded. Kanae looked at Kocho Shinobu's appearance, feeling unbearable in her heart, and finally told her the truth. It's a ghost with blood splashed on his head. He's smiling all over his face. Kanae felt her body's weakness becoming more and more obvious. She knew she was going to die and would never see Kocho Shinobu's smile again. I'm sorry, Xiao Ren. Tears flowed from Kanae's eyes, and she finally closed her eyes with reluctance. Chapter 141 Human beings are so complicated. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 141 313. Chapter 141 Human beings are so complicated. Kanae completely fell into the arms of Kocho Shinobu, and the world changed, turning back to a bloody world. The memories in the real world also returned. Tears were still flowing in Kocho Shinobu's eyes. She lowered her head and there was no expression on her face. It's like losing his soul. I will definitely avenge you, sister. Then the bloody world changed and reincarnation reappeared. In real world, Kocho Shinobu suddenly shouted, sister, and then fell silent again. The veins on his face slowly dissipated, and the tear stains at the corners of his eyes were still clearly visible. The smile came back to her face. His breath also became calmer. It stands to reason that this skill should have ended long ago. Why hasn't she woke up yet? Does it mean she doesn't want to wake up? Feng Yu looked at Kocho Shinobu and murmured. Master, she started the previous scene again, exactly the same. At this time, Xiaobai on the side said. Feng Yu nodded, thinking whether he should let Xiaobai wake up Kocho Shinobu. Just thinking that Kocho Shinobu might be the reason why he didn't want to wake up, Feng Yu couldn't make up his mind. He had no choice but to tell Xiaobai that after this illusion, if Kocho Shinobu hadn't woken up yet, he would enter her dream and wake her up. Feng Yu got up and came outside the wooden house. Take a deep breath. He vaguely guessed the reason why Kocho Shinobu didn't want to wake up. Perhaps Kocho Shinobu also died on the day Kanae died. A gust of wind blew by, and the trees in Sagiri Mountain made a, Sasha, sound, as if responding to Feng Yu. The gentle sunshine shone on his face, and the scenes of meeting and getting along with Kocho Shinobu also appeared in his mind. Her gentle and considerate true face was hidden underneath. The Kocho Shinobu who dared to love, hate, and show his emotions on his face has disappeared. She lived like her sister, but she never thought that she had already died with the death of Kanae. Are you confused about Kocho Shinobu? At this time, the voice of Nedeki Sakanji came from behind. Feng Yu turned around and nodded. That child is also a pitiful child. I once met her sister, who is also a gifted girl, and also a very good girl. Unfortunately, during a mission, killed by a ghost, when Kocho Shinobu arrived, her sister had already fallen into a pool of blood and was dying. Since then, her personality has changed drastically. She no longer looks like herself, but like her sister, gentle and kind. That child worked very hard, but due to lack of wrist strength, she couldn't cut off the ghost's head, so she found another way and used her own advantages to develop a toxin that could kill ghosts, and her body was actually filled with wisteria flowers, poison, in order to one day die together with that ghost. Rintaki Sakanji's voice was trembling, and at the same time, it was filled with regret and heartache. I can't see through your current strength. I hope you can help her more. Then the two fell into silence. This side of Butterfly House. Since Nanako joined the training, the atmosphere has become more lively. Although Nanako's training intensity is no worse than that of Zenitsu and Inosuke, regardless of her age or height, her speed can also vaguely catch up with them. What kind of monster is this? Why are Tanjiro's friends so powerful? Zenitsu shouted while looking at Nanako who was training. He was so tired now that he collapsed on the ground and kept panting, but he rejoined the training after a while. Inosuke, on the other hand, felt a crisis. Nanako, who had just arrived for the first day, was almost catching up with them. This made the proud man unconvinced and tried his best to accept the training. Come on Nanako, come on Nanako, ... On the side, Kiyoshi Terauchi and others kept cheering for Nanako. Tanjiro couldn't help clenching his fists while watching the training of the three of them, and seemed to be infected by their training. In the Purgatory family courtyard, the boy with yellow hair was clenching the knife in his hand and waving it around. On the ground beside them were 3 books with the words Breath of Fire printed in large letters on their covers. Full concentration Breath of Fire 1 type Shiranui. The blade of the blade began to be wrapped in flames in response to the boy's breathing and sword skills. At the same time, he took one step forward and quickly swung the blade towards the wooden man in front of him. Bang! The blade fell on the wooden man, passed by, and the wooden man's head fell to the ground. I succeeded, Purgatory Senjuro shouted in surprise. At the same time, tears flowed from my eyes. I finally have the hope of becoming a swordsman. I can finally help my brother. Give me wine. Bring me wine. A bunch of losers will die outside sooner or later. Masakijiro's curses rang out in the room, bringing Senjuro back to reality. Only this time, his eyes were shining with light, no longer gloomy and sad. After cleaning up the scene, he went to get wine for his father. This side of MT. Sagi. Kocho Shinobu still didn't wake up after experiencing the second reincarnation nightmare, so Feng Yu asked Xiaobai to directly bring her back to reality. When he woke up, Kocho Shinobu looked at the beams on the roof with dull eyes, tears falling continuously in his eyes. Thank you very much, Mr. Feng Yu, for letting me see my sister again. Kocho Shinobu had a smile on his face, but the sadness in his heart was even more uncomfortable. How I want to continue to stay with my sister. Feng Yu looked at her and sighed, knowing in his heart that this was the reason why Kocho Shinobu didn't want to wake up. As for the training, let's slow down for a while and wait until you adjust your condition before proceeding. Feng Yu gently helped her up, then poured a bowl of warm water for her to drink. You are such a gentle person, Mr. Feng Yu. Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu and smiled. Then he slowly stood up. Feng Yu could feel changes taking place in her body. It seemed that her mental power had been strengthened, and her aura had also become much stronger. Kocho Shinobu walks out of the wooden house. He raised his hand and let the sun shine on his palm. The sun is still so warm, just like the temperature on my sister's body. Feng Yu looked at her silently from behind, while Xiaobai looked at Kocho Shinobu with a strange look. It doesn't understand that Kocho Shinobu's face is smiling, but under its eyes, she can see the sadness in her heart. Why do you look so happy even though you feel so uncomfortable? Why don't you cry? Human beings are really complicated. Chapter 142 Enhanced Version of Reincarnation Nightmare. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 142 313. Chapter 142 Enhanced Version of Reincarnation Nightmare. After 3 days of emotional adjustment, Kocho Shinobu also asked Feng Yu again to continue to cast the nightmare of reincarnation on her and experience the reincarnation of death again and again. Feng Yu looked at Kocho Shinobu standing in front of him, and wondered whether he should add something exciting to her. In addition to Kanae's death, he would also weave other nightmares to let her experience the feeling of death. But Feng Yu is worried that Kocho Shinobu will have mental problems. After all, death over and over again can cause mental breakdown. But this is also the fastest way to make Kocho Shinobu improve, but it is also the worst way. I have never seen Doma's appearance in this world, and I can't weave his figure into the nightmare of reincarnation. However, you can fantasize about the appearance of other ghosts, such as Ling Yuzi and Bing Yi. It is an illusion anyway, and the strength can be woven to become more powerful. The more Feng Yu thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. The more powerful the ghosts he weaves are, the more despair he will make Kocho Shinobu feel. When everyone is killed, the mental blow will undoubtedly be huge. Kocho Shinobu, do you want to experience a more painful dream? Feng Yu looked at her and said, it doesn't matter, Mr. Feng Yu, as long as it can improve my strength, I am willing to do anything. Kocho Shinobu said with a smile that after experiencing the nightmare of reincarnation in the first 3 days, her strength has improved a lot, and her ability to control the body and mental strength have improved a lot. This made her feel a sense of pleasure. Although the experience in the reincarnation nightmare made her collapse, when she thought of the hope of killing the ghost, she no longer felt a trace of fear in her heart. Feng Yu-kun, let's get started. Kocho Shinobu looked ready, waiting for Feng Yu to activate his skills. When Feng Yu saw this, he didn't say anything more, and then activated the skill of reincarnation nightmare. After a while, Kocho Shinobu fell to the ground, and Feng Yu was half kneeling, looking pale and panting. Obviously this time the consumption was more than the last time. Feng Yu quickly took out a healing pill and put it in his mouth, and then slowly began to relax. This skill really consumes too much. It just hollowed out my body. Feng Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then with Xiaobai's help, he sat aside and closed his eyes to rest. Only this time, Kocho Shinobu's expression showed pain from the beginning. Hope you can make it through. Feng Yu looked at her and murmured. Then he closed his eyes and replenished his mental strength. That woman is actually experiencing such a terrible dream. Xiaobai looked at the sleeping Kocho Shinobu and couldn't help being surprised, because he saw Kocho Shinobu fighting desperately. In the nightmare of reincarnation, Kocho Shinobu was currently being protected by his sister Kanae, looking desperately at the countless ghosts in front of him. The originally peaceful butterfly house has been destroyed and the ground is in a mess, with blood, fighting, chaos, death. Everyone in Butterfly House had been brutally killed and devoured by the ghosts, leaving only her and Kanae struggling bitterly. Xiao Ren, don't be afraid. I'm here. Kanae gently touched Kocho Shinobu's forehead and said. It's just that at this time, Kocho Shinobu was already shocked by everything he had experienced so far. One by one, his former partners fell in front of him, one after another. Kocho Shinobu's head was filled with screams of death. Xiao Ren, if you find a chance later, you must run away quickly. Tears flowed from Kanae's eyes. She held the Nichirin sword tightly in her hand, and her face was ready for sacrifice. She knew that they probably wouldn't be able to wait for the Demon Slayer corpse rescue, and she also knew that she and Kocho Shinobu couldn't escape this Shirafield-like scene. Xiao Ren, promise my sister, if I tell you to run later, you will run as fast as you can and don't look back. No matter what you hear, don't look back. Kocho Shinobu looked at Kanae and cried and said, I don't want, sister, let's go together. As long as the rescue from the Demon Slayer Corps arrives, we will be safe. I don't want to leave, I want to stay with you, even if it means death, I am willing to. Kocho Shinobu shouted, but Kanae shook her head. It's better to die alone than two people. I hope you live well. If you really survive, I hope you can quit the Demon Slayer Corps and be an ordinary girl, living happily until Whitehead. I don't. Kocho Shinobu shouted. Gia, what a touching scene. The demonized sick leaf looked at the two of them and couldn't help laughing. Since we love each other so much, why don't you two eat them together and make the dough round in my belly? Gia. Bianye's eyes were full of greedy desire, and he also wanted to tease Kocho Shinobu and the others. Kanae ignored Kocho Shinobu's joking words, but the smile disappeared from her face. She stroked Kocho Shinobu's face and said, Xiao Shinobu is the best. You must run hard and run desperately. Quote. Then, he stood up and faced the laughing sick leaves. Sudden, Kanae took out a bag of purple powder from her arms and sprinkled it in the air. Complete collection breath of flowers shape of Wu fruitless peony. Countless petals began to fly, and the powder spread in all directions. Xiao Ren, run quickly. Kanae yelled. The ghosts who wanted to attack were all resisted by petals and powder. Kocho Shinobu looked at his sister's figure, tears in his eyes could not stop flowing. He clenched the Nichirin sword in his hand, bit his lip and shouted, I don't want it. I want to stay with my sister. Kocho Shinobu rushed forward and helped Kanae kill the oncoming ghosts together. It's like there's no end to the ghosts to kill, and as soon as one is killed, another one will take over. The demonized sick leaf stood on the eaves, squinting his eyes, with a wild smile on his face. Interesting. You actually thought of using wisteria flower pollen to ward us off. Gia, it's a pity that no matter how many tricks you try, you can't escape from my grasp. Xiao Ren, why are you disobedient? Kanae slashed an evil ghost, sighed and looked at Kocho Shinobu and said. Sister, we must die together. I will never abandon you. Kocho Shinobu shouted. Kanae had no choice but to launch more violent attacks to help Kocho Shinobu reduce the pressure. It's just that he can't finish killing all the demons, but his physical strength is constantly being consumed. In addition, Kocho Shinobu was not strong enough at this time, and it is really difficult to fight against so many ghosts. Gradually, injuries began to appear on Kocho Shinobu's body, and the two of them also consumed a lot of physical strength, resisting the attacking evil spirits back to back. The two of them kept panting, and the movements in their hands gradually slowed down. But at the moment when Kanae was distracted, a sharp claw penetrated Kanae's chest directly. Plop, a sound. Then bright red blood fell on Kocho Shinobu's face. No, Kocho Shinobu shouted, and the Nichirin sword swung towards the ghost claw, but was easily dodged. The moment the ghost claw was pulled out, it was still holding the beating heart. The sick leaf jumped into the distance, looked at Kocho Shinobu and laughed. Ah, what a sweet blood, what a delicious heart, I can't wait to eat it. Then he threw it into his mouth in one bite, and licked his lips after eating, with a look of unfinished expression on his face. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. Bingyi opened his arms and laughed wildly. Kocho Shinobu hugged Kanae, who fell to the ground and watched with his own eyes as the sick leaf ate his sister's heart into his stomach. She was stunned. Anger, endless anger. Xiao Ren, I'm sorry, my sister may be dead, you hurry up, that guy, it's not something you can handle. Kanae vomited blood, and the blood hole in her chest was still bleeding. If she hadn't used all her concentrated breathing to stop the injuries in time, she might have completely lost her breath the moment her heart left her body. But now it can't hold on for long. Xiao Ren, let's go. Kanae's hand fell down weakly, and her gentle eyes slowly closed. She died in Kocho Shinobu's arms. No, sister, wake up quickly. Kocho Shinobu burst into tears and kept shaking Kanae's body, but it had no effect at all. On the contrary, Kanae's body temperature was gradually fading away, replaced by coldness. Kocho Shinobu cried on Kanae's face, knowing that her sister was dead, really dead. Everyone in Butterfly House died, and she was the only one left. Everyone is dead. Kocho Shinobu's body began to tremble, and his face gradually became crazy. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Kocho Shinobu's eyes shed tears of blood, and she gently put down Kanae's body. His face was already numb with laughter, and his eyes were only dull except for blood and tears. He, my gentle sister is dead. Can't you help but go down and accompany her? Don't be anxious, I will let you live and let you watch your favorite sister bit by bit with your own eyes. Eaten by me. A sickly smile appeared on the face of the demon sick leaf, and he kept licking the finger stained with Kanae's blood with his tongue. Kocho Shinobu didn't speak, he just raised the Nichirin sword and attacked the diseased leaves. If you're so naughty, I'll make you unable to move first. Then the ghost claws grew longer and rushed towards Kocho Shinobu. Pooch. Ah, I didn't expect you to be as delicious as your sister, ha ha ha. The sick leaf took the severed hand and then devoured it. On the other hand, Kocho Shinobu fell in a pool of blood, her body trembling, and the pain of her broken arm made her bite her lip. What a strong child he is. He can endure the pain of a broken arm without making a sound. Bian Yi smiled. Then he jumped up in front of Kocho Shinobu, squatted down and looked at Kocho Shinobu jokingly. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and stared at him. The remaining hand held the Nichirin sword tightly and wanted to stab the sick leaf, but he was easily dodged. Anyway, if you're so naughty, I'll eat all your body. Pooch. Kocho Shinobu's other arm and 2 legs were removed directly. Ah, she suddenly lost her limbs, and the severe pain made her cry out. What a beautiful cry. This is a good and obedient child. You have to cry out when it hurts. Don't hold it in. Bianye laughed wildly, and then ate Kocho Shinobu's arms and legs bit by bit. How does it feel to watch your arms and legs being eaten? Hey, Bianye said with a smile, then squatted down and gently picked up Kocho Shinobu's body. All limbs were eaten, and Kocho Shinobu was left at his mercy. Please, you, don't, eat, my, sister. Kocho Shinobu's face was pale, and the pain in her body made her speechless. There was despair in her eyes, and she kept praying to the sick leaves. It's really pitiful, it's a pity that I can't agree to it. Bian Yi smiled. Then he put Kocho Shinobu in a position where he could see the next movement of the diseased leaf. Then, please enjoy the scene of enjoying delicious food. Woo-woo. Don't. Kocho Shinobu's body was shaking, but he could do nothing. The chewing sound in my ears is getting louder and louder. The diseased leaves are devouring Kanae's body. Chapter 143. Something is wrong. Kocho Shinobu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 143 313. Chapter 143. Something is wrong. Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Shinobu's body was struggling continuously, and the bleeding from the broken limbs that he lost had stopped, but because of the struggle, his breathing was messed up, and the bleeding started again. Kocho Shinobu looked at the sky in despair, his tears had long dried up, leaving a deep trace. Sister, everyone. The soil beneath him had turned blood red, the chewing sound stopped, and only the torn clothes were left on the body of Kanae, who had been lying there. There were pieces of meat and scraps of clothes all over the floor. Hey, let me tell you, what's going on with you? You're so bad, you've made yourself dirty. Bingyi saw Kocho Shinobu lying on the ground, covered in mud and blood, and said dissatisfied. As expected, the texture of the meat changes after death, so you still have to eat it while it's alive. The sick leaf came to Kocho Shinobu's body and looked down at him. I'm sorry, little sister, your sister has already been eaten by me. Bingyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then rubbed his stomach and joked. Since you love each other so much, then I will satisfy you and let you reunite together. He. At this time, Kocho Shinobu's eyes were dim, and he did not make any movements, just staring blankly at the sky. Don't show such an expression. Be happy and think that you will be reunited with your sister soon. This should be a happy thing. Bian Yi smiled, then opened his mouth, exposed his fangs, and bit Kocho Shinobu. Eating it one bite at a time. Kocho Shinobu felt the pain coming from her body, but she didn't cry out. Her body had no strength, and she couldn't even speak. She wanted to die, she didn't want to be tortured like this, but she couldn't die. Watching your body being eaten is a kind of torture, mental torture. Finally, the body was completely eaten, leaving only a head, but Kocho Shinobu was still alive. Looking at the blood plate swallowing her cheek, her eyes were full of despair. Goodbye, everyone. World broken. The nightmare of reincarnation ends. In the familiar blood-red world, Kocho Shinobu lay on the ground, opened his eyes, and the sealed memories began to return. The scenes of the reincarnation nightmare reappeared one after another, even the pain felt the same. Kocho Shinobu trembled, recalling the feeling when her body was eaten by ghosts. A crazy smile appeared on her face. So this is what death feels like. In real world, seeing the end of Kocho Shinobu's illusion, Xiaobai couldn't help but remind him, Master, this person's illusion is over, but she seems to have become a little different. Xiaobai couldn't help but shudder when he looked at Kocho Shinobu in the bloody world. It can feel that Kocho Shinobu in the bloody world is in a very wrong state at this time, full of despair, killing, and madness. Just like the endless murmuring aura of despair that came to its ears when it first accepted the power of the idol. Feng Yu opened his eyes. He couldn't see the world in Xiaobai's eyes. He could only open the transparent world to check the situation on Kocho Shinobu. Sure enough, the situation is not right, the worst result has occurred. Feng Yu thought for a while, took out a blue pill and stuffed it into Kocho Shinobu's mouth. After taking the elixir into his mouth, Kocho Shinobu, who still had a painful expression on his face, suddenly felt relieved. Then he slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at Feng Yu. After a while, Kocho Shinobu's expression began to move slightly, and then he said with a smile, Feng Yu-kun, if you look at me like this, I will be shy. Hearing this, Feng Yu didn't want to see it again, and just said lightly, it'll be fine when you wake up. Are you still feeling uncomfortable anywhere in your body? Kocho Shinobu shook his head. I need to adjust. This illusion needs to be digested. By the way, Mr. Feng Yu, I can feel that there seems to be a sweet and cool energy at the end that pulls me back to reality. Is that also your masterpiece? Kocho Shinobu asked. Well, this is a new pill, the Nichirin pill. Its function is to replenish the consumption of mental power. Feng Yu took out the azure blue Nichirin pill and put it in Kocho Shinobu's hand and continued, keep this pill as a spare. I can feel that something is wrong with your state this time. Kocho Shinobu did not shirk and accepted the Nichirin pill. Afterwards, Feng Yu did not continue to disturb her, but went straight to the wooden house where Ningtaki Sakanji was staying and closed his eyes to rest. But after Feng Yu left, the same smile as in the bloody world appeared on Kocho Shinobu's face. This side of Butterfly House. Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Nanako had successfully matured, and they all lay on the floor tiredly. Damn it, how could I fall? I am the strongest. I really want to rest. I must work harder to live up to Master Feng Yu's expectations. The three of them lay on the ground together, panting to regain their strength. And the other side, Tanjiro stayed with Kanao. I don't know if it was out of curiosity or something, but Kanao came to the place where Tanjiro was training and watched him dance the fire god Kagura, with a trace of doubt on his face. Kanao, why are you here? Tanjiro couldn't help shouting when he saw that the person coming was Kanao. Kanao didn't speak, just looked at him quietly, and then sat aside. Then he took out a coin and threw it into the air, and a big head appeared. Let me see you. What were you doing just now? Kanao asked. Ha ha ha, this is our family's sacrificial dance. Senior brother Feng Yu asked me to practice it. Tanjiro said. Kanao nodded and then fell silent. Ah, why didn't she speak? Did I say something wrong? Tanjiro looked at Kanao a little confused. After seeing that she really didn't speak and just sat quietly aside, Tanjiro could only walk aside in confusion and continue to dance the ritual dance. It's just that my attention is not so focused. Another half-month has passed. Kocho Shinobu finally approached Feng Yu again this time and asked him to enter the world of reincarnation nightmare again. Are you really ready? Feng Yu stared at Kocho Shinobu and said, you are ready. Don't worry about me, and I can already feel that maybe after experiencing this illusion, I may be able to break through. Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. Feng Yu looked at her and recalled that Kocho Shinobu seemed to have changed after the last reincarnation nightmare. His personality seemed a little different, but he couldn't see any difference. He was a little worried. It's okay, Feng Yu-kun. Kocho Shinobu seemed to have noticed Feng Yu's worries and smiled. Feng Yu didn't know what to say, but he had a vague premonition in his heart. In the end, Kocho Shinobu's request was not ignored and he cast the reincarnation nightmare again. Xiaobai, please watch her carefully. If anything happens, you must tell me as soon as possible. If necessary, feed this elixir to her. Feng Yu's face turned pale. He took out the Nichirin pill, placed it next to Kocho Shinobu and gave instructions. Then he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Chapter 144 The Eve of Infinity Train. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 144 313. Chapter 144 The Eve of Infinity Train. Before dawn, a dark shadow flashed over Butterfly House and landed on the window where Tanjiro and others were sleeping. It's morning, get up quickly. The crow shouted. Tanjiro opened his eyes and sat on the bed, looking at the bird in confusion. It's so noisy, Inosuke said groggily. Zenitsu sat on the bed without even opening his eyes and said in a daze, is something wrong? Seeing that the three of them had gotten up, Yanya said seriously, the casualties of the infinite train have expanded, and there are more than 40 people whose whereabouts are unknown. Go to the scene of the incident to meet with Infernal Angelo, and head to the west immediately. When the three of them heard this, their expressions began to turn solemn, and their original tiredness disappeared. Infinity Train. Tanjiro looked at the crow and murmured, then it's time to quickly get up and pack your things. The sun rises, this side of Mt. Sagi. Xiao Hei's figure came to Feng Yu like a ray of yellow lightning. Master, the Mugen Train mission you asked me to pay attention to is about to begin. Today Tanjiro will meet up with Infernal Angelo. Xiao Hei shouted. Feng Yu opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Is it coming so soon? It's just that Kocho Shinobu hasn't woken up yet, it's a bit inseparable. Feng Yu looked at Kocho Shinobu with a face full of pain and couldn't help but worry. Yesterday I saw something was wrong with Kocho Shinobu and planned to wait for her to wake up, but now the plot of Mugen Train has begun. According to Ubuyashiki Yazai's prophecy, an accident will probably happen to Purgatory Angelo. Damn it, I chose this time. At this time, Xiaobai on the side saw Feng Yu's embarrassment and said, Master, you can go with peace of mind, it will be fine if Grandpa Lintaki and I are here to watch her. Xiaobai rubbed his body against Feng Yu lovingly, then jumped to sit next to Kocho Shinobu. Master, if you are worried, you can leave some of the previous pills for me. If she is not in the right condition, I will feed them to her. Xiaobai's four tails were swaying in the air, looking like he could just leave it to me. Squeak. The door was opened, and Nintaki Sakan came over after hearing the sound. What happened? Kintaki Sakanji asked doubtfully. Feng Yu glanced at Kocho Shinobu, and then truthfully told Mugen Train's mission, and said that there might be many changes in this mission. He wanted to accompany Tanjiro and others, but Kocho Shinobu hadn't woken up yet. Caught in a dilemma, Nintaki Sakanji didn't know that Feng Yu noticed something was wrong with Kocho Shinobu's state. Although he was a little confused about why Feng Yu was worried about Kocho Shinobu, seeing his expression like this, he also had a vague feeling that it might be true that the matter was serious. Just go ahead, I will watch over Kocho Shinobu, said Kintaki Sakanji, and me, Grandpa Lintaki, and me. Xiaobai jumped on Netaki Sakanji's shoulder and rubbed his cheek with his head. For the first time, Nintaki Sato scratched Xiaobai's chin like he was teasing a kitten, and then held him in his arms. Well, and you? Seeing that Lintaki Sakanji also said the same, Feng Yu did not delay, so he took out the Ningxian pill from his arms and handed it into the hands of Lintaki Sakanji. This is a tranquilizing pill. Whenever something goes wrong with Kocho Shinobu while she is sleeping, or she wakes up in a sluggish state, feed it to her. Feng Yu said seriously. I see, said Kintaki Sakanji. Afterwards, Feng Yu came outside the house and jumped on Xiao Hei's back, flying in the direction of the infinite train. Here at Butterfly House, after Tanjiro and others packed their luggage, they began to say goodbye to everyone one by one. The first thing Tanjiro found was Kanzaki Aoi. At this time, she was still drying the sheets and quilts she had changed. Miss Kanzaki Aoi, I have to go out to complete the task. Thank you very much for your care during this time. Tanjiro smiled. Well, you're leaving. Although we haven't been together for long, I'm glad to meet you. Please work hard and be careful along the way. Kanzaki Aoi said, you are so busy and still take care of us. Thank you very much for allowing us to improve our strength and fight better. Tanjiro looked at her and smiled. No need to thank me, I was just a coward who was lucky enough to survive the selection and couldn't fight because he was too timid. Kanzaki Aoi looked gloomy, lowered his head and said gloomily. There is no such thing. Miss Shaokui who helped us is already very powerful. I will use Miss Shaokui's will to protect more people and kill more ghosts. Tanjiro said softly. Then he left quickly. Then I'm leaving. If I get injured in the future, I'll ask you to take care of me. A gust of wind blew by, as if Tanjiro's gentle words comforted Kanzaki Aoi's heart. Kanzaki Aoi looked at Tanjiro's leaving figure and whispered something. Thank you, Tanjiro. Tanjiro trotted along, but did not see Kanao. Finally, I thought about it and came to the usual training venue. Looking from a distance, sure enough, that quiet figure was sitting in a familiar position. Finally found you, Kanao. Tanjiro waved and shouted as he ran. Kanao looked at him quietly, with a peaceful smile on his face. We are about to leave. Thank you very much for this time. Tanjiro smiled, but the atmosphere suddenly seemed a little awkward, because Kanao didn't speak at all, just looked at her quietly. Then he took out a coin from his arms and threw it into the air. Hey, what's wrong? Tanjiro looked at her with confusion. Seeing the reverse side of the coin, Kanao said, I just followed the master's instructions and have no position to accept your thanks. Goodbye. She talked to me, Tanjiro exclaimed. What did you throw away just now? Was it money? Tanjiro asked in surprise. Goodbye. Kanao still said the same thing, but then added. It also says front and back, why would you throw it away, and it can also flip in the air. I will throw this to make a decision without receiving instructions. I was deciding whether to talk to you just now. I didn't tell you heads, but I said tails. Because I threw tails, I talked to you. Goodbye. Why don't you make your own decision? What does Kanao MI want to do? Tanjiro asked, sitting next to her. Because everything is fine no matter what, I can't make a decision on my own. Kanao said with a smile. I think nothing in this world should be good. It must be because the voice in your heart is too quiet. But it is also important to follow instructions. Tanjiro pondered for a while, and then asked, "By the way, can you lend me yours?" Kanao looked at him, nodded, and put the coin into Tanjiro's hand. "Thanks." Tanjiro took the coin, then stood up and walked to the distance, looked at Kanao head on and said, "Okay, I will use this to make my decision this time." "Decide what?" Kanao was puzzled. "I have decided to listen carefully to my inner voice from now on." Bite. The coin was thrown into the air by Tanjiro. "No, I threw it too high." "Head, it must be head." "Head." Kanao must obey his heart from today on. Looking at Tanjiro's appearance, Kanao's heart seemed to be touched. Come on, is it the one?" Tanjiro watched the coin fall, and then continued to do so. Got it. Then he ran towards Kanao excitedly. "Look, Kanao." Tanjiro's hand slowly moved away. Kanao suddenly became nervous. Which side is it? It was blocked by his hand from the moment it fell. "It's the front." After moving his hand away, the front side of the coin was also revealed. Tanjiro shouted, then held Kanao's hands tightly and said, "The heart is the driving force of human beings, and it will become stronger and stronger." Kanao looked at him in shock. But Tanjiro then said, "Then it's time for me to leave. See you later." In the end, only Kanao, who was still surprised, was left standing there. Why would you throw out the front?" Kanao shouted. "I watched him throw the coin, and he didn't do anything." When Tanjiro heard Kanao's voice, he stopped, turned around and said with a smile, "It was accidental, and even if I throw tails, I will keep throwing it until heads." Listening to Tanjiro's words, Kanao's heart was completely shaken. Tanjiro at this moment left a deep mark on her heart. "Then, you should take care of yourself." Tanjiro smiled and ran away. Kanao looked at the coin in his hand and fell into thought. At last, Tanjiro found Zenitsu and Inosuke who were taking on the final gourd blowing challenge. I saw the two of them holding up a gourd as big as a human and blowing fiercely, and then the sound of explosion spread. "Congratulations," Terauchi Kiyoshi and the others said, then took out a box of bento and handed it to them. "Please defeat many ghosts." "Well, we will," Tanjiro said. Nanako stood aside and watched them quietly, clenching her fists tightly. "Nanako, you should take care of yourself and wait until we come back." Tanjiro looked at Nanako and shouted. Nanako also stood beside Kiyoshi and the others and said goodbye to them. "You will definitely be sad if I leave," Zenitsu said with a grimace. "I won't be sad at all. Mr. Zenitsu must pay attention to your words and deeds when talking to girls, don't be so frivolous." Temple Kiyoshi and three others said in unison. "How could this happen? Woohoo!" Zenitsu cried. Nanako took a step forward, held Inosuke's hand and said, "Mr. Inosuke must come back safely." "I will." Nanako's face turned red, and then she said quickly, "If I don't come back soon, I will be stronger than Mr. Inosuke." HMPH. Inosuke blew out a stream of white air and shouted, "A-hole, how could I lose to a little kid like you?" "Well, everyone, take care, we're off." Tanjiro smiled. Then the three of them embarked on their journey. Chapter 145 Xiaofu and Grandma. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 145 313. Chapter 145 Xiaofu and Grandma. On the other side, Purgatory Andro had arrived at the train station early and was eating noodles in a small noodle shop. 5 ants. Purgatory Andro couldn't help but exclaim how delicious the noodles were. After eating every drop of the soup and water, the team members who went on the mission with Purgatory Andro also came here to gather. "Well, come here and sit down." Purgatory Andro shouted enthusiastically. "Boss, give this young man a bowl of the same noodles." The boss looked at the two of them, nodded, and then started making noodles. "Is it really possible, Master Yenju?" The team members couldn't believe that Yanzu would invite him to eat noodles together. "Well, it doesn't matter, I want another bowl too." Soon the noodles were brought to the table by the boss. Seeing the empty bowl, the boss couldn't help but said, "You look so bold when eating. Please wait a moment, the noodles will be made soon." The boss cleared away the dishes and then went to make noodles. "Lord Yenju, it was all thanks to you last night," the team members said gratefully. "No, I arrived after the ghost escaped, but the injured woman, is she okay?" Andro asked. The doctor said there won't be any scars. "Really? Fortunately, it was handled early." After the fragrant noodles were made, the boss slowly delivered them to Xingqiu Lang's table. "This is?" Andro asked suspiciously when he saw the dish presented by the boss. "This is for you," the boss said nonchalantly. "Arigato, I'm going to start." The two of them started to swipe together, making sizzling sounds. "It's so delicious, boss. This noodles is so delicious that I can open a restaurant in Ueno without any problem." The team member said. "You are nosy." The boss picked up the newspaper on the side and read it with interest. "Boss, how is business?" "What did you say?" The boss replied in a helpless tone. "There are killer monsters along this railway line, so there are very few people going out. The criminals may have used the train to move, and in the end they had to fire the employees. I heard that the nearest train conductor was also killed. Besides, the unlimited train should have stopped running. I heard that the train seemed to have encountered a god. All 40 people in the car disappeared." Seeing that the newspapers were full of recent deaths, the boss said slowly. "Well, it's really scary." Andro responded. "Lord Yenju, let's get back to the subject. We have found the location of the Infinity Train. According to intelligence, it was secretly transported to a certain garage." The team member said solemnly. I see. Andro picked up the fried dough given by the boss and took a bite. 5 ants. ... Soon the sky darkened, and the two of them said goodbye to the noodle shop owner and walked into the station. Lord Yenju, are you going to find Mugen Train? The team member asked. Well, let's go inside the station and observe the situation. ... Nothing unusual. After the team members and Andros Heikro checked the station and found nothing unusual, they came back to gather. I've looked everywhere and found nothing out of the ordinary. I've already said that there are no ghosts in this world, and you start telling stories about ghosts again. You can't do this. I have to work hard to sell bento boxes. My mother is pregnant now, and the restaurant my father runs is not doing well. The little girl's voice came from inside the station, attracting Andro's attention. Listening to the quarrel coming from inside, Xingjulong walked in. What caught his eye was a girl sitting on the ground holding a box of bento in her arms, and behind her on the platform was a kind-faced old woman looking helplessly at the girl on the ground. Grandmother. At this time, Xiaofu spotted Xingjulong and couldn't help but look at him. Good night, it's such a cool moonlit night. I'm looking for ghosts. Have you ever seen ghosts? Andro yelled at Kofuku. Hey, so sudden. The team members behind him were shocked when they saw Andro asking such a sudden question. Lord Yenju, your question is too direct. The crows on the team members' shoulders couldn't help shouting. When the girl's grandmother saw Purgatory Andro, she looked at him on behalf of him. Madam, do you know something? Andro asked, but Xiaofu stood up immediately and opened his arms to block her grandmother's face. Ghost, wait, what do you want to do? Don't come near us, Xiaofu said nervously, fearing that Xingjuro in front of him was the murderous demon who had been causing a lot of trouble recently. The bread in his hand couldn't help but tremble. Be careful, if you tremble like this, you will drop the precious red bean bread. Andro said hurriedly, but Xiaofu shouted, don't come over. The bread in his hand also hit Xingjulong's face. Everyone present was shocked, but Xingjulong took the bread off his face and took a bite. 5 ants. I don't know how ghosts like that can exist. Xiaofu said. Xiaofu, stop talking, this person is not a bad person. Xiaofu's grandmother gently put her hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Then, with the comfort of her grandmother, Xiaofu also solemnly apologized to Andro. I'm very sorry, it's all because of the recent murderous demon that made me nervous. From the conversation I just received, I learned that you started preparing before dawn so that we can sell lunches when we come. Thank you very much. It is because of people like you that we can fill up our strength and cut all the lead to solve the problem of humans and demons. After saying that, he turned around and left, but Xiaofu stopped him. Final. The team members were loaded with lunch boxes and bread. After Xingjulong left, Xiaofu's grandmother began to urge Xiaofu to leave this place quickly, and at the same time she had an ominous premonition in her heart. Chapter 146 The Killing Devil. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 146 313. Chapter 146 The Killing Devil. The train rumbled and started, and Andro walked up without anyone noticing. When the train inspector checked the condition of the carriage, he saw Andro through the glass on the door. Who the hell are you? The inspector shouted nervously. Pulling off the purple cloth wrapping the bento, Andro said, obviously, I am a bento seller. Do you want to buy one? The inspector explained. No, this train is bound for the garage. Well, I understand, but I heard that the Infinity Train is also there, and I have something to look for it. Andro said. The Infinity Train, but it's no longer in the garage. It was driven to the repair shop for refurbishment this morning, that's where. The inspector pointed towards a brightly lit place. The train moves slowly. Arigato, then I'll get off here. Andro came to the back of the car, and the strong airflow made the yellow feather fabric on his body sway constantly. Chew bean sack, get off here. By the time the inspector came to his senses, Andro had already jumped up with the lunchbox in both hands and jumped steadily onto another track. Step by step, we walked into the maintenance shop and finally saw the Infinity Train parked here. Infinity Train, it turns out that, although it is very thin, the ghost's aura still remains. Andro said as he looked at the train with the word, infinite, written in big letters. Wait a minute, that person over there is not allowed to enter here. The maintenance director came to Xingjulong and said, hello, I was entrusted by the railway administration to deliver lunch boxes to people here. Andro said with a righteous expression. Hey, the lunchbox delivery guy is here. The factory director shouted, and soon the staff began to gather, with smiles on their faces. Take a copy and give it to that boy Achin who is resting in the computer room. The factory director picked up a lunch box and handed it to the employees on the side. Yes, master. The employee took the lunch and left. Why was the Infinity Train moved here? Andro asked. The factory manager smiled. There is no problem with the car body, but the world says it is a train that can eat people. We are not reconciled to this, so now that it is determined that it will start running again, we want to do our best to repair it and get it back on the road. On the road? Andro asked. Yes, the train will leave tomorrow night, that's why everyone is like this. Before the factory director could finish speaking, a horrified shout interrupted everyone. Andro also felt the ghost's aura, and his demeanor changed instantly. He held the Nichirin sword at his waist and ran quickly in the direction of the cry. There is a ghost, there is a ghost. Yanya reminded. Andro soon arrived at the scene of the incident. The employee who had previously delivered the lunch slumped on the ground and kept retreating, looking at the terrifying figure in front of him in horror. The evil ghost slowly turned around, still holding a person hostage in his hand. Put down your hands, Anjiro said. A small section of the Nichirin sword on his waist had been drawn out and ready for use. Oh, he's a ghost hunter, he's so arrogant. The evil spirit looked at Anjiro and laughed, but was soon stimulated by the smell of the bento on the ground. What does this smell like? Then he stepped on the bento with his foot in disgust. After I became a ghost, I felt very disgusted with human food. The evil spirit said, that was done with care by someone I know. I can't forgive your behavior. Anjiro said, when I say it tastes bad, it tastes bad. Your blood smells bad too, kid. The evil ghost said in the ear of the boy in his hand. At the same time, his fingers continued to exert force, and the boy's body began to bleed. If you are a delicious human being, I will eat it. If you are an unpalatable human being, I will torture them all night long. The manslayer said with a smile. Unpleasant guy. Anjiro's fingers were stuck on the handle of the knife. If you are not willing to give in, then, try to chop me. The tattoo on the body of the slasher demon began to glow with blue light, and then like a ray of light, it kept passing by Anjiro, as if provoking. The employees who came were all frightened by the murderer and ran outside one after another. But Anjiro stood there quietly. After the slasher demon stopped, the Nichirin sword was unsheathed and slashed towards the demon. But it was easily dodged. When the manslayer demon saw this, he also said jokingly, I'm sorry, I'm holding this kid, it must be difficult for you to cut him, or you should kill him first. The manslayer's hand began to exert force, and the blood on the boy's body continued to flow out and drip on the ground. Save me, the boy said painfully. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue you. Anjiro said, you can't do it, yesterday was the same. The man-killing demon smiled proudly. I just tore another woman apart and felt so good. Looking at the words of the manslayer, Xingjulong replied, I see, I know how fast you are. But don't be too confident. I thought you ran away last night after noticing us coming, but it seems that you didn't even sense us. You can't do this kind of thing. As far as the speed of escaping is concerned, you are indeed very fast. We have quickly sought medical treatment for the victim last night, and I believe he will recover soon. Tisk, so what if she is rescued? She will probably live in the shadows for most of her life. The manslayer smiled. I won't let this happen. Even if it is a psychological trauma that is difficult to heal, we will spend more time healing it. Anjiro said, but the killer still looked arrogant. Let your hypocritical face see how powerful I am. I will kill that woman again. You can't do this kind of thing, she has been hidden by us. At this time, the manslayer demon looked at the bento on the ground and said, you just said your friend did it, then I will kill her. Seeing you unhappy makes me happy. Ha ha ha, if you want to save them, get to the station faster than me. And before that, I will kill this guy first. The manslayer demon shouted, and the claws in his hands began to use force. Boom, the fire appeared, and the manslayer's hands were cut into two pieces. Snort. The slasher quickly turned into a blue light and escaped from the station, then moved quickly along the railway track. After bandaging the boy's injuries, members of the Demon Slayer Corps also rushed over. Then Anjiro also started running towards the track quickly. Concentrate on breathing. Chapter 147 The Infinite Train starts. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 147 313. Chapter 147 The Infinite Train starts. Anjiro's speed became faster and faster, and flames began to ignite around his body, and then it was as if he had broken through the sound barrier. The man-killing devil arrived at the station first, and happened to meet Xiaofu, who came to help his grandmother decorate the shop. Mr. Train Conductor. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Xiaofu couldn't help but ask, but there was a sound in the darkness that frightened her. There's a smell, I smell it, it's you, your body is full of the unpleasant smell of bento. You and I are not at fault, it's all the ghost hunter's fault. The devil who slashed people was pressing forward step by step, but at this moment, a lunch fell on the devil who slashed people, and the unpleasant smell immediately made him extremely uncomfortable. Xiaofu, leave quickly, Xiaofu's grandmother shouted. Damn old woman, what are you doing? The man-killing demon stared at her fiercely while suppressing the feeling of nausea. At this time, Xiaofu also took this opportunity to quickly escape from here and came to the station track. But the blue light suddenly appeared, and the murderous devil suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbed her neck and pinned her down on the railway track. A strong feeling of suffocation came over, which made Xiaofu feel that death was coming. The slasher devil smiled evilly and raised one hand to grab Xiaofu. But the flames soaring into the sky struck instantly, cutting off the hamstrings of the slasher devil and sending him flying to the side, while also saving Xiaofu. Who are you? Xiaofu looked in disbelief, but she soon realized that her grandmother was still inside, and she immediately shouted, Grandma, she is still inside. Go and save Grandma. At this time, the slashing devil limped in front of Grandma Xiaofu. Anjiro also followed closely behind. The slasher devil recovered from his injuries, but looked at Xingjiro with a wary expression. How on earth did you catch up? I told you not to be too confident. Anjiro said. Then let's see if I cut the old woman's throat first or you take off my head first. The slasher devil said. There is no need to compare, you are really too slow. When the flames hit, the knife in Xingjulong's hand was like cutting tofu, and he cut off the neck of the murderous demon in an instant. Breath of fire, one type Shiranui. The flames slowly extinguished in the air, but Xiaofu's grandmother saw a familiar figure on his body. Familiar look, familiar Haori. Even the action of sheathing the knife is the same. Xiaofu's grandmother couldn't help but shed tears. It turns out you were the one who saved us then, this time too. Xiaofu came to grandma's side. I will never forget that face in Yuji. Xiaofu's mother and I were also saved by you 20 years ago. Grandma looked at Xiaofu and said gratefully. Grandma, what are you talking about? Xiaofu was puzzled. Hearing this, Xingjulong also turned around. It should be my father who saves you. I learned from my father and specialize in hunting ghosts. It is my honor to be able to protect you like my father. At this time, Xiaofu also knelt down. I still can't believe it. I'm sorry, Grandma, I actually said there are no ghosts. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, just live like this and live happily. Anjiro laughed. Then members of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed over. Lord Yenju, are you okay? It's okay, I just finished the work. Anjiro said. What about the Mugen train thing? The team member asked. Well, the renovation will be completed tonight and the train will starting tomorrow. But it's obviously impossible to achieve that ghost just now by causing 40 people to lose track of it. So the chopping devil is just trying to confuse people. The team member said. Maybe you were right. Anyway, there is someone else on Mugen train, and there is a more powerful ghost who can't figure out the details. Anjiro said. What about tomorrow's Mugen train? I'll take care of it. But it's already a matter of today. At this time, dawn finally appeared, and the world became bright again. Residents have also been talking about the re-departure of unlimited trains. Have you heard that the Infinity Train has restarted? I hope nothing weird happens again. The news about the relaunch of Infinite Train is printed in large black and white newspapers. The golden sun sets in the west, passing through the clouds, emitting a flame-like scenery. The three of Tanjiro finally arrived at the train station before dark the next day. What kind of creature is this? Inosuke's face was shocked, and his heart was shaking at the same time. This guy is the one, the owner of this land. Then he kept shouting around the train. This length, and this sense of pressure. It's absolutely unmistakable. It looks like he's asleep now, but don't be careless. But Zenitsu on the side looked at Inosuke speechlessly and said with disgust. No, this is a train, haven't you seen it before? Shish, calm down, I'll attack first. Inosuke blocked Zenitsu's face with one hand to prevent him from continuing, and then made a motion to draw a sword with both hands. Akazu-sak, Inosuke, you also said that it is the guardian of this land, so it would not be good to attack it suddenly. Tanjiro called to Inosuke with a straight face. But Zenitsu couldn't stand listening, and quickly said to Tanjiro. No, they say this is a train, you know. A means of transport, used to carry people, you country bumpkin. Nani, train? Tanjiro was shocked when he went there. Is this what the crow is talking about? Tanjiro asked confused, but Inosuke slowly walked to the front. Zenitsu and Tanjiro looked at him in confusion. Ah, the pig is advancing suddenly. Inosuke suddenly spurted out a stream of white heat from his nostrils and then hit the train. Bang! Inosuke's head came into close contact with the train, and Zenitsu on the side quickly cursed. Don't do this, it's so embarrassing. Beep beep, the whistle sounded from a distance, and the train guard shouted at them. Hey! What are you doing? Two guards ran directly towards them. They still have knives. Call the police. Call the police. The guards saw Tanjiro and the others carrying knives and shouted frantically into the intercom. Zenitsu shouted. It's not good, run. Run away. Then he dragged Inosuke and Tanjiro, who were still in a state of confusion, and quickly escaped from the platform. It's all Inosuke's fault, we're in such bad luck. Apologize. Zenitsu shouted towards Inosuke. Nani, why should we run when the police are here? Inosuke sat on the ground and said confused. Because our Demon Slayer Corps is not a government-recognized organization. In fact, we cannot walk openly with a knife. Even if you explain that it is because of ghosts or something, people will not believe you. Zenitsu explained helplessly to the two of them. We obviously worked so hard to kill ghosts. Tanjiro said with a confused look on his face. There's nothing you can do about it, just hide the knife behind your back. Zenitsu said with a sigh. Ha ha ha. Inosuke stood up and showed off his back to Tanjiro and the others. You can see it clearly. Put your clothes on quickly, you idiot. Zenitsu looked at Inosuke with a dark look on his face. Rumble. Their mission train finally arrived at the station, and at this time they successfully met up with Purgatory Anjiro and got on the Infinite Train together. Other side. Feng Yu also rushed over at full speed under the leadership of Xiao He. Chapter 148 Rendezvous with Purgatory. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 148 313th. Chapter 148 Rendezvous with Purgatory. Under dusk. The train with the sign, Big Infinity, slowly entered the station, and the people who had been waiting on the platform immediately embarked on the journey with joy. Xiaofu, who was wearing an orange beret and red clothes, was holding various lunch boxes and drinks in his arms and selling them one by one along the entire train. Hello, the premium bento is 36 yuan, would you like to buy a can of tea or wine? At the same time, what happened to Tanjiro and the other two people on the platform was also seen by Xiaofu. Although he was confused, he continued to sell bento boxes. Boom. After everyone got on, the train began to slowly start. Through the window, the surrounding scenery and figures began to retreat, and finally disappeared on the distant track under the watch of relatives on the platform. The sky also gradually darkened as the train started down. Thick smoke billowed, and the train's carriages glowed with bright lights, moving through the darkness. Oh haha, so fast, so fast. As soon as he got in the car, Inosuke couldn't hold back his excitement. He lay on the window and looked outside in shock. I told you not to do this, it's too embarrassing. Zenitsu reluctantly grabbed Inosuke's belt and pulled him forward. I said, Tanjiro, that Mr. Purgatory is Hashira. Do you know what he looks like? Zenitsu said, dragging Inosuke. He is a person with a special hair color and exaggerated hairstyle, and he has a special smell. As long as he is nearby, I can recognize him. Tanjiro said. When Tanjiro opened the door of the next carriage, a loud voice shocked the three of them. Tasty. The three of them opened the door carefully, and then another loud voice of, yummy, came out. Tanjiro slowly walked forward and looked in shock at Purgatory Anjiro, who was eating a delicate bento and kept making sounds of, yummy, and, yummy. Everyone in the carriage looked at Purgatory Anjiro with surprised eyes. Is that person Yenju? Zenitsu said quietly. Tanjiro nodded. Are you sure you're not an ordinary glutton? Zenitsu was still skeptical. Sorry to bother you. Tanjiro and Zenitsu cautiously came to Anjiro's side and said. But Anjiro ignored them and kept eating the bento in his hand, shouting, delicious. Purgatory, Mr. Purgatory, tasty. Purgatory Anjiro shouted at Tanjiro. Ahem, I already understand this very well. Tanjiro said helplessly. After everyone took their seats, the attendants on the train also began to pack away the mountain-high pile of lunch boxes. Bright lights shine on everyone's faces. You were the one who was at my lord's place at that time. Purgatory Anjiro said. Yes, I am Kamado Tanjiro. They are my partners, they are all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is Agatsuma Zenitsu, and he is Hashibira Inosuke. Tanjiro introduced Anjiro one by one. Shuga, let's put it this way, what's in that box is? Anjiro turned his attention to the wooden box on Tanjiro's back. Yes, it's my sister Nezuko. Tanjiro smiled. Well, that was the ghost at that time. Since it is something approved by the Lord, I will not ask any more questions. Come and sit here. Anjiro invited Tanjiro to sit next to him. Bang bang bang. Ha ha ha, it's so powerful. In the belly of the train owner, it's so powerful and so fast. Inosuke was lying next to the window, BG his head against the window. Behind him was Zenitsu, who kept blocking his actions. Idiot, I told you not to be like this, the glass will be broken by you, please calm down, please. Zenitsu shouted, pulling Inosuke's hood. Why are you on this train? On a mission, Anjiro said, looking at Tanjiro sitting opposite. We received the mission assigned by Diya. We heard that the casualties on the infinite train continued to increase. We were ordered to meet you, Mr. Purgatory, at the scene of the incident. Tanjiro explained. Well, it turns out that's the case, then I know. Anjiro said. Yes, but I have one thing. I want to personally teach Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro asked. Well, what is it? It's about my father. What happened to your father? Anjiro asked. He has always been weak and sickly, but even so, he can dance the Kagura dance all night long in the snow that is enough to freeze his lungs. Tanjiro said slowly. He originally planned to ask Feng Yu, but at this moment, he thought that Purgatory Anjiro had been in the Demon Slayer Corps for a longer time, so he might also know. But Anjiro replied. What a blessing. So, the god of fire Kagura dance, in the crisis of life and death, I remembered the Kagura dance I watched when I was a child. If Mr. Purgatory knows something, I hope you can tell me. Tanjiro said. Well, but I don't know. Anjiro shouted. This is the first time I have even heard of fire god Kagura. Your father's Kagura dance can be used in battle. It is really commendable. It seems that this topic ends here. Sorry, could you please say more? Tanjiro asked again and again. As long as you become my stepson, I will take good care of you. Anjiro was like a flame in Tanjiro's eyes, burning brightly. Tanjiro. Degree A degree backquote, why your gaze never changes and your eyes never blink. Zenitsu on the side looked at Purgatory Anjiro and murmured. What a strange person. The breath of fire has a long history. Swordsmen who use fire and water, no matter in that era, will definitely become pillars. Fire, water, wind, rock, and thunder are the basic breathing methods, and other breathing methods are derived from it. For example, Kasumi is derived from the wind. Boy, what color is your Nichirin sword? Anjiro said. Hey, sorry, my name is Kamado, and the color of the knife is black. Tanjiro said. Black knife, something bad is going to happen now. Anjiro smiled. Something bad happened. Tanjiro is confused. I have never seen a black sword become a pillar, which means no one knows what kind of systematic training you should specialize in, so I will let you train with me. You can rest assured in the future. Anjiro shouted. Wait, why don't you blink once? Tanjiro shouted. Then there was a slightly disappointed expression on his face. Then, I can only ask senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro sighed and closed his eyes as he looked at Dushinjiro and understood in his heart. Although he is very strange, he is a very caring person. You can tell from the smell that he has a strong sense of justice. The train is still moving forward, and everything is so peaceful. Other side, Feng Yu, led by Xiao He, finally arrived at the train station. It's Master Guangju. Feng Yu jumped down. Chapter 149 Big Brother Purgatory Anjiro. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 149 313. Chapter 149 Big Brother Purgatory Anjiro. Other side. Feng Yu, led by Xiao He, finally arrived at the train station. It's Master Guangzhu. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps saw Feng Yu falling from the sky and shouted. Where is Flame Pillar Purgatory Xingjulong? Feng Yu asked. Lord Light Pillar, Lord Flame Pillar have already set off with the Infinity Train. Demon Slayer Corps member said. How long has it been since we set off? Which track did we set off from? Feng Yu asked with a frown. It's been almost an hour since we set off along the track in this direction. The Demon Slayer Corps member pointed in the direction and said, well, thank you for your hard work, Xiao He, set off along the track and catch up as fast as possible. Feng Yu shouted sharply, jumped up and jumped onto Xiao He's back, and then turned into a golden lightning and flew towards the track of the infinite train. Master Guangzhu is so powerful. I heard that it was his raven. I didn't expect it could be used as a mount. I really want it too. The Demon Slayer Corps members on the ground looked at Xiao He who had disappeared into the sky and said with envy. Other side. The infinite train is still racing through the night. Is there really a ghost on this train? Zenitsu asked Anjiro looking to the side. Anjiro shouted. It really does. No. It's not that you take the train to a place with ghosts, but that there are ghosts on the train. It's so scary. I want to get off the train. Zenitsu shouted in disbelief. In a short period of time, more than 40 people were missing on this train. Although several swordsmen were dispatched to get on the train, there was no news from everyone. As a pillar, I will personally take action. Anjiro said. So that's it. I want to get off. Let me get off. The more Zenitsu listened, the more frightened he became. He couldn't help but slump down on the ground, holding his head in his hands and doubting life. Just then, their carriage was pulled apart. A man wearing a conductor uniform walked towards them step by step with a pale face and lowered head. Please show your tickets, the conductor said. What is he going to do? Tanjiro asked, looking at the conductor. It's okay, we just need to check our tickets and punch a hole to mark them. Anjiro explained. Several people took out their tickets and handed them to the conductor. The stapler-like machine kept making, click click, sounds in the conductor's hand. At the same time, the lights in the carriage began to flicker. Thank you, I've confirmed, the conductor said in a low voice. Then all the lights went out and then came back on. At this time, Tanjiro and Anjiro also felt something strange. What's going on? There's a disgusting smell. Tanjiro looked around warily. At this time, Anjiro stood up directly. He flicked the haori on his body, revealing the Nichirin sword on his waist. Mr. Commander, it's very dangerous here. Please stay back because the situation is extremely urgent. I hope you won't ask why I have the knife on me. Xingjulong stood in front and said. Subsequently, in the eyes of everyone, the lights started flashing again. A moment, a tall evil ghost appeared in front. I saw that the evil ghost had one head with two faces, a long tongue exposed, golden sharp horns on both sides of its shoulders and forehead, and orange pupils, looking at everyone greedily. The passengers in the carriage were immediately frightened when they saw the evil ghost suddenly appearing. You must have used vampire magic to hide this huge body. No wonder it's hard to detect you. But if you want to kill innocent people, the red flame knife in my hands will definitely burn you to the bone. Xingjiro pulled out his Nichirin sword, his aura began to rise, and the flames began to burn bit by bit. Roar. The two-faced ghost opened his mouth wide and roared at everyone. Finally rushed over, Anjiro held the sword with both hands, and the feathers on his body continued to fly under the strong momentum. Full concentration breath of fire 1 type Shiranui. Bang. Anjiro's body flew out instantly, and the flames on the Nichirin sword began to spread, lighting up the entire carriage. Bang. The flames passed by, and the two-faced ghost's neck was cut off instantly. At the same time, the evil ghost's body was quickly swallowed by the flames, and finally turned into ashes. It's so powerful. I actually cut off the ghost's head with one knife. Tanjiro and the others watched in shock as Anjiro killed the evil spirit with one blow, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The powerful impact also caused Xingjiro to break the door of the carriage and enter another carriage. There's another ghost. Follow me. Xingjulong looked at the car in front and said, then he quickly ran forward. Tanjiro and Inosuke heard this and quickly followed. Don't leave me, Zenitsu shouted while sitting on the ground, then quickly got up and followed everyone. But just after Tanjiro and the others left, the passengers in the carriage disappeared as the lights flickered, along with the conductor. When everyone arrived at the carriage with the ghost, passengers ran behind in fear. I saw a long-armed ghost opening its mouth wide, showing its fangs, and attacking a young guy with a mouthful of saliva. I don't allow you to take action against that person of yours. Anjiro shouted, which also successfully attracted the evil spirit's attention. At this time, Tanjiro and Inosuke stood in front of Anjiro with swords in both hands. I mean your opponent is here, Anjiro said. What's going on with that guy? His hands are so long, really long. Zenitsu hid behind the chair and said in horror. Look at me, strike first. Inosuke shouted, then jumped out and attacked the evil spirit. Inosuke, don't be so reckless, there are still people who haven't been rescued. Tanjiro shouted, just knock down the ghost. Inosuke shouted, but the long-armed ghost in front of him instantly sprouted 2 arms from his waist and attacked Inosuke. Inosuke wanted to jump away to avoid the attack, but the space in the carriage was too small, so he had no choice but to sit on his seat and avoid the attack. At this time, Full concentration breath of water 3 types flow dance. Blue ripples appeared with Tanjiro's breathing, and in an instant he picked up the young man from before and came behind Anjiro. The car behind you is safe. Get out of here quickly. Tanjiro said. Well, you did a good job, Kamado boy. There will be no problem after this. Let's fight quickly, Anjiro said. Seeing that his prey was rescued, the long-armed ghost kept roaring at Tanjiro and others. Then he rushed over quickly. Xingjulong also rushed out, holding the Nichirin sword in both hands. Breath of fire type 2 rising flame. The blade gathered flames, like a brilliant arc of fire, drawing a line of flames in the air and cutting off the head of the long-armed ghost. Tanjiro behind him looked at Anjiro's figure in front of him with bright eyes. Too strong, big brother. What a superb swordsmanship. Please accept me as big brother's disciple. Tanjiro admires him immensely. Of course, no problem. I will train you into a powerful swordsman. Anjiro shouted. I want it too. I want it too. Zenitsu and Inosuke were also impressed by Anjiro and expressed their desire to become their disciples. Okay, I'll take care of you 3 together. Anjiro smiled. Brother, brother, brother purgatory. ... The 3 Tanjiro little ones kept shouting around Anjiro. At this time, a golden figure roared in the sky outside. Bang! A figure broke through the window and entered the carriage of Tanjiro and others. ... Chapter 150 Spiritual Core. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 153/113. Chapter 150 Spiritual Core. The smoke disperses. Feng Yu patted the dust on his body. Long time no see, Tanjiro. Feng Yu smiled. But, quack, master, catch me quickly. Bang, like golden lightning, his whole body was thrust straight into the seat in the car. There are still a few golden feathers scattered in the air. Xiao Hei's body kept shaking, and his hind legs kicked back extremely hard. Quack, master, please help me quickly, I can't get out. Xiao Hei shouted. Xiao Hei is sandwiched between Feng Yu, Tanjiro and others. This scene is somewhat embarrassing. Feng Yu's face twitched slightly, he couldn't help but hold his forehead, then coughed twice, and slowly pulled Xiao Hei out. Quack, it's finally out. Xiao Hei flapped his wings and shouted. Ah, this guy flew in from outside. Zenitsu shouted upon seeing this. Senior brother Feng Yu, why are you here? Tanjiro saw it was Feng Yu and quickly stepped forward and said. Well, I'm mainly here to support you. Feng Yu nodded, then looked at Purgatory Xingjulong. Mr. Anjiro, long time no see. Ha ha ha, Mr. Feng Yu, I didn't expect that the organization would even send you here. It seems that the ghosts on the Infinity Train this time are not simple. Xingjulong laughed, and then he felt that there was no ghost aura, so everyone came to the intact carriage and sat down. The 3 of Tanjiro sat together, and Feng Yu and Anjiro sat face to face. Mr. Anjiro, thank you for taking care of the 3 Tanjiro. Feng Yu looked at Tanjiro and others who had fallen asleep and said. Ah ha ha ha, it's a piece of cake. Kamado boys and the others did a very good job. They are very good seedlings. Anjiro smiled. Feng Yu looked at him and smiled without saying a word. Mr. Anjiro, can you feel that there are ghosts on this train? Feng Yu said calmly. No, what's wrong? Anjiro asked, putting away his smile. Look at the current situation of Tanjiro and the others. You made such a loud voice but were not woken up. Don't you think it's strange? Feng Yu said. With his clear vision of the world, he had already seen the entire train beginning to be eaten away bit by bit. You have been hypnotized. The reason why you are still awake now is because my mental power is helping you resist the ghost's hypnosis. Have you met any strange people before? Feng Yu asked. Strange people? Oh, by the way, the conductor came over and punched a hole in our tickets and marked them. Anjiro shouted. It seems right, the humans and ghosts on this train are cooperating. Feng Yu said. Cooperate with ghosts? No, I'm going to save all the innocent people who have been bewitched by ghosts. Anjiro shouted. Feng Yu shook his head and continued. They are coming. Mr. Anjiro, just have a good sleep and have sweet dreams. I will deal with this ghost. Then Feng Yu and Xiao Hei's figure came to another carriage. It's really disgusting. In Feng Yu's eyes, the head of the train in front was like a big bloody mouth, constantly swallowing the entire train into his stomach. The fleshy tentacles in the carriages began to turn into walls of flesh, and the blood and tendons kept flowing. Squirming, Nightmare opened his arms wide, and the elders on both hands had human mouths. This feeling is really great, just like having a sweet dream. What a blessing it is to be able to die in a sweet dream. Even the most powerful ghost hunter, there will be no exceptions. The driving force of human beings is, the soul, is the spirit. As long as the spiritual core is destroyed, they can be killed silently. No matter what the human heart is, everyone is the same, just like delicate glass, fragile. Sir, soon I will be able to complete the task you gave me. Nightmare's face showed an expression of obsession, and then it merged into the head of Mugen Train bit by bit, turning into a real flesh and blood body. Tanjiro sighed. The 4 children began to slowly open the door of the carriage where they were, 2 men and 2 women, all with numb expressions on their faces. Just tie the rope to their hands, right? One girl asked. Right. The boy tied the rope numbly. Don't forget what he told you. After each selected a candidate, they tied a hemp rope to their own wrists and Tanjiro's wrists and then sat on a seat nearby. Breathe slowly, and keep counting in your mind. If you do this, you will fall into a deep sleep, 1, 2, 3. With silent thoughts in my heart. The 4 children also began to fall into a deep sleep and entered the dreams of Tanjiro and others. Tanjiro's dream is to reunite with his family. Zenitsu lives a shameless life with Nezuko, and Inosuke leads 4 of Tanjiro's men to conquer Train King together, including Nanako. On the other hand, Anjiro's dream fulfilled what he had been thinking about, the change in his father. Both boys and girls have successfully entered their dreams, and are constantly looking for the core of their dreams. Soon, the first thing to be found was Xingjulong's spiritual core. In the endless flames, a spark-colored bead floated in the air. Finally found it. This is the first time I have seen the red spiritual core. As long as I destroy this thing, I can. The girl took a deep breath, and a sharp knife suddenly appeared in her hand, and she was about to pierce it. But soon, a ball of fire came. In real life, Anjiro grabbed the neck of the girl opposite him. The girl in the dream showed a painful expression, her whole body rose into the air, and the red mark on her neck slowly appeared. How is this possible? When you are trapped in a spell, you should be completely unable to move. What an amazing survival instinct. The girl looked in disbelief. And Tanjiro sighed. In reality, his face was filled with a happy smile, and the wooden box containing Nezuko began to shake, and a small body jumped out. Nezuko felt that her brother was falling into a dream, frowned, and began to shake his body, trying to wake him up, but Tanjiro did not move at all. When Nezuko saw this, her mouth began to bulge, her head tilted back slightly, and then she smashed it down hard. Bang! Until Nezuko's forehead flowed out blood and she saw that Tanjiro hadn't woken up yet, then she started to cry. As she cried, a ball of blood-red flames erupted from her forehead and enveloped Tanjiro. Tanjiro in the dream is chatting with his family at this time. But he never thought that blood-red flames would start burning from his body starting from his wrists. It's the smell of Nezuko. Nezuko is bleeding. Tanjiro woke up with a start, and then stood up. His whole body was wrapped in a ball of flames, and then the clothes on his body began to look like reality. Nezuko! Nezuko! Tanjiro shouted. Team uniform. Nichirin blade. I'm waking up bit by bit. Looking at his appearance at this time, Tanjiro knew. He just looked at his younger brother and sister who were extremely worried about him with a troubled expression. I'm sorry, I have to go. Chapter 151 Reincarnation Nightmare vs. Nightmare. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 151 313. Chapter 151 Reincarnation Nightmare vs. Nightmare. In the dream, Tanjiro ran out of the house and came to the white snow with brother behind him, holding the Nichirin sword at his waist tightly with one hand. If there is a ghost near me in my dreams, I have to find him as soon as possible and eradicate him. Tanjiro looked around cautiously, but couldn't see any ghosts. But at this time, a familiar voice sounded behind him, causing him to stop immediately. Brother, where are you going? In the dream, Nezuko had her hair tied up in a pink bun, and she was holding a dustpan full of wild vegetables in her arms. I picked a lot of wild vegetables on the mountain today, Nezuko said with a smile. Hearing this, tears began to flow from Tanjiro's eyes uncontrollably. At this time, Tanjiro's younger brothers and sisters also led their mother over. Mom, here, brother, he suddenly caught fire. When his family arrived, Tanjiro stood there blankly. Tanjiro, are you okay? Kamado Aoi said with a worried look on her face. Tanjiro didn't speak, just stood there quietly, without turning his head to look at them. Elder brother, Tanjiro, what's wrong with you, and what's wrong with this outfit? Kuiji said. Everyone looked at Tanjiro's back. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, falling on the ground and on Tanjiro's family. I really want to stay in this place forever. I really want to go back to the past. If this is true, I will live with everyone like this, in this mountain. If this is true, everyone is living a good life now, and Nezuko can also bathe in the sunshine and stay under the clear sky. If this is true, how wonderful it would be. Tanjiro lowered his head, and the tears in his eyes slid down his cheeks and fell to the ground, forming crystal clear water drops that shone dazzlingly in the sun. He held his hands tightly and walked forward step by step, leaving deep footprints on the blank snow. He did not look back. He was afraid that once he looked back, he would not want to leave here. I'm sorry, I've lost you all. It's impossible to go back to the past. The real Nezuko is still waiting for me. Everyone. Sorry. Under the eyes of his family, Tanjiro ran away in large strides. Brother, don't leave us. The small figure behind him shouted desperately, but he fell to the ground after taking 2 steps in the thick snow. Listening to the shouts behind him, Tanjiro felt his heart hurt like a knife. I'm sorry. Brother can no longer stay with you. I will always remember you. I will remember each of you, and treat you. I have a lot of gratitude, and I have a lot of apologies to you. I have not forgotten you, and I will never forget you no matter when. So, I'm sorry. In the forest, a boy with a haggard face cut open Tanjiro's spiritual core space with a knife, and then stepped in. As soon as I stepped in, I was shocked by what I saw. This is his spiritual core. How can it be so beautiful, endless and vast, and very warm? The sky is blue, dotted with pure white clouds, and the soles of your feet are like a mirror, taking in the entire sky. In reality, the infinity train was still shuttling in the darkness, and Nightmare, who had completely integrated into the train, felt something was wrong. According to common sense, The spiritual core of Tanjiro and others has been destroyed at this moment, but under his spell perception, there is none. What happened? Why hasn't even one spiritual core been destroyed? Nightmare asked doubtfully. At this time, a figure landed from the sky directly above the front of the train. Bang! The powerful impact immediately caused the locomotive to dent. What's going on? Who is it? Nightmare shouted in horror. In his perception, there was no breath at all. Hey, brother, you didn't take a good train, and you actually made the head yourself. You're going too far, Feng Yu said while holding the Sunloon knife. Upon hearing this, the front of the car gradually began to turn into a squirming body of flesh and blood, and the figure of Nightmare slowly emerged. Who are you? Nightmare asked with a frown. The entire train was under his control, and he knew everything that happened and everyone who was there. But at this moment, someone like Feng Yu suddenly appeared, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Ghost Hunter. Nightmare saw Feng Yu looking at him with a smile on his face and asked. Well, the answer is correct, but there is no reward. Feng Yu smiled. So that's it. Do you want to dream? A sweet dream or a nightmare? Nightmare also had a smile on his face, opened his arms and shouted. Feng Yu shook his head and said, your dream is not enough for me to dream. Haha, is that right? In fact, I like to make people have happy dreams, followed by nightmares. I like to see the painful and distorted expressions of human beings. It makes people want to stop. Watching people being misfortune and cruel, it's really interesting to crush this poor guy who was in so much pain and struggling so hard, but you make me very unhappy, so I'll just give you nightmares. Nightmare began to raise a hand, revealing an arm with a mouth. Vampire magic forced coma hypnotic whispers. Go to sleep. The mouth on the back of the hand uttered a whisper, and then an invisible force attacked Feng Yu. Feng Yu didn't make any move and allowed him to use the vampire technique on him. It's just that a transparent protective shield slowly appeared around Feng Yu. How is it possible? How could my vampire magic fail? Feeling that his vampire technique was offset by a powerful force the moment it came into contact with Feng Yu, Nightmare could not help but exclaim. I told you, your vampire skills are not enough to make me sleep, so why don't you believe it? Feng Yu said. Bang! Feng Yu instantly punched Nightmare in the abdomen. The severe pain made him fall to the ground. But there was no expression of pain on Nightmare's face, instead it was excitement. It's so interesting, so interesting. As a human being, you have such a strong mental power. It's really like a sweet dream. Nightmare looked at Feng Yu infatuatedly. Haha, since you feel like you are having a sweet dream, let me give you a taste of what a nightmare is. Reincarnation Nightmare. Feng Yu watched from a high position with indifferent eyes as Nightmare activated the skill of the Reincarnation Nightmare, pulling him into the illusion he had woven. Enjoy the dream I weave for you. Chapter 152 The Dream of Escape. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 152 313. Chapter 152 The Dream of Escape. Feng Yu looked indifferently at Nightmare who was lying on the ground with a painful expression. Huh, Tanjiro broke out of the dream so quickly. Feng Yu took out a Ningxian pill and put it into his mouth to replenish the mental energy consumption of using the Samsara Nightmare skill. At the same time, he also sensed the situation inside the carriage. Tanjiro had successfully escaped from the dream and was currently awakening Inosuke and others with Nezuko. The rope. What's going on? I also have a rope on my hand, but it was burned, could it be? Tanjiro looked at Nezuko. Nezuko, was it the rope you burned with the vampire technique? Did you see senior brother Feng Yu? Nezuko nodded, then shook his head. Where did senior brother go? And this rope seems to have a slight smell. By the way, this smell is ticket. Tanjiro suddenly took out the ticket from his pocket, put it to his nose and smelled it carefully. It's true, there is also a subtle smell of ghosts on it. I was hypnotized when I cut the ticket. The ticket has been tampered with by ghosts. Such a subtle smell can cast such a powerful vampire spell. Quote. Then Tanjiro looked at the ropes on everyone's wrists. He was about to pull out the Nichirin sword and cut it off, but there was a hint that he couldn't cut the rope with the Nichirin sword. Nezuko, please, help me burn everyone's ropes. Tanjiro said to Nezuko beside him. Nezuko nodded, and then obediently used the vampire technique to burn everyone's ropes one by one. Zenitsu, wake up, wake up. Inosuke, wake up quickly, please. Tanjiro shook their bodies, but there was still no reaction. No, they still can't wake up. What to do? Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro was about to call out to Infernal Anjiro, but the girl who was tied to Anjiro in the dream immediately picked up the knife in her hand and attacked Tanjiro. Tanjiro easily dodged the attack. As this girl, controlled by ghosts, Tanjiro asked, don't hinder me, it's all your fault that I can't have a sweet dream together. The girl shouted with a ferocious expression. Subsequently, the girl's companions began to wake up one by one and stood opposite Tanjiro, holding knives in their hands and staring at him fiercely. What's wrong with you? Come and help when you wake up. No matter if you have tuberculosis or something else, if you don't do things well, I will tell that person and I won't let you have sweet dreams. Do you hear me? The girl yelled. Subsequently, the boy who had been tied into Tanjiro's dream lowered his head and slowly stood up from his seat. Tanjiro saw tears streaming from his eyes, his face was pale, and his body was extremely thin. This boy is bound to dream with me. Tuberculosis, he is sick, can't let this ghost go, and even takes the opportunity to confuse people's minds. Quote, Tanjiro knows it well, sorry. Tanjiro dodged forward and knocked the three of them to the ground in a few moments. You guys want to stay in the dream. I also want to. There was a hint of sympathy in Tanjiro's eyes. Thank you, you have to be careful. The tuberculosis boy looked at Tanjiro and said, Tanjiro nodded, and then quickly ran out of the car to try to find traces of Nightmare. Soon, Tanjiro climbed to the roof of the car looking for the smell and saw Feng Yu and Nightmare lying on the ground. Senior brother Feng Yu, Tanjiro shouted in surprise. Feng Yu sat cross-legged on the roof of the car, slowly opened his eyes, and said helplessly, "Why don't you spend more time with your family?" Hear the words. Tanjiro suddenly stopped. Senior brother Feng Yu, do you know? Feng Yu nodded. Originally, I wanted to let you have more sweet dreams, but I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. It must be Nezuko's help. Feng Yu said. Then he pointed to the nightmare beside him and said, "Now, this is the ghost who controls the dream. At this moment, he has fallen into my spell and won't wake up for a while. Tanjiro, go back now and feed this elixir to Andro and the others so that they can wake up, and you must hurry up and save all the surviving humans on the train. This ghost has become one with the entire train. In other words, he is the train, and the train is him. All the people in the carriage are in the belly of the ghost. Once he wakes up and activates the spell, all the humans in the train will be digested by the ghost." Feng Yu said seriously. How could this happen? The whole train is the body of a ghost. Tanjiro took the Ningxian pill, then returned to the carriage and fed it to Andro and the others one by one. Soon, the three of them woke up from their dreams. Tanjiro told everyone what Feng Yu told him one by one. "Yoshi, let's start now and save the people on the train." Andro shouted. So everyone started to rescue people in batches. The little black figure outside the window had grown to a huge size, flying at the same speed as the train, waiting for Tanjiro and others to carry the surviving humans on their backs. Feng Yu watched them searching for humans on the entire train, and couldn't help but look at the bright full moon in the sky. Will the prophecy still come true? ... Wake up, sir. There is a monster on the train now, and we must evacuate here urgently. Tanjiro and others called out to the sleeping passengers, but none of them woke up. Oops, they all fell into a deep sleep. Tanjiro shouted, "What to do? It's almost too late." "No, we can only do that." Tanjiro directly put one hand on Xiaohei's back. "Please, Xiaohei." Tanjiro solemnly put the person on Xiaohei's back and said, "Quack, don't worry, I promise to complete the mission." Xiaohei replied. Other side. However, something special happened to Nightmare. A black mist began to emerge from his body, and then Nightmare's hand began to react. This black mist accelerated his awakening. No, it's not acceleration, it's more like resistance. Feng Yu frowned when he saw that the black mist emerging from Nightmare's body was exactly the same as the black mist from Tanamori Torei. "I can't let you wake up so soon." Then Feng Yu put on the fox mask, and a powerful spiritual power instantly fell on Nightmare. The fingers that were moving a little suddenly became extremely quiet. Being one with the train is such a hassle. Chapter 153 Bloody Tentacles. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 153 313. Chapter 153 Bloody Tentacles. Tanjiro and the others were still racing against time to treat the passengers, while Feng Yu sat cross-legged next to Nightmare to recover from the exhaustion of his body. The ominous premonition is coming again. The train was still moving forward in the darkness, with the strong wind howling by, and Feng Yu's inner uneasiness became more and more obvious. Dirty. The train roared, and then darkness emerged. At this time, this kind of dream, is really wonderful. The nightmare that fell into the nightmare of reincarnation opened its eyes with a sickly smile on its face. It's like a sweet dream. Nightmare slowly sat up and looked at Feng Yu blankly, with a kind of greedy desire in his eyes. I still want it, to experience that dream-like hell and the twisted screams again. Nightmare's long hair continued to flutter and sway in the air, and her arms began to slowly open. Feng Yu didn't speak, but silently put on the fox mask, and the shadow of death behind him began to condense. Tanjiro and the others still need a little time. Then please go to sleep first. Reincarnation Nightmare. The phantom of death opened his blood-red eyes and stared at Nightmare. Blood-colored filaments began to wrap around his body. This is the feeling, it's coming. My favorite dream is coming. Nightmare felt the changes in her body, and the madness on her face became more obvious. Then he fainted again. Feng Yu took out a Ningxian pill and ate it, looked at the situation on Tanjiro's side, and murmured, hurry up. I'll kill him with one good blow. Under their feet is the flesh and blood body of Nightmare in the train. Tanjiro and the others are still rescuing the passengers, and Feng Yu is waiting. Waiting for the moment they save the passengers from the train, then Nightmare will die. Another half-hour passed. The Nightmare woke up again. There was still an expression of endless aftertaste on his face, and his eyes were always on Feng Yu. Thank you so much for showing me how nightmares and dreams can be used in this way. Nightmare bowed to Feng Yu in a very gentlemanly manner. Feng Yu looked at him expressionlessly, having already pulled out the sun blade in his hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. Nightmare's face showed a wild smile, and then he stretched out a hand towards Feng Yu. My vampire skills can't deal with you, so to tell you the truth, I have become one with this train, and all the passengers are in my body. As long as I give the order, the weak humans will be killed by me. Eat it to death. My power will become stronger, and I will be able to get more blood given by that adult. After killing all of you, I will be able to take on the change of position challenge. This really seems like a sweet dream. Vampire technique forced sleep. I saw the mouth on the back of Nightmare's hand opening and closing, and then the whole body began to merge into the train. I'm going to kill you all. This is just like a sweet dream. Inside the train, Tanjiro and others were horrified to find that the train carriage, which was originally made of iron, had turned into flesh and blood, and there were countless blood tendons inside the flesh walls that began to squirm. Countless eyes emerged from the flesh wall, staring at everyone. What is going on? Why is it like this? By the way, is there something strange happening there, senior brother? Tanjiro protected Nezuko behind him. Then, where the flesh wall squirmed, bloody tentacles began to attack everyone. Ah, help me. Tanjiro went out looking for a voice, only to see a middle-aged man in a beautiful suit being entangled by tentacles and struggling constantly. Inosuke, this train seems to have turned into a ghost. Tanjiro shouted anxiously. Then he took a step away and cut off the tentacles in an instant, but soon, the tentacles began to surge up again. Inosuke, you send them to Xiaohei as originally planned, and I will take care of them. Tanjiro shouted. Baga, why should I escort these weaklings? I want to kill ghosts, so don't stop me. Inosuke held the knife in both hands, rushed over, and fought with the flesh and blood tentacles. Then be careful, I will escort them over and come to support you. Tanjiro shouted, then cut off the tentacles one by one in front, and led the passengers to Xiaohei's body. Xiaohei, please, Tanjiro said, I have to go back quickly and rescue all the passengers. Inosuke, on his side, was still waving the two swords in his hands frantically, cutting off the tentacles one by one. Ah ha ha ha, I am the boss. Breath of the beast fang of Wu crazy tearing. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Inosuke's body kept twisting, and his tentacles were cut off one by one wherever he passed. Whether it's this guy or that guy, I will save you. You all have to bow down, worship me, and praise me. Master Hashibira Inosuke is here. Anjiro and Zenitsu were in the same situation. Zenitsu trembled and hid behind Anjiro, holding his head in his hands and crying constantly. What's going on? Why did it become like this? This is obviously a train. Why would such a terrible thing appear? Someone come and save me. Anjiro calmly looked at the tentacles wrapped around the passengers in front of him. Breath of fire shape of Wu fire tiger. Shinjiro took a deep breath, and the Nichirin sword blade in his hand began to be entangled with flames. Then, he rushed out instantly and thrust forward. The giant slash in his hand was like a burning tiger, instantly wiping out the tentacles along the way. Then he picked up the unconscious passenger and ran quickly in the direction of Xiaohei. Wait for me, don't leave me alone. Zenitsu shouted immediately when he saw Anjiro leaving. He quickly got up and was about to catch up with Anjiro, but a tentacle wrapped around his ankle. No, save me, Zenitsu shouted, but a tentacle wrapped around him, and soon countless tentacles followed him. It swallowed Zenitsu's whole body, forming a meatball that completely stopped moving. But soon, the air around the meatball began to vibrate, and streaks of yellow lightning visible to the naked eye appeared, making, crackling, sounds in the air. Full concentration breath of thunder shape of 1 Thunderbolt Flash 6th series. Golden light flashed, and the tentacles in the carriage disappeared instantly, while the remaining flesh walls were still smoking. Chapter 154 The First String Kokushibo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 154 313th. Chapter 154 The First String Kokushibo. The sleeping Zenitsu was like a bolt of lightning, cutting off all the flesh and blood tentacles in the train. This gave Tanjiro and his colleagues a great help in treating the passengers. At the same time, Nezuko also joined the battle and escorted Tanjiro's evacuation. A stream of fiery red flames bloomed from her hands. What's going on? Why aren't any of these people dead yet? Nightmare noticed what was going on inside the train, and also noticed that Tanjiro and others were escorting the passengers out of the train one by one, and couldn't help but get angry. A bunch of waste. What a waste. The Nightmare teleported its consciousness to the carriage of the 4 children who had previously invaded Tanjiro and others' dreams. A humanoid body of flesh and blood began to squirm and appear in front of them. Why haven't you completed any of the tasks I gave you? Nightmare opened his fangs and said, We are very sorry. I don't want this sweet dream anymore. The consumptive boy who had been touched by Tanjiro before knelt on the ground and said tremblingly. What a despicable life. You clearly long for a sweet dream in your heart, but you say you don't want it. Ha ha ha. Humans, this is you humans. Since you are no longer useful, then, become my nourishment, give your lives to me, and let me end your miserable life. The flesh and blood body of the Nightmare opened its arms, and countless flesh and blood tentacles began to squirm, wrapping them all around. Please, don't kill us. The tuberculosis boy only felt a strong sense of suffocation coming over him. His survival instinct made him keep struggling, but it was of no use. Am I going to die? Yes. I should have died a long time ago, for the so-called sweet dream. I don't know anymore how many people have been killed. I'm sorry. The boy with tuberculosis recalled his past memories. Since he contracted tuberculosis, his family had become torn apart. He longed for a healthy body, but he also conspired with the devil and killed many people. That warm boy, I hope he can forgive me. The consumptive boy shed tears and gave up struggling, with a calm expression on his face. Then it was wrapped into a flesh ball by flesh and blood tentacles. 4 meatballs appeared in front of Nightmare. Sudden, a sound of water waves sounded from Nightmare's ears. Breath of water juice-shaped water droplets. Tanjiro's footsteps made waves, and he cut Nightmare's flesh and blood body into 2 pieces with a direct blow. Then the 4 meatballs exploded, and the 4 people inside fell to the ground. It's okay. Tanjiro helped the consumptive boy who was coughing and gasping for air. Ghost Hunter. Flower card earrings, this outfit. I remember, you are the boy I want to kill. Nightmare stared at Tanjiro and laughed wildly. Originally I thought you had run away, but it turns out you are still here. As long as I kill you, I can get more of your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, countless tentacles immediately attacked Tanjiro. Breath of water 1 type water surface slash. The blue-white waves instantly cut off the attacking tentacles, and at the same time chopped off Nightmare's head. But soon, Nightmare's flesh and blood body began to squirm, and its head grew again. This guy is not dead. No. This is a clone. Tanjiro discovered the situation of Nightmare at this moment. Where is the subject? Tanjiro looked around, but found nothing. The tentacles are still coming up, and the other 3 people just rescued have been wrapped again by the tentacles and wrapped into 3 meatballs. Damn, there are too many tentacles. Tanjiro struggled to cut off the invading tentacles, but the tentacles seemed to be endless and he couldn't cut them all off. As the nightmare that dominates all of this, Tanjiro doesn't know where his main body is, so he can still recover even if he is cut countless times. Let's go first. Tanjiro directly picked up the consumptive boy and ran outside. Looking at the 3 bloody giant cocoons, Tanjiro said silently in his heart, I'm sorry, I will definitely come back to save you. Nightmare stared at Tanjiro as he left, the corners of his mouth kept rising. Where are you running to? This whole train is my body. Every direction Tanjiro moved forward was blocked by countless tentacles. Feng Yu on the roof also noticed the entire situation in the car. There are only a few people left. Feng Yu murmured, if that's the case, then it's time for me to take action. Everyone, get ready to jump out of the car. Feng Yu's voice sounded in the minds of Tanjiro and others. Baga, who is it? Inosuke shouted. Jump out of the car. Anjiro stopped and murmured, it's senior brother Feng Yu's voice. Tanjiro is overjoyed, but he quickly guessed what Feng Yu wanted to do. Senior brother Feng Yu, there are still people who have not been rescued. Tanjiro shouted, trying to make Feng Yu stop his next move. But Feng Yu ignored them and continued to communicate with them using his mental power. This train is about to crash, everyone, jump off the train. Then Feng Yu took the knife and came to the top of the main body of the nightmare, which was the head of the train. I've let you jump around for a while, it's time to send you on your way. Feng Yu slowly raised the onikiri in his hand. Breath of water 8 type Takatsubo. Blue water waves began to roll from the blade, and with a slight downward swing, a powerful force instantly cut off the train's head. How is that possible? Nightmare in the carriage covered his neck and looked in Feng Yu's direction in horror. The head of the train was cut off, and the powerful impact instantly broke through the track and flew out. Boom, bang. Fires were everywhere, and mud smoke was billowing. The train body rushed into the forest beside the track, and a violent explosion occurred, which also set the forest on fire. Raging fire lights up the sky in the dark forest. The nightmare with its neck cut off is turning into ashes, and the head of the train is slowly returning to its original shape. How could this happen? It's obviously just a little bit close. Just a little bit closer, I can devour everyone, become stronger, and get the blood given by that adult. As long as you kill that boy, your mission will be completed. It's all because of that person, that monster, but I really want to experience such a dream again. Nightmare looked up at the full moon in the sky, murmured, and finally turned into ashes. Tanjiro sighed. After hearing Feng Yu's message, he successfully jumped off the train 1 second before it crashed. Looking at the blazing fire, Tanjiro looked in disbelief. There are still people who have not been rescued, how can this be done? Inosuke and others also came over at this time, stood next to Tanjiro, and looked at the blazing fire quietly. At this time, Feng Yu also jumped off Xiao Hei's back and came to Tanjiro and the others. As soon as I saw the wind feather falling, Tanjiro rushed over and shouted, there are still people up there. Feng Yu didn't speak, just frowned slightly, and then looked at the dark forest in the distance with a solemn expression. At this time, Purgatory Anjiro came and stood up, side by side with Feng Yu, protecting Tanjiro and others behind him. Mr. Purgatory, Tanjiro is puzzled. Mr. Anjiro, it looks like this is going to be a fierce battle. Feng Yu said, only saw. 2 figures stepped out of the darkness ahead. At the same time, as they walked out, an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped Tanjiro and the others. Kokushibo, Yiwaza, Chapter 155 Kokushibu's Approval. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 155 313th. Chapter 155 Kokushibu's Approval. A smell of evil spirits that had only been smelled on Muzan came towards Tanjiro. That sense of oppression made Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu tremble all over. Even Nezuko was the same, hiding behind Tanjiro in fear. This smell of blood, this sense of oppression, what on earth is going on? Tanjiro looked at the 2 terrifying figures in front of him in shock and disbelief. But seeing the backs of Feng Yu and Xingqiu Lang, I felt a little more relaxed. Senior brother Feng Yu and Mr. Xingqiu were here, so everything will be fine. Feng Yu frowned. Under the clear vision of the world, he found that Tanjiro actually relaxed inside. This made him feel disappointed in his heart. At the same time, he also began to think about whether it was because he had given him so much help that he became dependent. Others rise. After all, Tanjiro's behavior now is not a good sign. However, the enemy in front of him is already very close, and for Kokushibo, whose strength is second only to Mukai, Feng Yu is not sure how his own strength compares to him. After all, I have never fought against Muzan and Kokushibo. Kokushibo was still wearing a purple snake print kimono and a black horse hakama, with red markings on the left forehead and right chin to the neck, and the 6 blood-red eyes on the face looked at Feng Yu and the others indifferently. Just standing there, Feng Yu could feel his power. Standing next to him was Yiwo Zuo, but at this moment, Yiwo Zuo's eyes were dull, and his whole body was exuding a black mist that could only be seen in the transparent world. At this moment, he felt like a manipulated puppet to Feng Yu, without the pride and frivolity of the past. You are very good. I never expected that a genius like you would appear in the Demon Slayer Corps. Now that you have reached this point, your life is not far away from death. Come and become a ghost. Becoming a ghost can ignore the trouble of lifespan. Becoming a ghost can make you stronger. You are very, very strong. But you are not the strongest. Kokushibo said coldly. He couldn't see through Feng Yu, but he also felt Feng Yu's strength. Everyone listened to Kokushibo's words. Although they didn't understand why Feng Yu said that he was not far from death, they still couldn't help but become nervous. If Feng Yu couldn't resist the temptation and agreed to become a ghost, it would undoubtedly be a kind of attack on the Demon Slayer Corps. Nightmare. They have killed so many ghosts, but they understand that their strength will be greatly enhanced after becoming ghosts. The air suddenly solidified, waiting for Feng Yu's answer. Thank you for your compliment. But I refuse to become a ghost. Feng Yu shook his head and replied. Tanjiro and others breathed a sigh of relief, and their worries were relieved. It's a pity that all of you Demon Slayer Corps members are so stubborn. What's ridiculous is that you don't understand the reality at all. With your short lifespan and fragile body, what are you using to confront ghosts? Just rely on your breathwork. Even the person who was the source of your breathing method died within the human lifespan. The once favored person of the gods died of old age. It's ridiculous, such a powerful person. Kokushibo thought that he already knew Feng Yu's answer and continued. You humans can indeed improve your strength by relying on the breathing method, but while it brings you strength, it also accelerates you on the road to death faster. And ghosts can perfectly improve your strength, and their unlimited lifespan allows us to have more time to hone your strength. Surrender to me and become one of our ghosts. Kokushibo looked at Feng Yu like a superior looking at a subordinate, and extended a hand to invite Feng Yu. Feng Yu still shook his head. Needless to say, I will not become a crippled creature like you, and who says humans can't be compared to ghosts. You are powerful, and we humans may not be invincible. We humans have emotions and precious memories. But after you become a ghost, do you still have emotions? Do you still remember the face of the person who impressed you most? Besides, do ghosts have to be free? Feng Yu said while looking at Kokushibo. Kokushibo was silent for a while and said, in that case, then please die. Kokushibo slowly pulled out the demon blade from his waist, and saw a row of eyes on the demon blade. The scarlet color made everyone present tremble. Just by pulling out the knife, the pressure becomes stronger. Tanjiro murmured behind him. Feng Yu also pulled out the onikiri, and at the same time, the blade of the sword instantly turned blood red, and the shadow of the god of death began to gather behind him. Seeing this, Kokushibo couldn't help but nodded, and looked at Feng Yu with even more approval. He could see that Feng Yu was very young at this time, but his strength had reached such a level, which showed that he was a true genius. Xingqiu Lang, I leave the one next to you. Feng Yu said with a solemn expression. Anjiro saw that Kokushibo's target was Feng Yu, and he did not refuse, so he nodded. The battlefield between us is not here, let's go, Mr. Kokushibo. Feng Yu said. Heard this. Kokushibo's momentum suddenly changed. How do you know my name? Kokushibo said. Did this idiot Yiwazuo tell you? Feng Yu didn't speak, just glanced at Yiwazuo, then turned around and took out a small bag of healing pills from the system space and put it in Xingqiu Lang's hands. Xingjiro, once you are hurt, you must take this healing pill. And you, let's support Xingjiro. After the explanation, Feng Yu invited Kokushibo to leave, leaving only Yiwazuo, Xingjulong and others to confront each other. The wind blew gently, and everyone's feathers were fluttering. Tanjiro and others also drew their swords. Anjiro laughed. Ha ha ha, you are a winding ghost. Yiwazuo lowered his head and said nothing, but his body was already ready for attack. Then today, let me see the strength of the Shangxian ghost. Xingjiro pulled out the Nichirin sword, and flames suddenly burst out. With the blowing of the wind, they were like sparks of fire, flickering in the darkness. Tanjiro and others gathered around Yiwazuo, and everyone pulled out their Nichirin swords. Only Zenitsu had already fainted from fright and changed into another form. Ha ha ha, this sense of oppression, this monster of strength, remember, I am Hashibira Inosuke. You will be killed by me. Inosuke shouted. Blue runes suddenly appeared under Yiwazuo's feet, and a huge pointer pointed at Xingqiu Lang, which seemed to indicate that Xingqiu Lang was the most powerful. Then his body was like a cannonball, rushing towards Anjiro. Breath of Fire 1 type Shiranui. The fire flames of Anjiro's Nichirin sword ignited from the blade, and it instantly met Yiwazuo's fist. Bang! A loud noise echoed throughout the dark forest. Feng Yu sighed. He walked in front, and Kokushibo followed quietly behind him. Feeling the fighting movement not far behind him, Feng Yu knew that the battle between Xingqiulang and the others in Yuozuo had begun. Above the clouds, the huge golden figure is constantly circling. Gaga, the master asked me to ambush and attack ghosts here as a cloud Lao 6. Although I don't know what Lao 6 is, I feel a sense of pleasure in my heart for some reason. Chapter 156 Kokushibo's Feng Yu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 156 313. Chapter 156 Kokushibo's Feng Yu. The sounds of fighting on Xingqiulang's side continued to sound, and at the same time, the scene of flames shooting into the sky could be seen. Okay, our battlefield is right here. Feng Yu stopped, slowly turned his head and said to Kokushibo. Are you so confident that you can deal with me alone? Although I admit that you are a genius, over the past few hundred years, countless geniuses like you have been too confident in themselves. If you choose me, you will end up dead. I ask you again, are you willing to become a ghost? I admire you very much. I can promise you that as long as you become a ghost, you can become the strongest person under me. Kokushibo said, but the ghost blade in his hand has begun to turn red, the eyes on the blade are shaking, and the blood vessels are wrapping around the entire blade as if they are alive. How can you know the result if you haven't tried it? And do you really think that's all my strength is? Feng Yu put on the white fox mask, and in an instant, the white fox mask began to fit his face, gradually changing back to the look of the god of death. The huge shadow of death standing on Feng Yu also became clearer and more solid. Strange stuff. Kokushibo saw Feng Yu's changes and couldn't help but understand. Feeling the changes in Feng Yu's momentum and the slight trembling in his heart, he understood what kind of effects the mask had. Did your Demon Slayer core make this mask? Kokushibo asked. If the Demon Slayer core can mass-produce something that can have an effect on him, it will be difficult for the ghost camp. Feng Yu didn't speak, but the aura on his body changed again, and two markings began to appear and entwine. Zezai, I didn't expect you to have even turned on Zaizu. You can see through the world and Zaizu, what a genius, ha ha ha. But your life will burn faster. You should feel it at this moment. Life is constantly burning. Although the strength that stripes bring you has greatly increased, like the transparent world, there is a price to pay, and this price is vitality. You will die soon, are you sure you won't agree to me? Become a ghost. Kokushibo laughed, his six blood-red eyes revealing a sense of excitement. He was too eager to fight the strong. Ever since he turned into a ghost and his stupid brother died, apart from Wu Mei, there has been no strong person in this world. It can impress him, or it can be said that the strong are lonely after all. And he felt extremely lonely in the endless years. At this moment, seeing Feng Yu not only mastering the transparent world, but also becoming a striped swordsman. That sense of threat made him even more excited. At this moment, Feng Yu, who was fully fired up, reached the peak of his strength, and his eyes became cold. The shadow of the god of death behind him held a blood-red blade, and just like Feng Yu's eyes, he looked at it coldly. Kokushibo, then come on, let me feel the long-lost pleasure of battle. Kokushibo laughed wildly, and his aura suddenly rose to the sky, which was comparable to Feng Yu's aura. Against each other, the strong energy fluctuations caused vibrations in the air. The surrounding trees began to fall outward like a mountain. Breath of the Moon 3 types hateful moon erosion. Kokushibo quickly waved the demon blade in his hand, and several crescent-shaped curved blades were generated at the blade. He then performed a continuous slash, releasing two crescent-shaped blade winds, and at the same time, many crescent-shaped blades of different sizes were generated around it. An irresistible force attacks Feng Yu. Feng Yu's face does not change color. Breath of Light 11 form light wings continuous slash. Countless pale yellow light blades instantly met Kokushibo's attack. Bang! Powerful energy waves bloom. A big crater instantly exploded where the two light blades collided. The wind swept the earth. Both of them can see each other's condition and are unscathed. Not bad, very good. Kokushibo agreed. I'm going to get serious next time. Breath of the Moon 6 types lone moon in the long night uninterrupted. Kokushibo's figure instantly appeared in front of Feng Yu, performing staggered rapid slashes at him. Multiple blade winds struck Feng Yu, accompanied by countless full moon blades. Breath of water shape of 11 calm and calm. Both of them opened the transparent world. Kokushibo became a ghost. The stripes can be said to be a decoration, but it can also be said to be an open state. Although Feng Yu was a human, the benefits brought to him by his immortal body are like the ghost brought the same thing to Kokushibo. Both of them can be said to be striped swordsmen and strong men who can see through the world. You can see all the movements clearly. Blue waves suddenly appeared, with Feng Yu as the center. In an instant, Kokushibo felt that the two of them were separated by a world. His attack was offset and he fell into the calm water, sinking into the sea. Breath of Water 12 forms earth-shaking waves. Feng Yu found the right moment and instantly used the strongest attack move of Breath of Water. The calm water surface began to roll, and a huge wave as high as the sky came towards Kokushibo. It's just that Kokushibo is the strongest person in this world after all, so he quickly reacted defensively. Breath of the Moon 5 types Moon Soul Disaster Vortex. Kokushibo's body began to spin rapidly, and a huge swirling blade wind was generated around him. Bite, bang. Feng Yu's Onikiri was blocked by Kokushibo's Oni blade, but Kokushibo's tall body was immediately crushed by the powerful force. Zila. Cracks began to appear on Kokushibo's demon blade, and at the same time, the rows of eyes were filled with blood. Go to hell, Feng Yu shouted, and the power in his hand increased instantly. Crack, not good. Seeing that the demon blade was about to be cut off, Kokushibo shouted, and at the same time the blood in his hand began to be transmitted to the demon blade. Evolve. As Kokushibo shouted, the ghost blade in his hand suddenly seemed to come to life, and the blood of Kokushibo was sucked crazily. The broken area was repaired instantly, and at the same time, the blade began to change, and blood-red branches began to appear. Feng Yu felt a powerful force resisting his own ghost. Does your knife have special effects? Feng Yu glanced, and the shadow of the death god behind him suddenly had red eyes, and the blood-red blade in his hand swung towards Kokushibo. I saw the streaks of blood begin to merge into Onikiri's blade, and the dark blood-red blade began to glow with blood. This knife is sucking my blood. Kokushibo reacted and swung hard. The powerful force pushed Feng Yu back several meters. At the same time, he quickly retreated and distanced himself from Feng Yu. Weird means. Kokushibo looked at Feng Yu, who had a relaxed expression with solemn eyes. At the same time, he saw that the Onikiri in Feng Yu's hand seemed to be like his own ghost blade, absorbing his own blood and letting out a cry of joy. 5WB. Chapter 157 Different Battlefields. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 157 313. Chapter 157 Different Battlefields. After Onikiri sucked Kokushibo's blood, the shadow of death behind Feng Yu became more solid. If it was still blurry before, now it can be seen clearly. I know you like it, so I'll suck more later, Feng Yu said while stroking the Onikiri in his hand. Buzz. Onikiri's blade began to tremble, as if in response to Feng Yu. The sword has a spirit. I didn't expect that your Sun Lune sword would be so mysterious. I want to know more and more about you. When Kokushibo saw the interaction between Feng Yu and Onikiri, a greedy look suddenly appeared in his eyes, staring at Feng Yu. In his eyes, Feng Yu's methods in front of him were really weird and astonishing, with the mask, the shadow of the god of death, and the Onikiri at this moment. Kokushibo believes that as long as he swallows Feng Yu, he may be able to get everything he has. He saw in Feng Yu the hope of improving his strength. This alone is enough for him to try his best to kill Feng Yu. Everything about you will become mine. Kokushibo pointed at Feng Yu with the evolved ghost blade and said. Then come and kill me if you can. Kokushibo. As the saying goes, you can't lose with momentum, so Feng Yu directly faced him. Breath of the moon shape of seven mirror of disaster Yuying. Holding the ghost blade in a fan shape, he swung 5 giant shock waves that stretched across the ground and attacked Feng Yu. At the same time, as the giant shock wave advanced, countless small arc-shaped shock waves also followed. Rumble. A powerful shock wave roars in. Breath of light 12 patterns auxiliary light full jade box light change flash shadow. Onikiri instantly emits a light yellow fluorescence, and at the same time, Fengas flashes in front of Kokushibo at the moment of the shock wave. So fast, Kokushibo exclaimed, but soon, Feng Yu's sword moves changed again. Breath of light 10 forms light storm. Feng Yu quickly waved the knife in his hand, and an extremely fast huge light blade storm appeared in front of Kokushibo, sucking him in instantly. Kokushibo, who was in the light blade storm, felt the distance pain coming from his body, as if it was going to tear him apart, and in this storm, the powerful healing power of ghosts was actually suppressed. Feng Yu looked at Kokushibo in the storm without letting down his guard for a moment, because he knew that he could not kill Kokushibo easily. Really? In a transparent world, Feng Yu saw Kokushibo's body starting to move. The breath of the moon Shisei's shape ferocious transformation the sky is full of slender moon. Kokushibo waved the demon blade, and countless huge crescent-shaped blades swept away the light blade storm, while countless giant round moon blades swept away in all directions. Bang! Violent explosion waves spread, and Feng Yu resisted the attack coming towards him. Gently wiping off the scars on his cheek, Feng Yu smiled and said, as expected of Mr. Kokushibo, I can't hurt your roots at all. Boy, you are the first human to hurt me in these hundreds of years. You succeeded in irritating me. At this time, Kokushibo was covered in blood and looked extremely embarrassed. Tear. Kokushibo ripped off the tattered clothes on his body, revealing his flawless body, with round and plump abdominal muscles full of explosive power. As Kokushibo's heart continues to beat, the muscles seem to be growing stronger. Other side. The battlefield between Yivuzuo, Xingzhaolong and others was also unusually fierce. All the surrounding trees were cut in half by sharp blades, with smooth cuts and large pits all over the ground. The forest was engulfed in flames, and the thick black smoke looked so huge under the moonlight, as if it was about to swallow the entire sky. Yivuzuo still has the same posture of waist and horse, taking up an attacking posture, while opposite him is Xingzhaolong, who looks slightly tired. As well as Zenitsu and Inosuke lying on the ground behind Anjiro, vomiting blood. Only Tanjiro was holding on with his face covered in blood, holding the Nichirin sword in both hands. This guy is too scary, we can't deal with this strength. Tanjiro looked at the expressionless Yuasa and said knowingly. He recalled that if it hadn't been for Xingzhaolong and the sudden burst of light from the sky several times, he might have been beaten into a hornet's nest by Yivuzuo. Tanjiro, take Zenitsu and the others out of here, this ghost is not something you can deal with. Xingzhaolong said with a solemn expression. Mr. Yenju, what else does Tanjiro want to say? But Yivuzuo in the distance instantly launched an offensive towards him. Take them away quickly, Kamado boy, Anjiro shouted. Breath of flame 4 type, flame vortex. The vortex of flames instantly appeared with the swing of the Nichirin sword, blocking Yivazao's fist. Bang! Both of them were shocked by the other's impact and took a few steps back. Vomit. Anjiro spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn ghost, you actually attack a weak person. Anjiro cursed, but Yiwo didn't react at all, he just lowered his head, and blue snowflake runes suddenly appeared under his feet. Xingjulong knew that his attack was coming again. After taking the healing pill given by Feng Yu before, the injury is almost healed. Breath of fire shape of Wu Fire Tiger. The flames of the blade swept across and instantly transformed into a fierce tiger. As Xingqiu rushed out, he roared up with the power of the King of Beasts and faced Yivazuo's fist. Roar. Yanhu let out a roar. The deafening sound echoed throughout the night. It is our responsibility as the strong to protect the weak. I will never allow ghosts like you to lose faith in the strong. Seeing Xingqiu fighting spirit soaring into the sky, Yivazuo's expression seemed to have changed a little, but soon, a black mist enveloped him, and he returned to his original state. Yanhu doubled in size instantly, and Xingqiu's blade successfully cut off Yivazuo's arm. Bang! The Yiwo seat flew backwards and crashed onto the boulder behind. The dust and smoke dispersed. Yivazuo's figure stood up again. At the same time, the severed arm also grew back. Yivazao stretched out his newly grown arm, and then looked at Xingqiu expressionlessly. Then he rushed out again and fought with Xingqiu. So fast, so strong. Tanjiro pinched Zenitsu with one hand and pinched Zenitsu with the other. Inosuke couldn't help but look at the fight between the two of them and couldn't help but exclaim. Blue and fire lights kept flashing in the dark night. Wherever they flashed, there would be loud noises, followed by the earth cracking, trees extinguishing, and fires everywhere. Tanjiro couldn't see what they were doing. He could only endure the severe pain in his body and transport Zenitsu and the two away from the battlefield. Mr. Anjiro, wait for me to come back. Tanjiro shouted, but got no response. It's all because I'm too weak to help Mr. Anjiro. Chapter 158 Headless Ye Nest Seat. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 158 313. Chapter 158 Headless Ye Nest Seat. Tanjiro and Zenitsu quickly left the battlefield and came to a clearing. They put them down and told Nezuko to take care of them. Nezuko, you must take good care of them. I will help Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro said to Nezuko, but Nezuko shook her head, holding his clothes with both hands, and wouldn't let him leave with tears in her eyes. Good boy, Nezuko, it's my responsibility to kill the ghost. I can't leave Mr. Purgatory to deal with that terrible ghost alone. I know you are worried about my safety, but I promise you, I will come back safely. Just wait for me here. Okay. Tanjiro touched Nezuko's head and said softly. Nezuko stared at him closely, with tears in her eyes sliding down her cheeks. At the same time, the sounds of fighting behind her continued, and as the battle progressed, the darkness and flames shot into the sky. Xingjulong and Yi Zhao, Feng Yu and Kokushibo two battlefields. Tanjiro can feel the hardship. This is the true strength of Zhu, how powerful senior brother Feng Yu must be. It was obvious that the battle on Feng Yu's side was more intense, and the roaring energy fluctuations made him feel faintly uneasy. It even seemed to him that if he went up, he would be crushed directly. Tanjiro also felt that pray that Fuaha can defeat Kokushibo and come to help Anjiro in his battle. Nezuko, I can't wait any longer. Just wait here for me to come back. Tanjiro knew he couldn't stay any longer, he smelled the hurt smell of Anjiro. Seeing Tanjiro's persistence, Nezuko burst into tears and put the healing pill in his arms into his hand. Nezuko. Tanjiro takes the healing pill. Thank you Nezuko, but you have to leave some as a guarantee. Tanjiro took out 3 healing pills and gave them back to Nezuko. In this way, Tanjiro picked up the Nichirin sword on the side and rushed to the battlefield on Anjiro's side. The cold wind seemed to be seeing off Tanjiro, and Nezuko watched him leave with tears in her eyes. Oni-chan, you must come back. Nezuko thought to himself. When Tanjiro rushed back to the battlefield, he saw Yi Zhao launching extremely dense and violent punches at Xingjiro's chest. Anjiro was waving the Nichirin sword to resist his attack, while his body was constantly retreating. Mr. Purgatory, Tanjiro shouted, then picked up the Nichirin sword and rushed forward instantly, wanting to help him share the attack from Yivazao. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms big wave. The sound of crashing, wagging, water waves sounded. Before Xingjiulong had time to think, he saw a huge wave rising into the sky and landing on Yivazuo. Bang! The 3 of them were instantly repelled by the energy of the explosion and flew backwards. Come on boy, why are you back again? Didn't I ask you to retreat? Anjiro shouted. Mr. Purgatory, I want to help you. Tanjiro replied, you should leave quickly. This ghost is not something you can deal with yet. Hurry up and launch a rescue mission to the headquarters. Anjiro shouted with a frown. Rescue has been launched, I'm here to help you. Trust me, Tanjiro said firmly. Seemingly moved by his eyes, Anjiro didn't say anything more and just started laughing. Ha ha ha, it turns out that this is the strength of the ghost on the string. I can finally feel it today. It seems that the strength of the ghost is really too strong. Anjiro laughed and stood up immediately, the feather fabric on his body fluttering and swaying in the breeze. Come on boy, since you have made your decision, then come with me to kill this ghost. Anjiro said to Tanjiro. Yes, Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro also stood up quickly, adjusted his breathing, and was ready to attack. But Yivazao in the distance was really staring at Tanjiro with a painful expression on his face. Bang bang bang. Yivuzuo suddenly hit the ground crazily. Cracks like spider threads began to spread as his fist fell. At the same time, a big hole was made under his feet, and his entire body was sinking. Thick smoke billows. Shinjiro and Tanjiro were puzzled by Yivuzuo's behavior and looked at him with frowns. There's something wrong with this ghost, it seems to be controlled. Xinghaolong looked at Yivuzuo and murmured. This kid, that move just now doesn't seem to be a traditional water-breathing move. Could it be a new move deduced, and the ghost just happened to know this move, and it aroused his consciousness? Anjojiro suddenly understood and said to Tanjiro beside him. Come on boy, continue to use the same move against this ghost. I suspect that this ghost may be under control, and the move you just used can awaken his own consciousness. Control it. Tanjiro couldn't help but look at Yivuzuo when he heard Xinghaolong's words. Suddenly, a smell of extreme sadness and pain came from Yivuzuo's body. This pain. Tanjiro was shocked. At this moment, I calmed down and felt it carefully. Sure enough, I could smell the pain in Yivuzuo's heart. Mr. Purgatory, let's attack him now, Tanjiro shouted. Anjiro nodded, then crossed his waist and lowered slightly, holding the Nichirin sword tightly with both hands, and took a deep breath. Breath of fire shape of 9 mystery purgatory. Boom. Anjiro rushed out like a meteor, and at the same time his whole body was surrounded by flames. Everything in his path was burned away, leaving only a scorching trail behind him. Feeling the heat coming from his skin, Tanjiro also started to act. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms big wave. The flames and huge waves instantly attacked Yivuzuo, rushing forward with an irresistible power, one fire and one water, moving from both ends, and they were about to kill Yivuzuo. Yivuzuo was still hitting the ground in pain, ignoring the attacks of the two. Boom. The ground was shaking, Shuyan breathing's strongest moves collided with each other, and the powerful energy directly cut off Yivuzuo's head. The scarlet blood formed a perfect arc in the air. Grr. Yivuzuo's head rolled to the side, but his body was still standing. But the original action of hitting the ground stopped. No, Kamado boy, leave quickly. Anjiro noticed something was wrong and yelled at Tanjiro. But it was too late. The body of Yivuzuo, who had lost his head, immediately launched a fierce punch at the two of them. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, Shinjiro reacted quickly and resisted Yivuzuo's attack, but Tanjiro's condition was not so good. He was sent flying directly by a punch and knocked down against a tree trunk. Vomit. Tanjiro covered his chest and spit out a mouthful of blood. His nose, eyes and ears were bleeding, and the bones in his body seemed to have been broken. The ribs and internal organs were severely damaged. Tanjiro tremblingly took out a healing pill from his arms and put it into his mouth, then lay on the ground helplessly. The injury is too serious, the effect of the healing pill can't keep up. I'm afraid it will take a while. Tanjiro gasped and tried to stand up, but it was no use. Xinghaolong was still resisting the attacks of the headless Yivuzuo. He was horrified to find that the attack speed and strength of the headless Yivuzuo had increased by 1 level. Before, he could resist without injury, but now he couldn't. The headless Yivuzuo's fists kept falling on him, and his injuries became more and more serious. Damn it, what's going on with this ghost? Why is it still alive after its head was chopped off? Anjiro was puzzled. His movements became slower and slower, and blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. Although he used the breath of inflammation to stop the ruptured blood vessels inside his body, new wounds kept appearing, and there was no time to recover. Breath of Fire 4 types Uzumaki of Prosperous Flame. The swirling flames began to wrap around his body as his knife was used to resist the headless Yivuzuo's punch. But the headless Yivuzuo was not afraid. He kicked Shinjiro fiercely from bottom to top, and at the same time, his body quickly jumped over and landed on the ground. Then he quickly rushed up and kicked several times violently, like a flash explosion. Bang bang bang. The sound of explosion spread. Thick smoke surrounded the two people, and from a distance they could only see faint firelight and the sounds of fighting. Just a little while. When the fire went out, Xinghaolong's body flew out. Chapter 159 He Must Die. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 159 313th. Chapter 159 He Must Die. Xinghaolong flew upside down and landed on the ground like a kite with its string broken. The smoke disperses. At this time, the headless Yivuzuo had grown its head again, but the new head was different from before. It could still be seen that it looked normal before, but now it has completely turned into a monster. The eyes are red, the face is covered with pitch-black scales, and there is a blood-red horn on the head that emits a faint red light in the darkness. A pair of bloody eyes stared at Xinghaolong, and from time to time he opened his mouth full of fangs, and drops of saliva fell on the ground, emitting sizzling white smoke. It was obvious that it was highly corrosive, and at the same time, there was a smell in his mouth. A terrifying roar. His aura was extremely violent. If it was calm over a stagnant pool before, now it is as violent as a volcano erupting. Tanjiro looked at his scanning eyes and felt his whole body sink, as if there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Tanjiro smelled his scent, only to feel that the previous scent of torture and sadness had been lost, replaced by chaos, violence and killing. Just then, a voice woke Tanjiro up. Hey, boy, are you from Nakagawa Fungyu's lineage? Tanjiro turned around and found that it was the head of Yivuzuo that had been chopped off before, staring at him while talking. How so? Tanjiro was shocked. He didn't expect that Yivuzuo lost his head and grew one again, but the previous one had not dissipated. This overturned his understanding. Boy, Don't panic, that body is already controlled by someone else. Now I can say that it and I are two separate entities, unrelated to each other. It's just that that guy took away all my power. Fortunately, you separated my head from that body in time, otherwise my consciousness would have been swallowed up. Yivazuo said, boy, that guy's power is not even comparable to that of me in my heyday. You have to be careful. By the way, didn't Nakagawa Fengyu come with you? Yivazuo asked doubtfully. Tanjiro hesitated for a while, thinking about whether what the head in front of him said was true, and worried that it was a conspiracy, but then he thought about it, the monster was already so powerful, even he and Anjiro couldn't fight it, let alone it's a conspiracy. Senior brother Fengyu was going to deal with that six-eyed ghost. Tanjiro said, 6 eyes, Kokushibo, with that guy's strength, he should be able to handle it, but it's no wonder he doesn't come here to help. Yivazuo murmured, hey, boy over there, what's your name? Yivazuo looked at Tanjiro and said, Kamado Tanjiro. Tanjiro said slightly, boy, if you trust me, you must do as I say to completely kill that monster. That monster inherited everything from me, which means that he also possesses the supreme realm and has broken through the boundary between life and death. Even if your knife cuts off his head, it can't kill him. But it's also the best time. The monster's consciousness is unclear. He has no active consciousness. There is only one command from that existence, which is to kill everyone on the scene. There is currently only one way to kill him completely. That is the moment you work together to cut off his head again. I return to my position and seize the initiative of the body. I no longer want to live in this world and cause more killings. After I gain control, I will destroy myself, waiting for the baptism of the sun. In this way, I can embrace Jushui again. There was sadness in Yivazuo's eyes, looking at the sky as if looking at his lover, with a happy smile on his face. Then why weren't you controlling the body when your head was still in that body? Tanjiro asked. At that time, I had lost all my strength, and my consciousness was being swallowed by that monster. He had control over my body. Because your move woke me up, and at the same time separated me from him, allowing my consciousness to return. That's why I am talking to you now. Boy, whether you believe it or not, there is only one way to kill him now. Make your own decision. Either he dies or we are all swallowed by him. Yivazuo said indifferently. Tanjiro, believe him. Just when Tanjiro hesitated, Fengyu's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Senior brother Fengyu, Tanjiro shouted, but there was no response. Tanjiro, his words are worthy of belief. I can't escape now, so I have to rely on you to solve the problem. Remember, you must. Before Fengyu could finish speaking, his voice disappeared, and no matter how Tanjiro called, there was no response. It must be something, Tanjiro murmured. Then he looked at Yivazuo and said, since senior brother Fengyu believes in you, then I believe in you too. Other side, Fengyu was constantly resisting the crazy attacks from Kokushibo. You seemed distracted just now, Kokushibo said. Cut. Fengyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and just now he had a flaw in the mental transmission with Tanjiro, which was noticed by Kokushibo and successfully injured Fengyu. Boy, if you are distracted during the duel with me, it will be disrespectful to me. A strong person should act like a strong person and respect every opponent. You have successfully PD'd me off, Kokushibo said angrily. When he found out that Fengyu was distracted while fighting with him, he felt extremely ashamed. In Fengyu, he saw the shadow buried deep in his heart. His younger brother Jigyu Yuani, the man favored by heaven and earth. He is also the person he hates and envies the most. He used to be so distracted when he faced his younger brother. Didn't regard him as a real opponent. And with the battle with Fengyu, Kokushibo also discovered that Fengyu's talent is really on par with his younger brother. At a young age, he already had the same strength as him, and was slightly stronger, which made Kokushibo think that Fengyu might be someone like Sukuni. God's beloved, Fengyu didn't know what Kokushibo was thinking, so he calmly took out a healing pill and put it into his mouth. The wounds are also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kokushibo saw that the damage he had caused to him healed so quickly. A flash of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes, followed by fear. The figure belonging to Jigyu Yuani gradually began to overlap Fengyu's body. This guy is a monster more terrifying than Yuani. Kokushibo couldn't help but take a few steps back. In Fengyu's body, he finally felt the shadow of fear towards Yuani deep in his memory again. No, we must kill him, absolutely. The potential in this boy is too strong, even more than Yuani. With the same markings and the same transparent world, Yuani will still have moments of weakness, but this boy can't see it at all. And the key is that you are too young. Under the clear vision of the world, Kokushibo could see that the bones on Fengyu's body were very young, not even adults yet. We can't let him become the next Yuani. He must die. Chapter 160 The Flame in Xingjulong's Eyes. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 160-313. Chapter 160 The Flame in Xingjulong's Eyes. Tanjiro sighed. After Xingjulong was knocked away, another healing pill was taken, and his injuries gradually healed, and he stood up again. It's just that he looked a little embarrassed at this moment. The feather cloth draped on his body had been cut with a deep cut, and the dazzling firelight illuminated his face. Strips of blood had dried up on his cheeks, and the team uniform inside had also been broken in the battle just now, revealing his powerful skin, but it was covered in blood and soil. There was no timid look in Anjiro's eyes, but they were still burning like a rising flame. Then he rushed forward and struggled with Yivuzuo's body. Bang! Xingjulong's attacks were slashed with endless flames one after another, but they were all blocked. I saw two new hands sprouting from the waist of Yivuzuo's body, attacking Xingqiulang crazily. Rumble! The violent fighting ripples filled the sky with mud smoke, wrapping the two of them inside. Tanjiro could only watch anxiously. Ha ha ha, as a pillar, I must kill you here, even if it means burning my life away. Anjiro shouted. The attack of the knife in his hand has been strengthened again, but it is difficult for one knife to defeat 6 punches. The speed and strength of the monster Yivuzuo are also constantly increasing. No, boy, this monster is using your pillar to hone itself, and is accelerating its adaptation to body control in this way. Yivuzuo yelled hurriedly when he saw this. Tanjiro woke up with a start, but the sky was filled with mud smoke, like a terrifying tornado whirlpool, making it difficult for him to see what was going on inside. Anjiro's injuries are getting more and more serious, but his attacks are also getting stronger and faster. An invisible power gradually rose up in him. In the eyes of the monster Yi Wo-zuo, Xingqiulang's whole body exuded a light yellow gas, which continued to strengthen with his attacks. At this time, you can already see the light yellow momentum rising straight into the sky. This ghost is still getting stronger, regenerating very quickly. This sense of oppression and such a strong ghost energy, this is Shangxian, even a controlled Shangxian. Quote, Xingjuro was observing the movements and body changes of the monster Yivuzuo while attacking. He could feel the ghost aura in front of him growing stronger, but at the same time, he also felt that there seemed to be a force surging in his body. That guy is breaking through to the highest realm, that powerful fighting spirit, this is martial arts. I wish I could have met him earlier. Yivuzuo looked at Xingqiulang on the battlefield with a kind of like-minded look in his eyes. Mr. Purgatory, this monster is adapting to that body through fighting. Tanjiro picked up the knife and rushed forward. Tried to attack the monster Yivuzuo. Only. The snowflake needles on the soles of the monster's feet instantly turned in Tanjiro's direction, and the hands on his waist attacked him directly with unrivaled power. Bang! Tanjiro used his knife to resist the attack, but in the face of the powerful force, his body still flew backwards. Tanjiro got up with difficulty, but heard Anjiro shouting. Don't come over here, you're waiting there. Tanjiro immediately put away his offensive stance. Weak, die. The monster Yivuzuo opened its fangs and made a squeaking sound. Destruction kill destruction style. The monster Yivuzuo shouted, and at the same time, he made fists with 6 hands and attacked Xingqiulang. Not good. Breath of fire shape of sea whirlpool of Schengen. The flames instantly covered his blade and swept through his body. Bang! The violent explosion knocked him away. Mr. Purgatory, Tanjiro shouted. The monster Yua's body instantly appeared in front of Tanjiro. So fast, Tanjiro's eyes widened and he stared blankly at the monster Yivuzuo in front of him. His huge fist seemed to have been slowed down and was about to fall on Tanjiro's face. Breath of fire shape of 9 Purgatory. Flames instantly ignited in the darkness, and a tall figure rushed in front of Tanjiro with blazing flames. Bang! Anjiro's feet instantly sank, and Tanjiro's back was flattened out into a triangular plane. The powerful attack force directly wiped everything out. Roar! Seeing that the attack was blocked, the monster Yivuzuo roared. The fists were attacking like rain. At that moment, Tanjiro felt the insignificance of life, which was the breath of death. If it weren't for Anjiro, he would have been beaten to a pulp. Go quickly, get out of here. Xingqiulang shouted at him, and then the corners of his mouth continued to bleed. Breath of fire shape of sea whirlpool of Schengen. The flame vortex repels the monster Yivuzuo. But soon, compass needles began to appear around the monster Yivuzuo. Destruction kill final style blue eyes chaotic afterglow. The compass needles were shot out in all directions instantly. The power of each compass needle was as powerful as a punch he punched, and the speed was extremely fast. Seeing that the needle was about to fall on them, Anjiro grabbed Tanjiro and stood in front of him to help him resist the attack of the needle. Boom boom boom. Explosions continued, and Tanjiro fell to the ground, looking at Anjiro's back in front of him in shock. Under the light of the fire, his figure became so tall. It's just that drops of blood fell on Tanjiro's body. Mr. Purgatory, Tanjiro shouted. Quack, sunlight and flames. A powerful energy gathering in the sky instantly fell on the monster Yivuzuo. Roar. The monster Yivuzuo let out a scream, and his body broke and began to turn into ashes. It's just that granulation soon began to squirm at the broken gap. Now, boy, Yivuzuo on the side saw that the monster Yivuzuo's self-healing ability was restricted, and shouted directly at him. Tanjiro stood up immediately when he shouted. Mr. Purgatory, right now, let's chop off his head together. Good. Anjiro's answer came from behind Tanjiro, but there was an extremely weak sound in his voice. Breath of water 12 forms earth-shaking waves. Breath of fire shape of 9 Purgatory. 1 blue and 1 yellow struck the monster Yivuzuo's neck in an instant as they did before. Roar. The monster Yivuzuo roared, but his arms that had not yet recovered made him unable to fight back. Feel the separation in your neck. The monster Yivuzuo immediately started to panic. He even forgot to use his foot attack and could only shake wildly, trying to throw the two of them away. Mr. Purgatory. Only then did Tanjiro realize how seriously Anjiro was injured. He held the knife in both hands, but only the bones were left in his left hand. The flesh and blood had long since disappeared, and the blood was dripping on the ground like running water. But he didn't say a word, and there was no expression of pain on his face, only the eternal flame in his eyes. How could this happen? Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro panicked. He did not expect Anjiro's body to be so seriously injured. You must know that the hand is the second life for a swordsman. Without the hand, it means that the person is disabled. Chapter 161 This is the pillar. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 161 313. Chapter 161 This is the pillar. Anshoru's eyes showed no change in expression, they were still so simple, and his body exuded a reassuring light. Come on boy, the reason why the Demon Slayer core is a pillar is not just relying on strength. The most important thing is to have a strong heart and be able to become a big tree and give shelter to the weaker compatriots underneath. Fearing life and death, only burning everything we have to shoulder the responsibility we should bear, this is the pillar of our Demon Slayer core. If the Lord is the main trunk, then our pillars are the branches and the team members below are smaller branches. The others are green leaves, this is a complete tree. Boy Kamado, you have great potential. I believe you will be able to surpass us and lead the entire Demon Slayer core to victory. Remember, don't forget the original intention of joining the Demon Slayer core. Xingjulong shouted, and then the flames on the blade suddenly surged, gradually turning into a huge fire dragon, and instantly wrapped around the monster Yivazao. Full concentration breath of fire shape of 9 purgatory. Crack, Tanjiro's eyes widened. A huge fire dragon swallowed the monster Yivazuo, and the powerful energy directly bounced him away. Mr. Purgatory, Tanjiro stood firm and shouted. But the flames soaring into the sky enveloped the two of them, making it impossible to see clearly what the situation was like. Roar. A roar came out and the flames dispersed. The head of the monster Yivazuo fell to the ground, while Xingqiulang was half kneeling with his back facing away, motionless. The space suddenly seemed to be frozen and quiet. Now, Yivazuo's head shouted, and then many hands and feet sprouted from his head, and he jumped up, returning to his position and landing on the incision of his neck. Tentacles of flesh and blood began to connect. But there was a black mist blocking him. Hey, boy, don't be stunned. That guy's power is too strong. I can't help it now. You attack this body and consume its energy. Yivazao felt the resistance of the fusion and shouted anxiously towards Tanjiro in the distance. On the other side, the head of the monster Yivazuo also reacted, and it also grew small hands and feet again and ran towards the body. Boy, don't be in a daze. When it takes over your body, all of us will die here. Hurry up, Yivazuo shouted. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and rushed out in an instant, constantly destroying Yivazuo's body while resisting the approach of the monster Yivazuo's head. Full concentration breath of water type 11 calm and calm. The realm of blue water instantly enveloped the head and body of the monster Yivazuo. Make it difficult for him to move. It's just that the power of the monster Yivazuo's head is also extremely terrifying. The black mist turns into tentacles of flesh and blood, struggling crazily. Kacha kacha, Tanjiro can feel a powerful force that is about to destroy the water realm. And this time, a long-lost voice sounded. Gaga, Tanjiro, let me help you. Xiaohei's voice reached Tanjiro's ears, but he felt a little tired. Then a white light fell from the sky and enveloped the head of the monster Yivazuo. Roar. The attack with sunlight effect made the monster Yivazuo feel the fear of death, and at the same time, his skin continued to melt, revealing the burnt flesh and blood inside. Clouds of white smoke are emitted from the head, and the self-healing ability is restricted. When the monster Yivazao's head felt the loss of body strength, he knew that his body was being gradually replaced. The blood-red eyes of his eyes were staring at the body. The body that was being fused by Yivazuo suddenly saw a black mist rising up, and at the same time, the paused body began to tremble. No, boy, that guy is going to fight to the death. He has sublimated all the strange power of this body in order to fight for the last time. Get away from me, I'm out of control, this monster's only will now is to kill you. Yivazuo shouted. Blue snowflake runes appear. The huge needle pointed at Tanjiro, and Yivazuo's body launched a fierce attack directly towards Tanjiro. Bang bang bang. Perhaps because of the interference of Yivazuo, the body's speed was much slower, but Tanjiro was still beaten back repeatedly, and the powerful force also directly broke the water domain. The head of the monster Yivazao, which lost control of the water domain, began to wither slowly and finally turned into ashes. No, the attack power and speed are beyond my ability to resist. Tanjiro's injuries became more and more serious, and Yivazao's fists kept falling on him, each punch carrying terrifying power. Tanjiro was bleeding, with a look of despair in his eyes. Too strong. Bang. Tanjiro was kicked away, and then Yivazuo's body jumped up in an instant. Seeing that the power of Yivazuo's fists had gathered to an unstoppable level. Damn it, this is my body, get out of here. Yivazuo shouted. Boom boom boom. Countless fists immediately hit another place. Tanjiro fell to the ground, got up with difficulty, and looked at the deep pit that was made in horror. If it falls on me, I will definitely die. The blood had stained his clothes red, and his face was mixed with blood and dirt. Purgatory Anjiro was still half kneeling and motionless, as if he had lost his breath. Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro shed tears. Only at this moment did he realize how weak his strength was. He was so powerless in front of the powerful U-string. Thinking back to his arm that turned into bones, Tanjiro felt his heart aching. Before he could feel sad again, Yivazuo shouted, "Boy, get out of the way." Coming towards him with a fist that wiped out all life, a black figure with blood-red flames kicked towards Yivazuo. Bang! Yivazuo's body was instantly knocked away by a powerful force, and at the same time his body was burned with blood-red flames. Nezuko! Tanjiro shouted. At this time, Nezuko was completely transformed into a ghostly adult woman, with complete ghost horns growing on her forehead and willow patterns all over her body. Exuding a powerful aura, he stood in front of Tanjiro. He was not dominated by anger and lost his mind like in the original work, but he completely controlled the power of ghost transformation. Well done, Yivazuo shouted in surprise. This flame can actually restrain the black mist. No, this is a ghost, and it's still helping that kid. Only then did Yivazai realize that Nezuko exuded the aura of a ghost. Could it be that this girl is also a ghost who has escaped control? Yivazao looked at Nezuko in surprise. Immediately, Yivazuo's body slowly stood up, and the blood-red flames on his body were immediately covered and extinguished by the black mist. Chapter 162 No Misfortune Comes. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 162 313. Chapter 162 No Misfortune Comes. Nezuko. Tanjiro rushed to Nezuko and asked concernedly. At this time, Nezuko completely transformed into a ghost and turned into a 17-year-old appearance, which made Tanjiro extremely surprised in his eyes. In the previous battle at Spider Mountain, she was only half ghost. Looking at the willow leaf-like lines on Nezuko's body and the ghost horns growing out of her head, Tanjiro was filled with sadness. If Nezuko were still human, she would be ready to get married if she looked like this. Nezuko ignored Tanjiro's concern and just stared at Yivazao, who had stood up again in the distance. Boy, is this your family? Yivazuo asked. Yes, this is my sister Nezuko. Tanjiro replied. It's interesting. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, you actually have a sister who became a ghost by your side. It seems that your path is not easy. Ha ha ha. Nakagawa Fungyu, but I really have you. Yivazuo looked at Tanjiro and the two with great satisfaction. Boy, the blood-red flame just now was caused by your sister's vampire technique. Let her come here a few more times. That flame has the power to weaken the black mist. As long as it comes a few more times, I think I can completely take back this body. Yivazuo said. Vampire magic, Tanjiro murmured. But before Tanjiro could speak, Nezuko was swept up by her unique blood ghost technique, explosive flames, and rushed forward, wrestling with Yivazao's body. It's just that Nezuko still lacks fighting skills after all. Although her foundation and potential have been developed to the extreme, the monster Yivazao has inherited the fighting skills and awareness of the original Yivazao, and she cannot resist it at all. But within a short while, Nezuko fell into a disadvantage. Countless needles gathered on Yivazuo's body, and then shot out in all directions with the power to destroy everything. Nezuko was covered in explosive flames, but she was still injured by countless needles and fell to the ground. Nezuko. Seeing that Yivazao's fist was about to fall on Nezuko, Tanjiro seemed to hear his father's voice in his ears. Tanjiro, you must protect your family and inherit the music and dance of the god of fire. Looking at the thin man in my memory dancing the fire Kagura ritual dance that ordinary people cannot dance on the white snow. A special melody emerged from Tanjiro's body. At this moment, Tanjiro seemed to understand clearly. The second move that he had been unable to figure out in Butterfly House was now as clear as an idea. At this moment, his breath was transformed into the breath of the sun, and the blade began to emit blood-red flames. This is, Yivazao couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at Tanjiro, who felt faintly palpitating in his heart. Nezuko, Tanjiro shouted. Complete episodes God of Fire Kagura by Luodian. His knife was like the sun, cutting into Yivazuo's body in one vertical motion. Ah, Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, who was lying on the ground, and the ground beneath him was stained red. The anger in his heart turned into strength, and the blood-red flames emitted by the Nichirin sword in his hand became more intense. What an amazing power. Human beings are really strange creatures. They seem so weak and have so many shortcomings, but why can they become so powerful? Nakagawa Fungyu, the yellow-haired man, and this boy, humanity, is full of infinite possibilities. Yivazuo squinted at Tanjiro in front of him and thought to himself. The power of the black mist has weakened. In an instant, black mist erupted from Yivazuo's body, resisting the flames of Tanjiro's blade. The black mist made a sizzling sound as soon as it touched the flames. These brothers and sisters are simply the nemesis of the black mist, the breathing method and the vampire technique. Then I can't hold back. It's just not enough, it needs to be a little weaker. Yivazuo fell silent. In fact, he hadn't exhausted all his strength. When he felt the devouring of his consciousness, he secretly accumulated strength for the final resistance. However, Wu Mei's blood curse was too strong, which directly caused him to fall into a deep sleep. But that power was still preserved by him. It's just that the power of the black mist is too strong now. He can't guarantee that the power he has saved can overwhelm the power of the black mist and gain control of the body. He is waiting for the most suitable opportunity. Boy, your flames can also weaken the power of the black mist. Yivazuo shouted, but four arms suddenly sprouted from behind the body, and they all clenched their fists and struck at Tanjiro. The god of fire Kagura 4-type Phantom Sun Rainbow. Tanjiro quickly pulled out the Nichirin sword that was slashed into Yivazao's body, and then his body began to twist and spin at high speed, dancing like the god of fire, leaving an afterimage in the air, and dodged the attack. God of Fire Kagura 3-type Scorching Sun Red Mirror. The left and right symmetrical infinity orbital slash was swung out, slashing towards Yivazuo with terrifying power. Bang! Bang, bang, all the arms that were resisting were cut off by Tanjiro, and then he slashed the chest of Yivuzuo's body with a knife. Blood-red flames spread. Soon, Yivuzuo felt that the black mist was constantly being weakened, and was about to reach the critical point he expected. It's just that the sudden change occurred. Yivuzuo's body began to grow eyes and a mouth. It's exactly what it looked like before when it was just the monster's head. Roar. The black mist surged again in an instant. The fists of the body attacked Tanjiro frantically. Tanjiro had no time to dodge, so he could only grit his teeth and retreat quickly. Impossible. Why is there still power? Yivuzuo shouted in horror. No. There must be something wrong. This power cannot surge for no reason. I must have overlooked it. And at this time, a voice that frightened Yivuzuo sounded in his mind. Yivuzuo, are you really going to betray me? An angry voice sounded. Hearing Wuhan's voice, Yivuzuo was stunned, but he quickly came back to his senses. I didn't expect that you, my lord, would appear in this broken body in person. I should have thought that you would tamper with my body. So what's the reason for you to come here in person? Yivuzuo sneered. The beautiful woman far away in Infinite City opened her eyes. Her face was ferocious, her veins were bulging, and the objects around her were smashed to pieces with her palm. Yiwo seat. Naruto on the side looked at Muzan quietly, holding her pippa and not knowing what she was thinking. Shut up. Wu Kei cursed angrily. Haha. Let me guess what makes you come here in person. Is it the girl or the boy in front of you? Yivuzuo smiled. Wu Mei didn't say anything, and just started to control Yivuzuo's body to attack Tanjiro crazily. That boy. That hair, scars, earrings. Yueni, I will never allow another one of you to appear in this world. Muzan stared at Tanjiro knowingly. Chapter 163 Wushin Offline, the complete Yiwo seat. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 163 313th. Chapter 163 Wushin Offline, the complete Yiwo seat. Wuhan's consciousness controlled Yivuzuo's body and attacked Tanjiro crazily as he was dodging. What's going on? Why does it feel like this ghost's movements are like a different person? And what's going on with this extremely strong ghost energy? Tanjiro becomes more frightened the more he fights. But when he thought of the situation between his sister and Anjiro at this time, Tanjiro also started to fight with Kagura, the god of fire, and Muzan. Why do you stop me again and again, human beings? How can a lowly and inferior creature like a human be compared to a noble ghost? Yueni, you are dead. This world does not need any trace of your existence anymore. I will never allow it. Wu Mei in Infinite City shouted angrily. While his body was still shaking, his mouth was still breathing heavily, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face was pale. This was the first time Naru saw Muzan like this, and she wanted to ask what was going on, but experience told her that she must not hit the gun at this moment, otherwise the end would be tragic. I can only watch Wu Mei's crazy roar quietly. No, the power of this body will soon be exhausted, then we still can't kill this boy. Kokushibo, what on earth are you doing? Are you like those trash? You can't even make a pillar. Can't it be solved? Muzan begins to communicate with Kokushibo's consciousness. Hearing Muzan's voice, Kokushibo just paused for a moment, then ignored it and continued to fight Feng Yu. Damn it, no one responded to me. Wu Kai said angrily. Watching Tanjiro perform the fire god Kagura, Muzan's heart was itching with hatred, and at the same time, he began to think about whether he should wait another few decades to kill Tanjiro in front of him. The power of the black mist is constantly declining, and Tanjiro has been desperately dodging from the beginning to now counter-attacking. The opportunity has come. Tanjiro was surprised to see Wu Mei's flaw, and reacted instantly. The god of fire Kagura 4-type Phantom Sun Rainbow. Tanjiro turned around quickly, turned into an afterimage, and rushed in front of Wu Mei. God of fire, Kagura, 1 form, round dance. Blood-red flames instantly filled Wu Mei's sight. Yueni. Wu Kei seemed to see Zheng Yueni slashing at him with a knife. No. You're already dead, you're already dead. Wu Kuei shouted, and at the same time his consciousness disappeared instantly, and he returned to the Infinite City. Wu Mei's eyes widened, as if he had lost his mind, breathing heavily, and stayed in place. Tanjiro sighed. After Wu Mei lost consciousness, the order to kill Tanjiro was restarted, but his power was extremely weak. When Tanjiro's knife cut into Yivuzuo's body, roar, the pain of the flames caused Yivuzuo's body to scream in agony. Now, the head of Yivuzuo shouted. Boy, you get out of the way, that's it. Yivuzuo yelled at Tanjiro. Immediately, the entire head began to overlap again, but this time the connection was very fast, and the granulations squirmed and intertwined continuously. The body is still struggling, trying to swallow up Yivuzuo's consciousness and completely merge into one. Disgusting guy, get out of my body. Yivuzuo shouted, and then blue runes appeared all over his body. In Yivuzuo's eyes, blue-clothed Jushui held his hands like a dancing fairy. Komaji, let's work hard together. Jushui said softly. Seeing this, Yivuzuo drained all his strength and used it all to snatch the body. This is my body, my territory, Yivuzuo shouted. Compass needles appeared from all over the body, but they were not aimed at Tanjiro but at his own body. Go to hell, Yivuzuo shouted, and then countless needles fell on his body. Bang bang bang, a violent explosion sounded, and the entire area turned into blue energy explosion fluctuations. Tanjiro jumped far away, struggling to resist the howling wind from the front with his hands. What a terrible attack. This is the strongest attack of that ghost. It feels even scarier than before, Tanjiro secretly said. When the explosion stopped and the smoke dispersed, the moonlight shone on the earth through the dark clouds in the sky. My body is finally back. Yivuzuo stretched his limbs, and his strong muscles suddenly made a crackling sound. Tanjiro held Nezuko, whose sister's wound had healed, and looked at Yivuzuo in the distance in shock. This guy. The terrifying pressure frightened Tanjiro. He was afraid that Yivuzuo would suddenly rebel, so he held the Nichirin sword tightly in his hand. Nezuko looked at Tanjiro with an innocent expression. Gia, boy, are you so afraid of me? Yivuzuo stared at Tanjiro eagerly. No, this guy is really evil. Tanjiro immediately became extremely vigilant after hearing this. Ha ha ha. Okay, kid, I have no interest in you, or even the slightest interest in this world. Yivuzuo sneered and waved his hand indifferently. Having swallowed the power of the black mist, Yivuzuo is now more powerful than before. Feeling the power coming from his body, Yivuzuo looked towards the direction where Fengyu and Kokushibo were fighting. Can I defeat Kokushibo in this state? Yivuzuo stared at the distance in a daze, then his body lowered slightly, his feet sank instantly, and he jumped up, heading towards where Fengyu and Kokushibo were like a cannonball. He's gone. That's the direction of senior brother Fengyu. Tanjiro looked at Yivuzuo, who jumped up in surprise. I don't know what happened to senior brother Fengyu. At this time, a sound of falling to the ground brought Tanjiro back to his senses. Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro hurriedly ran over and hugged Tanjiro. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xingjulong's body was bright red, all his blood mixed into the soil. The two cuffs had long since disappeared, leaving only a strand of clothing that was originally strong, gently swaying in the wind. At the same time, there are bloody holes on the shoulders as big as thumbs. Did you get injured when you blocked an attack from me? Tanjiro shed tears and felt extremely guilty. Xingjiro's face was all stained with dried blood from his forehead. He just closed his eyes quietly like he was asleep. The moonlight was very bright, but it made Tanjiro feel extremely desolate. Recalling every moment of getting along with Tanjiro, it was like a big brother who brought them warmth and security. But at this moment, the big brother with a righteous face and loud voice became quiet. Tanjiro hugged Tanjiro tightly, gritting his teeth to hold back the grief in his heart and not let himself cry. It's just that the tears are like a 1,000-mile dike breaking in an anthill. Once there is a gap, I can no longer hold back. Ah, Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro made a painful cry of grief. Nezuko walked over slowly, hugged them both silently, and gently patted Tanjiro's back to comfort him. Ahem. At this time, Tanjiro, who was almost lifeless, suddenly felt movement in Tanjiro's arms. Kamado boy, you are trying to choke me to death. Chapter 164. Kokushibo was attacked by Feng Yuliu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 164 313. Chapter 164. Kokushibo was attacked by Feng Yuliu. Xingjiro's weak voice came out from Tanjiro's arms, and he suddenly let go slowly. Mr. Purgatory, it's great that you're okay. Tanjiro wiped the tears from his face and eyes and shouted in surprise. However, Xingjulong only opened his eyes slightly, his whole body was extremely weak, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Ahem, I thought I would die here, but I never thought that Mr. Fengyu saved my life. When my arms were completely broken, I took a healing pill. It was that healing pill that kept me alive until now. Tanjiro looked at the healing pill that fell to the ground not far away with weak eyes. Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro felt extremely uncomfortable looking at his appearance at this moment. If it weren't for him, he would have died long ago. Tanjiro picked up the healing pill and wiped it with the only clean clothes on his body. Then feed it to Tanjiro. But Xingjiulong shook his head and refused to take it. Kamado boy, I have become a useless person at this moment. Such life-saving elixirs should be reserved for those in need. My life has been saved. I only need to wait for the arrival of medical staff. Then just cultivate yourself. Xingjulong's broken sleeves were floating in the air, but the fire in his eyes continued to burn. No, Mr. Purgatory, please take it. Although you have lost both arms, your injuries are so serious at this moment. I will never allow any accidents to happen to you. The Demon Slayer Corps cannot afford to lose a pillar. Tanjiro said with tears. You became like this to help me resist the attacks of ghosts. If it weren't for me being too weak, you wouldn't have become like this. It's all because of me, it's my fault. Kamamon boy, you are wrong. You still don't understand what a pillar is and what it means to be strong. Tanjiro looked at Tanjiro and said, the strong protects the weak, this is the way of the strong. You have to remember that every member of the Demon Slayer Corps can stand alone. From the time we joined the organization, we have been prepared to sacrifice, so even if I die today, it will only make our Demon Slayer Corps stronger and our goals clearer. Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro looked at him, clenched his fists, then gritted his teeth and stuffed a healing pill directly into Tanjiro's mouth. Tanjiro lost his arms and his whole body was extremely weak, but he couldn't break away from Tanjiro's movements, so he could only let him feed the healing pill to him. Mr. Purgatory, please forgive my rude behavior. Tanjiro shouted. After taking the healing pill, Xingjulong became much more energetic and was no longer as weak as before. Kamado boy, you are too emotional. You will be the biggest obstacle in a life and death duel. Tanjiro looked at Tanjiro and said. Tanjiro remained silent and lowered his head. He had heard what Anjiro said once before, and had also heard Feng Yu say it before. He also knew his own character, and showed kindness to both people and ghosts. I just don't want to see anyone die and get hurt anymore. Tanjiro lowered his head, tears in his eyes dripping down his cheeks and falling to the ground. Nezuko, who turned into a mini version, ran over and hugged Tanjiro, who was crying. Everyone. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, as if he saw his dead family behind her, praising and waving goodbye to him with a smile on his face. Other side. The battle between Kokushibo and Feng Yu has reached its peak. Ha ha ha, have fun, Kokushibo, come again. Feng Yu shouted after repelling Kokushibo with a single blow of his sword. Kokushibo didn't speak, but those 6 blood-red eyes revealed incomparable anger. Then the whole person rushed forward again. Clang. The moment the blades collided, fire erupted, and a powerful momentum rose into the sky. The surrounding wind and clouds rolled around, and powerful air currents rushed towards the surroundings. The blade of the Onikiri exudes blood-red and light yellow light, and tiny blood threads are sucked into the Onikiri from the evolved demon blade. This knife is really troublesome. Kokushibo looked at being familiar with the vampire blade. Feng Yu had a smile on his face, and at the same time, the shadow of the god of death behind him became more solid, and the mental interference was getting stronger and stronger. It can be said that fighting Kokushibo was like an experienced monster, becoming stronger and stronger. And he could feel the joy coming from the Onikiri in his hand and the desire to continue devouring it. Feng Yu couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw Kokushibo being pinned down by him. But this smile gave Kokushibo a bad feeling in his heart. Breath of light type 2 glory to the world. Feng Yu swung it hard and opened the ghost blade, and then a strong light burst out from Onikiri's blade, instantly like the sun in the dark night, illuminating the entire forest, and even the light penetrated the clouds in the sky. Kokushibo was caught off guard by the strong light that hit his eyes, and at the same time, his whole body felt the burning sensation of being hit by the sun. Although this move successfully hit Kokushibo, the damage was not enough. The light dissipated, and Kokushibo had 6 eyes closed, and his whole body exuded a burning smell. Blood-red wounds were smoking on the surface of his skin, and blood was flowing from the corners of his closed eyes. Boy, you are so despicable. You actually used such despicable methods. But have you forgotten that I have opened up the transparent world just like you? Kokushibo said angrily, even if I close my eyes, I can still see the world clearly. Then the whole body shook, and a thick black mist enveloped the whole body. The skin burned by the light recovered in an instant and returned to the same state as before. Feng Yu didn't take it seriously and smiled. I know, I just want to see one of the top brass, Kokushibo, in such a mess. Kokushibo raised the ghost blade in his hand and pointed it at Feng Yu, but he did not dare to step forward and attack him. Without him, after fighting with Feng Yu, he found that Feng Yu could defeat him completely. He became more courageous with melee blood-sucking and mental interference, while he became weaker and weaker due to blood-sucking. His long-distance attacks were the same with the same moves. Feng Yu can always make corresponding sword postures to offset his own sword energy. At this time, a powerful force in the sky fell in the direction of Kokushibo at an extremely fast speed. Yiwo seat, Kokushibo shouts. Then the ghost blade in his hand began to swing rapidly towards the sky. Breath of the moon Ju-shaped falling moon connected faces. Countless criss-crossing blade winds attacked in the direction of Yivuzuo, while countless round moon blades followed closely behind, rising into the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Destruction killed destruction style. When Yivuzuo saw the blade, he reacted quickly and punched directly towards the blade. Fists and blades collide. A violent explosion sounded, resounding through the sky. Yivuzuo turned over and jumped and landed next to Feng Yu. Long time no see, Nakagawa Feng Yu. Yivuzuo said calmly. Well, long time no see, Yivuzuo. Feng Yu felt that the aura of Yivuzuo had increased a lot, and he also guessed the power Yivuzuo gained after devouring other consciousness bodies. This moment, the pressure on Kokushibo increases dramatically. Originally Feng Yu was too close to be beaten, but now comes Yivuzuo whose strength has skyrocketed. Kokushibo feels like he has a headache all over. He even wondered if Wu Kei was stabbing him in the back. Why should Yivuzuo's consciousness be retained in the first place instead of being completely destroyed and turned into a puppet? As a result, Yivuzuo has become even more powerful now. Chapter 165 Power that does not belong to the human category. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 165 313. Chapter 165 Power that does not belong to the human category. Although the pressure has increased dramatically, Kokushibo still has the same cold expression. You are so brave to have the Demon Slayer corpse pillars stay with the string ghosts. Kokushibo said, staring at the two of them. PFF'd. Yivuzu couldn't help laughing. Your Excellency Kokushibo, are you scared? This is the first time I have seen you show such an expression in hundreds of years. Your Excellency Kokushibo. The smile on Yivuzuo's face became even bigger when he saw Kokushibo, and he especially emphasized the tone of the words Mr. Kokushibo. Nakagawa Feng Yu, I can only help you this time. Let's leave him here together before the sun comes up today. But let's enjoy the battle first. Yivuzuo said to Feng Yu next to him. Feng Yu nodded, but then thought of something again, and couldn't help but ask, have you really decided? Yivuzuo smiled and looked aside. She has been waiting for me for a long time, and it's time for me to accompany her, not to mention that there's nothing left in this world that I miss. Feng Yu was silent for a while and then said, "Since you have decided, then I respect your choice. Let this battle be enjoyed to the fullest." Feng Yu's aura suddenly rose to the sky. Yiwo Zuo nodded, and then he burst out with an aura that was not weaker than Feng Yu. "Kokushibo Dono, I'm sorry. I promised him that I would help him once, and I also want to experience how big the gap in strength between you and me is now." A compass needle appeared under Yivuzuo's feet and pointed at Kokushibo instantly. Damn it! Kokushibo couldn't help but take a step back, and at the same time began to inject blood into the demon blade in his hand to resist attacks from Feng Yu and Yivuzuo at any time. "Up!" Yivuzuo shouted, and then he rushed forward and fought fiercely with Kokushibo. Rumble, Ghost Blade, fists collide with each other. At this time, Yivuzuo's strength has greatly increased. He is actually not at a disadvantage against Kokushibo. Ha ha ha, happy. Kokushibo, is that all you can do? Yivuzuo laughed wildly, the speed of his fists became faster, and his power gradually increased. Feng Yu knew that Yiwo Zhao was enjoying fighting at this moment. Rather than fighting, it was more like seeking death or killing Kokushibo. Powerful power erupted between the two of them. Although Yivuzuo's strength had greatly increased, Kokushibo was not a vegetarian either. The blades were blown by the wind, and countless full moon blades enveloped the two of them like a storm. The wounds on Yivuzuo's body kept appearing, but he didn't have a trace of fear. He wants to fight to support fighting, and to exchange injuries for injuries. The desperate fighting style really frightened Kokushibo. "You were planning to give up your life," Kokushibo exclaimed. Yivuzuo remained silent, the wild smile on his face became even louder, and he continued to attack Kokushibo. "Idiot, you are simply stupid. You have reached the state you have been dreaming of all your life, and now you want to give up." Kokushibo cursed angrily. In fact, he has always admired Yivuzuo very much in his heart, otherwise he would not have defeated him in several position-changing challenges without devouring him, just to train him to become stronger. What he saw was what Yiwo Zuo had in common with him. That is becoming stronger. Become stronger. The concept of martial arts was brought to its extreme in the former Yiwo Zuo. Ha ha ha, Kokushibo, you don't understand, you will never understand. I have found what I want in the person I miss. This world is no longer worthy of me. The person I love is still waiting for me to pass. Find her. Yivuzuo laughed. What's on your mind? Kokushibo looked at Yivuzuo and fell into deep thought, and his belief seemed to be affected at this moment. The memory that once belonged to human beings has fluctuated. Yueni, what is it that I want in my heart? Kokushibo knew it well, and the movements in his hands couldn't help but reveal a flaw. Chance. Yivuzuo saw Kokushibo's absence and caught him instantly. Destruction Kill Final Style Green-Silver Chaotic Afterglow. Countless compass needles were summoned to his side in an instant. With a thought, each compass needle was like a tracking missile, heading towards Kokushibo. Breath of the Moon 5 Types Moon Soul Disaster Vortex. A huge swirling blade wind suddenly appeared around Kokushibo, avoiding the attack from Yivuzuo. Countless moon blades shine as he slides along the track, but the Yivuzuo at this moment is not the same as before. Luo Gen's attack speed has more than doubled, especially when Kokushibo is distracted. The needle instantly penetrated Kokushibo's body, and a violent explosion occurred at the same time. The huge energy reaction makes it difficult to see what's going on inside. But both Yivuzuo and Feng Yu understand that this will not kill Kokushibo at all, and at most it will cause him to consume his energy and suffer minor injuries. Sure enough, the energy fluctuations have not disappeared yet. Two swirling giant full moon wheel-shaped sword energy attacked Yivuzuo with the potential to crush everything. The sword energy was also accompanied by countless full moon blades. Breath of the Moon Shape of Collecting Face Piercing / Luo Yu. Kokushibo's voice rang in their ears. Breath of Light 8 Forms Destroy. Feng Yu held the sword with both hands, and began to raise huge energy. Countless dazzling white lights emitted from Onikiri's blade. As Feng Yu waved his arms, a giant energy light blade collided with Kokushibo's full moon blade. Bang! At the moment of collision, violent energy began to explode. Tanjiro, who was far away on another mountaintop, felt the ground shaking, and a strong hurricane blew from Feng Yu. The remaining trees were swaying under the strong wind. This is. Tanjiro looked in the direction of Feng Yu in horror. Is this still the power that humans can achieve? Not only Tanjiro, but also Anjiro next to him, frowning and looking into the distance. Chapter 166 Escaped Kokushibo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 166 313. Chapter 166 Escaped Kokushibo. The fire light dissipated, revealing the appearance of Kokushibo at this time. The purple snake print kimono on his upper body had been torn apart by the violent explosion, revealing his muscular figure. The tall body makes people feel a strong sense of oppression at first glance. The scarlet wound was still bleeding, which showed how much damage the body had suffered. Pieces of meat fell to the ground. Even the ghost blade in his hand has become a few pieces. But Kokushibo didn't even look at it. He was shocked, and a black mist enveloped his whole body, and those wounds immediately recovered as before. Holding the scarlet ghost blade in his hand, he stared at Feng Yu and Yivuzuo closely. Oops, it seems that Mr. Kokushibo is angry. Yivuzuo smiled. To be honest, seeing Kokushibo's appearance, Yiwaza no longer planned to challenge him solo. I've had enough fun, so let's send him off here, Yivuzuo said to Feng Yu. When Kokushibo saw that Feng Yu and the two had reached an agreement, he felt bad and had the idea of escape. Infinite City. Muzan felt Kokushibu's call, but his face was full of anger. Trash, they are all rubbish. You can't even kill a single pillar in Tangtang Shangxian, so what's the use of you? No matter how much power you are given, you still have to run away like now. Wu Mei's eyes were radiating scarlet light. There's also the Iwazuo thing that eats everything inside and out. The more Wu Kuei thought about it, the angrier he became, and the terrifying oppression swept through the entire infinite city. Naru stayed aside quietly, hugging the lute tightly in her arms, and moved her body back a little. But, how did that guy's strength improve so quickly? He's still so young at this age. He probably only became a pillar in the past 2 years. Seeing Feng Yu's appearance through Kokushibu's vision, Wu Kai fell into deep thought. To reach this level in such a short period of time, he is another genius comparable to Yuani. Damn it, why are the Demon Slayer Corps like invincible grasshoppers, trying to hinder me one after another? Thinking back to Tanjiro using the fire Kagura, Muzan felt extremely scared. Are you really going to hide again this time? But it's been hundreds or thousands of years. Why did you give me such a big blow when you turned me into a ghost? Weakness. Quote, son, ghost, it is supposed to be a perfect creature, with unlimited lifespan and infinite power. It is immortal, has powerful self-healing ability, and has various vampire skills. Where are the traces of the blue hibiscus flower? Trash, they are all a bunch of trash. Wu Kuei roared crazily. However, Kokushibo cannot be anywhere, we still have to bring him back. Muzan looked at Naru on the side. Naruto immediately understood what he meant, nodded, and began to pluck the strings with her fingers. Clang, Infinite City began to change, moving rapidly in the infinite space. Muzan began to send his thoughts to Kokushibo. Wait, Kokushibu's head was a bit big, and he only responded with 2 words to his distress signal. He couldn't help but curse Wuhan in his heart, maybe there was something wrong with his head. Iwazuo and Feng Yu were both about the same strength as him, and one of them could do that, let alone 2 of them. Beat him one by one. Kokushibo sighed, really sighing that the ghost is not easy to live in. Forget it, let you 2 help me reach a higher realm. Kokushibo spoke. Immediately, his whole body was ready for attack, and the ghost blade was re-evolved, with a ghostly aura and endless blood light. The breath of the moon Shisei's shape ferocious transformation. The sky is full of slender moon. Countless huge crescent-shaped blade winds were emitted as Kokushibo waved the ghost blade in his hand, accompanied by countless giant full moon blades. Breath of the moon shape of picking up the land moonbow lonely moon. The sword moves changed again, and several giant blades of wind fell from the sky and shattered the earth. At the same time, countless round moon blades fell and attacked the 2 of them. Destruction kill final style green silver chaotic afterglow. Breath of water shape of she calm and calm. The blue field covers the 2 of them to resist blade attacks from in front of them and from the sky. And Iwazuo controlled countless needles to attack Kokushibo. In the realm of water breathing, the attack from Kokushibo will disappear into nothingness as soon as it touches the barrier and melts into the water. Feng Yu's expression did not change, he just stared at the violent explosion in front of him. It won't be what I thought. Feng Yu murmured. Because the 3 of them were all engaged in world-opening combat, they had no aura of their own and could not sense the aura of the other party at all. Thinking of Kokushibo using 2 big moves in a row, I couldn't help but feel a tremor in my heart. The smoke dispersed, there is only a big hole left where the needle was struck, alone and illuminated by the moonlight. Damn it, did you really run away? Feng Yu was shocked inwardly. He quickly chased after him. And Iwazuo was also shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he saw before him. The once undefeated myth was now running away in front of him. Breath of light 3 patterns guidance of light. Feng Yu didn't know where Kokushibo was escaping, so he could only tell the direction through light. Countless fluorescent lights slowly turned towards Feng Yu's ashes, constantly floating around him, as if they were elves, scrambling to speak words that only 2 people could understand. Over there, when the fluorescence dissipated, Feng Yu also got the information he wanted and quickly chased after him. But Iwazuo just saw countless lights gathering around Feng Yu, and then Feng Yu chased in one direction, and guessed that it was because of his breathing method. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The breathing method of the Demon Slayer Corps is really evil, not only giving weak humans the power to compare with ghosts, but also possessing various special abilities. Defense, speed, attack, etc., various improvements. Other side, Kokushibo was running away quickly in one direction. His speed was extremely fast, just like a touch of blood, and he jumped 100 meters away in a snap. Feng Yu and Iwazuo followed closely behind, and they could vaguely see Kokushibo running ahead. Damn, I caught up so quickly. Kokushibo felt the movement behind him and couldn't help but curse secretly. At the same time, I secretly vowed to kill Feng Yu in the future. After all, the last time he ran away in such embarrassment was because he hated his closest brother, Enichi Sukuni. But at this moment, we can only work hard to reach the designated place agreed with Wuhan. Chapter 167 Naru News Vampire Technique. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 167 313. Chapter 167 Naru News Vampire Technique. Under the dark night, 3 figures shuttled quickly through the forest. Every time they took a step, the powerful force caused the soil under their feet to fly. Strong winds also roared past, and the momentum of the 3 people in red, yellow, and blue was like rays of light at extremely high speeds. Breath of light shape of 7 mystery flash. Feng Yu's speed instantly increased to another level, reaching the extreme speed and gradually catching up with Kokushibo at the speed of light. Damn it! Kokushibo cursed secretly. Breath of the moon, Jew-shaped falling moon connected faces. Kokushibo stopped reflexively, swung the evolved ghost blade, and made a series of intricate and interactive invisible slashes in the air. Countless intersecting blade winds enveloped Feng Yu, and at the same time, countless full moon blades were produced to temporarily block Feng Yu's attack pace. When Kokushibo saw this, he quickly ran in one direction. Yivazuo couldn't keep up with the two of them and could only see their backs. Breath of Light 10 forms Light Storm. Countless light blade storms were released from Feng Yu's Onikiri and collided with Kokushibo's blade wind. In just an instant, countless blade winds were disintegrated by the light blade storm. Without any hindrance, Feng Yu no longer cared about Yivazuo behind him, and chased directly in the direction where Kokushibo escaped. Other side, Tanjiro and others finally waited for the Demon Slayer Corps members and Yin members to clean up the mess. They're here, come on. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps who arrived found Tanjiro and the others, calling to the hidden members and the medical staff of Butterfly House in the distance. Lord Yenju, how could this happen? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had said goodbye to Anjiro at the Mugen train station were stunned when they saw Anjiro's current appearance. He didn't expect Anjiro to be so seriously injured. His arms were missing, his body was covered in blood, and even his iconic Haori was damaged. Looking back on the day before, he was still so full of energy and gave people a sense of security, but now he could only nestle in Tanjiro's arms, weakly waiting for rescue. Demon Slayer Corps members cried. In their eyes, although Xingjulong is Yenju, he has no heirs and treats them as if they are his juniors, without any harshness. He is like a big brother, giving them the greatest help when they are in trouble. Lord Yenju, come and treat Lord Yenju. All the members ran to Anjiro's side in tears and formed a protective circle, with unbearable and sad faces on their faces. Zenitsu and Inosuke also stood beside them. After the medical staff from Butterfly House arrived, they carefully helped lift the injured Anjiro onto the stretcher, and then watched them leave. At the same time, some of the previously rescued passengers were receiving treatment in an orderly manner with the help of human guards and medical staff. Looking at the infinite train rushing out of the track on the hilltop in the distance, everyone was filled with emotion. The front of the car was cut off with a knife and crashed onto a hill, while the body of the car was directly smashed into pieces next to the tunnel. The thick smoke in the sky blocked out the sun, and countless trees were swallowed up by the flames, swallowing up the entire forest. Tomioka Giyu slowly walked up to Tanjiro and asked, "Where's Feng Yu?" Senior brother Feng Yu is still fighting ghosts. Tanjiro said. Tomioka Yoshiyuki frowned and followed the direction pointed by Tanjiro, but he didn't sense any sound of fighting. You must know that at this moment, with the help of Feng Yu, he has completely controlled the transparent world. As long as he wants to know the information, the world will give the answer. You guys heal your wounds first. Tomioka Giyu put down his words and ran directly towards the place where Feng Yu fought with Kokushibo. Recalling the power that was not in the human category, Tanjiro began to feel faintly worried. I hope nothing will happen. Tanjiro looked at the white fish on the horizon in the distance and murmured. Feng Yu is still chasing Kokushibo, but both of them are about the same strength, plus Kokushibo stops from time to use Feng Yu's breath of the moon. There was always a distance between the two of them. Kokushibo, you are such a coward. Not only did you lose to your brother, you also lost to me. Look, do you still have the spirit of a strong man now? You coward, you will never be as good as your brother, Sukoku Enichi. Unable to catch Kokushibo, Feng Yu felt annoyed and couldn't help but taunted, trying to make Kokushibo stop his escape and fight to the death with him. This guy. When Kokushibo listened to Feng Yu's words, he heard that they were sarcastic words. Although he was extremely angry, in order to save his life, he still suppressed his anger and never stopped for a moment. Almost. It's almost there. The sky has turned white and the sun is about to appear. It is within the range of the location designated by Wuhan, and it is also close at hand. Kokushibo, it's almost dawn. Where else are you going? Feng Yu shouted. Kokushibo didn't respond and continued running. Sudden. Clang. The sound of the pipa rang in the ears of the two of them, and Feng Yu stopped immediately. In his perception, a powerful and twisted space force instantly enveloped the two of them. No, this is Naruto's vampire technique. Infinite City. Feng Yu was startled, but the powerful pulling force kept trying to bring him to a certain space. Infinite City. At this time, Kokushibo has successfully entered Infinite City under the control of Naruto. Looking at the familiar environment, Kokushibo breathed a sigh of relief. This power is too incomprehensible. No way. I can't be sucked into the Infinite City. If I can't maintain the full power, all the ghosts will be waiting for me. Breath of Light, Land type Light and Shadow accompanying. 8 clones of light are differentiated. The 8 clones instantly separated and entered the Infinite City. Here, everyone, kill him for me. Wu Mei felt Feng Yu's aura and shouted immediately. The ghosts below instantly prepared to attack. I saw that as soon as the 8 clones came in, it was a big move. Boom boom boom. As expected, the ghosts responded very quickly. When Naruto reacted immediately, Feng Yu's attack was transferred to other places before Feng Yu's attack could land on the ghost. Seeing the gunfire dying in Mugen City and sawdust flying all over the sky, the originally clean and tidy Mugen City turned into this. The corners of Naruhito's mouth twitched slightly. After releasing the attack, Feng Yu's clone also turned into nothingness. Bang! Trash! It's all trash. Wuhan scolded. The originally devastated Infinite City suffered another heavy blow. In reality, Feng Yu also successfully escaped from the pull of Wireless City and walked far away. It's so dangerous. Sure enough, there are winding ghosts inside. If I hadn't released my mental perception at any time, I would have been tricked. The memory of the clone came, and Feng Yu couldn't help but feel scared. Silently pulling people into the Infinite City, where they can also control space, Feng Yu said it was really unsolvable. As long as he was pulled in, his freedom would be controlled. The space fluctuation disappeared, and Feng Yu knew that Kokushibo had successfully escaped this time. He could only shake his head and sigh. In the Infinite City, all the ghosts knelt in front of Muzan. Only Kokushibo and Doma stood there. One had an expressionless face and was shirtless, while the other had a harmless smile on his face and held a handful in his hand. Golden Lotus Fan. Trash, trash, you are all a bunch of trash. Wu Quan looked at them and cursed angrily, with blue veins popping up on his face. ... The white fish on the horizon is getting brighter and brighter, but Feng Yu is not happy. He quietly looked at the Yiwo seat in front of him and could only sigh inwardly. Have you really made your decision? Feng Yu asked, still unwilling to give up. Yiwo Zuo nodded, then looked to the side. Zhengshui has been waiting for me for a long time, it's time for me to go. Yiwo Zuo said dotingly. The breeze gently blew their hair, and beams of sunlight began to shine on their faces. I haven't felt the warmth of the sun for a long time. I am a sinner. I did not keep my promise to my father and lover, and I failed to protect the master's most important Sulyu boxing technique, which is used to protect rather than kill. I can no longer repay my sins in this life, so let me commit suicide and make amends to everyone. A smile appeared on Yivuzuo's face. Even though his body was constantly turning into ashes, he could not feel the pain. In a daze, he saw his master and Zhan Shui, supporting each other and looking at himself with a satisfied smile. He saw his master nodding to him, and Zhu Shui said with tears in his eyes, Husband, welcome back. This moment, Yiwaza returned to the appearance of Komaji before he was alive. He could no longer suppress the sadness in his heart. He hugged his lover tightly, whom he had not been able to protect during his lifetime, and cried loudly. Feng Yu looked at them, his eyes slightly astringent, as if there was sand in them. Goodbye, Komaji. Feng Yu waved to them, and finally watched them turn into pieces and disappear. Feng Yu lamented that perhaps the best ending for Yiwo Zuo would be for his soul to reunite with Jia Shui and go to hell together with her to atone for his sins. Feng Yu sat on a boulder nearby, closed his eyes, and let the sunlight scatter on his body. Quack, Master, I'm coming. A gust of wind blew by, and Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Hei and Tomioka Gyu who came over. You seem to be in a bad mood. Tomioka Gyu looked at him and said. Feng Yu smiled slightly, said nothing, and asked Xiao Hei to take the two of them back to Butterfly House to check Xingqiu Lang's injury. Chapter 168 Kokushibu's Blood. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 168 313. Chapter 168 Kokushibu's Blood. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. A black crow flew in front of Uyashiki Yaoya and informed him of the battle situation and casualties. That kid Anjiro survived. The winding ghost has his arms broken. That child must be very uncomfortable, but this may be the best ending for him. What happened to the child? The burden is too heavy. Now I don't have to be so tired. Ubuyashiki Yaoya sighed and said, but the tears couldn't stop falling. The white eyes and scars on his face couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. Thank you, Nakagawa Feng Yu, you brought Anjiro back. Ubuyashiki Yazai murmured. Soon. The news that Xingqiu met the Demon Slayer corpse and lost his arms was spread to every member of the Demon Slayer Corps through the crow. That's right, even Purgatory. In the Samagiri Mountains, Kocho Shinobu with a mint-colored feathered face stood on the top of a tree, looking sad, but then his face changed again, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but the smile was not as amiable as usual, on the contrary it's with a hint of madness. Sister, I succeeded, I can avenge you soon. Kocho Shinobu smiled, but tears fell down his cheeks. Purple Kocho lines appeared on her white wrists. This is power, and I seem to feel the existence of another realm. Is that the transparent world that Mr. Feng Yu said? The news that Anjiro lost his arms and was seriously injured was like a layer of cloud, shrouding everyone's mind. Can the top ghost not even be able to defeat Purgatory? I won't believe it. Namo Amitabha, I will definitely annihilate all ghosts. I will accomplish what is impossible in Purgatory. Not a single one of the more than 200 passengers on the train was injured. Anjiro and the others worked really hard. They are all amazing kids. It is because of them that our Demon Slayer Corps can pass it on from generation to generation. When you're done getting sorted out, help me and go visit Xingqiu with you. Ubuyashiki Yoya stood alone in the yard and raised his head, feeling the warmth from the sun. My lord, your body. Ubuyashiki Hinai on the side said. It doesn't matter. The curse in my body is getting weaker and weaker now. It's still okay to take a walk, and I should also visit Xingqiu's child. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said with a smile. Father. Ubuyashiki Hina looked at him, but after all she didn't continue to dissuade him. After the marrow cleansing pill given by Feng Yu, Ubuyashiki Yaoya's body has completely changed. The pain of being tortured by the curse has gradually weakened, and now he can live as a normal person. Away from the torment of the curse, Ubuyashiki Yaoya's energy and blood have also recovered a lot, and his previously pale complexion has now returned to rosy. Other side, Anjiro was quickly sent to Butterfly House for treatment, and Tanjiro, the three of them, and Nezuko were also admitted to the same ward as Anjiro. After all the wounds were bandaged, the medical staff left the room and allowed them to rest. Mr. Purgatory, how do you feel now? Tanjiro's hands, half of his face and head were wrapped in white bandages, but he still couldn't help but ask. It's okay, I just lost my arms. Tanjiro, you did a great job this time. All the passengers in the car were successfully rescued. Anjiro shouted with a smile. Brother Purgatory, you really scared me to death. The whole train was full of ghosts. I thought I was going to die there. I will never take a train again. The bandages on Zenitsu's body were no less than those of Tanjiro. Thinking back to the scene at that time, Zenitsu felt scared. But Inosuke on the side looked at them quietly without speaking, seeming to be thinking about something. He is so powerful that he can't defeat that monster. Have we really been able to defeat him? Inosuke's spirit was a bit decadent, and his cute wild boar hood remained motionless, so that Tanjiro and others could not see the expression on his face. Idiot, why are you up again? Just lie down for me, and don't disturb Master Yenju's rest. Kanzaki Aoi hugged the clean white sheets and gave Zenitsu and Tanjiro a dunk each. Ah, it hurts. Miss Kanzaki Aoi, don't be so violent, let's lie down right now, lie down right now. Tanjiro and Zenitsu smiled awkwardly. Then he lay down obediently on his bed. After Kanzaki Aoi walked away angrily, Zenitsu whispered to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, that woman is so fierce and scary. Haha, it's okay, Miss Shaokui cares about us too. Tanjiro smiled honestly. Inosuke looked at them silently. Kentaro, the fists in my hands clenched involuntarily. Baga, why'd I have such an idea? Kentaro can do it, I can do it too, I am the best. The wild boar's hood blew out a stream of white air and lay down casually. Inosuke, Zenitsu and Tanjiro looked at Inosuke in confusion, wondering why he suddenly became like this. Outside the door, a small figure had his hands clasped in his hands and looked nervous, looking at the ward where Tanjiro and others were from time to time. Sister Shaokui, brother Inosuke, how are they doing? Nanako asked anxiously when she saw Kanzaki Aoi coming out. Nothing happened at all, just a slight injury. Just rest and you'll be fine. Kanzaki Aoi said with a puffed face. Then can I go in and see them? Nanako asked. That's not possible for the time being. Let them rest for a day or two first. Kanzaki Aoi shook his head and then left, leaving Nanako standing alone. The flowers are in full bloom, and colorful kocho flies among the flowers, and from time to time, there are crisp bird calls. Mild noon hour. The entire rest room was quiet, and Tanjiro and others gradually fell into dreamland. But Xingjulong's eyes widened and he looked at the beam, not knowing what he was thinking. Feng Yu asked Xiaohei to carry Tomioka Gyu back to Butterfly House, while he came to Tamayo's side. Long time no see, Master Feng Yu. Tamayo bowed respectfully to Feng Yu. On the side, Torii Tanemori and Yushiro did not dare to say anything or show other expressions but followed Tamayo in bowing. Feng Yu nodded and sat down in the room. Tamayo smiled slightly and began to make tea for him. The faint aroma of tea comes to your nostrils. Take a sip and the unique taste blooms in your taste buds. The originally depressed mood suddenly relaxes. This is the blood of Shangxian 3 and Shangxian 1. I think this is enough to meet your needs. Feng Yu took out 2 blood collection tubes from the system space, both of which were filled with scarlet blood. One tube belonged to Kokushibo and the other belonged to Yi Wo Zai. Kokushibu's blood was successfully collected thanks to Onikiri's help, while Yivazao's blood was collected before he committed suicide. Thank you very much, Master Feng Yu. I didn't expect you to even get Shangxian Yi's blood. I believe that this time we will be able to develop a poison that can kill Wu Mei. Tamayo looked excited and took the blood collection device tremblingly, fearing that it would break and fall to the ground. Yushiro, please serve Mr. Feng Yu well. I'm going to sample this blood for research as soon as possible. Tamayo hurried into the basement. There are only 3 people left. Fuyu, Yushiro and Tanemori Torii. You are busy with your own business, don't worry about me, I will take a rest. Feng Yu waved his hand, signaling for them to retreat. Yushiro and the 2 heard this and left quickly, fearing that Feng Yu would stop them. Master Feng Yu is so terrifying. Just looking at me made me feel like I was in hell. Tanemori Torii patted his chest and couldn't help but feel scared. TCH, useless stuff. Yushiro said disdainfully. Chapter 169 Chapter 3 Mingnu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 169 313. Chapter 169 Chapter 3 Mingnu. Tanemori Torii ignored Yushiro's taunts. After all, he was used to it. In his heart, Yushiro was just like him, bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, so he would only bully him. I didn't dare to kill him anyway, so I just turned a deaf ear to his words. This guy is getting so annoying day by day. I really want him to leave Miss Tamayo, so that I will be the only one left. Tanemori Torii looked at Yushiro and said knowingly. It's a pity that I can't beat him, otherwise I'll teach him how to be a ghost. I don't know if Tamayo is hungry, or if this research will take a long time, or if he will stay up late to work again. Tanemori Torii couldn't help but start to feel sorry for Tamayo, and at the same time cursed in his heart that he couldn't help Tamayo. UBD, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Feeling Tanemori Torei's gaze, Yushiro cursed ferociously. No, no, brother Yushiro, I'm going to prepare dinner for Miss Tamayo first. Then he quickly moved away from Yushiro. Looking at Tanemori Torei's leaving figure and thinking of Feng Yu, Yushiro couldn't help but grit his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. I hate anyone who interrupts my time with you, so much. Why do these annoying guys come to disturb my and Miss Tamayo's lives every day? Hateful. In the house, Feng Yu was thinking about how to deal with Naru's vampire technique, Infinite City. Naruko's Infinite City skills are too unsolvable. Unless she is killed, the entire Infinite City is her world. She can control space, change positions at will, and quietly pull her into Infinite City. If during the battle, each one was pulled in alone, and then the ghosts swarmed up, wouldn't it be barbecue? No, we have to find a way to restrain Naruko's vampire technique. I remember that in the original work, Yushiro's vampire technique seemed to play a very big role. Through the vision that penetrates the world, I saw Yushiro secretly cursing himself at this moment, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Sweet dogs are not allowed in the house. However, sweet dogs also have the role of sweet dogs. I remember that after Tamayo was devoured and killed by Muzan, this guy exploded. He turned hatred into strength and controlled Naruko at an important turning point, and then everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps was eliminated. Pulled out of Infinite City. Tamayo, your temptation is so powerful, even Tanemori Torei has become a sweet dog. If you are really killed by Wuhan later, what kind of power will these two people burst out? At this moment, Torei Tanemori was preparing dinner and toiletries for Tamayo with a smile on his face. Seeing the happiness on his face, Feng Yu didn't know what to say. Tamayo-sama looks so beautiful today, she will be even more beautiful tomorrow. I can't let Miss Tamayo do it. I have to prepare everything. I don't know if Miss Tamayo will feel a little happy when she sees the dinner I carefully prepared for her. I look forward to seeing Miss Tamayo smile. It looks like you're getting up. I really hope I can see Miss Tamayo every day and live with her every day. Wait until night falls. A golden crow passed through the confusion set by Tamayo and came to the sky above the courtyard. No, something broke in. Yushiro sensed it immediately and rushed out immediately, looking around cautiously. Tanemori Torei also stood beside him, covered in black mist, ready for battle. During this period of time with Tamayo, he also learned about the situation of Tamayo and Tamayo, which was to avoid being pursued by Wumei. Although Yushiro usually makes things difficult for him in every possible way, for Tamayo's safety, the two of them stand on the same front. Okay, you don't have to be so vigilant, this is my partner, don't worry. Feng Yu walked up to them, patted them both on the shoulders and said. But Feng Yu didn't know that his slap directly frightened both of them. Tanemori Torei's face was pale and his whole body was shaking. Yes, Lord Feng Yu. The same is true for Yushiro. There is no alert and ferocious expression on his face, but instead he looks like a tiger pulling out its teeth, almost crawling to the ground. Gaga, Master, Xiaohei is here to pick you up. Xiaohei hovered in the sky and shouted. Then his whole body trembled, and his body began to grow in size. With the flapping of the little black wings, strong airflow hit his face. Feng Yu jumped up and jumped on Xiaohei's body. Tamayo, who was studying blood in the basement, also received Feng Yu's message at this moment. Miss Tamayo, I'm leaving first. If there is any good progress, remember to inform me. Tamayo in the underground research room stopped holding the beakers and instruments in his hands, and smiled slightly while bending over in the direction Feng Yu left. May your military fortune be prosperous. Watching Feng Yu's figure leave the courtyard, Tanemori Torei and Yushiro breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yushiro, Master Feng Yu is really terrible, Tanemori Torei said with lingering fear. Yushiro didn't speak, he could only clench his fists angrily. The cold sweat on his forehead and the soaked clothes on his back showed how scared he was just now. The seasonal temperature at this time was already a bit cool, and the airflow whizzed past my ears. I feel like time is getting tighter. Other side, Infinite City. All of them kneeled down in front of Wu Mei. The strong sense of oppression made them dare not say a word even if they were on the string. Even Doma, who usually didn't care about Wuhan's playful smile, put away his golden lotus fan. Yi Wo Zuo and you who are both dead. For hundreds of years, the Shangxian ghosts have never experienced casualties or replacements, but in less than half a year, 2 Shangxian ghosts died, and there is still no news about the blue BB flower that you have been searching for hundreds of thousands of years. Wushan looked at them expressionlessly and said, I have always believed that ghosts are the ones that can crush the Demon Slayer Corps, and the winding string is the pillar that can easily kill the Demon Slayer Corps, but recently I have changed my mind. Kokushibo, do you think so? A young man who is not yet an adult can make you run away in a dignified manner. Kokushibo, should I say that the boy is too strong, or that you have regressed? Muzan stared at Kokushibo, his scarlet eyes shining with light, and countless veins bulging out. Kokushibo didn't speak, just lowered his head quietly. And you, all of you are trash. From now on, do your best to find the flower of the other side. No matter what the cost, you must find it for me. If you can't find it, then you are no longer worthy of being a top stringer. Wu Bai cursed. Then he continued, due to the deaths of Yi Wo Zhao and Yu Hu, from today onwards, Narun will become the top 3, and Gyutaro and Fujime will become the new top 5. The position of Winding 6 is vacant for now. After saying that, 2 tentacles of flesh and blood flew out in an instant and scratched the eyeballs of Naru, Gyutaro and Feng Ji. The new ranking numbers were engraved on their eyeballs, and then the tentacles grew sharp needles and pierced their necks. After a while of squirming, the 3 of them fell to the ground in pain at the same time. Groups of black mist emerged on their bodies, and their momentum continued to rise. Chapter 170 Violent Nanako. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 170-313. Chapter 170 Violent Nanako. The sky turned fish white, and beams of gentle sunlight shone on Feng Yu's face sleeping on Xiaohei's back. The fair, goose egg-like face looks so beautiful in the sunshine. It's dawn. Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes. After flying all night, he got closer and closer to the Zhao mountain, and he could vaguely see another mountain in the distance. Master, Mount Sagi is coming soon, Xiaohei said slightly tiredly. In order to make Feng Yu sleep more comfortably that night, Xiaohei controlled his flying speed very well and smoothly, which also caused his whole body to feel extremely tired. Well, thank you for your hard work, Feng Yu said to Xiaohei. After arriving at Sagiri Mountain, Kocho Shinobu walked towards her with a gentle smile on her face. Welcome back, Mr. Feng Yu. Kocho Shinobu looked at him and said, have you successfully turned on the markings? Feng Yu nodded and asked immediately. Well, thanks to Mr. Feng Yu, now I have activated the stripes, and I can feel the existence of the other realm you mentioned before. Kocho Shinobu pulled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and delicate wrist, and a dancing purple Kocho suddenly appeared. Lifelike. After just turning it on for a while, Kocho Shinobu felt like his body was in a trance. You haven't completely mastered the activation of stripes yet, you still need to practice more. Feng Yu said. Kocho Shinobu nodded and looked at Feng Yu with a smile. I heard that you encountered Shengxian this time, Kocho Shinobu said with the smile disappearing from his face. Well, winding 1 and winding 3. Feng Yu replied. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that even Purgatory couldn't beat the upper string. Feng Yujun, can you tell me that I can handle Shengxian at this moment? Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Feng Yu was silent. He knew that what Kocho Shinobu wanted to know was not whether he could kill Yueo, but whether he could kill Doma. When you truly master the stripes, you will have the power to kill the winding ghost. Feng Yu said. I see. Hearing Feng Yu's disapproval of his own strength at this moment, Kocho Shinobu's eyes couldn't help but dim a lot. He lowered his head and grasped the skirt of his clothes tightly with his fingers. After a while, Kocho Shinobu raised his head and put a smile on his face again. I will continue to work hard, Kocho Shinobu said, and then turned around and left, going to the realm of familiar stripes in the woods behind the mountain. Watching Kocho Shinobu leave, Feng Yu watched for a while and then walked straight into the wooden house. It'll be nice to be back. Lintaki Zuo was relieved to see Feng Yu come back safe and sound for the last time. It seems that you have encountered a very powerful ghost this time, otherwise Shinjuro's kid wouldn't have lost his arms, said Kintaki Sakanji. That kid's strength is ranked at the top even in the Demon Slayer core pillar level, but he still can only lose when he encounters the top string. Alas, the Purgatory family has a long history. If it weren't for them, today's Demon Slayer core would not be able to reorganize. His father Makijiro lost his fighting spirit due to his wife's affairs in his early years. Now he drinks to relieve his sorrows every day. His younger brother Senjuro has the potential to become a swordsman, but now he can only retire and die. The Purgatory family is probably about to decline. Nintaki Sakanji sighed. It seems that he feels sympathy for Anjiro, but also seems to be disappointed for Makijiro. In the early years, Kintaki Sakanji, Makijiro, and Zenitsu's grandfather, Naruhashi Kawashima Jigoro, were comrades in arms, and they were both pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, but now they have retired one by one to serve as the trainers of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's just that the predecessor, Inbashi Makijiro, lost his fighting spirit, which caused a gap in the swordsmen of the Purgatory family. There were fewer and fewer swordsmen of the Breath of Flame. Nintaki Sakanji couldn't help but sigh that time passed so fast. Feng Yu looked at the man with the red Tengu mask on his face and recalled that it had been almost 2 years since they first met. Unknowingly, in Feng Yu's heart, Lintaki Zuo had subtly become his family member, possessing the fetters of family ties. Occupy the most warmth in this twisted world. Don't worry, everyone has his own life. Maybe losing his arms and saving his life is the best ending for Shinjiro. Feng Yu said. Linlong Zuo was silent for the first time, and he looked at Feng Yu blankly. The flames continued to burn in front of the two people. The sky is getting darker. I'm back. The wooden door was pushed open. Meisho walked in with a tired face. Feng Yu nodded. Brother Feng Yu, you are finally back. Meisho looks excited. If you don't come back, I'll be worried about what will happen to you. Grandpa Lintaki and Sister Shinobu seem to be in a bad mood these past 2 days. I thought it was you who had an accident. Meisho's eyes were red, and then she circled around Feng Yu carefully. It's strange that they are not injured. Then why do Grandpa Lintaki and Sister Shinobu look like that? ... This side of Butterfly House. After a day of recuperation, Nanako came to their room to visit them. Inosuke, Tanjiro and Zenitsu ni, it's great that you are okay. I heard the news that someone was injured. I am really worried about you. Nanako said, relieved to see them. Haha, Nanako, thank you for your concern. Tanjiro said. Mr. Inosuke, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? If you feel uncomfortable in any way, please tell me. Nanako asked concernedly as she sat beside Inosuke's bed. It's so annoying. Go away. Inosuke's boar-hooded nose spurted out a stream of heat and said impatiently. I care about you, but you don't appreciate it. Bang. Inosuke was punched in the stomach and his body fell to the ground, and the air became silent for a moment. Ah, I'm so sorry, Mr. Inosuke, I tried too hard. Nanako quickly went to help Inosuke. Other side. Zenitsu poked Tanjiro with his finger. Tanjiro, why do girls like Inosuke but not me? Zenitsu said with tears as she watched Nanako gently pick up Inosuke and put him on the bed and cover him with a quilt thoughtfully. Tanjiro was stunned. He felt like this was the first time he met Nanako. She was like a shy little girl before, but she had such powerful power just now. Just one punch knocked Inosuke down. Tanjiro swallowed, feeling his throat dry. But, when did Nanako become so powerful? The look just now was so terrifying, so terrifying. It seemed like she could kill someone. Zenitsu said shakily. Huh, brother Zenitsu, what did you say? Nanako looked at Zenitsu with a smile. I didn't say anything. Zenitsu was frightened by Nanako and hurriedly hid behind Tanjiro. Everyone's movements were noticed by Shinsho laying on the side, and he couldn't help but smile on his face. This is the happiest life. Chapter 171 Xingjulong's Teachings. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 171 313. Chapter 171 Xingjulong's Teachings. After Nanako left, the room suddenly became quiet. Inosuke lay on the bed blankly, looking at the ceiling, and kept mumbling. That woman, why did she become stronger again? Damn it, she became so strong in just 3 days. Feeling the dull pain coming from his abdomen, Inosuke couldn't help but clench his fists. Inosuke, are you okay? Tanjiro leaned over and asked. Tanjiro, what can he do? Girls are pursuing him, and he may not be happy. Damn it, why is this guy already liked? I don't have a girlfriend yet. Zenitsu shouted. Shut up, you soft-footed shrimp. I'm not. Wait, what did you just say? You like me? Inosuke was about to get angry, but he quickly reacted and stopped his fist hanging in the air. Tanjiro, look, there are people who like this guy with such a bad temper, why don't I? Zenitsu cried while hiding behind Tanjiro. Tell me again, what do you like about me? Inosuke suppressed his anger and cursed. It's Nanako, she's so kind to you, can't you feel it? Zenitsu said, rolling his eyes. What is like? Tell me quickly, soft-footed shrimp. Inosuke grabbed Zenitsu's collar and stared at Zenitsu fiercely. Zenitsu was shocked when he stared at him, and said tremblingly, it's just, the love between men and women, just like your father and mother, they love each other. I will give birth to you only if I like you. But I don't have a father or a mother, I only have a mother. Inosuke said as he recalled the wild boar mother who had nursed him. Are you lying to me? Inosuke's boar hood spurted a stream of heat onto Zenitsu's face. Let me go quickly, I can't explain to you. I like what I just said. I didn't lie to you. Zenitsu slapped Inosuke's hand away and quickly hid behind Tanjiro. Okay, Inosuke, don't embarrass Zenitsu. Tanjiro persuaded at this time. I don't want to like it, I want to become stronger, the strongest in the world. Whether they are women or men, I will beat them down one by one. And that woman, I must take revenge and fight her back. Take off her sai, let her see how powerful I am, ha 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 ha. Inosuke stood on the bed with his hands on his hips and yelled. Kamamon boy, come here. At this time, Purgatory Xingjulong on the side spoke. Hey, Mr. Purgatory, what's the matter? Tanjiro and the other three immediately became quiet and moved closer to Anjiro's bedside. I'm so happy for you to see the bond between the three of you. Anjiro smiled. I remembered one thing from my dream. You can go to the Purgatory house where I was born. There are the notes left by the flame pillars of the past generations. My father used to read those notes a lot, because I didn't read them. I've been there before, so I don't know the content. As for the clues you mentioned about Kagura, the god of fire, there may be records in the notes. Note, do you want me to go to your house with you? Tanjiro asked. Yes, maybe the clue you want about the god of fire Kagura is there. If you really want to know, you can come back to my home with me. Anjiro said. Also, Kamado boy, your sister Nezuko, I agree that she is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I saw blood on the train, trying to protect mankind, risking her life to fight evil spirits and protecting mankind. She, no matter what others say, she is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. She must keep her chest open and live and become stronger. Protect more weak humans. Tanjiro's eyes widened and tears kept flowing down. Mr. Purgatory, thank you for recognizing my sister. At this moment, Tanjiro seemed to have been redeemed in his heart, and his original inferiority complex against the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were fighting with him as a ghost sister was released. No matter how weak and useless I am, no matter how hard I hit you, I will burn your hearts. Grit your teeth and move forward. Keep getting stronger, keep moving forward, protect your sister, and protect all humans who are weaker than you. As a strong man, it is natural to be a shield for the younger generation. Therefore, since I am the pillar, no one will make the same choice. I cannot let the younger generation lose it, even if it means sacrificing my life. So don't feel guilty because I lost my arms. Kamado boy, pig-headed boy and yellow boy, you must continue to work hard. I believe that in the near future, you will become the pillar supporting the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe in you. I believe in you from the bottom of my heart. Tanjiro was already in tears, while Inosuke and Zenitsu were trembling. Just like my mother said to me, the responsibility of the born strong is to protect the weak. You cannot use the talents given by God to harm others or enrich your own pockets. Your talents are very powerful. I believe in you. If you can do it well, it will be better than what I can do. Mr. Purgatory, Tanjiro shouted, lying next to the bed and crying loudly. When we were fighting against that ghost, it was Mr. Purgatory who tried his best to protect our safety. Zenitsu choked up and said, such a powerful Mr. Purgatory. He lost his arms and became an ordinary person in order to protect us. Why would the winding ghost go there? God is really unfair. It's all my fault. Senior brother Fengyu has obviously taught me everything and given me the strength to defeat 12 Kazuki, but I didn't make good use of it. It's all my fault. It's been a long time. Progress, but failed to achieve the tasks assigned by senior brother Fengyu. Can I really become as powerful as Mr. Purgatory and senior brother Fengyu? Tanjiro cried. It's okay, Kamado boy, you still have a long way to go. As long as you don't give up, you can reach this point. Anjiro comforted him. The same goes for you. Strong people become stronger step by step. No one reaches the sky in one step. In this process, we will encounter many things, but as long as we don't give up on ourselves and stick to our original purpose of becoming stronger, then you can always be strong. It's so noisy. Why are you crying? Since he said we can do it, we will definitely do it. Inosuke shouted. Ha ha ha. Yes, you just need to have the confidence of a pig-headed boy. Anjiro laughed. In them, he saw his past self. He had also asked himself countless times whether he could become as powerful as his father, but when he thought of what his mother said, even if he studied alone the Book of Breath of Fire, without anyone's guidance, gradually reached the strength to be able to fight against the Winding Ghost. Chapter 172 The Lord's Injury Detection. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 172 313. Chapter 172 The Lord's Injury Detection. For the three little ones, Shinjiro is very much looking forward to their future, not only their potential, but more importantly, the bond between them. Especially Tanjiro. Maybe if he hadn't exploded later, everyone present would have been killed by the monster Yivazao. After some teachings from Anjiro, the eyes of Tanjiro and the others became much firmer. Each and every one of them was full of energy and confidence. When their injuries were almost healed, they started exercising again. Tanjiro continued to practice the moves of Kagura, the god of fire, while Zenitsu and Inosuke focused on breathing techniques, basic training and physical fitness. At the same time, after Fengyu learned that they had started training, he exchanged some marrow cleaning pills from the system and handed them to Xiaohei to deliver to them. Under the influence of the marrow cleansing pill, their strength has become stronger, and their training programs have become more and more strict. Ah ha ha, stinky woman, I will not lose to you. Inosuke looked at Nanako and laughed provocatively. Wow, Mr. Inosuke is really handsome. But I'm not weaker than you. Nanako turned around and snickered. BD, how dare you laugh at me, I'm going to beat you. When Inosuke saw Nanako snickering, he thought he was looking down on him. Then when he thought about the scene where Nanako punched him down a few days ago, he suddenly became furious. Zenitsu, on the other hand, worked hard with the encouragement of many girls, and did not even feel a trace of fatigue. Seeing the scenes of his juniors training hard one by one, Shinjiro, who was sitting at the door, couldn't help but show an expression of relief on his face. But there was a sadness in his expression. This is how I used to be. Kamado boy, I'm looking forward to what your future will be like. Shinjulong secretly said, watching Anjiro on the side as Kanzaki Aoi. Master Yenju, is it because the sun is too dazzling? Why do I feel that your eyes are a little red? Kanzaki Aoi asked worriedly. Ha ha ha, Miss Shaokui, you don't have to guard me here. I just lost my hands, but I can't stand up. Shinjulong stood up, and his tall chest immediately gave people a sense of incomparable security. It's just that the two sleeves and skirts are fluttering in the wind, showing a little bit of coolness. Lord Yenju, thank you for your hard work. Kanzaki Aoi sighed in his heart, secretly cursing God for being unfair to Anjiro. My lord has arrived, my lord has arrived. Outside the courtyard, I saw Nayashiki Yaoya, supported by Shiranui and his brother, walking step by step towards Anjiro. Suddenly, everyone present was half kneeling. One by one, you look at me and I look at you, with a blank look on your face. Who is that? Shut up, that's our lord, don't be rude to him. And Anjiro also half kneeled towards Ubuyashiki Yazai. See my lord, everyone, get up, Ubuyashiki Yazai said, looking at Ubuyashiki Yaoya who walked into the room behind Anjiro step by step. Anjiro couldn't help but ask, my lord, why are you here, and your body? It's okay, I just wanted to see you. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said softly, come and sit here beside me, don't be too far away from me. His voice was like nectar in the desert, making Anjiro's mood gradually calm down. Anjiro sat respectfully in front of Ubuyashiki Yaoya. Shinjiro, thanks to you on this Mugen train, the passengers on the entire train were not harmed at all. Thank you very much, Ubuyashiki Yaoya said with a smile. My lord, it is only natural that the strong protect the weak, even if it means sacrificing my life. Anjiro said, you kid, thank you for your hard work. It must be very painful to have your hands broken. Ubuyashiki Yaoya's eyes were reddish and trembling. He stretched out his hands and touched Anjiro's face based on his voice. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You were just like children back then, but now you've reached this age. My lord also failed a lot. I didn't take good care of you. From the moment you joined the Demon Slayer Corps, you recognized me as your lord and obeyed my orders. However, I have been in pain and watched you rush to the battlefield one by one to fight with the demons. I'm very sorry, my child, Anjiro. Ubuya Shiki smiled, but tears flowed from his eyes. My lord, I have no regrets. I am very satisfied to be able to protect others, and I feel very honored to be a swordsman in your hands. Although I have lost my arms now, my will eventually be inherited by someone, and the descendants of our Demon Slayer Corps will also be able to become comparable to me, or even surpass me. And I will watch in the near future, under your leadership, defeat Wuhan, kill all the evil ghosts in the world, and return a pure land to the world. So, my lord, there is no need to be sad for me. Anjiro said. People outside the yard have been waiting for Uyashiki to leave before they dare to start exercising again. I'm so annoyed, let me go. Inosuke broke away from Nanako who was holding him down. Nanako was shaken free by his sudden force, and her whole body fell backwards and sat on the ground. Nanako, are you okay? Zenitsu ran over and helped her up and said concernedly. Hey, Inosuke, how could you treat Nanako like this? That was the master of our Demon Slayer Corps just now. If it weren't for Nanako, you would have been beaten. Seeing Inosuke walking away without a care, Zenitsu couldn't help but shout. Forget it, it's okay. Nanako's eyes were slightly red and her voice was choked. I'll impress him. Nanako gritted her teeth and stared in the direction Inosuke left. Then he stood up, dusted off his clothes, and continued training. God, why can't I meet a girl like Nanako who likes me? Woo. Zenitsu looked at Nanako and felt very sad. In the next few days, Nanako will not pester Inosuke during training like before, but will train hard on her own. This also led to her rapid progress, and she was about to complete the training of concentrated breathing and normal breathing. A few days later again, Purgatory Anjiro called Tanjiro in front of him. Come on boy, now that my injuries have healed, I will return to my family. Are you willing to follow me? At that time, I will give you the notes left by my father for your review. Maybe there are records in them about the clue to the god of fire Kagura you mentioned. Anjiro said, I do, Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro looked excited. During this time, although he has mastered the first 4 moves of God of Fire Kagura, he has no clue about the subsequent ones. If we can really get clues about the God of Fire Kagura from the notes of Purgatory Anjiro's father, it might be very helpful to him. After saying goodbye to everyone, Tanjiro also followed Anjiro on his journey to the Purgatory family. Chapter 173 Purgatory Makijiro. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 173 313th. Chapter 173 Purgatory Makijiro. Under the leadership of Xingya, Tanjiro and the two soon arrived at Xing Julong's home. Not yet. From a distance, you can see an extremely wealthy courtyard house. In front of the door, there is a young man sweeping the dead leaves with a broom over and over again. Brother. Senjiro saw Anjiro and Tanjiro shouting excitedly in the distance. Well, it's Senjiro. Anjiro smiled and nodded. Hello, my name is Kamado Tanjiro. Tanjiro waved hello. The two of them walked forward slowly, but then a gust of wind blew by. The broom in Kianjiro's hand fell to the ground, and the smile on his face changed from surprise to sadness. The skirts of Shinjiro's arms were constantly fluttering in the air with the wind. Brother, your hands. Senjiro's eyes were slightly red, but Anjiro said with a smile. It's okay. Why even such a powerful brother? Senjiro looked at Anjiro's fluttering clothes and his mind went blank. What else did Tanjiro want to say, suddenly? Stop it, he asked for this all on his own. He went to be a swordsman even though he had no talent. That's why his arms were cut off and he became a cripple. It's so boring. Shinjiro, you stupid son, human talents are determined from birth. There are only a handful of talented people, and the rest are waste. Dust and trash without any value. Recalling the scene where Senjiro was practicing the breath of fire in the courtyard during this period, he continued. That's the case with Anjiro, and it's the same with you, Senjiro. You obviously don't have any abilities, but you still want to become a swordsman and fight ghosts. You're lucky if you can save a life. Kianjiro, you can't be like Anjiro. Look at how ridiculous he looks now. Anjiro's father, Purgatory Makijiro, had a slightly red face. He held a can of wine in his hand and would take a sip from time to time. His tone was unkind and his eyes were full of ridicule. Anjiro didn't speak, and the expression on his face didn't change. He didn't seem to pay attention to Makijiro's words at all, but Senjiro lowered his head and tears flowed down his cheeks. Father, etc. Tanjiro couldn't stand listening anymore, so he stood directly in front of the two people, glared at Makijiro and cursed. What you said is really too much. Please don't say these words. Who do you think you are? Get out of here and don't enter our house. Makijiro cursed. I'm from the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as Tanjiro finished speaking, Makijiro's expression changed instantly, and the wine in his hand fell to the ground. The wine jar was broken into pieces, and the wine spilled on the ground, spreading bit by bit. I see, you are the user of Breath of the Sun. That's right. Makijiro pointed at Tanjiro while trembling. Hearing Hinazuki's breathing, Anjiro became interested and kept staring at Makijiro. Sun breath, what are you talking about? Tanjiro is confused. The words just fell. Makijiro rushed over and pinned Tanjiro to the ground with a backhand. So fast, this is not the skill of an amateur. Feeling Makijiro's speed and strength, Tanjiro knew that this man on top of him was not an easy person. Father, please stop. Qian Zhulong ran over and stopped him quickly. That's enough. Father, you don't need to take care of my affairs. Please let go of my juniors. Angriness appeared on Anjiro's face and he shouted sternly. Masakiro refused to listen and continued to press Tanjiro hard. Tanjiro was suppressed by him and couldn't breathe. One of his hands was restrained and he couldn't use it. Father, please let him go quickly, he is suffocating. Senjiro said anxiously. Shut up, it's so noisy. Makijiro slapped Senjiro aside. At this time, Tanjiro also seized the opportunity. Just stop it, UBD. Tanjiro shouted, turned around, and kicked Makijiro. But many years of combat experience allowed him to quickly defend himself. The powerful force only caused Makijiro to take a few steps back. What on earth have you been doing since just now? Insulting your own son and beating him, what on earth are you doing? Tanjiro asked sharply. You must look down on us. Makijiro shouted. Why do you think so? I don't know what you are talking about. You were looking for trouble. Tanjiro said. Because you are the user of Breath of the Sun, I recognize that pair of earrings, it is written in the book. As Makijiro said it was written in the book, Tanjiro guessed the god of fire Kagura he was talking about. The first breath, the earliest breath, the most powerful magical skill. Then all breaths are derived from the breath of the sun. All breaths are just following the breath of the sun, imitating the breath of the sun. The inferior breath, it's nothing but fire, water, wind and even all the breath in this world. Makijiro said, pointing to the flower earrings on Tanjiro's ears. What is he talking about? Our family has been burning charcoal to sustain life for generations. We also have genealogy, the breath of the sun. Kagura, the god of fire. Tanjiro looked in disbelief. Don't think that just because you are a user of sun breath, you can be so arrogant, you brat. Makijiro shouted, but Tanjiro was angry and shouted. How could I be so arrogant? Do you know how much I hate my own weakness now? I can only watch my sister turn into a ghost but I can't do anything about it. I can only watch Mr. Purgatory stand in front of me but I can't do anything. You this, damn old man. Don't speak ill of Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro clenched his fists and rushed forward. No, father, he used to be a pillar. Senjiro shouted, but it was too late. Tanjiro rushed forward. He was easily dodged by Makijiro, but Tanjiro's current strength is not weak, and can even be said to be comparable to that of the Demon Slayer core. The two of them fought back and forth. You hit me with one move, and the punches hit the flesh, and the corners of their mouths were bleeding. No, Qian Zhulong looked at the two of them, but he didn't know how to persuade them. If the god of fire Kagura is really the breath of the sun, the most powerful magical skill, why can't I let Nezuko turn back into a human? Why can't I protect Mr. Purgatory? Why can't I let the world as a better place? Why are there people like you in the world, who degenerate, insult and beat their own children? You are not worthy of being the father of Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro shouted. His body speed increased, and the fist in his hand fell directly on Makijiro's face, knocking him to the ground. Father. Senjiro saw Makijiro knocked to the ground by Tanjiro's punch. His eyes widened and he was shocked. He didn't expect that Tanjiro could hurt his father. Xingqiu Lang's expression was also slightly moved, and there seemed to be a trace of intolerance in his eyes. Was I defeated by this kid? As expected, the user of Breath of the Sun is powerful. Or am I getting old? The sun shines on the face, the sky is blue, and the soft white clouds slowly move under the influence of the wind. It's okay, you're always great. At this time, a gentle voice sounded in his ears. Rinwo, Chapter 174 Books Destroyed. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 174 313th. Chapter 174 Books Destroyed. After being knocked to the ground by Tanjiro, Makijiro finally stopped making trouble. Maybe he felt that he was defeated by a child of the same age as his own, and he couldn't live up to his reputation, or maybe he recalled something, locked himself in the room, and continued to drink. But the eyes revealed a tenderness that was not seen before. I'm very sorry, I messed up things. I'm really sorry for hurting your father. Is he okay? Tanjiro apologized while sitting cross-legged on the ground with his head lowered. This is tea, please use it slowly. Senjiro warmly made a cup of tea with rich tea aroma for Tanjiro and Anjiro respectively. Well, thank you. Anjiro nodded. Tanjiro raised his head and looked at the two of them depressedly. I think it should be fine. He is drinking in the room right now. Ah, brother, let me help you. At this time, Senjiro realized that his brother had no arms at this time and could not hold the teacup at all. He quickly picked up the teacup, blew on it gently, and then handed it to Shinjiro's mouth. Anjiro was not hesitant and drank it all in one go. Delicious, thank you very much. Anjiro said. Brother. Seeing Anjiro like this, Senjiro felt extremely hurt in his heart. I must work harder and become stronger. Avenge my brother. Anjiro secretly swore in his heart. Why does your father scold you like this? Tanjiro asked confused. It's a long story. My father became like this after our mother passed away. I guess he also missed his mother. Senjiro lowered his head and whispered. That's it. Tanjiro whispered. Actually, I should say thank you to you. I feel a lot of pain now. Even if he said bad things about my brother before, we couldn't refute him or do anything. There was a hint of calmness on Senjiro's face. But how did my brother lose his arms? Can you tell me? Senjiro asked. Then Tanjiro told the whole story, while Anjiro closed his eyes and remained motionless. That's it. Thank you very much for taking care of my brother and sending him home safely. Thank you very much. Senjiro thanks Tanjiro. No, please don't say that. On the contrary, I should thank Mr. Purgatory. If it weren't for my inability to help, Mr. Purgatory lost his arms to save me, and I would have died on the battlefield long ago. Tanjiro quickly stopped Senjiro from thanking him. My dear brother, he has always been like this, taking care of the weak and always standing at the front. Senjiro said, then looked at Anjiro. Kianjiro, take out father's notes and books and let Kamado boy check them. And judging from the look on his face just now, it's obvious that he has recognized that Tanjiro is related to something, and that's why he became so excited. Anjiro said, yes. Senjiro stood up and left. Thank you very much for your hard work. Thank you Tanjiro. After a while, Senjiro then handed Tanjiro a book with a red cover and a bunch of scattered notes. I have an impression of the books and notebooks that my father often read. These should be them, Senjiro said. Thank you so much. After Tanjiro took it, he opened it and took a look. Immediately shocked. What's wrong? Senjiro came over to take a look in confusion, and saw that the expression inside was the same as Tanjiro's. How could it become like this? Xingjulong frowned and said, what's wrong? Brother, look, I can't read all the books and notes. Obviously it has always been well preserved, and I saw it some time ago. It was still good at that time, how could it be now? Could it be that father destroyed it? Senjiro covered his mouth. Anjiro took a look and found that it was just as the two said. The entire book and notes were destroyed and the handwriting could not be read clearly. It seems that it was my father's doing. Anjiro sighed. Now that the Breath of Fire books have been destroyed, I am afraid that it will be difficult for anyone to inherit the Breath of Fire in this world. This is a big blow to Anjiro, who has loved inheritance all his life. Sorry, Kamado boy, Anjiro said. It doesn't matter, it's not your fault, please don't mind it like this. Tanjiro said, you came all the way here, but you didn't find any information about the God of Fire, Kagura, or what my father said about the Breath of the Sun. Thanks a lot, Anjiro said. It's okay Mr. Purgatory, I know what I should do, and that is to continue training and practice the moves of the God of Fire Kagura. Although I already know the remaining moves of the God of Fire Kagura, I haven't been able to master them. What I really want to know this time is the origin of the God of Fire Kagura and whether I can give him I'm inspired. Tanjiro said, I think when my body and breathing skills become stronger, I will be able to master the remaining moves of Kagura, the God of Fire. So please don't be sorry about any of this. That's it, Senjiro said while looking at the two of them. When performing the God of Fire Kagura in a state of full concentration of breathing, the body will not be able to move as desired. This is my problem. The body cannot keep up with the moves. Full concentration of breathing improves physical fitness, but this is not enough. The body must be fully I have adapted to the God of Fire, Kagura, and I have mastered the moves. Although I learned to concentrate on breathing early and my body has improved, it is not enough to easily cast the God of Fire Kagura, and I lack combat experience. However, I will continue to work hard. I will definitely master all the moves of the God of Fire Kagura. Furthermore, I know a person who may have clues to the God of Fire, Kagura. Tanjiro said. Who? Anjiro asked. My senior brother, Nakagawa Fengyu. Tanjiro recalled that Fengyu once told him that he must focus on the God of Fire, Kagura, and that when he was in Spider Mountain, he also deliberately waited for him to use the God of Fire, Kagura, before coming to save him. What Tanjiro can think of is that Fengyu must have clues about the God of Fire, Kagura. Fengyu-kun. Maybe he really knows. After all, in the eyes of a zoo, he is a very mysterious person. Anjiro murmured. Mystery. Tanjiro said. Well, Nakagawa Fengyu's current strength is estimated to have reached the strongest level in our Demon Slayer Corps. He has only joined the Demon Slayer Corps for less than 2 years and already has such strength, and the various pills of the Demon Slayer Corps he also provided the medicine. He is very powerful, so powerful that he doesn't look like a normal person. Anjiro said. Tanjiro nodded. He thought so too. From the beginning to now, he had never seen through Fengyu, and he was vaguely aware that Fengyu seemed to be very familiar with everyone, even the ability of ghosts. Qianjulong listened to the conversation between the two of them and couldn't help but agree in his heart. If Lord Fengyu hadn't given me the opportunity, I might just be here feeling helpless and sad for my brother. Senjiro clenched his fists and said secretly. Chapter 175 Xingqiu Lang presents a knife. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 175 313th. Chapter 175 Xingqiu Lang presents a knife. Previous. Next. After checking that there was no chance, Tanjiro also sighed inwardly. However, although he did not get any clues about the God of Fire, Kagura, he made friends with Senjiro, the younger brother of Anjiro. Before leaving, the two have become good friends, and Senjiro even asked Tanjiro to say goodbye. That is to thank Fengyu for his help, allowing him to become what he is now, and giving him a chance to change his life. Tanjiro, please also tell Mr. Fengyu that because of my family matters, I can't come to thank you in person for the time being. Senjiro came to Tanjiro and said cautiously. Well, I will tell senior brother Fengyu, but how do you know senior brother Fengyu? Tanjiro was confused, because last time Mr. Feng Yu came home with his brother, it was that time that he gave me help that I will never be able to repay in my life. Forgive me for not being able to say it. Senjiro said, so that's it. It doesn't matter, I will tell senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro smiled. Then he said goodbye to the two of them and started on the way back to Butterfly House. Sunset. The dim sunlight shone on the faces of the three people. There were no special emotions, only the comfort of the soul that they endured silently. I will definitely become a person like my brother. He used to protect me, and now I will protect him. Tanjiro, Mr. Feng Yu, thank you. It is you who gave me the opportunity and courage to change my destiny. Senjiro couldn't help clenching his fists as he looked at Tanjiro, who was gradually going away. Senjiro, you seem to have mastered the breathing of fire. Anjiro looked at Senjiro and said. This time, Chianjiro suddenly felt guilty and wanted to hide it again, but his mouth was very honest. Yes, Mr. Feng Yu gave me some pills last time, and then my body has the potential to become a swordsman. During this time, I have been studying the flames you left behind. Breathe the experience and practice it yourself. Brother, will you blame me? Chianjiro lowered his head and said with a guilty conscience. So that's it. It seems that what Mr. Feng Yu gave you was a marrow cleansing pill, and it was of high quality. If that's the case, then I will teach you the breath of fire in the future. You have to work hard. Xingjulong laughed, his eyes emitting a strange light, which seemed to be mixed with a glimmer of hope. Brother, don't you blame me. Chianjiro looked at Anjiro laughing and was extremely confused. Anjiro shook his head. I respect your choice. I have always seen your efforts and unwillingness. Now that you have the opportunity to realize your dream, how could I object? And now I can no longer pick up I have the Nichirin sword, so you can use this sword to kill more ghosts instead of me and protect more weak compatriots. Anjiro signaled Senjiro to pull out the Nichirin sword from his waist. Chianjulong paused for a moment, and then burst into tears. Brother, Senjiro gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and carefully took Anjiro's Nichirin sword in his hand. Anjiro's Nichirin sword has a black body with a red sword pattern on the side, and, Demon Slayer, is engraved on the side of the blade. The handle of the Nichirin sword is white, the scabbard is gray and white, and the blade is in the shape of a flame. This is my brother's Nichirin sword. Senjiro could feel the warmth of the breath of fire remaining on the entire knife. Pull it out, this knife will belong to you from now on. Anjiro smiled happily. Chianjiro nodded, then took a deep breath, unsheathed his sharp blade. The dim sunset light shines on the blade, like balls of flames burning on it. Anjiro watched Senjiro pull out the Nichirin sword. He knew in his heart that his era also ended at this moment. In the days to come, it would be his younger brother Senjiro who would grow up with his friends. Kill ghosts. Anjiro felt empty in his heart, but he was happy for Senjiro. As if feeling Anjiro's inner emotions, the Nichirin sword actually trembled a little at this moment. A light yellow sword aura and the fighting aura on Xingqiulang's body were intertwined with each other. Old man, Senjiro will be your new master from now on. Anjiro looked at the Nichirin sword and smiled. Then the sword energy and fighting energy disappeared, and there was no movement at all. Brother, what's going on? Senjiro looked at Anjiro in shock. It's okay. It has recognized you. You have to work hard in the future and don't let me in it down. The empty sleeves were fluttering in the wind, and Senjiro saw a trace of loneliness in him. The dim sun in the sky seems to be bidding farewell to the hero's loneliness. When one hero falls, another hero rises. Makishiro hid behind the door and looked at the two of them quietly, with a strange look in his eyes. Anjiro. Tanjiro returned to Butterfly House and immediately stepped up his training with the god of fire Kagura, but this time it was more about physical training. He had vaguely guessed that the breath of the sun mentioned by Makijiro was Kagura, the god of fire, but what he didn't understand was that his family had relied on selling carbon to survive for generations, so why would the breath of the sun be passed down as a legacy? He couldn't understand. According to Makijiro, sun breathing is the most powerful breathing method in the world and the source of all breathing methods. But there was no record at all in the Demon Slayer core, which made him feel vaguely uneasy. He wanted to get the truth of the matter, but there was no way. Originally, Tanjiro was surprised when he recognized his breathing method and the flower earrings on his body from Makijiro. But in the end the surprise turned into disappointment. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, let's hone the basics of the body first to adapt to the moves of the god of fire, Kagura. Tanjiro's eyes became firmer, and the other side, Nanako has finally reached the final training stage of all concentrated breathing and regular training, blowing the gourd. Looking at the breath of a person as tall as herself, Nanako's face was filled with a trace of pride. There were people around. They are all here to witness the moment when Nanako completes her training. Nanako looked around, but she didn't see the boar head she wanted to see, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. That guy didn't even come. Next time I must make him look good. Nanako clenched her fists, then hugged the gourd with both hands and started blowing. Come on, Sister Nanako, come on, screams rang in her ears. I can't lose, Nanako thought to herself, then increased the intensity of the blowing. Bang, a violent explosion spread, Nanako fell to the ground. The big gourd in his hand has turned into pieces at this moment. I succeeded, Nanako smiled. Wow, Nanako is great. The shouts of the three little ones in Butterfly House became even more passionate. Afterwards, Nanako left the scene surrounded by everyone, but when she left, she saw the familiar boar head. Chapter 176 Nanako's White Fox Mask. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 176 313. Chapter 176 Nanako's White Fox Mask. Inosuke looked at Nanako leaving, made a cut sound, and left quickly. It seems that guy still cares about me. Nanako looked at the wild boar hooded figure and thought to herself. Inosuke returned to the training ground and found that there was no one there, knowing that everyone had gone to congratulate Nanako on the successful conclusion of today's training. I won't lose. Inosuke's body muscles became stronger and even his height became taller. Hidden under the fair and delicate skin are muscles full of explosive power. This is strength. I am the strongest. Inosuke clenched his fists and shouted. Under the influence of the marrow cleansing pill sent by Feng Yu, both he and Zenitsu have been greatly improved. Whether it is physical changes, strength or speed, all aspects have been improved without any blind spots. Even his appearance became more beautiful. One day passes soon. Nanako finally packed her luggage and prepared to bid farewell to everyone and returned to Samagiri Mountain to participate in the final trial. Woo, Sister Nanako must come back to see us often. We will always miss you and wait for your return. Be sure to take good care of yourself. The three little ones from Butterfly House hugged Nanako and cried. Yeah, I will, sisters. Nanako nodded and smiled. After more than 2 months of getting along, Nanako felt extremely reluctant to let go. Growing up, she was only accompanied by her mother, followed by Feng Yu, Nintaki Sakanji, Mixiu, and now everyone. Perhaps because she had a sense of autonomy and endured too much malice in the world, she could clearly feel the kindness of each of them and keep it firmly in her heart. Thank you everyone for taking care of me all the time. Nanako bowed deeply to everyone. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. A strong hurricane is coming. Everyone looked up. The huge red gold figure keeps hovering in the sky. Quack, Xiaokazi, I'm here to take you home. Xiao He laughed wildly. Then he slowly fell down, and there was still a person standing on his back. Feng Yu, wearing dark gray clothes and a delicate face, walked over step by step like a banished immortal. Well done, it's time to go home. Feng Yu smiled and touched Nanako's head. Ah, Master Feng Yu. Master Feng Yu is so handsome. It's really a good match with Shinobu-sama. The three little ones in Butterfly House said with stars in their beady eyes. You are not allowed to arrange Feng Yu-sama and Shinobu-sama. Kanzaki Aoi gave 3 of them a dunk each. Ah, Sister Kui is hitting someone, Sister Kui is hitting someone. The 3 little ones dispersed in an instant and ran away. I'm very sorry, Master Feng Yu. Kanzaki Aoi said with a sigh. It doesn't matter. Feng Yu smiled. Then came to Tanjiro. I heard that you have gone to the Purgatory family, right? Have you found the answer you want? Feng Yu said. Senior brother Feng Yu, how do you know? You really know something about the god of fire Kagura. Please tell me. Tanjiro was a little excited. I can only say that the god of fire, Kagura, is the breath of the sun, the most powerful breathing method in the world, and the source of all breathing methods. If you practice well, I hope you can bring him back to his original glory. Quote, I will tell you specific things when you return to Mount Samagiri, such as why your family has the inheritance of the god of fire, Kagura, and what happened to your father. Okay, I can't stay here for long, it's time for me to leave. Feng Yu said, but, as soon as the words came to his mouth, he saw Feng Yu jumping onto Xiao Hei's back with Nanako. Senior brother Feng Yu is really a mysterious person. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu and said secretly. But, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Other side, Nanako stood on Xiao Hei's back and waved goodbye to everyone, but her eyes were constantly searching underneath. Is that guy really not here? A trace of disappointment flashed in Nanako's eyes. What's wrong? Feng Yu noticed Nanako's emotional changes and asked suspiciously. No. Nothing. Nanako's face turned red instantly and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Feng Yu. It seems, Xiao Naoko is looking forward to something. Let me guess, is it a person? Feng Yu teased. That's, no way. Nanako covered her face and quickly avoided Feng Yu's sight. It seems that I guessed it right. But how old is Nanako, when she started falling in love? People in this little country are really mature enough. No wonder he is so short. Feng Yu was a little speechless, but at the same time he was also a little disappointed. Looking at Nanako's appearance, I couldn't help but think of an old saying from my previous life. Female college students are not allowed to stay. Soon, the two of them returned to Samagiri Mountain. Once you reach the top of the mountain, you haven't landed yet. From a distance, he saw Taki Sakanji, Mihide and Kocho Shinobu standing in front of the wooden house, waving to them. What a good kid, he was able to fully concentrate on breathing in such a short period of time. Kocho Shinobu looked at the two people approaching each other and praised them. Sister Nanako, I miss you so much. Mixiu ran over and hugged Nanako. I miss you too, Sister Meisho. After dinner, Mixiu and Nanako returned to their exclusive wooden house to rest early, while Feng Yu and the other 3 were sitting around the fire arranging Nanako's final trial. I think Nanako is still too young now. We should wait for another 2 years until she grows up before taking part in the final trial. Said Kintaki Sakanji. Feng Yu shook his head. No, Master Lintaki, now Nanako's strength has completely reached the point where she can easily pass the final trial. Her strength at this moment can even be said to be beyond that of many newcomers. Although this is indeed very cruel to her, fighting to the death is the best way to improve her strength, and I can feel the hatred for ghosts in her heart. Feng Yu said. Ningtaki Seigo remained silent for the first time, and just sighed slightly. I'm old, and she is your apprentice, so I won't get involved too much anymore. After saying that, Rintaki Sakanji stood up and took out a white fox mask from the wooden cabinet behind him. Let her wear this. It can be regarded as a gift from me to wish her a smooth journey and ward off evil spirits. Feng Yu lost his mask and couldn't calm down for a long time. Ah, this. PFF'd. Feng Yu-kun, what's wrong with your expression? Kocho Shinobu on the side couldn't help laughing. Feng Yujun, do you think there is something wrong with this mask? No. Feng Yu quickly denied it. After all, at this time, Ningtaki Sakanji was also looking at him with a strange look. Nima, I can't say this is a ghost calling mask. Chapter 177 Nanako's Final Trial. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 177 313. Chapter 177 Nanako's Final Trial. Soon, the next day arrived. Feng Yu called Nanako outside, and at the same time put the evil-attracting mask that Lin Takazuo presented last night into Nanako's hands. Master, this is. Nanako was a little confused, but looking at this white fox mask, she liked it very much. She looks a bit like Xiaobai. Nanako snickered. After saying this, Xiaobai on the side also jumped out, and Deo swung his tail and came close to Nanako. You want it too, Xiaobai? Nanako said. Xiaobai rolled up the mask with his tail, then put it in front of his eyes, and looked around in a circle. Then, a tail rose into the sky with a faint light, transmitting weak energy towards the mask. This is. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes and then laughed. Xiaobai, you grew a fifth tail and you didn't even tell me. Feng Yu took a look at Xiaobai's attributes. Name. Xiaobai. Race. White fox. Divinity value. 0.6. Owner. Feng Yu. Kung Fu. Monster breathing technique supernatural. Awakening. Telepathy, charm, body shape control, inviting gods, false eyes, blessing. Introduction. This was originally just an ordinary little white fox. After transformation, it has become qualified to become a god. Blessing. A legendary skill that only gods can possess, which can give someone a certain item to bless someone with protection and luck. Is it God's skill? Feng Yu looked at Xiaobai and murmured. Then he walked over, picked up the mask that Xiaobai had blessed and took a closer look, and found that it was covered with this strange energy fluctuation. Master, this tail suddenly grew out some time ago. Even I didn't know it. It's just that a voice in my heart told me to do this just now. Then I did it naturally. Xiaobai explained. That's it, Feng Yu murmured, but in my heart, I was extremely horrified by Xiaobai's potential. This amazing transformation was really incomparable to Xiaohei, or maybe Xiaohei was just lazy every day. Otherwise, Xiaobai's monster breathing method has reached the stage of perfection, but Xiaohei is still at great heights. Although his strength has improved, he is completely inferior to Xiaobai. Little Black, who was making out with other wild crows in the tree, suddenly shivered, and he who was so excited just now seemed to be discouraged. Sir, what's wrong with you? The female crow tilted her head and asked in confusion. Xiaohei. Feng Yu didn't know how useful Xiaobai's new skills were, but he didn't go into details anymore and put the mask on Nanako himself. Looking at the lifelike white fox mask on Nanako's face, he suddenly recalled himself. It was also like this that he went to Fujirai Mountain alone to participate in the final trial, wearing the white fox mask given to him by Hinataki-sa recently. Time is not forgiving. Even female college students are not allowed to stay. Feng Yu sighed. Hey, this mask, why does it feel so comfortable on my face? Nanako exclaimed. What's wrong? Feng Yu asked. My face feels comfortable, and there is a special feeling surrounding my body. Nanako expressed her feelings. Feng Yu frowned and then opened the transparent world. It didn't matter what she saw, but she was startled at the first sight. Nanako's whole body was wrapped in light yellow fluorescence, and there was a yellow filament connecting the mask on her face and Xiaobai's body. Look at Xiaobai again. Behind him, the phantom of the huge thing lurked, with 9 tails rising into the sky, carrying an irresistible momentum, as if it wanted to pierce the sky. At this time, the 9-tailed fox shadow behind Xiaobai also felt Feng Yu's sight. The emotional eyes also looked at each other head-on. Feng Yu looked at it for a while, then silently exited the transparent world state. From the exchange of glances just now, he had already received the information from the shadow behind Xiaobai. With a slight smile on his lips, he touched Xiaobai and said, You have to work hard. Xiaobai looked at Feng Yu in confusion, wondering why he said that. Soon, 2 days later, under the farewell of everyone, Nanako set foot on the road of Fujisei Mountain alone to participate in the assessment and final trial that all Demon Slayer Corps members must pass. Kocho Shinobu doesn't have much to worry about. After all, in her opinion, Nanako, who has mastered the full concentration of breathing and regularity, has no pressure at all on this novice trial. I really envy Mr. Feng Yu. Looking at Mixiu who looked troubled, she murmured. Brother Feng Yu, sister Nanako will be fine. Mixiu asked worriedly. It's okay. With her strength, there is no need to worry at all. It's you, Nanako, who is younger than you, is already walking in front of you. You have to work hard. Feng Yu smiled and touched Mei Shu's head and said, Humph, I know, I have always worked hard. Mixiu puffed up her cheeks and said, out of the corner of my eye. Although Kintaki Sakanji was wearing a Tengu mask, he could still feel his concern for Nanako. Xiaobai, Xiaohei, do you two want to see how Nanako kills ghosts? Feng Yu said to Xiaohei and Xiaobai beside him. Hey, master, I don't want to go, Xiaohei. What's so exciting about killing ghosts? Why not go home and accompany my pretty girl? Xiaohei smiled lewdly. Feng Yu's eyes were like arrows, and Xiaohei was immediately frightened, and he quickly changed his words. I'll go, I like killing ghosts the most. PFF, I told you not to do your business every day. Xiaobai smiled. Then he and Xiaohei disappeared into the sky. Ningtaki Sakanji and Kocho Shinobu gave Feng Yu a meaningful look. Feng Yu didn't take it seriously, waved his hand and left. Other side, Xiaobai rides on Xiaohei's back, hiding above the clouds, following Nanako. The master told us not to disturb Xiao Naoko's trial. He just asked us to take action when her life is in danger. Do you understand? And the action must be done secretly, so no one can discover it. Xiaobai said to Xiaohei. I know. My life is so miserable. Xiaohei let out a cry. Sunset. Nanako's small figure kept moving forward under the sunset, her eyes showing perseverance. She wears a white fox mask and carries a sun blade on her back. Because she was still too short at this time, putting the sun blade on her waist was a hindrance to her movement. So she switched to carrying it on her back. Soon, Nanako followed the map instructions and came to Tengshi Mountain. What catches the eye is the wisteria that blooms all year round, covering the mountains and plains, as if you were immersed in a sea of flowers. Come to the square. There were more than 30 people in this trial, but most of them were men. And look around. Only Nanako is the youngest. As the familiar lines sounded, the final trial also began at this moment. Nanako clenched her fists and stepped up the steps step by step. Her legend also begins at this moment. I won't let you down. Chapter 178 Nanako's first kill. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 178 313th. Chapter 178 Nanako's first kill. In the darkness, a thin figure kept walking quickly, its green eyes shining brightly under the light yellow fluorescence. Why are there no ghosts? Nanako asked doubtfully. She had been separated from the large army and was walking alone in this dark forest, just to look for the evil ghost. But she had been running for more than an hour, but she didn't even see a ghost. This made her feel a little disappointed. Forget it, it seems we won't encounter ghosts tonight. Let's find a secluded place to rest first. Nanako also felt a little tired at this moment, looking for a place to rest, but at the same time she was also thinking about how to encounter ghosts. If the participants of this period knew what she was thinking, they might follow her lead. Others were trying to survive for 7 days in the final trial, but her purpose here was to kill ghosts. She had heard from Kocho Shinobu about Feng Yu's deeds when he first participated in the trial. Almost all the ghosts in the Vine Raid Mountain were slaughtered, causing his next trial to be postponed. Nanako also wants to follow Feng Yu's approach and kill more ghosts to make her actual combat ability stronger. Let those who participated in the trial at the same time as you stand in admiration. She remembered that an hour ago, when those people saw Nanako being so young, they all thought she was a drag and stayed away from her. I'll prove it to you. Nanako secretly swore in her heart. Soon, Nanako saw a natural resting place on a big tree. There it is. Nanako quickly jumped up, jumped onto the branch of the big tree, and lay on her back. The sky tonight is shrouded in dark clouds, and the whole world seems to be groggy. She took out some dry food and started eating. The chef's skills are the best. This beef jerky and pork jerky are so delicious. Nanako ate it with relish. Little did he know that Feng Yu had redeemed these foods from the system mall. On the sky, Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at Nanako and Hashiko, who were eating food leisurely below, almost crying. Boss Xiaobai, I want to eat too. Xiaohei said sadly. As Feng Yu's must-have mount for traveling, Xiaohei often eats modern snacks fed by Feng Yu. Seeing Nanako eating so deliciously, the glutton in his belly is constantly clamoring. Oops, I forgot to bring snacks. Xiaobai said. If I had known it was a supervisory job, I should have taken out all the snacks. Xiaobai sighed inwardly. Apparently these two guys have become foodies and are completely obsessed with modern Huxia food. After Nanako finished eating, she began to lie quietly on the tree and look at the sky, thinking a lot. Mother, I miss you so much. Nanako murmured. A gust of wind blows. Nanako felt a chill, her body curled up together, exuding an aura of loneliness. Just like that, she slowly fell asleep. I don't know how long it has been. A pair of greedy blood-red eyes stared at her in the darkness. Look, what I found, hee. A delicious little girl. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. I want to eat her up bit by bit. There was a rustling sound in the darkness. Nanako, who was sleeping soundly, also opened her eyes at this moment. Finally waiting for you. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her fingers gently placed on the scabbard of the Nichirin sword beside her. At this time, a figure jumped out of the darkness. What's mine? It's all mine, little lamb, here I come. A foul-smelling evil spirit rushed towards Nanako. Its mouth is full of fangs and its body is covered with abscesses. How disgusting. Nanako quickly stood up and looked down at the ghost below. When the evil ghost saw this, he was suddenly startled and stopped quickly. But soon, the greed in his heart swallowed up all his reason. I'm going to eat you. The evil spirit shouted, and then ran directly up the tree trunk. You disgusting thing, go to hell. The Nichirin sword was unsheathed, and the silver-white blade reflected her face. Full concentration breath of water ate type tacky pot. Nanako took a deep breath, circulated the breath of water, jumped down, and several dark blue water columns appeared from the tip of her knife. Quickly swipe across. Bang! The giant tree and the evil spirit's body were cut in half directly from the middle by Nanako. Ah! The evil ghost was in pain, and his body fell straight to the ground. Scarlet blood spilled all over the floor. Nanako landed, but she did not relax her vigilance because she knew that the ghost in front of her was not dead yet. I saw that the body of the evil ghost that was cut in half began to squirm, and strips of bloody flesh sprouts began to connect to the other half. Soon, the evil ghost reassembled his body. Damn humans, damn humans. You actually hurt me like this. It's unforgivable, I must eat you bit by bit. The evil spirit stared at Nanako fiercely and said, huh, come on if you can. Breath of water 1 type water surface slash. Nanako didn't give the evil spirit a chance, and jumped out in an instant, with the blue ripples on the tip of the knife passing through the evil spirit's neck. Then put away the knife. How could I be so fast? The evil ghost looked at Nanako in disbelief, but it turned into ashes very quickly and disappeared completely before he finished speaking. And at this time, Nanako seemed to have collapsed, and suddenly sat down on the ground. I finally killed a ghost, mother. Tears flowed from Nanako's eyes. Since the day her mother was killed by a ghost, she has never encountered a ghost again. Although Feng Yu has laid a good foundation for her, her nerves are still being strongly stimulated by the evil ghosts and bloody scenes. Now kill a ghost myself. It was as if her heart had been released. The long-suppressed emotions in my heart collapsed instantly. After all, she is still very young and has very little knowledge. There are only a few people in this small spiritual world. At the same time, he is also burdened with deep hatred. Xiaohe and Xiaobai in the sky also watched the entire process of killing ghosts. Although in Xiaobai's eyes, Nanako's movements were full of mistakes when she arrived, such as when a ghost was cut in half but she didn't finish the attack in time but waited for the ghost to recover before killing it. This can be said to be very fatal in a life and death fight. But we finally took the first step. The small cabbage is still very good, Xiaobai secretly said. Soon, Nanako gathered her emotions and started again, heading towards a darker place. After killing the first ghost, her eyes became more determined. At that moment, she grew up. Chapter 179 Seduction. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 179 313. Chapter 179 Seduction. The night fades and the light reaches the top. At this moment, the tense nerves of everyone participating in this trial were also relaxed at this moment. The sun is out, which means their situation is safe. A night of being on tenterhooks made their bodies and nerves extremely tired. Except one person. That's Nanako. Although she met a ghost after killing one last night and never met him again, Nanako thought of a way to lure out those ghosts. That is to seduce with the smell of blood. Nanako discovered that the greed in the eyes of each of the two ghosts she met last night was extremely intense. At the same time, he was so thin that he even risked his life to get a piece of Nanako's flesh and blood. When night falls tonight, then you can use yourself as a guide, to kill all these evil spirits hiding in the dark. Nanako made up her mind. Then he slowly fell asleep with the warm sunshine. Xiaohe and Xiaobai above the clouds also flew to another mountain to rest after the sun came up. After all, I had no sleep all night. It doesn't matter to Xiaobai, but Xiaohe has a harder time. After flying all night, my whole body was extremely tired. Eyelids drooped. Soon, one day passed during the day. Hazy night. The entire Tengshi mountain is extremely quiet. Drowsy. There is a whispering sound in the darkness all the time. Nanako was full of energy, holding the Nichirin knife and walking step by step deeper into the dense forest. Go deeper and deeper. Nanako felt more and more that the temperature in the air was constantly dropping. At the same time, there are still fresh blood and torn clothes on the roadside. She knows. Someone must have been killed. Damn devil, Nanako cursed secretly. Then he quickened his pace and rushed forward. Because she heard a cry for help not far away. Nanako was very fast, and her light blue kimono shuttled through the darkness like a stream of water. But soon, she stopped. There is a hint of excitement in his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 10. It seems that you are setting traps by imitating calls for help to attract astrialists, and then defeat them one by one. Nanako said looking at the 10 evil spirits in front of her. The Nichirin sword in your hand shines with a strange brilliance in the darkness. Gia, what a cute little girl, looks delicious. I didn't expect that the ghost hunter would let such a young girl in. Are you making things worse for us? Don't be careless, I don't think this little kid is that simple. What the hell, there are 10 of us, and she only has one person. I can take her down by myself. I'm going to tear her head open. Her brains must be delicious. Hehehehe. 9 of the 10 ghosts stared at Nanako with their eyes fixed on her. At the same time, the haji from the corners of their mouths dripped to the ground with the remaining flesh and blood foam. Disgusting stuff, Nanako said. It can be seen that these ghosts used this trick to lure many well-intentioned testers, but none of them were killed by them, and they ended up entering the belly of these ghosts. Just looking at the tattered clothes under the ghosts' feet at this moment, one can tell that there must be many testers killed. Above the clouds, Boss Xiaobai, Xiao Saizi seems to be in trouble. Do you want me to go down and kill them with a blast of sunshine? Xiao He said. No, didn't you see that Xiao Keizi didn't run away? Obviously she is sure that she can kill these ghosts. Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we can just go down and kill them without them noticing and save Xiao Kai. Son. Xiao Bai shook his head, and then lay on Xiao Hei's back to rest. Okay, Xiao Hei suddenly lost interest and had to pay attention to Xiao Naoko's situation again. Nanako couldn't help but ask when she saw that the demons in front of her were already confident, and each of them began to discuss how to divide Nanako's body equally. Aren't you ghosts very territorial? Why would you put aside your grudges and work together? Jia, we are not fools. If we don't stick together in this hellish place, then we will be at your mercy. Besides, no, why does that mask on your body look so familiar? One of the ghosts exclaimed. What is your relationship with that person? The ghost looked at Nanako, then showed horror. This time Nanako's mask is not worn on the face, but on the head like Makomo in the original work. Trash, if you're scared, get out of here and don't disturb me while I'm eating. Hey, cute little girl, here I come. The sound falls. The 9 ghosts immediately attacked Nanako. The frightened ghost just now began to retreat continuously, disappearing into the darkness behind him. Since you are all here together, it saves me a lot of effort to deal with them one by one. A smile appeared on Nanako's lips. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms big wave. All the ghosts' eyes lit up. A field of pale blue waves enveloped them. No, this kid is not simple, let's run. One of the ghosts felt the threat to his life and screamed in terror. All the ghosts want to escape, but how can Nanako let them do so? Now that you're here, let's stay here. Nanako's voice kept echoing in their ears like the murmur of an evil spirit. The huge waves rising into the sky directly drowned all the ghosts. The sword flashed. The evil spirit's body seems to be suspended. Then the blood bursts. There were streaks of blood on the ground. How so? The evil ghost's head fell to the ground. Looking at Nanako's thin body, he let out a cry of reluctance. It's a pity, one of them ran away. Nanako murmured while looking in the direction where the ghost just escaped. Turn around and look again. The ghosts whose heads she had chopped off had turned into ashes and disappeared. I feel more and more comfortable. Sure enough, real fighting is the only way to improve your strength. At this moment, Nanako felt that she seemed to like this feeling. Killing evil spirits with her hands and watching them die in painful wails, she felt extremely comfortable in her heart. Wow, Xiao Naoko is so powerful. She killed the ghost that rushed up in one go. She is worthy of being the master's apprentice. Xiao He said excitedly. Xiao Bai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Nanako with a satisfied look. After digging holes for the dead trialists and burying them, Nanako said, I will avenge you. Then he quickly chased in the direction of the escaping evil spirit. Chapter 180 The killing is in progress. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 183/113. Chapter 180 The killing is in progress. Vines on the mountain. The evil ghost that had sneaked away before was quickly hiding deeper into the dense forest. Damn, that girl, must be related to those 2 people, that mask is exactly the same, they are coming to clean this place again. I have to find a good place to hide quickly. Recalling that he had witnessed 2 trials in the Vine Attack Mountain, each time a person wearing a fox mask came, the ghost camp would be cleansed. In his opinion, people with fox masks must not be messed with. They are so powerful that even if all the old, weak, sick and disabled ghosts from the entire Tengshi Mountain attack together, the end result will be that they will be killed one by one. He would never forget that boy who used himself as a lure to slit his wrists to attract these extremely hungry ghosts to kill him, but in the end they could not escape his knife. These ghosts were like prey in front of that young man, his eyes lit up when he saw them. Since then, the entire Vine Attack Mountain was slaughtered by him, and then there was a period of time when ghost hunters frantically captured evil ghosts to replenish the supply. He had asked the new ghosts, but they were all knocked unconscious and captured at the same time. Although there was a young man who killed very few ghosts last time, he was so powerful that even a group of ghosts who attacked him couldn't withstand a single blow. It's hard to persuade the ghosts who are dying. They must have been killed by now. I want to escape quickly. The evil ghost would look back from time to time, worrying whether Nanako would catch up. At this time, a young man appeared in front of the evil spirit. Ah, you damn ghost, you must die. When the young man saw the ghost, he rushed up with a knife and was about to attack him. The ghost glanced at him and easily dodged his attack. Damn it, go away. Don't stop me, the evil spirit cursed. Then he turned around and continued running away. This ghost is so fast, and why doesn't he kill me? Is he afraid of me? Ha ha ha, I am so powerful. Don't run away, evil spirit. I will kill you today. The young man chased the evil spirit with a knife and shouted. You guy, you really, PD me off. When the evil spirit saw that he had let this boy go, he didn't realize it at all, and even chased him, making such a big fuss. I don't know what happened to that girl. How about killing this boy, and then eating him? As soon as the greedy thought came out, the evil ghost stopped immediately. Then he looked at the boy who was catching up with a weird smile. Since you brought it to your door yourself, I won't be polite. Then it turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of the young man instantly. So fast, the boy's eyes widened and he wanted to defend himself, but the severe pain in his chest made him unable to move. Look down. The devil's claws have penetrated his chest. How could this happen? This is completely different from what I thought. The young man's eyes widened, filled with fear, and then he died. Pooch. The evil ghost pulled out his sharp claws and licked the stained blood with his tongue. Ah, what delicious food. The evil ghost's eyes glowed, then its mouth opened and it began to eat the corpse one by one. At this time, he had completely forgotten about escaping and started eating like crazy. The smell of blood permeates the entire forest. Countless figures in the darkness quickly ran towards the direction of the smell of blood. The evil ghost who was eating the corpse stopped and looked around in confusion. Get out, this is mine, the evil spirit yells. Then, in darkness, the evil ghost who came after smelling the smell walked out, his eyes filled with incomparable desire, and every corner of his mouth was dripping with laughter. Of course I have to share good things with everyone, one of the ghosts said greedily. They had been seduced by flesh and blood and lost their minds. They didn't care about the territorial consciousness of the evil spirits, and swarmed up directly, gnawing at the young man's body crazily. Seeing them snatching his food despite his warning, he felt helpless. After all, there are too many ghosts rushing up, at least 8 or 9. He can't defeat many punches with only one hand, so he can only give up in despair. No, there are so many ghosts gathered here, the movement is so loud. I have a bad feeling. I have to run away quickly. At this time, the evil ghost regained his sanity and kept retreating, trying to escape. At this time, a figure jumped directly to the tree in front of him, blocking his direction. So they're all here. Nanako fell from the sky, looking at the evil ghost in front of her with a smile on her face, holding the Nichirin sword, full of killing intent. How could you catch up so quickly? The evil spirit was shocked. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Sure enough, the fact that this girl is here means that those guys have been killed, and they were killed very easily. It's all my fault for being greedy. The evil ghost regretted killing the young man and staying here, but it was too late to regret it at this moment. His body began to retreat gradually, thinking of retreating to the group of ghosts far behind him and running away in the chaos. Nanako knew his intention, but didn't stop it, just looked at him quietly. Soon, the evil ghost came to a group of ghosts and shouted, "There's a little girl there, brothers, go and eat her." There, it's mine, it's mine, ... When the ghosts heard this, they suddenly looked like wolves, with greedy light shining in their eyes. Ta. Nanako's footsteps sounded, and her figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Very good, they're all here, so I don't have to kill them one by one. Nanako said calmly, but her words were like the devil's ravings to the evil ghost before. What did she say? She made me come here on purpose. She wanted to kill us in one fell swoop. The life and death crisis warning kept reminding him to run away, but for some reason, his legs couldn't walk, as if they were filled with lead and were extremely heavy. The other ghosts also noticed the changes in their bodies and were shocked. What's going on? Why do I feel like I can't move? PFF'd. That's because of him. Nanako smiled and pointed at the evil ghost from before with her slender fingers. I sprinkled a little powder on him. It seems that Sister Chiaoi didn't lie to me, the effect is very good. Damn it, it turns out it's UBD. I'm going to kill you. The group of ghosts were extremely angry, and each one wanted to tear the previous ghost apart. Okay, it's time for you to hit the road, Nanako said impatiently. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms big wave. The rushing water began to appear from the tip of her knife, and the light blue field instantly covered each of them. In their eyes, Nanako walked toward them on huge waves. 1 step, 2 steps, until a huge wave sweeps them over. Chapter 181 Passing the Trial. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 181 313. Chapter 181 Passing the Trial. All the ghosts' necks went cold, and then their eyes fell involuntarily. Before they could react, their heads were chopped off by Nanako. Her speed was so fast that these ghosts didn't even see her movements clearly, they just felt that she was walking calmly beside them as if she was strolling through the garden. I knew, I hated so much. Why did I kill that boy? If I had known, I would have just kept running. The evil spirit looked at Nanako and said secretly, but there is no regret medicine in the world. No matter how unwilling your heart is, you can't resist the speed of your body turning into ashes. I just counted. There are probably almost 10 ghosts. Nanako recalled that she had not counted the number of ghosts just now, and she suddenly felt annoyed. Killed another group of ghosts. When did this little kid become so belligerent? Xiao He murmured. Xiao Bai didn't care and continued to rest with his eyes closed. After cleaning the battlefield, Nanako also felt a little bit mentally exhausted. She felt that she had changed, and she had become bloodthirsty for some reason. When killing these ghosts, she felt that her mental state would become very good, as if she had entered a certain state. But after finishing killing, you will feel very tired. Forget it, it's almost gone anyway, let's find a place to rest first. Nanako looked at the white patch of light in the east and murmured. Then he quickly looked for a place to rest. Soon, the sun rose in the east, and Xiaobai and Xiaohe officially got off work. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to restore their mental state and relieve physical fatigue. This night is the second night of the trial. The casualties were also quite heavy. Several boys and girls wearing trial clothes looked at the bloody corpses on the ground and sighed slightly. This world is so cruel, and those who have no strength or bad luck will end up like this. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, your will be inherited by us, and we will kill all the ghosts in this world, so you can rest in peace. Everyone was thinking silently in their hearts to pay homage to their dead companions. In this vine-covered mountain, too many boys and girls of the same age are buried every year. Each one of them undergoes arduous training in order to pass the trials and rush to the battlefield to kill ghosts. But he was eventually buried here. The next 2 days passed again. Nanako would hunt evil ghosts at night, but never again like the previous 2 days. The evil ghosts gathered together and annihilated them in one fell swoop. We can only hunt one by one. Even if she used her own blood to lure ghosts, she still couldn't find anyone to join the gang. Looking at the scars on her wrists, Nanako sighed. Where have all these ghosts gone? That's all. Every night you can see a thin figure walking through the darkness, chasing ghosts. She doesn't team up with others, she only sees ghosts. This also spread her reputation during this trial, and some people even called Nanako the Night Killer. The ghosts are being purged one by one, and time is passing by little by little. Soon, 7 days passed. When the notice was delivered, Nanako realized that she had passed the assessment. She felt a little disappointed, but soon aroused more excitement. Passing the trial also means that you can kill more and more powerful ghosts. Nanako can feel that the ghosts on Fujirai Mountain are generally a little weak, and killing them is quite boring. The trial is over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone came to the square. Nanako wears a white fox mask on her face, making her face unclear. This is what I chased after the ghost 2 days ago, the Night Killer. She is so strong. Yes, she looks much younger than us, but she is so powerful. Do you think, will she say that she is the adopted son of a certain pillar? Quote, the survivors looked at Nanako and whispered, with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Other side, Feng Yu and others also started to prepare a sumptuous celebration banquet today to welcome Nanako's return. It was already afternoon by the time Nanako was assigned her own raven and a Tamasteel, that is the material for making the Nichirin sword, that is, the orangutan scarlet ore. After a series of procedures, Nanako finally took off the mask on her face. I have officially become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I don't know if Master and the others know about it. Nanako was extremely excited. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters here. A crow wearing a purple scarf flew in front of Uyashiki Yaoya. Well, 8 children passed this time. My children have increased again. I don't know what kind of Demon Slayer swordsman they will become in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. But I'm really helpless. It seems that the next trial has been postponed again. That child should be Feng Yu's adopted son. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's like the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and he also inherited Feng Yu. His style cleansed away the ghosts on Tengshi Mountain. Go ahead and tell the children who have been working hard on missions during this period to come back and make some ghosts to increase the difficulty of the trial. The crow in front of him nodded, and then flew away into the distance. After a while, countless crows began to fly in all directions, and Ubuyashiki Yaoya's order was also transmitted to all members of the Demon Slayer Corps at this moment, including Feng Yu and others. Watching Xiaohei slowly speaking, Feng Yu fell into silence for a moment. Then there was helplessness. The number of ghosts on the Vine Mountain is not enough. We need to go out to catch ghosts and come back to replenish. Did Nanako kill too many? Sunset. A thin figure walked slowly forward in the dim light. Nanako is back, go pick her up. Feng Yu opened his closed eyes and said to Xiaohei and Xiaobai beside him. As early as 2 days ago, these two beasts came back early, because they felt that Nanako's strength did not need protection at all, and the ghost on the Vine Attack Mountain was so weak that she could not even touch her clothes. Killed by hacking. Watching Nanako kill ghosts is as boring as watching children fight. She knows the final outcome without even thinking about it, and they just fly back. When Xiaohei and Xiaobai brought Nanako back, Feng Yu couldn't help laughing. At this time, she was all dirty, just like the way she looked when he first met her, with messy hair and face covered in dirt. But those green eyes are extremely prominent. Feng Yu could feel the changes in Nanako's heart, and she became more determined and confident. Feng Yu walked up to her and patted her shoulder with a smile and said with satisfaction, "You didn't disappoint me. Go clean up quickly, we have all prepared a celebration banquet for you today." Nanako nodded and went back to the room. Chapter 182 The Breath of Light Final Form. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 182 313. Chapter 182 The Breath of Light Final Form. After washing up, Nanako looked completely different from before. Looking at everyone sitting around a pot, Nanako was a little dazed. "Why are you standing there stupidly? Come here and try the delicious food your master has prepared for you." Feng Yu couldn't help but said when he saw Nanako standing. The soup stock in the pot kept rolling in the flames underneath, making a gurgling sound. Not only has Nanako never seen such delicious food, but even everyone present didn't know it. For such a happy occasion, I must have a hot pot meal. Feng Yu laughed, then slowly pour the chopped meat and various vegetables into the pot. Various sauces are redeemed from the system store. Everyone sat together, watching Feng Yu's operation, and couldn't help but salivate. Because the taste is so delicious. Xiaobai and Xiaohei's eyes shone brightly, and they looked at the meat in the pot and their thorns dripped. After the meat in the pot was completely cooked, Feng Yu put a piece in everyone's bowls. "Dip some sauce and try it." Everyone swallowed, and then picked up the chopsticks that Feng Yu exchanged from the system space. Although they were confused about why these chopsticks were different from their traditional chopsticks, they still picked them up and put them in their mouths with ease. A moment. The taste buds were blooming, which made them feel an unprecedented pleasure. 5 ants, everyone exclaimed. Then he looked at Feng Yu eagerly. Feng Yu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, we are all family members, just use chopsticks to eat whatever you want. If there is not enough meat, there will be more." Everyone nodded, and then began to enjoy the food with bright eyes. The chopsticks used in Shaori Kingdom are different from those in Daxia. They are slightly shorter, but they soon became familiar with them. Everyone's face turned red after eating, but this was a bitter experience for Xiao He. "Master, master, I want it too, I want it too." Xiao He flapped his wings. He hated himself for not having a pair of hands to pick up the chopsticks. He doesn't have the blessing of mind power like Xiao Bai, who can control the piece of meat he wants to eat into his own bowl. A group of people are enjoying themselves happily. At this moment, they are a family, united together. Feng Yu looked at this scene and felt relieved in his heart. At the same time, I lamented why I didn't eat this fragrant hot pot earlier. Things are different and people are not the same. Let's stop everything. If I want to speak, I will shed tears first. Feng Yu recalled the scene in his previous life where he was sitting with his friends enjoying hot pot, as if it happened yesterday. He smiled helplessly, secretly thinking that he didn't know when he would be able to return to his own world. Other side, Infinite City. From now on, you will be on the land of strings, Black Fox. Wu Kai looked at the black fox in front of him who was wearing a black cloak. The whole body was filled with black mist, and his face could not be seen clearly. There was only a light blue eye engraved with the wind, and he said. Black Fox didn't speak, just nodded. Then please step back, and remember not to forget the mission I gave you. Only after you complete the task I gave you can I give you what you want. Wushan said. Subsequently, a pipa sound sounded. The space in Infinite City suddenly changed, and the black fox disappeared. What is the origin of this guy? Wu Kuei murmured. Recalling when I first met this black fox, I thought it would be some kind of creature, but I never thought it was just a ball of energy. From a ball of energy to a conscious creature today, this world is really becoming more and more incomprehensible to me, but it will be a lot more convenient to have that guy. Although the black fox is called Shangxian number 6, it is not actually a ghost. It can move freely in the sun, which can make up for the ghost's shortcomings of being unable to go out during the day and find the legendary Higanbana for him. Thousands of years of searching have led Wuhan to suspect countless times that the legendary blue flower of the other side might only bloom during the day. But what on earth does this guy want to do with that white fox? Black Fox made a condition to Wu Kai, that is, capture Feng Yu's Xiaobai and hand it over to him, and then he can do anything for Wu Kai. Wuhan was puzzled, but inside he was very annoyed. After all, this was the first time someone had made a request to him. But when he thought about it carefully, whether it was the boy who used the breath of the sun or Feng Yu who crushed Kokushibo, he felt fear, just like the fear that came from Enichi Sukuni hundreds of years ago. He can't wait any longer and must find the cyan hibiscus flower as soon as possible to become the ultimate creature. At any cost, I'll keep you for now. ... The black fox was transported to the sun. Wearing a black cloak, it was constantly floating in the black mist. Its lower body was like a dark cloud without substance, and its entire body was floating in the air. Soon. Wait for me. The black fox murmured. Then a dark hand made of black mist raised slightly. Go, my friends, bring me what I want. The words just fell. His entire body directly turned into countless black mist and drifted in all directions, completely disappearing. Xiaobai, who was enjoying the delicious food, suddenly felt his heart tremble. He looked around suspiciously. Why does it feel a little weird? What's wrong, Xiaobai? Feng Yu noticed Xiaobai's strangeness and asked. Xiaobai shook his head and said, it's okay. ... After meal, Feng Yu took Mei Shu to an open space. Are you ready? Feng Yu said. I've prepared brother Feng Yu, Mei Shu said with firm eyes. Then you start, Feng Yu said, and then Mei Shu began to show off the breath of light moves over and over again. Looking at Mei Shu waving the knife in her hand, her face showed some approval. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you have completely mastered the breath of light move. Then, let's try with me the final move of breath of light. Dawn, quote, say it, Onikiri unsheathes. The breathing of light circulates, and the breathing rates of the two gradually stabilize on the same line. Then come, breath of light 13 patterns mystery dawn. Feng Yu and Mei Shu's hands moved at the same frequency, and the two gradually approached. Clang, the two knives touched each other. At this time, a dazzling white light bloomed from the collision of the two knives, and a ball of light slowly rose. As the ball of light rises, it's like a second sun has appeared in this world. Under dusk, it is the second dawn. The entire mountain is illuminated. A blazing heat was also spreading in the ball of light, but Feng Yu didn't feel anything. But Mei Shu couldn't hold it any longer. Brother Feng Yu, it's so hot, I can't hold it any longer. Mei Shu's skin was red and white, like a cooked duck. Then stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball of light dissipated and Mei Shu fell heavily to the ground. When Feng Yu saw this, he quickly went up and fed her the healing pill. Soon, Mei Shu's red skin began to gradually return to normal, and Feng Yu discovered that the knife in her hand was also damaged. Sure enough, it's still too much. Chapter 183 The action begins. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 183 313. Chapter 183 The action begins. After taking the healing elixir, Meishu felt as if she had gotten a bottle of nectar in a dry desert and drank it all in one gulp. It was extremely refreshing. She slowly opened her eyes and said apologetically, "Brother Feng Yu, I'm sorry. I'm so useless." "Fool, what are you talking about? It's great to have reached this point. At least our backup team has succeeded. As long as you do more physical exercise and breathing techniques later on, it will be fine." Feng Yu squatted down and touched her gently and said, I will definitely work hard." Meishu shouted, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Other side. Since Narum sent the Black Fox out of Mugen City, Muzan has continued to deliver blood to her, and her strength has also been greatly improved. At this moment, she was full of awe, her hair covered half of her face, and fine lines spread all over her body like willow leaves. "Very good, it seems that you have withstood my blood, so let's start taking action. Don't let me down," Wu Kai said coldly. Naruto nodded, and then began to strum the strings. Clang, the space of Infinite City began to change, and the room grids began to rotate. At the same time, countless eyeballs began to separate on her body. Each eyeball was engraved with a big 3 characters, and then she was teleported one by one to unknown places. Seeing this scene, Muzan looked at Naruto with approval in his eyes, but then he thought of something and his expression became ferocious again. "That guy dared to make demands on me. When I become the ultimate creature, he will be devoured by me." Veins popped up on Wu Quan's face, and he became extremely angry when he thought of Black Fox making demands on him. "Wait, this world is my world after all, and I am the only master. No one can disobey me. Absolutely not. I will kill you all one by one. And I am the most perfect creature in this world." There was an expression of wild laughter on Muzan's face, and Naruto just looked at him quietly. The eyeball clones on her body were still dividing and then teleporting. Half a month later, Mixiu also came to the stage of practicing concentrated breathing in Changzhou. She was also sent to Butterfly House by Feng Yu. When she was leaving, Nanako's exclusive Nichirin sword was also delivered to her hands at this moment. The moment she held the Nichirin sword tightly, the blade turned into a dazzling blue. So beautiful, Nanako looked at the Nichirin sword that fit her perfectly and admired it. At this time, Nanako's crow flew to her and shouted, "Zisinen, Shishinen, now give the order, go to the forest in the southwest, where a large number of travelers have disappeared, find the ghosts lurking in the forest, and kill them. Nanako, please be sure careful." Hear the words. Nanako's green eyes flashed with excitement. "We're going on a mission so soon." Feng Yu sighed. Then, like an old father, he ordered Nanako to run away when she saw the situation was not right, and stuffed a lot of healing pills, detoxification pills, and calming pills into her hands. "Master, you don't need so much." The corners of Nanako's mouth twitched slightly. "Is it a lot? I think it's okay. Do you want some more?" Feng Yu looked at her with strange eyes and said, No, that's enough." Then Nanako quickly picked up the Nichirin sword on the side, went back to the room, packed her things, and embarked on the journey. Dusk sunset. Feng Yu stood at the door of the wooden house to say goodbye to Nanako. Time flies so fast. Then he said to Xiaobai on the side, "Xiaobai, this is Nanako's first mission. Do you want to go and see her?" As a master, he still couldn't bear to worry about her traveling alone. Nowadays, Xiaobai's strength can easily deal with any powerful string ghost unless he encounters one. Unknowingly, Xiaobai's strength has become comparable to that of Shangxiang Gui. Except Xiaohei. Xiaobai nodded, and then quickly chased in the direction Nanako left. At this time, a cat meowed from inside the cabin. Meow. The space fluctuated, and Chachaowen's figure slowly emerged. It still carries a small wooden box on its body. Feng Yu walked up to it and took out the note placed in the small wooden box. "Master Feng Yu, thank you very much for the blood you sent last time. Now I have developed a poison that can deal with Wu Mei, and I may have discovered a possibility that ghosts can turn back into humans. Do you have time to come over and discuss the follow-up battle plan?" As expected of Tamayo, the strongest support in the world, he has developed a powerful weapon against Muzan so quickly. Feng Yu smiled, but soon ran into trouble, because he found that if he rushed to Tamayo's place now, he would have to walk by himself. "Suddenly I miss Xiaohei." Xiaohei, who was driving quickly, suddenly sneezed. "Strange, do I have a cold?" Xiaohei murmured. At the same time, Tanjiro, who was far away in Butterfly House, received Tamayo's letter. Able to turn back into a human. "Nezuko, there is a chance of turning back into a human." Tanjiro burst into tears with excitement, then quickly rushed into the room, picked up the wooden box, and set foot on the road to where Tamayo lived alone without saying goodbye to Inosuke and the others. Along the way, all Tanjiro could think about was the news that Nezuko could turn back into a human. He had no idea that there was a wisp of black mist deep in the forest that was quietly observing his every move. Feng Yu arrived at Tamayo's residence earlier than Tanjiro. Go through the confusion. Yushiro and Tori Tanimori have been waiting for a long time, and they are extremely nervous at this time. After all, Tamayo's research has been such a success, they don't dare to be careless. "Sir, you are finally here. Miss Tamayo has been waiting for you inside for a long time." Tanamori Tori came over and said respectfully as if he had enough legs. Feng Yu nodded and rushed straight into the room. Getting started. A whiff of sandalwood hits my nose. Lord Feng Yu, you are finally here. Tamayo slowly opened her eyes. Wearing a kimono, she looked like a gentle and considerate wife. She gently poured a cup of tea for Feng Yu, and the fragrance of tea floated in the air along with the hot air. It's so elegant, Feng Yu said, and then sat down in front of Tamayo. This is the poison I developed that can completely kill Wu Mei. Tamayo took out a bottle of reagent from his arms and handed it to Feng Yu. It's nothing surprising. Feng Yu looked carefully and found that he didn't see anything. Sir, you are joking. This has no effect on humans, but it is fatal to ghosts with Wuhan cells. It only takes one drop to cause Wuhan cells to die instantly. As long as you wait for the right time and put this potion into Wu Mei's body, you can completely kill Wu Mei. Tamayo's eyes were slightly red, completely gone from the peaceful look just now. Feng Yu was silent. He recalled that in the original work, Tamayo also developed a poison that killed Wuhan, but it didn't really kill him. It could only be said that he was weak. It is precisely because of this that Tamayo finally hated the Northwest and was devoured by Muzan. Chapter 184 The Possibility of Becoming a Human Again. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 184 313. Chapter 184 The Possibility of Becoming a Human Again. Tamayo realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly regained his calm appearance. Sorry, Master Feng Yu, I lost my temper. Tamayo said with a smile. It's okay, then how do you want to kill Wuhan? His whereabouts are not that easy to find, and with his character, it might be difficult for him to do it himself. Feng Yu said, indeed, but there's one thing that he can definitely get at any cost, and that is the blue hegan flower. For thousands of years, Kibutsuji has been looking for it. Legend has it that it can make Kibutsuji become a perfect creature and live completely under the sun. His obsession with the blue hegan flower is very terrifying, even if it means destroying the entire world. Tamayo said emotionally, but legends are legends after all. So far, Wu Pei has not found any clues about the blue hibiscus flower. As long as we let out the news that the blue BB flower is in our hands, I believe that he will bring all the ghosts to snatch it. This way we will take the initiative. We have an ambush and are waiting for their arrival. Then we can completely kill Wu Mei. Killing Wuhan is not only the wish of my concubine but also of all of you Demon Slayer Corps. This is an opportunity. 2 ghosts have already died. This is when Wuhan is at his weakest. Plus this poison. Our chances are very good. Tamayo looked at Feng Yu, his eyes eager to get Feng Yu's affirmation. She also knew at this moment that Feng Yu's strength was definitely the strongest among the Demon Slayer Corps. As long as she got his support and then discussed with the Demon Slayer Corps Lord, Hayashi Ubuyashiki, she believed that the Demon Slayer Corps others will definitely not miss this opportunity. A blue hegan flower, Feng Yu secretly said. In the original work, the blue hegan flower did not appear. It was just that Hantengu saw Nezuko defeating the sun before he died, which made him completely crazy. Muzan believes that as long as he swallows Nezuko who has overcome the sun, he can evolve into a perfect creature, which also kicks off the final battle. Tamayo's words were not wrong at all. Wu Mei was indeed at his weakest at this moment, and it was also the best time to kill Wu Mei. However, there was a faint uneasiness in Feng Yu's heart. Whether it's because the Infinite City's response plan hasn't been figured out yet or because of the power of the black mist on Wuhan's side. This brought Feng Yu an unstable situation. After all, one wrong step could result in the annihilation of the entire army. In the Infinite City, Naru could be said to be an invincible existence. She could switch spaces at will and attacks would not fall on her at all. In addition, the strength of the new generation is still steadily improving and has not yet reached its final peak. Originally, Feng Yu was planning to give Tanjiro, Nanako, Mihide and other new generations some time to improve, but at this moment Tamayo a poison capable of killing Wu Mei was developed in advance, which he did not expect. Well, I agreed, but I can't make a decision for the Demon Slayer Corps on this matter. You still need to discuss the specific actions with our lord in person. Feng Yu said, thank you very much, Mr. Fenga, I will inform Mr. Uyashiki Yaoya. Tamayo wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, feeling uncontrollable joy in his heart. But why did you say in your letter that there is a way to turn ghosts into humans? Feng Yu asked. Sir Feng Yu, I have studied Nezuko's blood before and found that she has a special cytokine in her body, which can allow her to escape from UK's control and restore her body without eating the essence of human flesh and blood. While studying the blood you brought to Shengshuan 1 and 3, I extracted the special factors from her blood and found that as long as some other drugs are added, it can kill the Wuhan cells. As long as it is diluted, it will retain its own human cells. Tamayo talked eloquently and explained the principles. Feng Yu was confused when he heard this. Perhaps only Kocho Shinobu could understand this professional knowledge. He was specialized in the art. He also admired Tamayo from the bottom of his heart. If he had been in his previous life, Baobuki would have been a famous expert. Sir, do you understand? Tamayo said looking at Feng Yu. Ahem, what, can I say I didn't understand? Feng Yu's face turned red. Tamayo covered his mouth and laughed. Your Excellency is so humble. Another half day later. Tanjiro finally took Nezuko to Tamayo's residence. Miss Tamayo, Tanjiro has arrived. Yushiro walked in respectfully and said, well, I understand, bring those 2 children in. Tamayo nodded. then placed 2 brand new teacups on the tea table and started pouring tea. After a while, Tanjiro walked in carrying a wooden box. "Excuse me, Ms. Tamayo, why is senior brother Fengyu here too?" Tanjiro asked in surprise. "It's okay, just talk about yourselves and just pretend I don't exist." Fengyu opened his eyes and said lazily. Hearing this, Tanjiro didn't say much. After all, the purpose of coming this time was Nezuko. "Tanjiro, are you willing to keep your sister Nezuko with me for a while?" Tamayo spoke. "I have made great progress in my research on turning Nezuko back into a human being. Next, I only need a little clinical trial, and it won't hurt Nezuko." "Experiment," Tanjiro murmured. Subsequently, wooden box shaking, Nezuko slowly crawled out, then came to Tamayo, hugged her, and rubbed her affectionately in her arms. "I miss you too, Nezuko." Tamayo touched Nezuko gently and said, "Nezuko, are you willing to stay with Tamayo for a while?" Tanjiro said. Nezuko said nothing, but looked at Tanjiro with innocent eyes. Then he pounced on Tanjiro. The meaning is obvious, Nezuko doesn't want to leave Tanjiro. "Well, brother, I don't want you to leave me. If you stay here, you can turn back into a human. You no longer have to hide in this small wooden box. After turning back into a human, you can walk freely under the sun. Run, restore the previous memories." Tanjiro looked at Nezuko with reddish eyes in distress. "Well, I believe that the experiment Miss Tamayo mentioned is probably not dangerous. After all, if it was dangerous, she wouldn't let Nezuko stay here." Fengyu said on the side, knowing in his heart that Tanjiro was worried about the dangers of Nezuko's experiment. "Then, Nezuko, you have to listen to Miss Tamayo obediently. Brother and I will be separated from each other for a while. When it's over, I will definitely come to pick you up as soon as possible." Tanjiro said. Nezuko just looked at him without making any move. After coming over for a while, he nodded and agreed to stay. Chapter 185 Nezuko begins to transform. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 185 313. Chapter 185 Nezuko begins to transform. Seeing the approval of the Tanjiro brothers and sisters, Tamayo led everyone to the laboratory in order to reassure them. "It's been a long time since the last time I visited her laboratory. No matter how many times I come here, Fengyu always takes on a new look." Tamayo walked to a glass instrument, inside which was a tube of light blue reagent soaked in an unknown liquid. "This is the potion that can turn Nezuko back into a human. Come here." Tamayo motioned for Tanjiro and the two to come forward. Then he gently raised Nezuko's wrist, and under everyone's gaze, a tube of blue liquid was injected into Nezuko's body. As the medicine entered, Nezuko's body also gradually changed. Fengyu also opened the transparent world at this time, and he could clearly see the changes in blood flow in Nezuko's body, and the cells were gradually changing. Nezuko couldn't see any change on her face, and she looked at Tamayo innocently. After the reagent was finished, Tanjiro began to ask eagerly, "Nezuko, how do you feel? If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me." Nezuko shook her head, and then fell directly into Tanjiro's arms and passed out. "Nezuko, Miss Tamayo, what is going on?" Tanjiro asked. "Don't worry, Nezuko is fine, and she is transforming back into a human. She is sleeping now just because her body is changing." Fengyu explained. Master Fengyu is right, Nezuko is turning back into a human being, but I'm not sure how long this coma lasts. The reason why I let Nezuko live with me for a period of time is to make her completely. I'll give you a surprise after I turn back into a human. Tamayo said. "Thank you very much, Miss Tamayo, and senior brother Fengyu." Tanjiro's eyes were full of tears and he hugged Nezuko tightly. "Nezuko, when you wake up, you will return to normal. I swear, I will protect you this time." Nezuko was picked up by Tanjiro and placed on the bed, looking at her tenderly. "Nezuko, this matter is considered finished. Then let's clean up this little tale that followed us." Fengyu's face instantly turned cold. Tale, what tale? Tanjiro felt a little confused. Yushiro. Tamayo also noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted. Gia, we were discovered." A wisp of black gas was seen rising from the tip of Tanjiro's hair, and then gradually turned into the appearance of a black fox. "I didn't expect. You actually developed a potion that turns ghosts into humans. I think if I tell this news to Wuhan, his expression will be very wonderful." The black fox smiled, but he was surrounded by black mist and had no facial features. The only thing visible was the light blue eye. Wind-up ghost. It's just why this guy can say Wu Mei's name without being subject to the blood curse. Could it be that this guy has also escaped Wu Mei's control? Tamayo, as if facing a formidable enemy, silently took a step back, and his fingers began to slide around his wrist. "Miss Tamayo." Yushiro, who came over, saw this and shouted quickly. "Oh, don't be so nervous. I have no ill intentions. On the contrary, I want to make a deal with you, a deal that will completely kill Wu Mei. How about it? Are you willing?" Black Fox said. "Oh, let's take a look." Fengyu said expressionlessly. He could see through the transparent world that the Black Fox was just a clone and had no power. He could easily crush him if he wanted to. "I will help you lure out Muzan, and tell you the trajectory of Muzan's next actions, and I can also help you deal with Nichirin, who controls Infinite City. I think you may need this very much at the moment. After all, you are all ready to hunt that Wuhan guy. It's just a transaction, which will definitely require you to pay a little price." The Black Fox looked at Tori Tanimori, who was guarding Tamayo. Do you want him? That's it, I understand. Let me tell you why you have a familiar feeling on your body. It turns out that the source of power is exactly the same as his. In other words, you are born from the same roots. Feng Yu said. Everyone looked at Tanemori Tori. At this time, his legs were trembling and he was extremely scared. Indeed, he has what I need. Black Fox interrupted Tanemori Tori, and then said, then do you want to make a deal with me? No, I refuse. Feng Yu said. Why? Don't you want to kill Wuhan? Black Fox said angrily. Instead of dealing with a guy who doesn't know the details, I'd rather deal with Wuhan who knows the details. Then he directly grabbed the Black Fox by the neck. Feeling that the clone was about to dissipate, Black Fox said angrily, you will regret it. I already know the coordinates. Soon, Wuhan and the others will come here, and you will all die by then. Are you done? Disappear as soon as you're done. Feng Yu's fingers exerted a little force, and the clone of the black mist dissipated. Lord Feng Yu, I know what you mean, but that guy makes me feel even more uneasy than Wuhan. Although the conditions offered by that guy are very tempting, I'm more worried about him who doesn't know the details. Furthermore, I just had a plan to deal with Infinite City. The most important thing now is to evacuate quickly and try to get out of here when the Wuhan army arrives. Feng Yu said, I understand, Yushiro, pack up your useful things and get out of here. Other side, the clone's memory was transferred to Black Fox. His eyes were shining with light, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Found it. Finally found that guy. Since you don't accept my deal, then go to hell. Other side. Inside the luxurious Western-style courtyard, a woman with scarlet eyes was wearing a noble dress and holding a bottle of wine. Sudden, the black mist began to gather in front of her and slowly turned into the shape of a black fox. Mumi-sama, I discovered the fugitive Tamayo, and that she has developed a potion to turn ghosts back into humans. Cracked. The wine glass in Wuhan's hand broke instantly. He gently wiped the remaining wine in his hand and stood up slowly. An extremely powerful sense of oppression swept across the entire courtyard instantly. Then he pinched the black fox. Who allowed you to stand and talk to me? Wu Kai said coldly, since you have taken refuge in me, you understand what it means to be inferior to a master or a servant. Next time, I will kill you. Then he received the memory picture sent from Black Fox. Chapter 186, The Attack of No Misfortune. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 186 313. Chapter 186, The Attack of No Misfortune. Boom. After reading the memory of the Black Fox, Wu Kai's whole body was shaking with anger. Tamayo. Other side. At this moment, Feng Yu and others have packed up all the things they need to take away. Seems to feel something. The movements in Tamayo's hands paused. What's wrong, Miss Tamayo? Tanemori Tori asked quickly. Nothing. Let's leave quickly. Wuhan is probably on the way here now. Tamayo said. Okay, Miss Tamayo, I'll get these. Tanemori Tori took everything diligently. He couldn't show that he was of no use. When Haihu and Feng Yu proposed the deal just now, he was scared to death. After all, killing Wuhan was the wish of Miss Tamayo and everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. And he himself is an unknown little guy. If it were him who had the choice, he would probably have chosen to make a deal with Black Fox. Fortunately, Feng Yu did not agree to the deal in the end. But it left something in Tanemori Tori's heart. At this moment, he already knew that a terrible guy was eyeing him. Although the moment he saw the Black Fox, his body wanted to devour him. The instinctive desire is very strong. But he didn't dare. I just hope that Ms. Tamayo will be well. If such a day comes, I will still choose to fulfill Ms. Tamayo's wish, even if it costs me my life. Tanemori Tori looked at Tamayo's perfect profile and murmured in a gentle voice that he remembered. Infinite City. With a pippa sound, all the strings are gathered at this moment. All the ghosts also looked at the Black Fox. After all, this was the first time they met. Since the Black Fox became Shangxian Lu, these Shangxian ghosts had not received any notification and had not met before. They were also quite curious about this unfamiliar face. Hey, that dark guy over there, who are you? Hantengu asked, tilting his head. Black Fox. Black Fox just said lightly. Your Excellency Black Fox, are you looking down on me, a poor and weak person? Hantengu said with a timid expression. His entire body resembles that of a stooped old man. Coupled with his expression, it is difficult to imagine that he is a wind-up ghost. Mr. Hantengu has been underestimated. I don't know who is more powerful between the two of you. I'm really looking forward to it, Doma said with a harmless smile on his face. At this moment, he was also interested in the Black Fox. After all, it was rare for the winding ghost to have new faces. Of course, he wanted to see Hantengu and Black Fox fight more, so that he could watch the show happily in this boring Infinite City. Although he can't understand what happiness feels like, the other ghosts didn't speak, they just looked at the two ghosts quietly. At this time, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the ghosts. There was a sound of people kneeling down in unison. Welcome to Master Wuhan, Hantengu shouted. Wu Mei didn't show any emotion, he just looked at the ghosts coldly. Now, all wind up, come with me and get rid of the fugitive Tamayo. The words just fell. The memories that the Black Fox had passed on to Wu Mei appeared in the minds of the ghosts. That's awesome, Ms. Tamayo, Doma said with a smile. But, my lord, will it take just one Tamayo to make us all wind up and go into battle? Shut up. Wushan is furious in an instant. When was it your turn to refute my order? Wu Kuei felt extremely unhappy looking at Doma's harmless smile. If Doma hadn't been strong enough and knew what kind of ghost Doma was, he would have been eliminated long ago. Now, immediately, let me go out and capture the fugitive Tamayo. By the way, kill all those Demon Slayer Corps members. As soon as he finished speaking, Infinite City began to roll, and countless spaces began to rotate. If Feng Yu were here, he might be able to see the Infinite City moving rapidly underground at this moment through the transparent world. Other side, Feng Yu and others have all jumped on Xiao Hei's back. Hazy night, dark clouds. There seemed to be a layer of haze hanging over everyone's hearts. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Tanjiro held Nezuko in his arms and said guiltily. It's okay, Tanjiro, that guy's hiding ability is too strong, so we didn't even notice it. Tamayo said softly. Yushiro on the other side looked as if he wanted to eat Tanjiro. It's all this guy's fault, it's all his fault. Yushiro cursed in his mind. Tanemori Tori looked at Tamayo with a look of obsession. Ah, I am so happy to be with Miss Tamayo on this starry night. Although the sky is covered with dark clouds, in Tori Tanemori's eyes, it is sunny wherever Tamayo is. Other side, under darkness, countless eyeballs hidden in the darkness began to move. They followed the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who returned from their missions one by one, recording the signs at the same time. Tomioka Gyu stopped, looked around, and then pulled out the Nichirin sword. There is a ghostly atmosphere. At the same time, Shinazugawa, who was covered in scars, also discovered the eyeball following him. You're the one following me sneakily, aren't you? Evil ghost, Shinazugawa said with a wild laugh. Shangxian Jinseng, eyeball, it's so interesting, a ghost I've never seen before. Then with a slight exertion of his palm, Naru's clone's eyeball was instantly crushed. Scarlet blood stained his hands and dripped from his fingers. It seems this is just a clone. But soon, Shinazugawa Mimi reacted, hurriedly put away the Nichirin sword and hurried back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. No, my lord is in danger. Tomioka Gyu was just like Shinazugawa Sanya. After popping his eyeballs, he quickly rushed back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Naruto, who was far away in Infinite City, received the picture transmitted back from the eyeball clone and her expression changed slightly. Then he smiled knowingly. Found it, but the most important task at the moment is to kill Tamayo, a woman. Naruto did not tell Wume the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters at this time. After all, she also knew that this could be said to be the time when the strength of the Wuhan camp was at its lowest. If Wuhan got mad and went straight to the front and led them to their death, the gain would outweigh the loss. Not to mention, there is still a long time to come. Anyway, we already know the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, so we have plenty of time to deal with them. Then an idea struck. The eyeballs near the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters began to disappear into the air. Chapter 187. People fly in the sky, ghosts chase on the ground. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 187 313. Chapter 187. People fly in the sky, ghosts chase on the ground. Feng Yu, who was standing on Xiao Hei's back, suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. Wushan probably didn't expect me to fly away in the sky. Then he looked at the two golden things inside the system package. Dakio's box, a one-time item with the ability to fix space. Absolute purification. It can purify all negative effects on oneself and also affect others. An item, a skill. The system is really considerate. After more than half a year, it has finally been shipped again. The corners of Feng Yu's mouth twitched slightly. But, it really hurts. 2,000 sword swings are just gone. Looking at the system panel with only about 400,000 sword swings left, I feel impoverished again. Other side. By the time Wu Kuei arrived, the building was already empty. Damn it, look for it. Find them for me, even if you dig 3 feet deep, you will find them. As long as they are still running on the ground, they must be on their way. You all go out and look for them. If you can't find it, don't come to see me. Subsequently, clang. The public hasn't reacted yet. All were teleported to the ground. Hey, Master Wuhan is angry. Doma said with a smile. Then his eyes turned to the black fox. HMPH, this guy actually dares to test me. The disgusting thing, it's almost. Wait until I devour that guy. Quote. Black Fox cursed in his heart, and then turned into countless wisps of black mist and spread out, looking for traces of Feng Yu and others. Why did Black Fox just run away without even saying hello? What a rude guy, but his vampire technique is a bit strange. Doma said with a smile. Sir Doma, why doesn't that guy look like a ghost to me? He doesn't have that kind of blood induction. Indeed, I don't think it's a ghost, and I don't know where you found it. Fallen G also spoke at this time. Don't worry about him, just complete the task. Everyone, please separate, Kokushibo said coldly, and then his body disappeared instantly, and he didn't know where he went. However, the Black Fox was kept in mind by Kokushibo. He always felt that the aura of the Black Fox was vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Moreover, the Black Fox gave him a feeling of bloodline oppression that seemed to be at a higher level, even worse than Mukai. At the same time, for some reason, he felt a faint sense of fear in his heart when facing him. It's like the prey sees the hunter. The Black Fox is the hunter, and he is the prey. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters here. Everyone at the pillar level rushed back, and all began to guard the only way to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. When passing the messages between the crows, they discovered that every member who went out to complete the task was followed by an eyeball clone. This made them worry that the headquarters would be discovered by ghosts. Fortunately, they were stationed on the only way back to the headquarters to intercept the members who had completed their mission. Sweep the eyeballs behind them. But what they didn't know was that Nichirin already knew the address of the headquarters and had told it to Muzan. The eyeball clone was taken back by Nichirin, and the Hashira no longer noticed that there was an eyeball following them, but they did not relax their vigilance, and instead came to Ubuyashiki Yaozaya's house together. My lord, Shinazugawa would like to see you. So is Iguro. Tomioka Gyu and Tokadura Muichiro didn't speak, but their thoughts were consistent with theirs. Soon, Ubuyashiki Yazai slowly walked out with the support of Ubuyashiki Hina. Seeing Ubuyashiki Yozai coming out, everyone knelt down on one knee. My lord, every member who came back from going out today was followed by an eyeball. It may be the ghost's vampire technique. I suspect that our headquarters has been discovered by them. Please evacuate to a safe place as soon as possible, Shinazugawa said. Each eyeball is engraved with the word, parameter. I suspect this is the ghost of Shang-Xian-ji-san. My lord, please evacuate as soon as possible. Yihei Xiaobane also responded at this time. The ghost of the third string, the blood ghost technique that I have never seen before. It seems that Wu Kai's side has replenished the number of string ghosts. The original Shangxian Sanyi nest has been destroyed by itself, and Shangxian Wu was killed by Feng Yu. Yaya Ubuyashiki lamented how easy it was for Muzan to create a sword demon, but at the same time he was secretly saddened by the fact that Demon Slayer Corps requires a lot of manpower, material resources, and a long time to train a pillar-level person. I understand, then let's move to the second base. Soon, the headquarters began a rapid and secretive collective evacuation. On the other hand, Feng Yu and the others were extremely relaxed with Xiaohei flying in the air. From time to time, everyone would enjoy the beautiful scenery of the country in the mountains at night. How about giving Xiaohei a shot of absolute purification? Feng Yu's eyes couldn't help but look at Xiaohei. Xiaohei felt a chill running down his spine. What's going on? Why do I feel like I have a bad premonition? Forget it, I'll try it on Xiaohei when I get back to Samagiri Mountain. Otherwise, if I try it here, something unexpected will happen. Soon, one night passes. Everyone also rushed back to Samagiri Mountain before dawn. The three ghosts of Tamayo were arranged in another wooden house as a temporary shelter. Feng Yujun, who are they? Kocho Shinobu looked at the three ghosts of Tamayo in the room. The Nichirin sword in his hand had been drawn out, and he looked at them warily. On the side, Ningtaki Sakanji also stood next to Kocho Shinobu, looking at Feng Yu solemnly, as if waiting for his explanation. Don't be nervous, they are not controlled by Wuhan. They are like Nezuko. At the same time, they also hate Wuhan and even want to kill Wuhan more than us. Then Fengda told Kocho Shinobu and Nintaki Sakanji about the past of Tamayo and others. At the same time, he also explained to the two of them that Tamayo had developed a poison that killed Muzan and a potion that turned ghosts back into humans. After listening to Feng Yu's words, Kocho Shinobu also became interested, and his desire to exchange knowledge with Tamayo became stronger. So that's it. Then I'll listen to Mr. Feng Yu, but if they have any strange intentions, I will kill them immediately. Hearing Kocho Shinobu's words, Feng Yu felt relieved, which showed that she had accepted the existence of Tamayo three ghosts. Master Fuyu, is this Miss Kocho Shinobu who is proficient in pharmacology and pathology that you mentioned to me before? What a beautiful girl. Tamayo smiled softly. Ms. Kocho Shinobu, could you please explain your poison to me? That's what I mean, I also want to see how you develop the poison that can kill Wuhan. Then the two entered the wooden house and started communicating. When three of us are together, we must be my teacher. Feng Yu couldn't help but think of this sentence. As leaders in the same field of knowledge, Kocho Shinobu and Tamayo naturally had a lot of topics to talk about. As the topics continued to deepen, the two exclaimed that each other's professional knowledge was strong. So it can still be like this. It's amazing. The sound of exchanges between the two people continued to be heard in the wooden house. Feng Yu was preparing to build a temporary residence for Tamayo deep in the back mountain. That's all. The three ghosts of Tamayo kind of live here. Chapter 188 The Departure of Kocho Shinobu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 188 313. Chapter 188 The Departure of Kocho Shinobu. One day later, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was quickly moved to the second base, where everyone also saw the next protagonist after the death of Yoshiki Yazai in the original novel. That is, his son, Ubuyashiki Teruya. Father, why are you here? Teruya asked doubtfully. Nothing, this will be the new Demon Slayer Corps headquarters from now on. Uyashiki Yaoya touched his head and said, and then entered the prepared room with the help of Hinai. And dispersed the irrelevant people, leaving only the pillar-level existence. What are you going to do about this eyeball ghost incident? Ubuyashiki Yaoya said, My lord, the team members summoned by you when going out to complete the mission, or the hidden members must be confirmed by our column-level presence before they return to the headquarters before they are released. The eyeball ghost's hiding ability is very powerful. If you are not careful, our location may be exposed, posing a hidden danger to your safety. Shinazugawa said. Ubuyashiki Yaoya nodded, and then said, I can feel that I seem to have escaped the arrangement of fate once. If I escape again, something very terrible will happen. So if a ghost discovers this place again, it must be fate's arrangement, and I have to have a final showdown with Wuhan, even if I die in battle. My lord, the Demon Slayer Corps cannot live without your command. Your safety is more important than all of us. As long as you are here, the Demon Slayer Corps will exist forever. Shinazugawa couldn't stand hearing it anymore, and his emotions suddenly rose and he shouted. Shia, the Demon Slayer Corps has lost me and my child, Teruri. According to the tradition of our Demon Slayer Corps, if I die, then the cycle of fate will affect my child, and he will be your new child. Lord, he will also lead you to kill Wuhan. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said calmly. However, I will do my best to command and kill Wuhan under my leadership, so that my children will not bear the same curse as me and no more children of the next generation will go to the battlefield to complete our unfinished business. Our mission must be completed by us, even if it means sacrificing our lives, we will not hesitate. Without the marrow cleansing pills and healing pills provided by Feng Yu, his body would have become riddled with holes, and like the original work, he would have detonated explosives and sacrificed himself to the point of injuring himself, delaying everyone's escape. But now that his health is getting better, he understands that his mission has not been completed. What's more, his son is less than 8 years old. If he dies, under the leadership of a man who is less than 8 years old, Demon Slayer Corps may get even tougher. My lord, Shinazugawa Shia wishes to be the strongest blade in your hand. So is Shaobanai, so does Mitsuri. The pillars responded in unison. And at this time, Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu who were far away in Sagiri Mountain also received information from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The eyeball ghost, the headquarters was discovered, could it be? Narum. Feng Yu remembered that in the original novel, Naruko's differentiated eyeballs controlled more than 60% of the coordinates of the Demon Slayer Corps family, as well as the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and the sword forging village. This ghost can be said to be Muzen's strongest assistant. Not only has the Infinite City been dedicated as an office for meetings of the Wushan camp, but it can also pull people into the Infinite City at will and change spaces. Many times Feng Yu thinks that if one day Naru suddenly betrays Wu Kai and throws him out of Infinite City under the sun, then the whole drama will probably be over. I didn't expect that the plot of The World is Far Away has reached this point. At this time, Kocho Shinobu, who communicated with Tamayo all night, said, Fuyu-kun, now that the headquarters has been discovered, I am worried that the master will be in danger, so I left first. All right, Feng Yu nodded. Now Kocho Shinobu has been training hard every day since she learned to open the stripes last time and touched the threshold of the transparent world. Now she has mastered some tips and methods. As long as the physical limit and mental state reach saturation in the future, maybe everything will fall into place. Before leaving, Kocho Shinobu specially invited Tamayo to go back to Butterfly House with her so that she could conduct experiments on new drugs at any time. But after Tamayo thought twice, he decided to stay in Sagiri Mountain for the time being. After all, if Tamayo goes with him, Yushiro and Tanamori Toyorai will go there together, and it is inevitable that they will be criticized. Later, Kocho Shinobu accepted the 3 ghosts of Tamayo, but the staff in Butterfly House did not, and their fear and hatred of ghosts was no less than anyone else. Not to mention, now it is obvious that the ghost has set its sights on Torii Tanamori, and its ability to hide would not be detected at all without special methods. Tamayo can also detect a little bit of the reason why the Black Fox is eyeing Torii Tanamori. That means the power of the 2 ghosts is from the same source. For enemies whose strength is uncertain, it is safest to stay by Feng Yu's side. When Kocho Shinobu returns to the Demon Slayer Corps and meets those pillars, more and more striped swordsmen may appear. Feng Yu recalled the description of markings in his previous life. As long as one of the swordsmen who used the breathing method had markings, other markings would spring up like mushrooms after a spring rain. This is like a virus that spreads from 10 to 10. Of course, the premise is that the swordsman must also meet the conditions to turn on the markings. It's just that this era has the largest number of pillars, and it's also the most powerful era. In the original work, each one of them could turn on patterns. Now, with his intervention, the marrow cleansing pills are polishing their physical foundations to become more perfect. For them, stripes may not be difficult. They are just waiting for an introduction that teaches them how to open stripes. He believed that Kocho Shinobu would definitely tell them how to turn on the markings when he returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After all, this was a way to greatly improve his strength. It is very helpful for pillars whose current strength is tending to be saturated. I don't know how this little girl Mixiu is doing in the full set of breathing in Changzhou. Feng Yu looked at the direction where Kocho Shinobu was going away and murmured. Gaga, master, are you reluctant to part with her? Gaga, if you can't bear it, just chase after me. Just like me, be brave. Xiao He on the side saw Feng Yu looking in the direction of Kocho Shinobu and saying something mean, but he didn't know that he would feel better later. Feng Yu had a black line on his face. Xiao He, you haven't had your house installed for 3 days, haven't you? At this time, a white figure instantly gave Xiao He a big DK, and his head was directly inserted into the soft soil. Xiao Bai looked at Xiao He proudly and said, don't talk nonsense. Then he jumped on Feng Yu's shoulder. Ahem, Xiao Bai, you are too harsh. Xiao He was still in a dazed state at this time. He pulled his head out of the soil staggeringly, and at the same time, a lot of feathers on his forehead fell off. Gaga, boss Xiao Bai, you are going too far. You are even willing to beat me, who is so handsome and charming, into the mud. Xiao He woke up and said angrily. By the way, It seems that I haven't tried the absolute purification skill I bought. Feng Yu's eyes couldn't help but look at Xiao He. Xiao He's heart suddenly trembled, and a bad premonition swept through his body. Chapter 189 Absolute Purification. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 189 313. Chapter 189 Absolute Purification. Xiao He, do you want to experience a different kind of happiness? Feng Yu said with a smile. But when Xiao He saw Feng Yu's smile, he immediately became afraid. It knows very well that Feng Yu smiles like this when he deceives people, and Tanjiro knows it best. Gaga, master, Xiao He doesn't want to. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Then he was about to fly away, but was stopped by Feng Yu. What can you do? Stay and do an experiment with me. Then, Feng Yu followed the trend and pointed his finger. A milky white light soared into the sky from Xiao He's body. Ga, Xiao He's fierce screams rang out in the mountains, making people shudder. Soon, the white light disperses. I saw that Xiao He was already paralyzed on the ground at this time, and at the same time, the crow's body was still trembling and shaking. So good. Feng Yu suddenly had a dark look on his face when he heard what Xiao He said. At the same time, he looked at the skill introduction about absolute purification on the panel and couldn't help but wonder if he had bought a fake. After a while, Xiao He slowly became energetic. Gaga, master, what did you just do to me? Can you let me experience it again? Just once. That feeling is really wonderful. It is simply a paradise-like experience on Earth. Xiao He recalled the intoxication on his face just now. Feng Yu asked with a dark face, can you be more serious? If you do this again, I will deduct your monthly snacks. Please tell me in detail how you feel. Hear about buckle snacks. Xiao He was anxious, and immediately changed his state and became serious. Ga, just now I can feel that every corner of my body has been combed and cleaned, and it is numb. Some of the hidden wounds have been healed. At the same time, it can make me feel more happy, and I seem to be able to reply. Physical strength. Now I feel like my whole body is full of energy. Then Xiao He fired a blazing sunburst in the distance. A violent explosion sounded. Feng Yu could feel that the damage dealt by Xiao He was completely different from the usual water paddling. This time it's even stronger. The residual warmth from the air hit my face. Okay, let's go. Feng Yu now understood the specific capabilities of the absolute purification skill, but he really didn't want to see Xiao He like this. Not only are they thieves, they are also a bunch of wretched people. Stop spying in romantic places from now on. Feng Yu said with a dark face. Gaga, master, please let me experience it again, please. When Xiao He heard that Feng Yu was driving it away, he immediately became anxious. I said, now, immediately, disappear in front of me. Feng Yu said pretending to be angry. Xiao He felt bad when he saw this. He had seen what Feng Yu would do when he was angry, so he quickly flew away. Looking at Xiao He flying away, Feng Yu couldn't help shouting. Remember, I'm not allowed to go to those romantic places. After Xiao He's figure disappeared from the horizon, Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. Oh, why did Xiao He become like this? The family is unlucky. But, how about I experience an absolute purification myself? If I don't go to hell, who will? And this is a good skill. Feng Yu swallowed his throat, and then shot himself an absolute purification shot. 1 minute later, Feng Yu's face was rosy, full of energy, and his whole face was radiant. This skill is really good. Other side. The Demon Slayer Corp's new headquarters also received a letter from Tamayo at this time. The poison that kills Muzan, and the potion that can turn ghosts back into humans. Miss Tamayo is such a great person. Ubuyashiki Yaoya couldn't help but sigh when he heard Hinai's words. During these years, Tamayo has always maintained contact with Ubuyashiki Yaoya, and both of them have the same goal, which is to kill Muzan. At the same time, Tamayo is also a ghost recognized by the adopted country Enichi. Since then, Tamayo has maintained contact with the Ubuyashiki family. As for Tamayo, Ubuyashiki Yaoya is also a strange woman whom she admires quite a lot. He has been looking for a way to kill Wumei all his life, and he is also the first ghost to escape Wumei's control. Instead of eating humans, he relies on his superb medical skills to save the world and save people. But Feng Yu, this child, is exactly what I expected. Regarding ghosts, he does not have the same belief in killing all ghosts as our swordsman. He can judge right from wrong and distinguish good from evil. Obviously, Tamayo's letter also mentioned that she is now settling in Sagiri Mountain. Mr. Yaozai, Mr. Feng Yu and I plan to spread the news about the method of turning ghosts back into humans in the Cyan Higanhua, thereby attracting Niu Kei and killing him. Now we are waiting for the detailed discussion process with you. I don't know when you will have time. Presented by Tamayo, are we going to discuss it in detail? Ubuyashiki Yaozai murmured. Hinai, help me write a reply letter to Miss Tamayo. Soon. The letter was written. Hinai, let Sania's children come in and get ready to meet Miss Tamayo. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said, yes, father. After handing the letter to Yaoya, Ubuyashiki Hinai walked out. Wushin, it's time for us to make a decision between us. But there is no misfortune here. There is also an undercurrent surging, which is extremely unsettling. After learning that Tamayo had developed a potion to turn ghosts back into humans, the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. But the delay in getting the report from the top stringers made him feel very angry. But fortunately, The eyeball clones separated by Naruko also knew the addresses of more than 60% of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. At the same time, he also discovered the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, which gave him the idea of killing the entire Demon Slayer Corps like he did 100 years ago. But he held back. The reason was simply that there was another boy using the breath of the sun in the Demon Slayer Corps camp at this moment. His cautious and timid character made him dare not act rashly. He was also in a dilemma for a while. But the more I thought about it, the more irritable I became, and the veins on my face popped out. Damn Yuani, since they are all dead, why do they still need to leave a legacy? After all, he felt extremely afraid of Yuani who once hunted him. Wu Kei's aura soared into the sky, causing the entire Infinite City to sway. When the Pippa sounds, Infinite City quickly became quiet. At the same time, Muzen's eyes were also looking at Naru. If there were more ghosts like Narun with special vampire skills, wouldn't it be? Wu Mei's eyes glowed with scarlet blood, and then he suddenly thought and returned to a gorgeous Western-style courtyard. Soon, two figures knelt in front of Wuhan. Sir, what are your orders? Collect a lot of information about special humans for me, Wu Kuei said indifferently. Then he conveyed the request in his heart to the two ghosts' minds. Both camps were in action, and the lightning in the sky was like thunder snakes crawling on the dark clouds. The sense of oppression in the world has become even stronger. Feng Yu looked up at the sky and murmured. His strong mental power made him extremely sensitive to all changes in the world. As the final battle about to begin. Chapter 190 Reorganization 12 Kazuki. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 193 Chapter 190 Reorganization 12 Kazuki. Tamayo soon received a letter from Yaya Ubuyashiki, and at the same time, the atmosphere at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was a bit depressing at the moment. After all, Tamayo is a ghost, and a ghost came to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to discuss important matters with his lord, even though Ubuyashiki Yoya and Kocho Shinobu tried their best to say good things for Tamayo. Just like Nezuko back then, she was not recognized by everyone. My lord, I will never allow another ghost to enter our Demon Slayer Corps headquarters this time. You forgot that we moved out of the headquarters some time ago because of ghosts. Also, how can you guarantee that the ghost will not eat it? Where are the people? She came to discuss with you how to deal with Wuhan. How can you guarantee that she will not hurt you? I don't think any ghost is allowed to approach you and put you in any danger. Shinazugawa-san yells. Except for Kocho Shinobu, the other pillars have more or less unsupportive expressions on their faces. I support what Shinazugawa said. My lord, it is too dangerous to let a ghost get close to you. We can't believe what the evil ghost says. Yihei Xiaobane echoed. The dysprosium ball wrapped around his neck was spitting out letters and seemed to be protesting. Tomioka Giyu and Tokadura Muichiro looked calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. I will never allow any ghost to get close to my lord, just let the sharp blade in my hand kill her gorgeously. Yusui Tengen said, Amitabha, all the ghosts in the world are oppressed by the ghost king Wuhan. What a poor mother, she has been trying her best to kill Wuhan all her life for the sake of her miserable child. Let me end her miserable life. Mingyu Xingming put his palms together and said with 2 lines of hot tears flowing from his white eyes. Well, let's listen to what the lord has to say first. Kanroji Mitsuri said with a blushing face. I know everyone's hatred of evil spirits, but Miss Tamayo has developed a poison that can kill evil spirits and a potion that can turn ghosts back into humans. This time we came here to discuss exactly how to formulate a combat plan. At this moment, the potion that turns ghosts back into humans has been applied to Nezuko's child. I believe that the child will be able to transform back into humans soon. As soon as Ubuyashiki Yoya finished speaking, everyone except Kocho Shinobu had shocked expressions on their faces. Nezuko is the sister of the Kamado boy from before, the female ghost who endured Shinazugawa's blood. Amitabha, I didn't expect this miserable female ghost to be able to embrace the sunshine again. It's amazing, we actually developed a potion that can turn ghosts back into humans. The pillars were convinced, but at this moment they were more disbelieving in their hearts, and at the same time they were also curious about Tamayo. And Wushin was not idle here either. In a dense forest, a middle-aged man with strong muscles was lying on the ground, struggling in pain with a ferocious face. Father, the man's girl yelled, and she wanted to run over to check on the man, but was held tightly in her arms by her mother, with tears streaming down her face. On the side were 2 figures, one wearing gorgeous clothes and the other an unknown evil ghost. A master of martial arts among humans, I hope you can surprise me. Wuhan looked at the man on the ground indifferently, as time passed. The man's aura began to become stronger and stronger, and his appearance also began to change. Pieces of fiery red scales formed on his skin, and his 2 forehead horns exploded, growing out a pair of golden horns. The originally strong muscles had doubled in size at this moment, like a giant. Hungry, the man whispered like a beast, his eyes glowing red. Yes, go ahead, behind you is the food I left for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the man immediately pounced on the mother and daughter. No, father, don't do this. Ah, miserable screams resounded throughout the forest, followed by the smell of blood, and then the sound of chewing. Soon, there was only a pool of blood left on the ground. The man who was completely transformed into a ghost kneeled respectfully in front of Wuhan. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me a new life. Your humble servant is willing to go through fire and water for your majesty, no matter what. Come on, show me your vampire skills. Wu Kai said coldly. Yes, sir. The scales on the man's body began to turn red, balls of red flames covered his body, and the temperature in the air also soared. Vampire art. Flame bull demon. The man punched out. A huge bull made of flames galloped away in one direction at great speed. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and endless flames engulfed the entire affected area. Wu Mei watched quietly from the side, but there was a trace of impatience on his face. Seeing that the man wanted to continue using the vampire technique, Wuhan interrupted directly. Okay, there is a small village under the forest, and there is the food you need. Remember, as ghosts, humans are our food. Your nickname will be Flame Bull Demon from now on. Then Wu Mei directly dug out one of the eyes of the Yanyu demon and carved the font of Sha Xian Lu on it. Thank you, sir, for the name. The Yanyu demon knew what the lower string represented from Wu Mei's bloodline inheritance, and he was extremely excited inside. Clang. The sound of the pipa sounded, and Wu Mei's figure disappeared directly from the spot. The Yanyu devil looked towards the village at the foot of the mountain, with a sly smile on his lips. Food. I'm here. Let you be the food that makes me stronger. Jia Jia Jia. Other side. Wushan came to a dilapidated thatched house. The night was hazy, and the pale moonlight spread on the beach, making it appear that the whole night was extremely quiet. Only the sound of the constant lapping of the shore existed alone in the dark night. Sister, I'm so hungry. Sister, I will go find something delicious for you tomorrow. Just be patient tonight. In the thatched house, two girls in ragged clothes and dirty faces hugged each other tightly among the haystacks. The cold wind whizzes, but it didn't make them feel a bit cold, maybe because the warmth in their hearts was right next to them. Gulu Gulu. The two girls' stomachs growled. Sister, why haven't mother and father come back for so long? Said the girl's sister. Yu Yi, mother, and father. They were just delayed because they were busy with other things, and they will be back soon. The girl's voice was a little choked. Sister, you're lying. That's what you said a year ago, but it's still the same now. I heard others say that our mother and father are no longer wanted. We are, my sister cried. Chapter 191, Two Flowers. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 191 313. Chapter 191, Two Flowers. Feeling the sobbing sister in her arms, Yui felt extremely uncomfortable, but she still comforted her sister and said, Yui, I know you miss your mother and father, but we promised them that we will stay at home and wait for them to come back. We must do what we promised, okay. Let's do this. My sister will blow the conch to you, and you sleep well. Tomorrow, my sister will catch fish for you. After that, he took out the blue patterned conch hanging around his neck and blew it. The warm and healing conch sound accompanied by the sea breeze sounded in the starry sky at night, blowing into the distance with their love for each other. As Yui listened to the familiar melody, the throbbing in her heart gradually subsided and she fell asleep, but her fingers were tightly holding Yui's hand. It seems that this can bring her a sense of security and warmth. Soon, the sound of the conch stopped, and Yui fell asleep completely. Yui looked at the sleeping Yui in the dark, her eyes were moist, and her lower lip was biting her upper lip. She was holding back the sadness to prevent herself from crying and waking up the only remaining relative in the world in her arms. A few months ago, she witnessed the death of her parents. That day, the whole beach was surrounded by people, and every one of them spoke of the tragic situation. When she squeezed in to take a look, her mind went blank. There were several corpses soaked in seawater and turned white lying on the beach. Although they were swollen and couldn't see clearly, she recognized them as soon as they were found. They are parents who were far away from the sea. At that moment, her mind was filled with despair. The familiar people and bodies no longer had any warmth. While everyone was talking about it, she left quietly. She didn't claim the body or cry. She seemed to have grown up at that moment. She kept her parents in her heart forever instead of lying on the beach at that time. Two corpses on top. What's more, once her sister knows the news of her parents' murder, what will happen if she doesn't protect her? From that day on, Yui took on the role of a parent and always took care of Yui, but what would happen if two little girls lived together? Relying on the savings left by his murdered parents, he has survived until now, and his family is completely destitute. I'm sorry, Yui. I lied to you. Yui's heart is tortured all the time. Especially when Yui asked about her parents, every sentence was like a sharp needle, piercing her heart. At this time, just as Yui was about to go to sleep, the door of the thatched cottage was opened. The dark night made it difficult for her to see what was outside the door, and she suddenly became nervous and scared. Who? Yui quickly picked up a wooden stick from the side and shouted. Yui's movements also woke up Yui, who had just fallen asleep. Sister, what happened? Yui hid Yui behind her, holding the wooden stick tightly in her hand, staring in the direction of the door. Haha, what a shocking feeling. Even though your parents are dead, you still deceive yourself that they are still alive. Human beings are still so disgusting. Come on, become a ghost. Become the most perfect creature in the world. Then you will not starve or freeze. Kill all the people who bully you and take your destiny into your own hands. Wu Kai said coldly. You, who are you? Get out of here. Yui's body was trembling constantly under the horrible pressure, but she still stood firmly in front of Yui. Bold, despicable human, how dare you talk to adults like this? The unknown ghost on the side scolded. But what greeted him was a tentacle of flesh and blood that swallowed him up. Did I tell you to speak? Hot blood splashed on Wu Mei's face, but he looked indifferent. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the entire room. Kill someone. Yui's eyes widened, and the smell of blood in the air was constantly stimulating her nerves. She never thought that someone would be killed just because of a word. Sister, I'm afraid. Yui's voice was trembling. Yui, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yui comforted, and then said, what do you want to do? It's such an admirable courage to still stand in front of me in such a situation. I really like you more and more. Come on, become a ghost. Becoming a ghost can change your destiny. You will never feel sad because of this miserable world again. Wuxian said, becoming a ghost. Yui was confused, but Muzin's left hand turned into a tentacle of flesh and blood, lifting the two of them into the air. You, let us go now, you monster. Yui saw clearly that it was the terrifying tentacles grabbing the two of them, and she was immediately frightened. Monster. Wu Mei's eyes were glowing red, and the temperature in the air suddenly dropped a lot. Since you think I am a monster, then I will turn you into a monster too. The sharp blood needle plunged into Yui's body. The terrifying blood immediately eroded her whole body, and the two of them were knocked to the ground. Yui struggled painfully and her body was changing at the same time. Sister, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yui in such pain, Yui hugged her and shouted worriedly. Hurry, go, Yui, I'm sorry, father and mother, actually left us. I've been lying to you all this time, quickly, now, go now. Yui yelled with difficulty, then stood up and rushed towards Muzin. But just for a moment. Then she flew out, noisy. Accept the power I give you. Wu Kai said coldly, elder sister. Seeing her sister being beaten away, Yui quickly shouted. Ah, at this time, Yui's transformation is accelerating rapidly. She felt like she was about to die. Every cell in her body was undergoing transformation, and her consciousness was constantly weakening. At this time, the blue patterned conch on her chest seemed to be being pulled, and slowly integrated into her body. Yui's entire body also transformed into another appearance. The body turned into that of a girl, with azure hair hanging messily, blue gravel patterns dotted between the eyebrows, and azure eyes slowly opening in the darkness. So hungry. Yui, who just turned into a ghost, only has greed in her eyes. No, this is my sister. I am Hitano Yui, Yui said painfully. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yui cried and shouted, and at the same time wanted to run over to check on her condition. No, don't come. Yui felt that her reason was about to be swallowed up. Yui at this moment was like the temptation of the devil in her eyes. Wu Quan looked at the two of them thoughtfully from the side. Then he smiled. Yui, go ahead, this is your favorite sister. Don't you want to taste her? Then with a gentle stroke of his hand, Yui's arm suddenly started to bleed. The smell of blood directly made Yui's reason become even crazier. She bit her arm and turned her head away from Yui. Yui let out a groan. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yui ran to Yui regardless of the wounds on her hands. Looking at Yui in front of her, Yui's reason was completely broken by desire at this moment. Chapter 192 Twins. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 192 313. Chapter 192 Twins. Previous. Next. Don't want. The pitiful shouts pierced the entire deathly silent night. Muzin stood aside and looked at Hitano Yui, who was devouring his sister with a slightly appreciative expression. The pungent smell of blood filled her entire brain, and she feasted crazily like a beast without reason. Sister, Ui, it hurts. Hitano Yui said weakly. She looked at her sister, who was like her parents, with distressed eyes. She couldn't believe that her dearest sister would become like this. But Yui seemed not to hear, tearing at her flesh. That's fine, sister. Actually, Yui also lied to you. I have always known that our mother and father have left. I've been lying to you. This time, maybe, I won't cause trouble to you, just let me compensate you for taking care of me during this time. Yui closed her eyes and quietly waited for death to come. Although the pain in her body made her extremely painful, she did not seem to feel any pain and did not make a sound. Just when Yui's life was about to end, the blue conch on Yui's chest suddenly hung on her chest and started to shake. And at this time, Yui also stopped eating. A familiar melody sounded in her ears, the sound of the conch shells that their mother had blown to them. Yui, my father and I are going to go to sea. You have to take good care of your sister Yui at home. Don't let her get hurt. Of course, you must also protect you. You must remember, my favorite Yui. At this moment, Yui seemed to feel her late mother caressing her face. At this moment, she burst into tears. The lost sanity was also regained at this moment. But it was too late, looking at his hands stained with blood and Yui lying in his arms. She collapses. Ah, the heartbreaking pain screamed from her throat. Yui, oh, it's interesting. I actually overcame my desire. It's a pity that your favorite sister was tortured like this by you. Do you want to save your sister? I have a way. Wuhan smiled. Yui turned around sharply. In her eyes, Muzin was a devil, and she wanted to kill him. Kill him with the power given to her by the devil. Killing intent overflowed from her eyes, but was suppressed. Please, save my sister, just save her. I will do anything. Yui knelt in front of Muzin and begged. Muzin, on the other hand, had a joking look on his face. Regarding Yui's murderous intention, he could clearly feel and know what she was thinking in her heart at this time. He gently raised Yui's face with his fingers and said, "Really, nothing. Are you willing to do it? Is it okay even to turn your sister into a ghost like you?" Yui paused and kept muttering, "Become a monster like me, a monster." Her eyes were full of struggle, with Yui's life on one side and the struggle of human nature on the other. But in the end she chose the former, and with a weak look in her eyes, she forgot to glance at Yui and said, "I'm sorry, Yui." Then he said to Wu Mei, "I want her to live." Yui knows very well in her heart that she can't actually defeat Wuhan, let alone kill him. It comes from the sense of oppression in her blood, that is, he is the absolute king among all ghosts. She couldn't do it, and she had no courage. Wu Quan looked at her performance and smiled with satisfaction, then his left hand turned into a tentacle and plunged directly into Yui's body. Drops of blood were transported into Yui's body, and her body also changed at this time. Strips of blue meridians were spread all over her body, and the missing flesh and blood was also being restored at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. There was no wail of pain, Yui's body was transforming peacefully. Yui turned her head away, unable to bear to continue watching. She understood that her sister Yui had become a monster like her. From now on, they will be under Wu Kei's control. The blood curse in her blood made her feel weak. At this time, an ethereal voice sounded in Yui's ears. "Elder sister." Yui suddenly turned her head to look at Yui. At this time, Yui had light blue hair, and lines like blue conch stripes were wrapped around her arms. She also looks like Yui, growing into the shape of a girl and floating in the air. At this moment, Yui was looking at Yui with a smile, as cute as an elf. Yui's eyes were full of tenderness and she hugged Yui. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, sister, why are you crying? I'm fine now." Yui wiped the tears from Yui's eyes and said softly, "Sister, we want to be together forever. But, sister, I'm so hungry, let's go fill our stomachs together, okay?" When these words fell in Yui's ears, her eyes widened. She clearly felt that her sister had changed and was no longer the same sister in the human period. No, Yui, we can't do this," Yui said quickly, but Yui looked at Yui with a strange look. "Sister, why do you feel bad about that food? Sister, you have changed. In the past, when I said I was hungry, you would accompany me to eat delicious food. You are not my sister." Yui's voice suddenly became extremely sharp. The strong sound waves made Yui cover her ears in pain. Yui wanted to say something, but her vision went black and she fainted on the ground. Subsequently, Muzan took a step forward, gently opened Yui's head with his fingers and then cleaned up some things skillfully. "Wait until Yui opens her eyes." Wu Mei had already left this place and headed to the next location. "Where is your lord?" Yui looked at Yui dully and said, "The adults have left. Sister, you are finally back. I'm hungry, let's go eat something delicious. We will always be together." Yui hugged Yui intimately. At this time, Yui nodded, and then smiled slightly, licking her dry lips with her tongue, her eyes full of greedy desire. Moreover, both sisters had big smiles engraved in their eyes. This night, the entire fishing village was enveloped by a strange song, and all the humans living here were like puppets on strings, coming to Yui and Yui. Then blue water balls appeared out of thin air, wrapping the residents and sinking into the sea. Overnight, the entire fishing village has mysteriously disappeared. Wuhan was very happy to harvest 3 ghosts with great potential in awakening vampire skills in one night, especially Yui and Yuya. Wuhan was very satisfied with their vampire skills. Of course, there are ghosts who have successfully awakened the vampire art, and there will be ghosts who have failed to awaken the vampire art. The names on the list continued to disappear, and Wu Mei's smile gradually faded away. Chapter 193 New 12 Kazuki. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 193 313. Chapter 193 New 12 Kazuki. A month later, in the Infinite City, the new 12 Kazuki all knelt in front of Wuhan. Narum on the side was holding the strings of her lute, and Muzan looked condescendingly at the new 12 Kazuki below. 1 row for upper strings and 1 row for lower strings. Upper string 1 Kokushibo and then upper string 6 Black Fox. The lower part is a ghost with fangs, pointed ears, pale skin, and black tiger stripes on his face. Although he is a ghost, he wears a Nichirin sword on his waist that only the Demon Slayer Corps has. The Nichirin sword has a yellow body with a lightning blade pattern on it. Black scabbard, dark gold handle, white sword with triangular pattern on it. If Zenitsu were here, he might be able to recognize that this is his senior brother, Yutake. Just like the original work, he became a member of 12 Kazuki, but instead of being the upper string Riku, he became the first of the lower strings. Shashion is a ghost who looks like a little boy, with vertical pupils like snakes, and his whole body is full of evil energy. The third figure on the lower string is a rickety old man with gray-white skin and wrinkles like a mummy, with squinted eyes and a white beard all over his face. The fourth one is a woman, but this person has a hot figure, but she is half human and half animal, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider, just like the legendary Japanese bride. The rest are the Jiyu sisters and the Yanyu demon. The new 12 Kazuki has officially gathered in Mugen City for the first time. Wu Kei looked at the masterpiece he had created below with the same indifference as before, as if their existence was insignificant to him, especially ghosts like Sha Xian. Wu Mei's aura suppressed them and they did not dare to be careless. They were all cautious, fearing that they would get into trouble with their boss. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's accept my order and kill everyone who forges swords for the Demon Slayer Corps. Other side. At this time, Tamayo has been escorted by Xiaohei and Feng Yu to the courtyard of the new headquarters. The dark night is long and the moonlight is faint, giving people a feeling of silence. Different from the past, at this time, except for Purgatory Xingjulong, all the other pillar-level experts gathered here in the courtyard. The moment Tamayo steps into the courtyard, there is a strong murderous intention in the whole air all the time. Maybe as long as Tamayo makes any other small move, they will rush up and tear Tamayo into pieces in the next second. Good evening, Miss Tamayo. Kocho Shinobu smiled and greeted Tamayo, and Tamayo also smiled and nodded. At this time, my lord is here, my lord is here. Ubuyashiki Hinai's voice sounded. Everyone was half kneeling on the ground, watching Shiki Yaoya come out. However, Tamayo and Feng Yu did not kneel down like the others, but stood on the spot. Damn it, you evil ghost, you didn't kneel down when you saw our lord. If you dare to have evil intentions towards our lord, I will definitely kill you with my sword. Shinazugawa cursed. At the same time, one hand was already touching the handle of the knife. I'm very sorry, I came here with no ill intentions. On the contrary, my thoughts are the same as yours, all to kill Wuhan, so please forgive me for being an evil ghost. After I kill Wuhan, I will kill myself and end my sins. I am very sorry, Tamayo said with a smile. Looking at Tamayo's pure eyes, Shinazugawa was stunned. But soon, the disgust for ghosts in his heart made him stop looking at Tamayo and just cursed secretly. Good evening, everyone, the night is still as beautiful tonight. Ubuyashiki Yazai's gentle voice rang in everyone's ears, immediately suppressing other people's dissatisfaction with Tamayo. Miss Tamayo, long time no see. Ubuyashiki Yoya seemed to be able to see where Tamayo was standing at this time, and looked at her. Long time no see, Mr. Yaozai. Tamayo smiled slightly. I am very happy to see that your body is getting better than before. Under your leadership, the Demon Slayer Corps can become so strong. I believe that under your command, we will be able to kill Wuhan and make this world a better place. Ubuyashiki Yoya smiled slightly, and then said, Thank you, Miss Tamayo, for forgiving the behavior of these rude children like me. I apologize to you on their behalf, I'm sorry. My lord, why do you have to be so polite to an evil ghost? Iguro Kobanai said, Miss Tamayo has always been our partner. She has a constant connection with our Demon Slayer Corps. She has also been of great help to our Demon Slayer Corps over the years. So, everyone, for Miss Tamayo, I also hope that you can respect her as much as you respect me, and don't put her in the same status as those evil man-eating ghosts just because she is a ghost. Partner, I can't understand. What a tragic fate a man has. Miss Tamayo is so beautiful, so elegant. The moon seems to be covered by clouds tonight, and I don't know how many clouds there are. After hearing Ubuyashiki Yazai's words, everyone fell into deep thought. The lights are brightly lit, and there are insects chirping in the courtyard. Then if there is nothing else, this Zuhei meeting will officially begin. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said, Infinity City has a plan, and so does the Demon Slayer Corps. The entire Zuhei meeting ended before dawn. Fenga paddled the whole way, but at the same time he admired the minds of Tamayo and Ubuyashiki Yaoya. The plans are laid out one by one, clearly and perfectly, and at the same time, response plans for various emergencies or unexpected things have been formulated in advance. One of the most important goals is Nezuko. All the plans revolve around Nezuko turning back into an adult, letting Muzan know about it, and making him think that Nezuko is the Blue Higanbana. After all, the first step of the plan is to release the news to let Wu Pei know that the flower of the other side is in the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps, so as to lure Wu Pei out. But according to Muzan's timid and cautious character, it must be insufficient. At this time, Nezuko, who needs to transform back into a human, appears. Let Wuhan believe the news released by the Demon Slayer Corps. Ubuyashiki Yaoya and Tamayo both know that Muzan has been searching for the Blue Higan flower for hundreds of years, and only the two of them know the obsession. After solving the problem of inducing Muzan, the next step is to deal with Nerun's Mugen City. At this time, Feng Yu's participation is needed. After all, no one in the Demon Slayer Corps understands the characteristics of Mugen City better than him. That's all. 3 days. For 3 whole days, when Feng Yu stepped out of the courtyard, he was in a state of confusion. I will never come to a meeting again. After Feng Yu murmured, he followed Xiaohei back to Sao Mountain. Tamayo stayed at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to continue refining the details of the plan with Yoya Ubuyashiki. And moved to the Butterfly House. Chapter 194 Forged Sword Murakami. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 194 313th. Chapter 194 Forged Sword Murakami. When Feng Yu returned to Sao Mountain, he had a big surprise. Under the sun, Nezuko, dressed in a gray kimono and with her hair in a bun, was standing under the sun and looking up at the sun in the sky. The hand was slightly stretched out, as if feeling the temperature from the sun. Nezuko turned back into a human. Feng Yu was also surprised when he saw this. But I soon discovered something was wrong, because Nezuko's state at the moment seemed a little dull. It's like losing memory and losing independent reason. Nezuko, why did you come out? Tanjiro hurriedly ran out and held Nezuko's hand, leading her towards the cabin. But Nezuko tilted her head and looked at Tanjiro holding her hand with a puzzled look. Nezuko opened her mouth, but no words came out. Nezuko, I am your brother Tanjiro. It is really great that you can become a human again, so that you can live your life like an ordinary person. Tanjiro hugged Nezuko tightly, tears shining in the corners of her eyes. For Tanjiro, although his sister Nezuko has become like this at the moment, she has finally left her ghost identity and returned to a human. Don't worry, brother will always protect you. Although you may not remember who I am now, I won't hurt you. How about we go home together and wait for senior brother Feng Yu and the others to come back together? Tanjiro said softly. Nezuko seemed to feel something, and stretched out a hand to wipe the tears from the corner of Tanjiro's eyes. Then he nodded. Tanjiro, when did Nezuko become a human again? Feng Yu's voice rang in Tanjiro's ears. Senior brother Feng Yu. Just last night, Nezuko woke up, and all the smell of Wuhan on her body disappeared, and she returned to her previous smell. Tanjiro was very happy, but then he thought about it and said. Senior brother Feng Yu, Miss Tamayo's potion is successful, so if that happens, those oppressed ghosts can turn back into humans. The ghost of oppression, Feng Yu said coldly. Tanjiro, do you think those ghosts eat people because they are oppressed? Do you think they destroy happy families? Feng Yu was very angry and disappointed at this time, and now Tanjiro still has such naive thoughts. Tanjiro, your thoughts like this will only kill yourself, and even your teammates who are fighting alongside you. So, now that Nezuko has turned back into a human, are you going to let go of your hatred for Muzan? Can you let go of the resentment of those who were killed by ghosts? If this is the case, then please go back and continue selling charcoal. The life of the Demon Slayer Corps is not suitable for you. After that, he passed by Tanjiro and went straight to the wooden house, leaving only Tanjiro and Nezuko stunned. Am I too naive? Tanjiro murmured blankly. Nezuko on the side was gently stroking his face, seeming to comfort him. Nezuko, am I really useless? Other side. Inside Asakusa Castle, countless figures appeared from all directions in the darkness, and at the same time, more and more humans turned into ghosts or were eaten by ghosts. The entire Asakusa is full of ghosts. It is as quiet as death during the day, and at night it is like a group of demons dancing wildly. Countless evil spirits capture the remaining humans and transform them into evil spirits. The number of demons is increasing, and the Demon Slayer Corps also received rescue from Asakusa. Wushin, is this crazy? How dare he do such a destructive act? Listening to Hina reading the letter sent to her by the eagle, even the gentle-tempered Uyashiki Yaoya was off guard. He couldn't believe that Wukai would do such a thing and turn an entire city into ghosts. I see. No wonder there is no news about the children in Asakusa. A line of hot tears fell down Ubuyashiki Yaoya's face. His heart was very painful. He could imagine the miserable situation of the human beings in Asakusa at this time. Wushi, this time, I will definitely kill you. Obayashiki Yaozai knew that the palm of his hand was deeply embedded in the flesh due to the forceful fingers. Blood stained his clothes red. Father. Upon seeing this, Chui hurriedly shouted. It's okay. Sword Forging Village, Asakusa, Hinai, be prepared, Wuhan is coming. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said, and at this time, a cloud of black mist flew out of the bird's body and dissipated in the air. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ubuyashiki Yaoya, if you don't care about these humans, then they will really lose their lives. If you can't kill them, then I can only let's do it, although it's a bit of a waste of time. In a chaotic alley in Asakusa, the black fox smiled slightly and then disappeared on the spot. Sure enough, is it still impossible to avoid the battle in the sword forging village? Feng Yu murmured, then jumped on Xiao Hei's back and headed towards the direction of the knife forging village. Tanjiro stood at the door and watched Feng Yu off, silent for a long time, with a constant struggle on his face. Tanjiro, if you really want to go back to live with Nezuko in your former residence, we won't blame you. You are a kind-hearted kid. This is your nature, but you are not suitable for the battlefield. Now that Nezuko has returned to adulthood, you can think about whether you want to continue to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps. Kintaki Sakanji said calmly. For Tanjiro, he was not as fancy as in the original work, but more of a kind of family affection. From the first time he saw Tanjiro, he knew that his character was too indecisive. He was not only kind to people, but also kind to ghosts. So is it. Although Tanjiro's talent is also very good, he did not have too many expectations for Nintaki Sato. On the contrary, he hoped that he could follow his inner choice and live the life he wanted. Master Lintaki. Tanjiro sighed in his heart and looked at Nezuko next to him. He had so many thoughts in his mind, but none of them noticed that after Feng Yu left the Misty Mountain, a cloud of black mist flew towards the back mountain. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered in an orderly manner towards the mission location they received. Steel Tomb Ying of Blacksmith Village organized the villagers to retreat. Rest at sunset. Soon the dusk sun was halfway down on the western hills. The creatures hidden in the darkness are also waiting for the moment when night falls. Master Zongying, the sun is about to set, let's leave quickly. Xiaoti shouted to Steel Zongying, who was standing there blankly looking at the place where blacksmiths and knives were sharpened in the evening sun. Ah, it's Xiaoti, I'm just sighing. By the way, you have to protect the key to the Yuan-00 type and don't lose it. It's the greatest masterpiece of our knife-forging village. A doll made according to that master. Iron Tomb Ying smiled. Yeah, I've always had the key. Sir, let's leave quickly, or we'll be too late. I'll leave this place to the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, Xiaoti also hurriedly pulled Gang Tiang to the place that had been arranged in advance. Soon, night falls. Countless evil spirits rushed out of the darkness. Chapter 195 The Undercurrent Surges. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 195 313. Chapter 195 The Undercurrent Surges. The night is vast and the undercurrent is surging. The lights of the knife-forging village were still as dim as before, which formed a sharp contrast with the waning moon in the sky. It's just that the usual lantern people have been replaced by members of the Demon Slayer Corps, waiting for the arrival of the evil ghost. Infinite City. Countless evil ghosts knelt down and worshipped on the ground, and the terrifying ghost energy soared into the sky. Each one of them greeted the highest ghost king, Kibutsuji, with great fear in their hearts. At this time, Muzan was sitting on a king's chair made of skeletons, looking coldly at the group of evil spirits below who had completed their transformation in Asakusa. All of them were strong soldiers and horses, and some even had unwiped blood on the corners of their mouths. On the side is the singing girl playing the harp, quietly guarding Wu Mei's side. Duji, Hantengu, Yu, and all the ghosts except Sha Shenwu, you led them and kill all the swordsmiths of the Demon Slayer Corps for me. If you can't complete the task, you don't have to come back. Wu Kei's body was full of murderous aura, and the strong sense of oppression made the ghost underneath feel a twinge of worry. Yes, sir, I will definitely complete the mission. Fallen Princess and the others responded in unison, and their vast voices echoed throughout the Infinite City. In the knife-forging village at this time, Kawaii, Kanroji Mitsuri pressed Nanako's head tightly to her chest and said, Shao Naoko, how can you be so cute, and your eyes are so beautiful? Thanks, I was overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm and the soft place. Lord Renju is so enthusiastic. Lord Renju is so beautiful. I really want to be treated like this by Lord Renju. Some members of the Demon Slayer Corps behind him looked at Nanako with great envy. Of course there are some who don't fit in. A-hole, how dare you have thoughts about Lord Lianju, I'm going to beat you up. That, Lord Renju, I'm almost out of breath. Nanako said with difficulty, and then as Kanroji Mitsuri let go, she felt a burst of fragrance. My eyes couldn't help but look towards that place. Okay, Millie, I know you care about Shaonako, so just let her rest for a while. After all, she has traveled such a long way. Kocho Shinobu on the side said. I just think this kid is destined to be with me. Kanroji Mitsuri said with a smile. Kocho Shinobu raised her eyebrows a little, she knew why Kanroji Mitsuri cared so much about Nanako. The main reason is because of Nanako's special color eyes, which may remind her of her former self. Because of her unusual hair color and unusual appetite, she was once disliked during blind dates, and even criticized in life. When Nanako walked to the side and sat down, she breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days ago, I also received a mission from the Demon Slayer Corps and rushed over without stopping. The long journey made her miss her master Xiaohei very much. With a sigh in his heart, he remembered that he stood on his shoulder every day and asked him to do the walking, and he couldn't help but feel depressed. It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. Why is Xiaohei so considerate? I don't know if that guy is here. A wild boar head appeared in Nanako's mind, and a blush appeared on her face, but it disappeared quickly. HMPH, I must make that arrogant guy fall in love with me this time. Nanako said with clenched fists. And what she was thinking about was that Inosuke and Zenitsu were waiting at the gate of the villagers' shelter in Forge Village. Inosuke, it's really quiet tonight, Zenitsu said with a smile. But Inosuke didn't speak, he just sat on the stone, wearing a wild boar hood and looking intently in the direction of the knife-forging village. Damn it, why are you letting me guard these useless soft-footed shrimps here? I want to kill ghosts and go to the battlefield. I can't waste my time here. Inosuke suddenly shouted, and then rushed directly towards the sword-forging village. Inosuke, don't run away, don't leave me alone, what if a ghost comes? When Zenitsu saw Inosuke running away, he suddenly panicked and wanted to catch up. But when he thought of his mission, he stopped. Seemingly seeing Zenitsu's dilemma. It's okay, brother Zenitsu, as long as we are here, if you want to catch up with him, go ahead. The other team members said. Is it really okay? Zenitsu said. No problem, no ghosts will come here anyway, and our strength is not weak. 2 of them had teams that had reached grade A strength. Zenitsu-sama, please come back safely. Zenitsu-ni, come on. The villagers of Forge Blade Village also agreed. Then I went. Then Zenitsu ran towards the swordsmithing village behind Inosuke. On the other side, Feng Yu was riding Xiaohei at high speed above the clouds. Xiaohei, how long is the journey? Feng Yu asked. Master, there's about half an hour left. Xiaohei also answered truthfully. Half an hour, Feng Yu murmured, looking solemnly at the waning moon above his head. The moon seems not round enough tonight. There seem to be 3 clouds. It seems to have moved just now. Will it rain tomorrow? Tokataru Muichiro, who had long black hair and an expressionless face, thought to himself as he walked. Deep in the dense forest outside Blacksmith Village. Clang, the pipa sounds. The originally silent jungle suddenly became extremely noisy. One after another, Figures exuding evil auras were staring eagerly in the direction of the sword-forging village. The entire dense forest is filled with ghostly aura. Gia. Humans can finally eat delicious food again. The girly smell really makes me linger. Ha ha ha, I can already smell the aroma of pastries. ... These newly transformed evil spirits kept shouting, but none of them dared to step forward. After all, there were 12 Kazuki standing behind them. Except for the two sisters Hatano Yui who did not come, all the lower strings were present and followed respectfully behind Fengji and the others. It's been a long time since there has been such a grand battlefield. I must complete your mission this time. And you guys, as long as you kill more people here, you might be able to get rewards from the adults and become more powerful. Hantengu's body was hunched over, his breath dissipated, like a dying old man, but he said jokingly in his eyes. Really? When you hear Wuhan, you will be rewarded. The ghost who had just turned into a lower string behind him suddenly felt ripples in his heart, and the desire in his eyes continued to strengthen. Blood, I must be rewarded by you. He, human. ... Feeling the movement of the string behind him, Hantengu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. 6WB, Chapter 196 Melee. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 196 313. Chapter 196 Melee. Kill, remove all obstacles that hinder you. Now, kill all the ghosts for me. Following Hantengu's order, the evil spirits in the deep forest rushed out one by one, like 100 ghosts walking at night, and headed towards the knife-forging village. Ghost energy fills the air and breaks through the sky. The momentum was so great that it directly woke up the Demon Slayer core members in the knife-forging village. Here he comes. The evil spirit is here. Everyone, get ready. Be careful and bury all these man-eating demons here. The captains of each team ordered the team members behind them. They were of various levels, as low as the Gui level who had just passed the trial like Nanako. Human, delicious human, I'm so hungry, I'm going to eat you all, he. ... All kinds of joking laughter spread among the ghost camp. At the same time, this time 12 Kazuki followed the large army unhurriedly, quietly waiting for the Demon Slayer core pillar level existence to appear. Kill them all, quickly, light all the explosives and let these ghosts blow up the ceiling. Countless leads in the dark were ignited. Then came the explosion and the sound of fire that broke through the sky. The evil ghost who rushed at the front was immediately blown to pieces by the unexpected explosion, leaving not even a speck of ash left. Completely disappear from this world. Damn it, these despicable ghost hunters actually ambushed us. To avenge our dead brothers, kill. Ha, I'm not dead, damn ghost hunter, take your life. ... The explosive shocked the entire evil ghost, but there were also remaining severed limbs. At this moment, relying on the unexpected recovery power, he became a complete ghost again. Countless large pits were blown up by explosives, and the flames covered the entire knife-forging village. The evil ghost figures rushed through the fire and arrived in the knife-forging village in an instant. Kill. The scabbard was drawn, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps immediately rushed out to fight with the evil ghost. Dozens versus hundreds of evil spirits. Immediately the blood started to flow, and the killings continued. Every moment, evil spirits are beheaded by members of the Demon Slayer Corps and turned into ashes. Kocho Shinobu and Kanroji Mitsuri also took the lead and rushed to the front, killing those evil spirits with vampire techniques. Insects breath butterflies dance teasing. Kocho Shinobu is like a kocho, dancing gracefully on the battlefield. Every time it lands, an evil ghost falls to the ground with purple spots all over its body and dies from poison. The breath of love one type the trembling of first love. Kanroji Mitsuri's Nichirin sword is different from other people's ordinary Nichirin swords. It is a specially made Nichirin sword. It is a telescopic knife that is as soft as a whip and has strong toughness. The shape of the sword is a chaotic blade pattern, and it was forged by Tetsuchi Kawara Tetsujin, the village chief of the swordsmith village. The scabbard is white, the handle is gray-green with a heart shape, the pink blade is like a four-leaf clover, the blade is pink, and can be folded into the scabbard. In addition, her whole body has tight muscles and has natural strange strength, and her attack speed is as fast as fly up. At this moment, she was wielding the Nichirin sword, slashing quickly like a whip to chop up all the evil spirits in front of her. Every time he waved, several evil ghosts fell down. Of course, Nanako is not to be outdone. Using the breath of water, the three forms, the flow dance and her own natural abilities, she was like a blue light among the evil ghosts. Wherever she passed, the evil ghosts were killed by her. Her body was trembling constantly, and this was except when she encountered a large-scale ghost in the Tengshi Mountain trial, and her eyes were filled with blood-colored light. This is the real battle. Mother, Shaosai will definitely avenge you. Nanako was extremely excited. The expression on his face gradually revealed a strange smile. Everyone must die, everyone must die. Seemingly noticing Nanako's condition, Kanroji Mitsuri couldn't help but feel distressed in his eyes. That child seems to have experienced a lot of things, it's really not sweet enough. You must take good care of her in the future. Seeing the killing force of the three Kocho Shinobu men, Hantengu couldn't sit still. You go and kill those below the pillar level, and we will deal with those three women. Hantengu said coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. As you command. After hearing the order, Shishin quickly joined the battlefield and fought with Class A members and others. Doji, you killed that girl. Zhou and I will deal with the remaining two. The three ghosts looked at each other, then nodded and merged into the battlefield silently. Oh, it's finally here. I thought you didn't dare to leave. Kocho Shinobu sensed the consequences of Hantengu's aura, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I'm going to try my new poison on you guys. I don't know if it can kill Shangxian. After all, I'm going to use it to kill that guy. Kocho Shinobu's eyes flashed with madness, and then he slowly took out a new bottle of poison and injected it into his Nichirin sword. Breath of Thunder 2-type Rice Soul. Black lightning struck Kanroji Mitsuri instantly. Kanroji Mitsuri also noticed something was wrong, quickly adjusted his body shape, and turned around. Breath of Love Land type Catfoot Love Wind. Ding 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 ding. 5 voices sounded, and Kanroji Mitsuri also took a step back. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Zhou also smiled disdainfully. As expected, Zu is not that easy to deal with, but I am no longer the person I used to be. I am now 12 Kazuki. Thunder's Breath 3 types gather mosquitoes to form thunder. The next second, Gawker's body was like a black lightning, quickly spinning around Kanroji Mitsuri, and at the same time launching attacks continuously. Even the evil ghost on the side who wanted to rush forward was cut into several pieces by Zhou's attack. Kanroji Mitsuri still waved the Nichirin sword in his hand to resist the attack. Wait, I remember you are not a member of our Demon Slayer Corps. Why did you turn into a ghost? Li yelled loudly. What he got instead was Zhou's ridicule. Humans, haha, they are just a group of weak beings. It is right to become a ghost. And if it weren't for that old man, I wouldn't be like this. Go to hell. The attack is even more swift and fierce. Since you have become a ghost, it means you have betrayed our Demon Slayer Corps and all humans. Let me end your miserable life. Kanroji Mitsuri was extremely angry at this time. The next second, the Nichirin sword in his hand instantly deformed. Breath of Love 3 types Koi Neko Shigur. Her figure was like a cat's jumping trajectory as she swung the blade, and the violent attack instantly broke through Yu's moves. Other side, the Nichirin sword in Nanako's hand was dripping with blood at this time, and her team uniform was also stained with the blood of countless evil spirits. She is such a cute little sister, so I'd better go to hell. Fallen Princess tilted her head and stared at Nanako fiercely and said. At this time, she is in a complete form, with a ribbon wrapped around her waist, her hair is white, and the ends are green. Wear cool clothes all over. It's so beautiful, but it's an evil ghost. It seems that you are the 12 Kazuki that the master said. Nanako said. There was no trace of fear in her heart, but she gently wiped away the blood on the azure blue sun blade, with a smile on her face. Chapter 197 Melee 2. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 197 313. Chapter 197 Melee 2. The azure blade was extremely dazzling under the firelight, and the fallen princess's ribbon was flying towards the sky. Some inconspicuous evil spirits and members of the Demon Slayer Corps who wanted to take the opportunity to kill fallen princess were instantly strangled to pieces with ribbons. Suddenly, an empty circle formed around the two of them. Murderous intent arises. The two of them instantly struggled together. The blue ripples and the blood-red ribbon collided back and forth, causing sparks to fly. Vampire Technique 8 Level Belt Slash. 8 sharp blade-like ribbons instantly flew out of fallen princess's body and attacked Nanako overwhelmingly, blocking her escape route. The speed of the ribbon is very fast. Even with Nanako's speed and small body, she still can't help but be hit by the ribbon. In just a moment, Nanako's clothes were torn, and hot blood seeped out of her skin. Seeing this scene, fallen princess let out a wild laugh. Weak grasshopper, let me see how you can escape, so let me cut you into pieces and turn you into my rations. She hates eating old people and ugly people. She thinks the meat of old people is too dry and unpalatable. She will never eat ugly and dirty things. In her eyes, a beautiful person like Nanako, it suits her taste. Feeling the pain in her body, Nanako said nothing, and even smiled like a maniac at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, fallen princess became even more angry. Damn brat, how dare you look down on me? Then with a wave of his hand, the speed of the ribbon became extremely fast. And Nanako was constantly dodging attacks. Die, die, die. Feng Ji kept shouting, and Nanako seemed to be familiar with Feng Ji's attack trajectory, and was able to gradually move towards her. Full episode Breath of Water 12 forms big wave. The blue water surface instantly enveloped fallen princess, and in her gaze, along with Nanako's attack, it was like a huge wave crashing towards her. Snort. As a stringer, she reacted quickly, and the 8 ribbons instantly shrank and wrapped around her neck. Bite. Nanako's knife was as stiff as cutting on an iron block, and it didn't hurt Feng Ji at all. What a brat with good speed. But do you really think you can cut off my neck like this? Go to hell. Damn you brat. As soon as she finished speaking, fallen princess punched Nanako directly. Aha. Nanako's body was like a cannonball, flying backwards. At this time, Nanako felt a strong arm catching her. Ha ha ha, I still have to save you at the critical moment. Inosuke looked up to the sky and smiled, and then he let go of his hands. Before Nanako could react, she fell to the ground. UBD. Feeling the pain coming from the back of her butt, Nanako was so angry that she punched Inosuke in the stomach with her backhand. For a moment, both of them stared at each other. What the hell are you doing? I saved you, and you treat me like this, useless woman. Inosuke said, staring at her fiercely. Okay, stop arguing and kill the ghosts first. This place is really scary. Zenitsu came and stood between the two of them. Although his whole body was shaking, he still tried to persuade them. HMPH, I'll deal with you later. Nanako's beautiful eyes turned, and she picked up the Nichirin sword again and looked at the fallen princess. What's wrong with you, you brat? You've obviously been hit by my punch, but you don't feel any harm at all. Fallen princess asked with a frown. She knew that the punch just now did not leave any power. If it was normal, such a punch could penetrate the body of a ghost. But Nanako was fine at all, which made her feel extremely confused. Nanako didn't know what was going on, so she fell silent. Seeing Nanako ignoring herself, Fallen Princess immediately attacked again. The 8 ribbons were like poisonous snakes, attacking towards the 3 of them. Breath of the beast, fangs of Wu tearing wildly. Inosuke jumped and stood in front of the 2 of them. He kept swinging 2 swords and slashing in all directions, resisting the ribbon attack of the Fallen Princess. A bunch of useless things, it's really up to me to come. You all, stay back. I'm going to kill her here alone. Inosuke laughed loudly, and the speed of the 2 swords in his hands increased a lot. HMPH, he is as arrogant as ever, but he can be considered handsome. Nanako said with a blush. And at this time, Zenitsu on the side was stunned. My mouth widened as I watched the battle on Kanroji Mitsuri's side in disbelief. Breath of Thunder Wu's type Hot World Thunder. Thunder Breath Land type Electric Boom and Thunder Boom. The familiar moves, the familiar figure, but the aura was completely the opposite. Zenitsu couldn't believe that Yu, who was once his senior brother, had turned into a ghost at this moment. And he was still using the thunder breathing technique taught by Naruhashi Kawashima Jigoro to swing his sword at the Demon Slayer core. Anger and confusion filled Zenitsu. He couldn't understand. He originally thought that as long as he did well enough, he thought that Yu was just dissatisfied with himself and would not betray the Demon Slayer core. But at this moment, Zenitsu's mind went blank. Until he fainted. In the blink of an eye again. Zenitsu's whole body was filled with golden lightning, and the surrounding air was continuously squeezed under the powerful pressure, and even the dust on the ground was raised. Boom! A large pit appeared on the sole of Zenitsu's foot, and then the blade was unsheathed. Full concentration breath of thunder shape of 1 Thunderbolt Flash 6th series. The golden thunder snake passed through the battlefield in an instant, and smoke was everywhere it passed. The remaining lightning made all the creatures close to feel the terrible damage. Ha, it turns out you are a waste, ha ha ha. Since you are here, I will kill you here today and let the old guy see who is the most powerful. When Yu saw the golden thunder and lightning in the battlefield, he knew who it was, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. I am the one who is right, and those of you who oppose me should all go to hell. Thunder Breath 2 type Rice Soul. In just an instant, Yu struck out 5 consecutive strikes in the shape of black lightning. Boom! Black and gold collided with each other, and powerful power bloomed on the battlefield, directly exploding a big pit. Go to hell, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Yu shouted wildly. At this moment, there was only resentment in his eyes. He wanted to kill Zenitsu, kill him completely. As for Zenitsu, after the attack was blocked, he gathered his strength again to attack again. However, Yu clearly knew Zenitsu's shortcomings and did not give him a chance at all. He swung his sword crazily, and Zenitsu could only retreat and dodge. Ha ha ha, you're a loser with only one move. Why does that old guy think I'm inferior to you? Look at you now, you can't even use any move. You can only run away like a mouse. When I kill you all, I will kill that old guy again, and I will cut off your head and put it in front of him. Let him see how I killed you, a loser. Quote. Yu shouted crazily. Zenitsu, who was in a silent state, did not respond and could only retreat step by step. At the other end of the battlefield, a black mist slowly appeared and gathered to form the body of the black fox. Gia, kill as much as you want, kill everyone and all the ghosts. The black fox's face was filled with a joking smile, and then he disappeared. Chapter 198 The Kidnapped Torii Tanemori. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 198 313. Chapter 198 The Kidnapped Torii Tanemori. Just after the black fox disappeared outside the knife-forging village, a wisp of black mist began to gather in the misty mountains. It's a black fox. Gia, it's time to get the other half of my power back. The black fox's eyes glowed red, and then turned into a wisp of smoke and drifted in one direction. I don't know what happened to Miss Tamayo, why she hasn't come back yet. I miss her so much. Tanemori Torii looked at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes filled with longing. If anything happens to Miss Tamayo, I will kill them all. Yushiro, who looked thin and had not rested for several days, also sat next to Tanemori Torii, looking intently at the intersection down the mountain. I hope so much in my heart that touch of gorgeous tenderness will appear. Sudden, the boulder Tanemori Torii was sitting on erupted into thick black mist, instantly surrounding him. What's going on? Yushiro was shocked. This sudden situation caught him off guard. After all, this entire space has been deceived by him. If there are outsiders, they will definitely know. It's you. Yushiro recalled the black fox that appeared in the garden. The words just fell. The black mist began to shrink and formed the body of the black fox. Gia, should I consider killing you? The black fox glanced at it and Yushiro smiled. Tanemori Torii was already in a coma at this time, tied by rattans turned into black mist, floating in the air. Wake up, you useless thing. Yushiro shouted. Haha, even if you shout till your throat is broken, he won't wake up. Black Fox said, okay, I've decided, I won't kill you, and if I take him away, isn't that what you want? I can feel the disgust you feel for him in your heart. Black Fox smiled. In his eyes, Yushiro exudes a special aura, which is exactly the resentment in Toyori Tanemori's heart. As soon as these words came out, Yushiro suddenly froze in place, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? How did this guy know? Yushiro had sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but take a step back. A-hole, I hate that he has nothing to do with you. Put him down quickly. Then several talismans instantly attacked the Black Fox. Little tricks. Facing the attack of the talisman, Black Fox just waved his hand, and then black mist burst out from his hand, swallowing it instantly. How could this happen? How did this guy do it? Those talismans actually lost contact with me. The Black Fox's strange abilities frightened Yushiro, but he soon switched to hand-to-hand combat. It can be seen from the Black Fox's ability to swallow the talisman with one hand just now that the talisman must be of no use to him, so the only option is his fist. The fist attack was like a hurricane, but not a single punch fell on the Black Fox. He controlled Torii Tanemori to quietly stare at Yushiro in front of him, while constantly dodging. I really want to kill this despicable creature, but my power is not complete at the moment. If I kill this guy, I'm sure the old guy at the foot of the mountain will find out. The top priority now is to get back the power that belongs to me. This will give me the confidence to kill all the inferior creatures in this world that disrespect me. After making up his mind, the Black Fox began to float towards the sky with its entire body, along with Tanemori Torii. Damn BD, don't run. Flying in the air, Yushiro has no way to defeat the Black Fox. Even with the help of tall trees, he can't reach the height of the Black Fox. I could only watch as Black Fox and Torii Tanemori disappeared above the clouds. Boom. The fierce anger made Yushiro punch the ground. Damn BD. He smashed a big hole into the ground, and the huge sound also attracted the attention of Nintaki Sakanji. Holding the Nichirin sword in hand, he quickly arrived at the scene, and Xiaobai came with him. What happened? Rintagaki Sakanji asked. Tanemori Torii was captured by a ghost, flew away from the sky. I couldn't catch up, Yushiro said. Strange, why do I smell a familiar smell, like something from the small temple at the bottom of the mountain? At this time, Xiaobai smelled the smell of Black Fox remaining in the air and couldn't help but say. Small temple. Nintaki Sakanji frowned and continued to ask. Did that ghost say its purpose in capturing Torii Tanemori? Yushiro shook his head. That guy's aura concealment is very powerful. My barrier didn't detect him, and his ability is also very strange, like a mist, and it can also isolate my talisman. However, that guy is afraid of being attacked by fists. Yushiro told everything he had just learned. But what he didn't know was that even if the fist attack fell on the Black Fox, it would have no effect at all. I think I know where he is. Xiaobai shouted. That smell, in that direction. Without further delay, let's go and rescue Tanemori Torii. We can't let this ghost achieve his goal. ... Other side. The Black Fox brought Torii Tanemori into a cave. Power. My power. The Black Fox stared at Tanemori Torii greedily, with a crazy expression on his face. As long as my power comes back, wait for those low-level creatures. Gia. What about God? What about God? Just as the Black Fox was immersed in fantasy, the comatose Torii Tanemori woke up at this time. You, who are you? Why do you want to arrest me? Tanemori Torii shouted in horror. You said who I am. Gia, you stinky rat, you stole my things, and you still ask me who I am. The Black Fox floated in front of Tanemori Torii and said, do you know that the power in you belongs to me? It's all because of you that I have become so weak now. Today, I just get back what belongs to me. The words just fell. The Black Fox turned into black mist and instantly enveloped Tanemori Torii. No, Tanemori Torii's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally only a black swirling giant cocoon remained. Inside the knife-forging village, the fighting continued, with Kanroji Mitsuri and Zenitsu facing off against Kodake, Kocho Shinobu facing off against Hantengu, and the rest being Inosuke and Nanako facing off against the fallen princess. Woo, Master Swordsman, what happened? Why are there so many evil spirits here? An old man hunched over, lowered his head and cried. Old man, it's so dangerous here, so I'd better send you to hell. Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. Then he attacked the old man. Breath of Insects Dance of Fangs really exciting. Oh my, you little girl, you are such a vicious person, why do you do this to me, a weak, pitiful and helpless old man? The clothes fell off, revealing Hantengu's appearance, with a swollen forehead, 2 horns on his head, and a face like a Prajna old man. Ugly disgusting ghost, Kocho Shinobu secretly said, why do you attack a weak, pitiful and helpless old man like me? Why, since you want to kill me, then go die. Vampire art, embodiment, splitting. Then, where there were only Hantengu figures, 2 ghosts suddenly appeared. Chapter 199 The 4 Clones of Joy, Anger, Sorrow and Joy. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 199 313. Chapter 199 The 4 Clones of Joy, Anger, Sorrow and Joy. 2 boy-like clones of Hantengu, Wrath, and Coke. Sukunu is dressed in Hantengu's kimono, with the character, Fury, engraved on his tongue, and Koka is dressed as a naked upper body Yamabushi, with the character, "la," engraved on his tongue. When Kocho Shinobu saw this, he immediately jumped back and fell in front of the two ghosts, looking at them calmly. "I'm so happy, Ji-nu, we are finally out, and the air outside is still so fresh." The clone Cola said with a smile. "There is nothing to be happy about. I only have endless anger." I cursed Coke angrily. Hantengu's body turned into a coward the size of a mouse, hiding in a hidden corner and watching the battlefield, and murmured, "It's okay, they can't find me, it's okay. Joy, anger, sorrow and joy will kill all bad guys. I didn't expect that you, a ghost, can actually clone yourself with your vampire skills." Kocho Shinobu said, while taking out a new bottle of poison and injecting it into the Nichirin sword. "This is a poison that I developed together with another friend who is familiar with the field of pharmacy. Let me try it on you first to see how it works." "So angry, smelly woman, bear my anger. I'm so happy, there are so many people here, it must be very comfortable to kill." Then a scepter surrounded by thunder and lightning gradually formed in Ji-nu's hand. For Coca-Cola, a round fan appears in the hand. "Ah, so angry," yelling in anger. Then the scepter released countless terrifying thunder and lightning towards Kocho Shinobu. "Ha ha ha, so happy," waved the fan in Coke's hand. An extremely powerful hurricane, accompanied by thunder and lightning, attacks Kocho Shinobu. There was a violent explosion and thick smoke billowing. Sudden, insect's breath, centipede's dance, centipede's belly. Kocho Shinobu took a deep breath and used her insect breath to make the soil fly under her feet. At this moment, her speed reached the limit, and she meandered in all directions as she continued to trample the ground. She easily dodged the angry thunder and lightning in the hurricane of Coke. Looking back, the place where I stood just now is now only a big pit. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps and the evil spirits who were affected at the same time were also blown out of the battlefield by the hurricane. Every foothold of Kocho Shinobu is so fast that only an afterimage is left, and the Nichirin sword in his hand exudes a faint light in the dark night. She continued to interfere with Ji-nu and Coke's attacks, and at the same time, the distance between the two parties became closer and closer. "Now, be angry, thunder, I'm so happy to have such a cute little sister." Hurricane. Just when Kocho Shinobu's Nichirin sword was less than 1 meter away from Sekinu and Cola, the two ghosts jumped up in an instant. Thunder snakes and hurricanes attack from both sides of Kocho Shinobu. Snort. Kocho Shinobu snorted. Immediately, he also took off, and his body overlapped with the waning moon in the sky. Insect's breath dragonflies dance compound eyes hexagon. She flew directly towards Coke. 6 consecutive thrusts at the same time. A large amount of venom was injected into Coke's body instantly. "Oh my, it seems like your knife is poisonous, I'm so happy." Cola said with a smile, and then fell straight to the ground from midair. "It's so scary, so scary. That woman actually used poison. It's so scary, I must kill her." Hantengu, who was hiding in the dark and shivering, said with a frightened expression on his face. Just when Kocho Shinobu thought that he could concentrate on dealing with his anger after solving the problem of Coca-Cola, he never thought. Another ghost spawned from the body of Coca-Cola that was poisoned by her. A half-bird man with 2 wings on his back, a bird's lower body and bird's claws on his arms, with the word, happiness, engraved on his tongue. It is Hantengu's third clone, Kong Shi. At the same time, Coke, who was poisoned to death, opened his eyes again at this moment. "I'm so happy, Kong Shi is also here," Cola said with a smile. "Kakaka, I like it so much, I haven't been separated like this for a long time." Kong Zifei was intoxicated in the air. "Is it you who asked me to come out? I'm so happy." Konki then stared at Kocho Shinobu and smiled. "How is it possible? I have obviously killed that guy, how could?" Kocho Shinobu's eyes were full of shock. A large amount of poison was injected into Coke's body, and he felt that his breath was completely dead. But now it is alive, and there is another ghost with the same aura and strength as them. What's going on with that guy's blood ghost technique? Could it be that every time he kills another ghost will appear? Kocho Shinobu was confused and wanted to find out the answer, but now the 3 ghosts, Ji-nu, Cola, and Korki, had already stood in a row, and then started to attack. "How angry, shut up you two and kill her quickly." Yelling in anger, "Why are you so anxious? It must be fun to have her so cute." "Yes, it's such a happy day, let's have a good time." Kong Shi and KK never stopped laughing. "Ah, you two guys really make me angry." Ju shouted in anger, and countless thunder and lightning were released from his scepter. At the same time, the hurricane and the sound wave fell together. I didn't expect that it would be used so soon. A weird smile appeared on Kocho Shinobu's face, and then the Kocho tattoo appeared on his wrist. This is what powerful feels like. Just a little jump. She dodged the attacks of the 3 ghosts without even touching the hem of her clothes. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this woman. Why has her strength changed? Ji-nu noticed it and shouted quickly. But it was too late, because Kocho Shinobu had already rushed in front of him, and the Nichirin sword pierced straight into his body. Angry, so angry, he fell to the ground in anger. On the side, Kong Shi and KK looked indifferent. Instead, they looked at Kocho Shinobu with a smile as if they were watching a show. "Oh my, I'm so happy, that guy from Iju is coming out too." "Is that true? It seems like another ghost will appear." Kocho Shinobu murmured. "Woe to the weak." A ghost dressed as a warrior, holding a cross-patterned gun, and with the word, "morning," engraved on his tongue, separated from Ji-Nu's body. At the same time, Ji-Wrath was resurrected with full blood. Just as Kocho Shinobu was fighting with him, a black shadow flashed across the sky. Quack, I'm here, everyone, get out of the way. Then countless beams of light fell. Boom boom boom. The ghost hit by the light beam instantly turned into ashes as if bathed in sunlight. Emotions, sorrows and joys. Hantengu's embodied clone, Feng Yu slowly fell from the sky and landed in front of the 4 clone ghosts. At the same time, the Onikiri in his hand was also emitting a blood-red light at this moment, and the shadow of the god of death condensed behind Feng Yu. A strong sense of oppression spread from Feng Yu's body. All the ghosts in the knife-forging village suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It's Master Guangzhu who is here. Master Guangzhu is really handsome. Kill quickly, we can't let Master Zhu down. ... Master is here. Humph, that guy. I am the most powerful. I will defeat him sooner or later. Wow, Mr. Feng Yu is really handsome today. What should I do? I seem to have fallen in love with him. Kanroji Mitsuri covered his face and his ears were red. Chapter 200 Hate Podian. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 200-313. Chapter 200 Hate Podian. Feng Yu looked around coldly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The powerful spiritual power oppresses the evil spirits on the entire battlefield. Can't find it. Feng Yu frowned slightly, and he released more powerful mental power and transparency into the world. The cowardly ghost, the original body of Hantengu after completing the split. There is, Shangxian, on the left eye, see, on the right eye, the body is as big as a mouse, and the word, coward, is engraved on the tongue. He has a timid personality and always avoids fighting, leaving all the fighting to his other clones. Feng Yu recalled the introduction of Hantengu's identity in the original work. The neck is also very hard and difficult to cut off. As long as the main body's neck is not cut off, these clones will not disappear. It can be said to be a very disgusting vampire technique. Coupled with Hantengu's ability to conceal his aura, if Tanjiro hadn't awakened to the transparent world in the original work and discovered his true form unintentionally, the outcome of the battle in the sword-forging village would have been unknown as to who would have won. I didn't expect to go there. As expected of Hantengu, he is so cunning. Feng Yu murmured. But, should I give them some training? Wait, Muichiro Tokido is here too. The expressionless Tokidoro Muichiro now officially entered the range of mental power covered by Feng Yu. And his direction is exactly where the cowardly ghost is. What is this, so strange? Muichiro Tokidoro is staring at the coward and thinking. And the cowardly ones are the ones who are panicking. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Demon Slayer Corps by such a coincidence. His original idea was to find the villagers of Knife Forging Village and kill them before retreating. I was discovered. It's terrible, it's terrible. I actually met someone from the Demon Slayer Corps here. The coward murmured. It seems you are a ghost. Tokido Muichiro slowly pulled out the Nichirin sword and said. His Nichirin sword has a golden square with a hollow square interspersed at the 4 corners. The blade is light blue with white light, and the scabbard is black. Sensing that the coward was in danger, the 4 clones of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy began to be swallowed up by accumulated anger. A new clone appears in front of everyone. Hateful day, Feng Yu murmured. Hantengu's strongest clone is a mixture of all emotions. Its essence is the gesture of accumulating anger to absorb and fuse the 3 ghosts of happiness, and sadness. He carries several Thunder God Taiko drums engraved with the word, hatred, on his back and holds an S-shaped drumstick. He looks like a young ghost. Those who harm the real body are evil people. Hate Podian shouted. Except for Feng Yu, everyone else was also shocked by this sudden change. At this time, Hate Podian was full of ghostly aura, and the sense of oppression was extremely strong. The breath of Sha One shape reaches the sky and is far away in the clouds. When Muichiro's Nichirin sword touched the neck of the coward, a feeling of piercing steel was instantly transmitted to his hand. Muichiro felt a little confused, because he found that there was a slight chip on the Nichirin sword in his hand. It was so terrible, I almost got killed. While Muichiro was stunned, the coward had already run far away. Muichiro frowned slightly. Breath of Sha shape of Wuxi of Sha Yun. A lot of mist appears. The next moment, Muichiro Tokidoru's figure has appeared 100 meters away. He's catching up. It's terrible. Why do you want to hurt a weak and pitiful old man like me? The coward yelled, but there was no delay in the movements of his feet. He is running in front, and Muichiro is chasing after him. He is running away from him, he is chasing him, and if he hesitates even half a step, he will not be able to fly. Other side, Shingbodian sensed that the stealing ghost was getting more and more dangerous, and he wanted to go back to protect him right now. But Feng Yu stopped him. You are so anxious to leave here, have you ever asked me about the Nichirin sword in my hand? Feng Yu said calmly. All of you heinous people who try to harm me, please die. Vampire art thunder killing. Hadantian struck one of the drums behind him, and a wooden dragon appeared next to him. Then a huge bolt of lightning came out of Mulong's mouth and struck everyone. Boom. Like thunder from the sky, terrifying. Water breath 11 type Nagi. Feng Yu took a step forward, the sun blade changed color, and dark blue ripples surrounded everyone, forming an absolute realm. The moment the lightning that was enough to shatter the earth hit the field, it merged directly into it, and there was no follow-up. Damn it, how come this guy is so strong? Podian couldn't believe what he was seeing. Among all the enemies he faced, he had never seen an existence that could take this move so easily. I don't believe it. Vampire Art Wood Dragon Strong Wind. After beating the taiko drum behind him again, the wooden dragon appeared, and then the wooden dragon spewed strong wind from its mouth. When the strong wind hits the ground, it leaves a large fan-shaped crater on the ground. The terrifying power is not weaker than the lightning kill just now. Seeing such a powerful killing move, Kocho Shinobu behind Feng Yu couldn't help but said, "Feng Yu-kun, do we have to block the attack head-on?" Feng Yu responded lightly, and then the sword-swinging movement on his hand remained unchanged, and the strongest defense area of water breathing appeared instantly. Strong winds swept across the battlefield, causing countless casualties. But it was just like being killed by lightning. The moment it touched the realm of water, it merged into the water. The smoke dissipates. Feng Yu and others were unscathed, and even their clothes were not touched. Kocho Shinobu opened his mouth wide, and at the same time secretly sighed in his heart at Feng Yu's strength. As Hatpodian appeared for longer and longer, Cowardly Ghost also felt the rapid consumption of physical strength. No, I have to replenish my strength quickly, otherwise, that scary guy behind will definitely kill me. The coward is extremely anxious. As long as we find the humans they hid, maybe there will be a way. At this time, he remembered his original purpose, which was to find the villagers in the knife-forging village and eat them to maintain the physical strength consumed by the clone. Vampire Art Boundless Karma Tree. Shingbodian once again used the Blood Ghost technique. He could sense the thoughts in Thief Ghost's heart. He also knew how urgent the situation was at Coward Ghost's side at this moment. The drumsticks of both hands hit the two taiko drums behind him at the same time, causing countless huge wooden dragons to flip over each other and descend with a sweeping posture. Countless houses collapsed and turned into ruins under the roar of the wooden dragon. The scope of this Blood Ghost technique is so large that it not only affects Demon Slayer core members but also evil spirits. Hantengu, why are we attacking you too? As soon as she dodged the attack from Nanako and Inosuke, she was almost hit by the wooden dragon he summoned. She knows the power of wooden dragon. Hatpodian ignored her, but he is preparing to run away. Wherever the wooden dragon passes, there are ruins. Fire, dirt, dust. There is also an explosion. Incredible chaos, but he knew that this would definitely not hurt Feng Yu, but as long as it could trap him for a while, it would be enough for him to return to his original body. Maybe he's trapped, Hatpodian secretly said. Are you looking for me? Feng Yu, who opened the transparent world, seemed to have merged into the world and came to him quietly. The Nichirin sword in his hand glows blood red. The virtual image of the god of death behind him is mocking, and seems to have an expression ready to hunt. Breath of Light 5 forms Flash of Light 3 consecutive. Before Shingbodian could react, he felt a chill on his neck. Under his disbelieving gaze, his eyes kept moving up and down. Chapter 201 Death of Hantengu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 201 313th. Chapter 201 Death of Hantengu. Kocho Shinobu's head was cut off by Feng Yu, and Kocho Shinobu squinted his eyes, as if to confirm that he would not reappear in other clones. You guys are extremely evil. Do you think you can kill me like this? I am immortal. Hatpodian controlled his body and reattached his head. What's going on? His head has been chopped off, but this ghost is still alive. Kocho Shinobu didn't know the characteristics of Hantengu's vampire technique, and he was extremely confused. I know you won't die, but if I cut off your neck, it will consume a lot of your body's physical strength. And what I want to do is just play with you. Feng Yu sneered. Then before Shingbodian could react, light flashed. Hatpodian's head is divided again. Other side. As Hantengu's head was cut off, Hantengu's body, the coward, felt that his body's physical strength was rapidly draining away. Why do you ghost hunters want to kill this poor old man like me? It's so scary. The coward's escape slowed down. And this just gave Tokitaru Muichiro a chance. The mist is drifting. His figure instantly appeared in front of the coward. Breath of Kasumi, 2 types, 8-fold Kasumi. The 8-stage continuous slash was swung out instantly, and the terrifying beheading attack went straight to the coward's neck. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. It's so scary. The coward yells. At this time, a change occurs. Boom. A huge ghost wearing a Hantengu kimono, with a ferocious expression and a ferocious face, and the word, hate, engraved on his tongue stood in front of the cowardly ghost. It is Hantengu's last clone, Hate Ghost. He appears when Hantengu encounters the most dangerous moment, but at the same time, the appearance of Hat Ghost also proves that this is the best time to kill the thief ghost. Don't you think he is pitiful? Don't bully the weak. The hater shouted angrily. That huge bloody mouth, accompanied by his roar, was accompanied by strong winds and flying dust. Then a super high decibel roar came towards Muichiro. Muichiro looked at him expressionlessly, then slowly raised the Nichirin sword in his hand, and a lot of mist began to appear around him. Gradually, Tokitaru Muichiro's body disappeared into the mist. Breath of Kasumi, form of sea, horizontal slash. In the mist, Muichiro instantly dodged the sonic attack from Hiteki. At the same time, the whole body also rushed directly in front of the hater in a sliding manner, and cut off his legs with a knife. Tear. His legs flew sideways, and the ground was stained red with blood. Bang. Without his legs to support his huge body, hater fell directly to the ground. Boom. The ground seemed to be shaking as the hater fell. I hate it, you guys who bully the weak. Hate's eyes were red, and his legs quickly healed. But at this time, Muichiro Tokido had already jumped into the air, holding a knife in both hands, with cold eyes. Breath of Kasumi, 3 forms, spray of Kasumi. Just like the move of water breathing, his whole body whirled around, and with a large amount of mist surrounding the sun blade, streaks of rays of light struck the hater's neck. I hate it. The hater wanted to fight back, so he couldn't help but resist with his hands. But as soon as he touched Xiaoguang, his hands were chopped off. So strong, so fast. The hater opened his eyes wide. Then I felt a chill on my neck, and my head and body were completely separated. Dust falls to the ground. Hatagui's huge body did not turn into ashes, but his head and body were reattached. Saw this scene. Muichiro Tokidoru frowned slightly. Why aren't you dead yet? Muichiro Tokidoru's eyes were clear, like a harmless boy asking questions. I hate you, you are such a vicious person. Go and die. The hater didn't answer him, but launched an attack. Lightning, strong wind. He used the blood ghost technique belonging to G-Wrath and Coke. The strong wind is accompanied by lightning. The momentum was so great that even the knife-forging villagers hiding in the back mountain were shocked. What a terrible evil spirit. Someone murmured. It turns out that they usually behave like this when facing evil spirits, without them to kill ghosts, we humans. Thinking of this, some people shed tears. You must work hard, you must come back alive. The villagers of Blacksmith Village made praying gestures with their hands. I must forge swords for the swordsmen and make them swords that can easily kill evil spirits on the battlefield. One of the children shouted. It seems that he was guided by the child, and everyone also agreed. If a knife is broken, it can be recast, but if the person is gone, no matter how good the knife is, it is useless. A truly good sword should only be owned by a true hero. We will definitely work harder to forge swords for the swordsmen on the battlefield. ... The Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen on the side looked at them with tears in their eyes. At this moment, the tension in their hearts about rushing to the battlefield was relieved. Yes, isn't it the responsibility of each of us swordsmen to protect the weak? Lord Yenju, I now understand the responsibility you are talking about. Thank you. One of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had followed Anjiro Purgatory murmured with tears in his eyes. On Muichiro Tokidoru's side, there was a bloodstain on his face and the clothes on his right arm were damaged. It was obvious that he didn't feel well from the blow just now. He looked at the large pit behind that was destroyed by the blood ghost technique cast by the hateful ghost. Why can't you kill me? It's so strange. Muichiro Tokidoru murmured. Sudden. He seems to have discovered something. I saw the cowardly ghost hiding not far behind the hater trying to escape. Could it be? Muichiro Tokido adjusted his breathing again. Mist shrouded the surroundings. Breath of Sha shape of Chi hazy. The mist is rising, and the whole body is hidden in the mist. This is Muichiro's original stunt, which creates instability and disturbs the enemy. The hater seems to have noticed his intention. Those who bully the weak like us should die. The hater yells. The strong wind and lightning came out together, blasting towards the mist with a force that destroyed the heaven and earth. Weakened. Muichiro Tokido murmured, and then his whole body reached the base of the hateful ghost where the mist touched it in an instant. Breath of Sha shape of land Shasha of moon. Spread the rays of light and use large-scale killing moves instantly. Ah, I hate it. Blood is flowing. Flesh and blood are flying. The monster's huge body instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Only a complete head remains. Seize this gap. Muichiro Tokidoru rushed in front of Coward in an instant. At this time, the thieving ghost consumed a lot of energy due to the appearance of Hate Podian and Hate Ghost. I can only watch the glow penetrate my body. Breath of Kasumi, 3 forms, spray of Kasumi. No, Hate Podian and Hate Ghost shouted at the same time. But as Thief Gui's head fell to the ground, the bodies of Hate Podian and Hen Gui were gradually dissipating. Seeing this scene, Feng Yu also smiled and waved his hand. Then they will be next. Chapter 202 Gyutaro. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 202 313th. Chapter 202 Gyutaro. Kill Hantengu. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 500W. As evil spirits continued to be killed around them, the system prompts never stopped at this moment. Seeing the number of sword swings on the system panel rising rapidly, Feng Yu felt that this was the feeling of making money while lying down. On his deathbed, Hantengu saw his revolving door as a human being and recalled that he had done all kinds of evil things when he was still a human being. In order to avoid responsibility, he had committed evil deeds such as pretending to be blind, lying, and killing people to silence him. He was eventually killed. People call him a contradictory liar. That's it. I'm not at fault. It's all your fault. You are the guilty ones. You all bully me. Hantengu shouted with tears in his eyes, but it had no effect. The speed of turning into ashes seemed to indicate that the traces he left in this world would soon be erased. No one paid attention to the dying ghost, but turned around and drew his sword to face the evil ghosts who were fighting. Why is this? Why? Finally reduced to ashes, without noticing, a plume of black smoke drifted into the distance from where Hantengu dissipated. At this time, the tacit understanding between Nanako and Inosuke is getting deeper and deeper, and their action coordination is becoming more and more perfect. Fallen Princess was beaten back and forth by the two of them. Inosuke serves as the main output, while Nanako relies on her own flexibility to constantly interfere with the Fallen Princess's control of the ribbon attack. Fallen Princess kept having wounds opened by the two of them. Blood was flowing, and the original cool clothes were now dyed red. At the same time, his face no longer had the arrogant attitude it had before. On the contrary, it looked embarrassed. Sudden, when fallen princess was forced back by the two men. Water breath 1 type water slash. Blue light flashes across. Before fallen princess could react, her head was separated from her body. It's just that the fallen head was caught by the body's extended hands and did not fall to the ground. I had my head cut off. Fallen princess murmured with her eyes widened. Then there was endless anger. How dare you chop off my head, you bastards. I won't let you go so easily. Feng Yu didn't speak, just looked at her with flat eyes, as if waiting for something. A-hole, do you think you can kill me like this? I'm on a string. Fallen Ji is still there cursing Feng Yu crazily. Inosuke and Nanako on the side said softly, what, how can there be such a weak winding? I don't think it is a winding at all. You damn bastards, did you just say that I am not a top performer? Let me tell you, I am a top performer. It was upgraded some time ago. Then why are you so weak? The guy cut off his head with one strike, and can't even beat the two of us. Could it be that I have become stronger? That must be the case. Ha ha ha, Inosuke, I'm indeed the strongest. Nanako on the side couldn't stand it anymore and gave him a dunk. Baga, you woman, why do you want to hit me? Be careful, I will kill you. Inosuke yells. Nanako felt speechless for a while. You are so good, it's not that you have become stronger, but that my master is so powerful. Seeing that the two of them seemed to be flirting, Fallen Princess couldn't stand it any longer. I didn't lose, because I was on top. Fallen Girl shouted, but no one paid attention to her. I'm really strong. Although I'm still weak now, I will become stronger in the future. She seemed to want to make a final argument, but seeing the three people's indifference made her feel endless grievances as a being who was sought after by countless people wherever she went. White tears flowed from his eyes. The Fallen Princess burst into tears. This made Inosuke and Nanako extremely confused. I'm really a top player. Really, I'm really good. At this moment, she is like a girl who has been wronged outside, expressing her inner dissatisfaction. Go to hell, go to hell. His hands kept hammering the ground. Everyone die. The severed body waved its arms unwillingly, and the head rolled aside at this moment. I've been decapitated, I've been decapitated. Looking at this scene, at this moment, Nanako and Inosuke felt something strange. Why did it take so long for this ghost to disappear even after its head was chopped off? At this time, Fallen Princess shouted, Elder brother. The words just fell. A strong sense of oppression came over. I saw a terrifying figure slowly crawling out of Fallen Girl's body. Not good, Inosuke yells. Then he immediately stepped forward to attack, trying to kill the evil ghost that crawled out. When Inosuke's eyes widened, the moment his swords touched Gyutaro, they broke. The dust and smoke clears. Inosuke kept looking back at the two of them with confidence. There's no point in crying. It's just a head. You can just take it back by yourself. Just rest and rest. You really have a stupid head. Gyutaro gently took back Feng Ji's head, and at the same time kept stroking her hair to comfort her. What happened to that guy? He obviously had his head chopped off. He's not dead yet, and why is that ghost crawling out from behind so scary? Inosuke swallowed. At this moment, he once again experienced the feeling of powerlessness and life and death crisis. My hair is messy and my face is dirty. It's rare for me to be so cute. I need to take good care of myself. Gyutaro said. At this time, his eyes slowly looked at Inosuke. Next moment, between lightning and flint, Gyutaro appeared in front of him, and at the same time, two bloody sickles were hanging on his forehead, just a little bit away from him, and they would probably cut him in half. Fortunately, a blood-red Nichirin sword helped him block it. You are so strong that you actually blocked my attack. I was determined to kill him. You are so good, so great. Gyutaro looked at Feng Yu and said. The sclera on Gyutaro's eyes are yellow, and the iris of his left eye and right eye are engraved with Wu and Shang Xian, respectively. The hair is black and green, and the color of its body is light gray. Gyutaro's upper body is naked, and his lower body is wearing blue slacks. His arms are also wrapped with red and black ribbons. Holding two sickles, in Inosuke's eyes, he is like a god of death. Back off, Feng Yu said calmly, and then grabbed Inosuke. The powerful force made him arrive at Nanako's side before he could react. What a powerful force. There was a hint of bitterness in Inosuke's eyes. You are so lucky. You have a beautiful face and great skin. There are no spots, bruises or scars. It's also great to have flesh on your body. You are not fat like me. You are also tall. You must be very popular with women. Well, it's really jealous, it's really jealous. Gyutaro stared at Feng Yu and said, and then he started scratching his skin with his hands like a man possessed. Even if the blood flowed out, he didn't stop. Thank you for the compliment, but it doesn't change the outcome of you going to hell today. Feng Yu said calmly, can you please die painfully. Chapter 203 Both fell. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 203 313. Chapter 203 Both fell. Death in a painful way, like skinning you alive or cutting your belly open. Let's start with that. Gyutaro smiles sickly. Brother, not only this guy, but also others, kill all those guys who laugh at me. I have obviously worked so hard. I have worked very hard to reach this point, but they all bully me and hinder me. Everyone bullies me. Fallen Princess shouted. Yeah, you're right, it's really unforgivable. My lovely sister is working hard with her stupid head. I will kill all the guys who bully her. I am very vindictive. The debts owed by others to me will definitely be paid back. Just go to hell for me over and over again. My name is Gyutaro. Two bloody sickles attacked Feng Yu instantly. But Feng Yu was unmoved. From the perspective of the world, the speed and movement trajectory of the two blood scythes could be seen clearly. Just raise your hand gently. Dang dang dang. The sound of blades clashing sounded. The powerful momentum made everyone use their hands to resist the oncoming dust. Why are you so good looking, and so powerful? I'm so unwilling. I really want to peel off your skin layer by layer and chew your flesh and blood bit by bit. Put down the red knife. The two blood scythes are now back in Gyutaro's hands. Go to hell. Vampire art flying blood scythe. Gyutaro clenched his hands, and blood flowed out. As he waved his hands, the blood turned into several razor-like thin blades, constantly crossing and flying in the air. Turn it around. Flying blood scythe. As soon as he finished speaking, all the blood turned into a sickle and rushed straight towards Feng Yu. Water breath she-type Nagi. The realm of water was instantly covered, and the moment the blood sickle touched the realm, it was like hitting a hard rock. It's just that the flying blood scythe is made of blood. After being scattered, it immediately synthesizes the blood scythe and continues to attack. Blood, just like water, has the ability to change. And in the original work, Gyutaro's blood is extremely poisonous. If it is contaminated and not treated in time, he will die soon. Two ghosts need to cut off their heads at the same time to really kill them. This is a little bit difficult. At this moment, Fallen Princess is not lying on Gyutaro's back to fight together. Feng Yu is waiting for Fallen Princess and Gyutaro to merge. After all, if you want to chop off your head at the same time, it will only happen in an instant. Such a perfect life, so happy and so powerful, it really makes me angry. Gyutaro shouted, go to hell, you ugly monsters. The ribbons all over the sky were like giant man-eating snakes, attacking Inosuke and Nanako crazily. Brother, I'll leave that guy to you to kill. Fallen Princess floated into the air with the help of the ribbon and shouted. Anyone who bullies my lovely sister must die. Gyutaro's murderous intent was so intense that his powerful sense of oppression and ghostly energy made everyone tremble. This made Inosuke's legs tremble uncontrollably. Why is this guy so scary? Inosuke stood there blankly, completely unaware that the sharp ribbon in the sky was heading towards his head. Careful, Nanako pushed him away, and the light blue Nichirin sword continued to resist the attacks of the ribbon. Ha ha ha, go to hell, you ugly monsters. Fallen Princess laughs. Idiot, do you just give up like this? Do you give up resistance when you encounter a ghost that is stronger than you? If you do this, I will never look down on you. Look at Zenitsu brother, he is braver than you coward. Nanako shouted. This shout also brought Inosuke back to his senses. I am not a coward. I am the most powerful. It's just a monster. Let me kill you. Inosuke holds the Nichirin sword tightly in both hands, and his sluggish state disappears, replaced by him who dares to swing the sword at a powerful being. The battle on Nanako's side was extremely fierce. Countless ribbons created an open space around it. Feng Yu frowned slightly. Vampire technique, circle slash, flying blood scythe. Slash with spinning blood wrapped around your hands. With an attacking posture like a mantis, he rushed in front of Feng Yu in an instant. At the same time, the ribbon behind Feng Yu also came silently at this moment. Oh, Feng Yu let out a cold laugh. Breath of water 12 forms earth-shaking waves. The space seemed to be frozen, and a huge wave rose into the sky. What's this? Gyutaro looked at himself like an ant, and could only let the huge wave swallow him up. Swish, swish, swish. The floating ribbon turned into fragments all over the sky. As for Gyutaro, all his limbs were chopped off, even his neck. Blood spilled everywhere. How is it possible? This guy's strength. Gyutaro looked at Feng Yu in disbelief. Fortunately he doesn't know how to kill us, otherwise. Gyutaro thought to himself. And on the other side, ever since Gyutaro came out, Fallen Princess has become a completely different person, her attack speed has skyrocketed. Nanako and Inosuke can't even get close to her body. We must change our battle plan, otherwise we won't be able to get close to this earthworm girl. Just then, Inosuke, I'm coming. Tanjiro rushed to the battlefield, and the three of them resisted the attacking ribbons back to back. Hear the words. Feng Yu glanced at Tanjiro who had arrived and nodded slightly. Then he walked up to Gyutaro who had turned into minced meat and grabbed his head. Then walked step by step in the direction of Fallen Princess. At the same time, he just waved the blood-red Nichirin sword in his right hand lightly, and he blocked the attacking ribbons and bloody flying swords one by one. Elder brother. Fallen Princess saw this and shouted. They didn't even bother to attack Inosuke and Nanako, and all the ribbons flew towards Fuyu, trying to kill him. Sudden, Feng Yu stopped. Looking at the three Tanjiro, an idea came to his mind. That is whether to act like in Spider Mountain. But seeing Demon Slayer Corps members being injured and even losing their lives around them, I gave up the idea of letting the three of them level up. Just when the ribbon attack fell, Gyutaro's body behind Feng Yu had already recovered, holding a bloody sickle in both hands. Get out of the way! Feng Yu shouted, and then Gyutaro's head was thrown into the air by him. But that direction is the direction of Fallen Princess. Elder brother. Fallen Princess shouted. All the ribbons closed instantly, and Gyutaro's body also gave up the idea of attacking Feng Yu at this moment, and jumped directly to Fallen Princess's side. Brain and body completely healed. Elder brother. Fallen Ji was overjoyed, but the smile soon solidified. A burst of light flashed. Only Feng Yu's voice rang in her ears. Breath of light, shape of 7 mystery flash, shadow flash. The blade was sheathed, and the bodies of fallen princess and Gyutaro had already fallen to the ground. Feeling the rapid decline in her vitality, she understood that she and Gyutaro had been decapitated at the same time. My brother and I were beheaded at the same time. Why? Fallen Ji looked at Feng Yu's back and said with tears. Chapter 204 Emotional Bonds. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 204 313. Chapter 204 Emotional Bonds. The blow just now was not just as simple as cutting off the heads of fallen princess and Gyutaro, but even the bodies were cut into pieces. Feng Yu clearly remembers that in the original work, after Tanjiro and Usu Tengen worked together to chop off Gyutaro's head, they also hid the final blow. The blood was boiling, but Feng Yu didn't even look at it. Ding, congratulations on killing fallen princess and Gyutaro, and getting the number of sword swings 500W. At this time, above the sky, Xiaohei slowly landed on Feng Yu's shoulder. Gaga, Master, new mission. Asakusa has been transformed by the Ghost King Muzan. A large number of civilians have become ghosts, but there are still humans trapped there who have become the blood food of the evil spirits. Please go to Asakusa to rescue the humans trapped by the evil spirits. Please go as soon as possible. Asakusa. Feng Yu frowned slightly. It seems that it is because of this that Wuhan embarked on such a cruel path. I took a look at the ghost-turned Gakure being suppressed and beaten by Zenitsu and Kanroji Mitsuri, while Kocho Shinobu was roaming the battlefield killing the new demons. After the mental power recovered the entire knife-forging village and found that there was no abnormality. Xiaohei, let's go. Feng Yu said with a serious expression. The next battlefield will be left to you to clean up. I hope you won't disappoint me, especially you. Tanjiro. Then he jumped on Xiaohei's back and rushed to Asakusa as fast as possible. Very good, the scary guy has been killed, then it's my home court. Let me hack all these ghosts to death. Inosuke shouted excitedly, completely ignoring that the wounds caused by the fallen princess ribbon still remained on his body. This is. Tanjiro turned around sharply and looked at the heads of fallen princess and Gyutaro. The smell. How could you not even be able to deal with those two brats and still have your head chopped off by them? You obviously saw them bullying me, why didn't you come and help me? Why didn't you come out and help me kill those two brats from the beginning? ... Fallen princess and Gyutaro are still arguing with each other. It's all because you don't have any. You can't even kill two brats. It was like this before, and it's like this now. You can't do anything well. Without me, you can't even do anything. You could have controlled me to fight, but you didn't do anything. You were careless. It's so noisy. ... The two of them are not dead yet, and they are still quarreling. Tanjiro murmured. The head has been chopped off and the body is disappearing, but they are still quarreling. You are a top guy, but you say you can't even kill two brats. What's your use? You rely on me for everything. You can defeat them by yourself, idiot. Who are you calling stupid? That's you. Fallen princess and Gyutaro blamed each other, but seeing each other's head only remaining and turning into ashes, fallen princess also began to shed tears. How can an ugly guy like you be my brother? I definitely have no blood relationship with someone like you. We don't look alike, you loser. Apart from being very strong, you don't have any advantages. It's useless at all. If you lose, you'll have no value at all. You're an ugly monster without anything. Fallen princess cried and shouted. Gyutaro, who was facing him, was so angry at these words that his gluten bulged. What are you talking about? If it weren't for me, you would have died a long time ago. How many times do you think I saved you? You are the useless person, you are very weak and have no advantages. I really regret why I have protected a guy like you until now. If it were not for you, my life would be very different. It would be great if it were not for you. The hysterical shouts came from his throat, which made Tanjiro feel extremely uncomfortable. Why do I have to help you clean up your mess all the time? If people like you hadn't been born. And at this time, Tanjiro also trotted over and covered what Gyutaro was about to say. You're lying. You don't actually think that way. It's all lies. The smell on your body is obviously so worried about her and you've been thinking about her. Make up and don't hurt each other anymore. You two obviously love each other so much. You know one can forgive what you have done, and you will only be blamed by the people you killed in the past, but the love between you as brother and sister is real. You are special. Even if everyone hates you, you two can't scold each other. Tanjiro is in tears at this moment. Fallen princess and Gyutaro were also stunned by these words. Ah, you're so annoying. Stop preaching to us. Damn brats, it's all your fault. Get out of here, get out of here. I'm so unwilling, so unwilling. I'm going to die. Brother, think of a way quickly, brother. I don't want to die, brother. Fallen princess shouted, but it soon turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Gyutaro's eyes widened as he watched the fallen princess dissipate little by little, and he couldn't help shouting. Xiaomei, but he quickly reacted. Yes, my sister's name is Xiaomei, not fallen princess, that kind of ugly name. At this moment, he recalled the memories of the past human period. Scenes from the past keep replaying in my mind. Mei's name was taken from the name of their mother's illness. On the banks of the Rashomon River, as the lowest status, they were hungry, especially the children. He also recalled what he had experienced. All the misfortunes in the world seemed to surround him. Not only was he ugly, he was also covered in spots. Ugly, dirty, and monster are his epithets. A sickle left by his mother became his weapon, and with the birth of Mei, he also felt worried in his heart. Mei's appearance is the opposite of him, and it is an appearance that impresses adults. With the death of their mother, life has become even more difficult. On a snowy day, Gyutaro and Mei made an agreement. The two agreed to never separate and to be together forever. It was also at that moment that the relationship between the two became a bond that will never be separated. But all the tragedy started because of a samurai who was greedy for Mei's beauty. Xiao Mei, I'm sorry, my only concern is you. After Gyutaro shed tears, he completely turned into ashes. Disappeared. Tanjiro lowered his head, tears falling down his cheeks. Xiao Mei, please stop following me. You go to the bright side, and I'll go this way. Gyutaro turns his back on the fallen princess and walks towards hell step by step. No, I will always follow you, don't hate me, brother. The fallen princess in human form has white hair but is so cute and cute. She hugged Gyutaro tightly, even though Gyutaro was extremely ugly. I don't want you to leave. I want to be with you forever. I am your sister and you are my brother. Gyutaro froze in place. There's really nothing I can do about you, what will you do without me? Gyutaro said softly, let's go together, Mei. Gyutaro took Mei's hand and disappeared together. Chapter 205 Torii Tanemori turns back into a human. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 205 313th. Chapter 205 Torii Tanemori turns back into a human. After Feng Yu leaves, the remaining battlefield will be taken care of by Kocho Shinobu and others. Even Muichiro Tokido joins the battlefield to harvest evil spirits. This also boosted the morale of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. They waved the Nichirin sword in their hands to harvest the lives of evil spirits. The war raged and there were countless casualties. There was blood everywhere, and the originally prosperous and peaceful knife-forging village had now turned into ashes. Why did you betray us? Do you know how sad Grandpa will be if you do this? Zenitsu yelled angrily. At this moment, Zenitsu and Kanroji Mitsuri's head was chopped off by the combined efforts of Zenitsu and Kanroji Mitsuri. Feeling that his body was gradually disappearing, Tsumugi looked at Zenitsu with a mocking look on his face. I'm right, you wrong people can't understand how good it is to become a ghost, the endless lifespan, and the improvement of strength. If it weren't for this woman, it would be you, haha. I really want to kill you. He's obviously a loser who only knows one move, but he always makes that old guy take sides. I hate you, it's all because of you that I become like this. I really want to kill you and that old guy together. ... Yugake continued to curse, while Zenitsu lowered his head, with tears in his eyes. No, Grandpa Mingming is also proud of you. I have always admired you, and have even been working hard with you as my goal. I'm timid, I love crying, I only know one move. Senior brother, I also envy you because you can master the breathing technique that Grandpa taught us. Zenitsu cried, shut up, that old guy was so selfish and left everything to you. I have nothing, I became a ghost voluntarily because that guy taught me the respect that is recognized by others. I really want to kill you. While talking, Joyu also shed tears. Replay scenes from the past. From childhood when I was even willing to drink muddy water in order to survive, to joining the Demon Slayer Corps as an apprentice in order to become stronger, step by step to today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. Half of Gotoke's face had disappeared, and at this moment Kanroji Mitsuri spoke. I can feel that this child Zenitsu is extremely kind at heart, but you are so selfish at heart, blindly blaming him and your grandfather who gave you everything. A selfish person like you who doesn't know how to give is really pitiful. You will go to hell alone. After that, he took Zenitsu and left without looking back. Die alone. Die. I'm going to die. I really want to die. The sound of dying was constantly lingering in Yuyu's mind. At this moment, he seemed to feel endless loneliness and confusion. What am I doing for? In the end, Zuyu turned into ashes with confusion and confusion. No, I just became 12 Kazuki not long ago, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The fourth part of the second string the new bride shouts. But what greeted her was Tokidera Muichiro's ruthless blade, which instantly cut off her head. At the same time, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were controlled by her spider webs also regained their freedom, but the toxins on their bodies were still invading every inch of flesh and blood in their bodies. With the death of the new bride, there will be other consequences. In less than half an hour, the battle in the knife-forging village was over. As soon as the battle ended, members of the Demon Slayer Corps began to clean up the battlefield and evacuate the wounded. And those members who were poisoned also recovered with the antidote prepared by Kocho Shinobu. The battle in knife-forging village is over, but Black Fox has reached the most critical point. Countless black mist continuously pours into the giant cocoon formed by the Black Fox swallowing Torii Tanemori. Gia, this is the power of all living beings. In the consciousness space, Tanemori Torii could only watch the black mist wrap around him in the sky, and the figure of the Black Fox stood in front of him. Waves of black mist poured into his body, and Torii Tanemori could feel the power flowing out of his body. You, Master Feng Yu will kill you, certainly. Tanemori Torii felt himself getting weaker and weaker, and knew that once the power in his body was extracted, he would die. The Black Fox ignored him. On the contrary, the black mist drawn out of Tanemori Torii's body became even faster. Am I going to die? After death, will I never see Miss Tamayo again? I really want to see her again. Such a gentle and kind girl. Miss Tamayo, I'm sorry, I have to break my promise. Recalling the promise he made in front of Tamayo, Torii Tanimori only felt sad in his heart. Although I know Miss Tamayo despises me, but I just want to protect her. Maybe this is love at first sight. Feeling the change of emotions in Tanimori Torii, the Black Fox laughed and said, what a funny speech. Tanimori Torii had a dead expression on his face. At this moment, he had returned to his human form and had lost the ability to become a ghost. Just let me send you to death. The giant cocoon disappears, revealing Toyora Tanimori and Black Fox. And at this time, Kintaki Sakanji, Xiaobai and Yushiro finally came over. Seeing Torii Tanimori lying on the ground, veins popped out on Yushiro's face. You dared to hurt Miss Tamayo's loyal servant, you deserve to die. Having said that, he was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Rinataki Sakanji. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with that guy's breath. Under the Tengu mask, Seigo Taki's face turned solemn, and he felt the pressure on the Black Fox. As he gets older, his strength is no longer what it used to be. Gia, my goal has been achieved, we will meet again later. Black Fox smiled coldly, then he looked at Xiaobai meaningfully. Xiaobai was filled with doubts at this moment. He felt that the Black Fox's breath was extremely familiar, as if it was a part of him. Wait, who are you? Xiaobai asked. Just the corners of the Black Fox's mouth raised slightly, and then the body disappeared in place. There is only one sentence left that echoes in the cave. Soon, you will know who I am by then. That guy disappeared. Yushiro shouted, feeling extremely alert. Don't worry, it's no longer here. Xiaobai said. Hear the words. Yushiro ran over to check on Toyori Katani, and found that he still had a weak breath, so he hurriedly carried him back to the wooden house with Sakan Nintaki. Strange. Really weird. He is just an ordinary human being now, said Kintaki Sakanji. Yushiro's eyes shrank, and then he glanced at Torii Tanimori who was lying on the bed without knowing what he was thinking, and left quietly. After absorbing the power of Tanimori Torii, the Black Fox was in an extremely good mood. His goal at the moment is to return to Wume and replace him with his original form. Gia, the god who is above the world, is me. Chapter 206 Battle of Asakusa. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 206 313. Chapter 206 Battle of Asakusa. Infinite City. Wu Kei is extremely angry at this moment. The fallen princess, Hantengu, and the newly transformed Xiaxian were all slaughtered, which also indicated that all his efforts for so long were in vain. Waste. A bunch of waste. Wuhan yelled. The ghosts below all knelt on the ground and did not dare to make a sound. At this moment, without anyone noticing, the Black Fox beside Wu Mei had returned to his original consciousness. His clone at this moment is the subject, and the subject can also be his clone. As if he noticed something strange about the Black Fox, Wu Kai glanced at the Black Fox coldly. There was something strange in his eyes. This guy's momentum has become stronger. Black Fox also sensed that Wuhan was paying attention to him, so he took the initiative and said, Sir, do you have any orders? No words of misery. Just staring at him indifferently, the air seemed to freeze at this moment. Within the Infinite City, the ghosts did not dare to disturb Wu Mei's mood, and they did not even dare to take a deep breath. Why is this guy so crazy? If not, Black Fox lowered his head and thought to himself. Other side. Inside Asakusa Castle, the originally prosperous city has now become a ruin. Sound Pillar Yusui Tengen was lying in the ruins, one of his arms was cut off and still bleeding, and his body was covered with wounds. His originally gorgeous hair was now in an extremely miserable state, and Snake Pillar Yehei Xiaobanei and Rock Pillar Mingmingyu Xingming are desperately resisting the full moon blade attack flying in front. Their clothes were torn and they were covered in blood. Hey, Yusui Tengen, you won't just fall down like this. Iguro Kobanai shouted, but got no answer. There was silence behind him, and Yusui Tengen closed his eyes tightly without any reaction. It's so sad. I didn't expect this ghost to be so powerful. Mingyu Xingming said. Breath of the Moon two shapes Zuhu and Nong Yu. Kokushibu's figure instantly appeared in front of the two people, then turned around and swung two blade winds at the same time. Many full moon blades on the blade wind swallowed the two people with extremely terrifying power. Snake's breath 3 types nest twisting. Iguro Koba made a sudden dash, and wielded a snake-like curved blade with Kokushibo as the center. The multiple slashing trajectories were like coiled giant pythons, resisting the attack from Kokushibo. Dang. The blades collided, and a crisp sound rang in the ears of the three of them. It's just that Kokushibu's attack is so powerful. Even if Ihei Xiaobanai resisted with all her strength, her clothes were constantly being torn apart by the full moon blade. There are more and more wounds on the body, and every time a wound is stopped, a new one will break out. The blood floated into the air with the strong air current around it and then turned into nothingness under the strangulation of the sword energy. Just when it seems that Ihei Xiaobanai can no longer hold on. Breath of Rock two shapes shattered sky. The Sun Wheel Sword of Xingming Island is composed of a broad axe and a meteor hammer connected by a long chain. The Gorilla Scarlet Iron, contained in it is extremely pure. Although it is very heavy, Xingming can still easily move it. Wave at the same time. He stepped on the chain to secure it, then swung out the meteor hammer and hit Kokushibo on the head. He wanted to interrupt Kokushibo's attack, but also hoped to kill Kokushibo with one blow and smash his head. Hee hee, Kokushibo sneered, facing the different Nichirin sword, he didn't have too many emotional changes. Breath of the Moon, form of Wu, Moon Soul Disaster Vortex defense style. Kokushibo retracted the blade and kept spinning himself. At this time, a huge swirling blade wind began to be generated around his body, which directly bounced away the weapon of Wailing Island Xingming. At the same time, he quickly drew out his sword and slashed towards him, leaving countless full moon blades on the path of the slash. Swish, swish, swish. Wei Mingyu Xingming picked up the Sun Lun Dao to resist, but the powerful force directly knocked the two of them several meters away. A violent explosion sounded, turning the entire area into a big pit. Inside the big pit are Yihei Xiaobanei and Bei Mingyu Xingming. At this moment, Mingyu Xingming's body was covered in dirt formed by blood mixed with soil. The bandages and pills surrounding Yihei Xiaoba's mouth were gone. With cracks like the mouth of a snake and eyes of different colors, green on the left and gold on the right, the snake pillar at this moment is more like a ferocious poisonous snake. He's too young. Let's raise him a little older. Having the same appearance as a snake. The adult said he looks like a snake. Then we will fulfill the adult's wish and make him happy, let's turn him into a snake. ... Scenes from the past replayed in my mind, the snake demon, the hypocritical family, blood, death, dirty blood. A complex and terrifying emotion sprouted in Yihei Xiaobanei's heart. I am still a scumbag after all, being born into a clan of scumbags. The sins I bear are so heavy that I can no longer embark on the path of an ordinary person's life. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps and doing your best to protect everyone, I feel like I can barely become a good person. No matter how many times, no matter how I do it. This dirty blood will flow in my body. I am a sinful man. Only by dying once can I replace all the scum blood in my entire body. Only then can I be worthy of standing by your side and holding your hand. Yihei Xiaobain lowered his head, and a hoarse voice came out of his throat. Hey, don't think so much. Mingyu Xingming noticed something was wrong with him and shouted quickly. But there was no change in expression in the eyes of Mingyu Xingming. At this moment, Yihei Xiaobain's aura suddenly surged in vain. A purple snake-like texture extends from the left arm to the left face. Stripes. Yihei Xiaobanei turned on her markings at this moment. I didn't expect you to reach this point. The eyes of Mingyu Xingming were filled with surprise and mixed with a hint of sadness. Yihei's whole body was steaming, and her heartbeat was rising rapidly. A powerful force surges into the body. Snake's breath, four-dimensional shape, long and winding snake. Bang! Iguro Kobanai's body rushed out directly, as flexible as a poisonous snake. At the same time, he waved the Nichirin sword in his hand and rushed towards Kokushibo with a snake-like slash. Finally I got some serious thoughts. Kokushibo said calmly, the breath of the moon, the shape of the land, the lonely moon in the everlasting night uninterrupted. The blade was unsheathed, and Kokushibo swung directly in the same direction. Multiple wind blades were formed, blocking Iguro Koba's attack. At the same time, countless full moon blades appeared on the trajectory of the slash, and rows of them occurred. Explode. Dust falls to the ground. Iguro Kobanai's body fell to the ground. What about you? You still want to hide it? Kokushibo looked down at Mingyu Xingming, his eyes full of indifference. Namo Amitabha, it seems that I have to do this today, it's just a pity that I can't wait for that opportunity. Mingyu Xingming glanced at Yihei Xiaobanei and Yusui Tengen. Then the aura in his body surged. Chapter 207 Tragic. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 207 313. Chapter 207 Tragic. Mingyu Xingming completely released his striped state. The powerful physique and momentum made Kokushibo look sideways. What a powerful physique. Even in 300 years, I have never seen a swordsman who can temper his body to the limit. It's just that I can see that your vitality can no longer support you to activate the markings for too long. Come and become a ghost. You are the third strongest human being I have ever seen. As long as you become a ghost, your will and your strength will be continued and surpassed. You Demon Slayer Corps didn't tell you what form it is from the lines on your arms. Hundreds of years ago, there was a person who turned on the pattern, and then swordsmen turned it on one after another. Although they received a short-term increase in power, they all had one thing in common, that is, the swordsmen who turned on the pattern would all turn on the pattern. Die at 25, I can see that you are already 27 years old. As long as you are released this time, you will not survive tonight. Mingyu Xingming said nothing, while Yihei Xiaobanei on the other side had a look of shock. So this is called stripes. If I really can't live to be 25, then I will go all out to bloom my life and wash away the scum blood in me. Snake pupils are like needles. The Nichirin sword is held tightly in the hand, and the markings have not faded yet. Although it consumes a lot. But, Yihei Xiaobanei did not retreat. Even if the Kokushibo in front of him is extremely powerful, as long as he thinks of the people he cares about, the people he can save, and the things that can alleviate his sins. So, trying your best to die may be the best ending. Thinking of this, Yihei Xiaobain felt that his soul seemed to be shaking. The whole world has become something else. Kokushibo frowned slightly. Humans, are they really that simple? In Kokushibo's eyes, Iguro Kobanai has entered a state of transparency into the world at this moment, but has not really stepped into it yet. Unable to control and open freely, unstable and unsustainable, Kokushibo knew he couldn't wait any longer, and murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, without the playful look before. The ghostly energy all over his body shook, and a terrifying aura rose directly into the sky, causing the surrounding gas to make continuous sounds. Evolve, my blade. The blood from his hand is fed into the demon blade. Red light burst out, and blood-red forks extended in the blade. Breath of the moon shape of seven mirror of disaster Wielding. Waving the ghost blade in his hand, 5 huge shock waves traveling along the ground, carrying countless small shock waves, attack the two of them as if they were going to destroy the world and swallow everything. Breath of rock 3 forms skin of rock body. Mingyu Xingming didn't dare to be careless. He could feel his whole body trembling, and a life and death crisis kept echoing in his mind. I saw him constantly swinging the meteor hammer with himself as the center. The speed and power were so great that he formed a perfect defense circle around him. Cyclone body protection, between flying sand and rocks. Iguro Kobanai also reacted, and his whole body rushed out instantly. The Nichirin sword in his hand was like a python, flexible and difficult to resist Kokushibu's shock wave. Snake's breath 3 types nest twist. Shock waves collided with their sun blades. Bang bang bang. Explosions continued to sound, accompanied by the sound of the blade entering flesh and blood flying, dust and smoke rising. Breath of the moon 8-shaped moon dragon chakra tail. Kokushibo powerfully swung the demon blade in a horizontal slash, and a terrifying huge blade energy rushed into the smoke along with countless full moon blades. Boom. Explosion is still explosion. The terrifying energy caused the houses in Asakusa Castle to disappear into the flames like candles in the wind. Soon, the smoke clears. Yihei Shaobanai held the Nichirin sword and stood motionless, with his head lowered and his hair scattered on his shoulders, like a sculpture. And Mingyu Xingming fell to the ground. At this moment, one of his legs had disappeared, leaving only blood flowing out of the wound. Puff. Yihei Shaobanai spit out a mouthful of blood. Then his whole body was shaken, and blood spattered from the blade wounds. Clang. The Nichirin sword fell to the ground, taking one of his arms with it. Kokushibo said nothing, and his 6 blood-red eyes looked at the 3 people who fell on the ground indifferently. Human beings, what a fragile body. Look at you now, without the hands to pick up the Nichirin sword, you are just useless. So what if you realize the supreme realm? Without a strong body, you are just a handful of Lois after all. As your opponent, I give you enough respect and ask you one last time, do you want to become a ghost? Follow me to a higher realm and gain more power. As long as you become a ghost, no matter whether it is a broken limb or injury, you can recover in an instant. No one answered Kokushibo, it was as dead as life without stock around it. Ahem, the markings recede. A feeling of weakness swept through his body, and now he only had the last bit of strength left to open his eyes and look at the sky. So this is what death feels like. I should have died a long time ago. My dirty blood, Lord, I'm sorry, Ihei didn't complete your mission. And M.I. Lee, I really want to say to her, I love you. Yihei Xiaoban's eyes were distracted. At this moment, his internal organs had been damaged, and it was impossible to keep him breathing, let alone use breathing methods to repair and stop the bleeding. Heartbroken, the bleeding doesn't stop. In a daze, a blood-red ghost blade has been raised above his head. The sorrow of the weak, Kokushibo muttered. Just then, the sword flashed. A blood-red Nichirin sword struck directly on Heishei's demon blade. When, the powerful forces collided with each other and directly knocked him away into the distance. It's you again. Kokushibu's eyes surged with murderous intent as he stared at Feng Yu's figure. Although your usual behavior makes me very uncomfortable, don't die here, otherwise that guy M.I. Lee will die of grief. Feng Yu took out a few healing pills and fed them to Iguro Xiaobanai. It's so tragic, I even lost my hand. Looking at Iguro Kobanai, Feng Yu couldn't help but think of Infernal Anjiro who was teaching Senjuro at home. You don't want any of the healing pills assigned to you by the Demon Slayer Corps. Come on now and destroy yourself. Seeing that his life was saved, Feng Yu came to Mingyu Xingming's side again and fed him the healing pill. As for Yusui Tengen, Xiaohei sent him to a safe place. The injury was too serious, the functions of the organs were damaged. You guys are really a bit arrogant. Maybe it's because the 3 of them underestimated the enemy, or maybe because of the healing pills Feng Yu gave to the Demon Slayer Corps, but they didn't have any healing pills on them. But maybe even if there is a healing pill, it may not be able to deal with Kokushibo. After settling the 2 of them, Feng Yu took Onikiri and looked at Kokushibo indifferently. Are you ready to die here? Chapter 208 Death of Kokushibo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 208 313th. Chapter 208 Death of Kokushibo. Are you ready to die here? Hearing this, Kokushibo became furious. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Kokushibo was filled with ghostly aura and extremely angry. Only he had said this to others. No one had ever said it to him, not even his stupid brother. A sarcastic remark made Kokushibo go berserk. It also made Kokushibo, a proud man, have the desire to kill. At this moment, one of Feng Yu and Kokushibo must die. You brat, stop looking down on me. Go to hell. The breath of the moon, the shape of the land, the lonely moon in the everlasting night uninterrupted. Wildly waving the ghost blade in his hand, countless blade winds roared towards him like tornadoes. Breath of light, shape of land, light and shadow follow. 8 clones of light formed instantly, lighting up the entire area, and simultaneously besieged Kokushibo from different directions. The powerful blade wind passed through the clone's body without causing any damage. Kokushibo frowned slightly, Among the 8 clones, he couldn't sense the entity that was Feng Yu. Both of them have opened up the transparent world, and can integrate themselves into the world, without being able to sense each other's existence and breath. Weird move. Seeing that the clone's attack is about to fall on him, dangers abound. Kokushibo immediately took a defensive posture and began to spin himself. The huge vortex blade wind formed a perfect defensive circle. Breath of the moon shape of Wu Moon Soul Disaster Vortex. Ding 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 ding. The swords collided and fire burst out. Then a powerful shock wave spread in all directions. Breath of the moon 1 type Dark Moon Palace of Night. Water breath 1 type Water Slash. 1 blue and 1 red, the 2 swords collide, with equal power. Not a trace of dust appeared on Feng Yu's body, but instead there were knife marks on Kokushibo's face. Kokushibo, you are a coward. You think that giving up your human identity and becoming a ghost will give you endless years to pursue the highest realm. But look at what you have become now. You can't even defeat me, a human who has held a sword for less than 3 years. Do you really think that becoming a ghost makes you feel superior? Watch, I will completely kill you as a human, just like your brother defeated you. Feng Yu said sharply. I heard the word brother. A trace of pain flashed in Kokushibo's eyes, and the memories buried deep in his mind began to slowly emerge. Yueni is really a genius, even Iwamori can't compare to it. It seems that everything about the family will be left to Yueni from now on. Yueni as a child is outstanding as a god. I'm going to die. All swordsmen who turn on their markings will die at the age of 25. We humans are very weak. Shut up, what do you know? You humans will eventually die. If you become a ghost, you will have an infinite lifespan to pursue my martial arts path. I'm not wrong, it's you who are wrong. You have never understood your own weakness. Look at those 3 losers. No matter how much they have polished their bodies, they are still not chopped down to the ground by me. In addition to you, there is also my damn brother, Enichi Jigyu. You monsters have never experienced that feeling of powerlessness where you can only watch others surpass yourself. We weak people try our best to achieve the realm we pursue throughout our lives, but with you, it is so easy to achieve it. I'm not willing to accept it, I really am not willing to accept it. So, please go to hell, you so-called sons of God. Kokushibo roared crazily like a shrew who had lost his mind. The black mist on my body surged, and at the same time, I still had strength. Groups of black mist enveloped the whole body, seeming to corrode the body even more deeply. Even the demon blade held in Kokushibo's hand is like this, wrapped in a layer of black mist. The power surged, but Feng Yu could feel that Kokushibo seemed to be a little out of control. Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart. For a pure warrior like Jigyu Yueni, he wanted to be the strongest person. It was very clear from the introduction of him in the original book in his previous life. As the eldest son of twins who step into the country, he has a strong sense of self-esteem and responsibility, obeys the rules, and has a rigid, careful and thoughtful personality. I originally had high hopes for him, but I never thought that despite my best efforts, I was not as good as my younger brother's natural aptitude. The original high hopes and attention of my family were transferred to others. I used to be a dazzling star in the eyes of others, but under the dazzling sun of my younger brother, it can only be extremely dim. The huge sense of gap and unwillingness is what Kokushibo feels. Proud man, although I sympathize with you, but you are in a different camp, I can only kill you. Then the blood of the blade in his hand surged, and the shadow of the god of death behind him solidified, staring at Kokushibo as if he was giving out bursts of weird smiles. Hidao, open it for me. Like a sun, cutting through the sky in the dark night. Other side. Demon Slayer Corps Old Site. Wu Mei led the army to come here. In front of him were members of the Demon Slayer Corps led by Shinazugawa Sane and Tomioka Gyu. The war is about to break out. The sky was dark and extremely depressing. Ubuyashiki Yazai was sitting in the middle of the room, looking at Muzan. A crow landed in front of him. Aihei, Tengen, Xingming and the others. Feng Yu, I hope you can bring them back. The black fox standing next to Wu Mei seemed to have sensed something, with a slight smile on his lips and a strange light in his eyes. This side of Knife Forging Village. The remaining team members clean up the battlefield, while Kocho Shinobu and others rush towards the old site frantically. My lord, you must wait for us to come back. Everyone is feeling uneasy. Half an hour later, Yusui, Tengen and the others have woken up, but they can't move. Without him, the damage to their bodies is too serious. Even if there is a healing pill to repair the injury all the time, it can't make up for it. Feeling the battle ahead, the 3 of them looked at each other, and in the end they could only smile helplessly. Namo Amitabha, I didn't expect Feng Yujun's strength to have surpassed us. HMPH, I don't want to admit it, but that guy is really awesome. Ha ha ha, what a gorgeous battle. Nakagawa Feng Yu, let's have a gorgeous battle and kill him. Sensing that the 3 of them had woken up, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that as long as he cooperated with the healing pills and their breathing methods, there wouldn't be much danger. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell, you monsters who shouldn't live in this world. Kokushibo shouted and wildly swung the Oni blade to attack Feng Yu. Patterns, transparent world, Hidao. Fully open. At this time, Feng Yu was like a god of war, facing Kokushibo's attack without any fear. Waving the Onikiri in his hand, the whole person rushed forward like a beast. Breath of Light 9 types Holy Light Field. Breath of Light 11 Form Light Wings Continuous Slash. The field of light instantly enveloped Kokushibo, giving him a burning sensation as if he were touching the sun, causing white smoke to rise from his body. Feng Yu's speed and strength within the domain have increased in more ways than one. The sword was swung at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and fell on Kokushibu's body with endless blade energy. Ah, I won't lose. The breath of the moon Shisei's shape ferocious transformation. The sky is full of slender moon. Countless huge crescent-shaped blades of wind collided with Feng Yu's blade of light. A violent explosion also bloomed at this moment. Like fireworks in the dark night, it illuminates the entire Asakusa castle. Chapter 209 The Death of Kokushibo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 209 313. Chapter 209 The Death of Kokushibo. The dust has settled. The black smoke recedes. A huge pit is revealed. How could I lose? Obviously, you humans are the weak ones. Kokushibu's head fell to the side, 6 blood-red eyes staring at Feng Yu. At this time, Feng Yu's face showed a cold expression, and the skirt of the arm holding the knife was broken, completely exposed. Obviously I am the strongest. You monsters really shouldn't exist in this world. I'm so unwilling. I've obviously worked so hard. In order to become stronger, I am willing to become a ghost. Kill all the members of Jigyu's bloodline and the former Demon Slayer Corps, in order to erase the traces of that person, and erase the breathing method you left in the world. It turns out that I have always been a clown. I was just afraid that a monster exactly like you would appear. Yueni, I hate you, I really hate you. If it weren't for you, then my whole life would never be like this. Quote, Jigyu-yi. Kokushibo roared wildly, and then this existence second only to Muzan shed tears. Feng Yu remained silent, not commenting on Kokushibo. He just walked aside and said something silently. Perhaps in your eyes, my strength is as easy to obtain as Jigyu-yueni, then you are wrong. I have also made efforts, and I have come all the way from being weak to now. I still remember that it was just an ordinary ghost, but it could hurt us. I was afraid, hesitant, doubtful, and felt powerless. I have also been jealous of those beings who were born with great strength, but it belongs to them. If I am only jealous and do not change myself, then I will lose more and more things. I don't allow this, and I don't want to see the people I care about die tragically in front of me one by one. So, I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger every moment. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You and that damn BD-Yueni deserve to die. Feng Yu frowned slightly. It was obvious that if Kokushibo was not stopped, he would break through the boundary between life and death and become a monster just like in the original work. The realm of martial arts you pursue, have you ever seen your current appearance? Have you forgotten your original appearance? Jigoku Iwamori, you are the head of the Steppe Country family. Feng Yu took out a mirror from the system space and placed it in front of Kokushibo. Kokushibo was stunned. The self in the mirror is so ugly and pathetic. He opened his mouth wide, but did not let out a roar. See this situation? Feng Yu silently put on the death mask, and the death behind him needed to solidify. Reincarnation. Nightmare. The skill was activated, and Kokushibo was completely immersed in it. A second in reality is months or a year in the nightmare world of reincarnation. The flow rate of time is determined by the wind plume. Just live the life I edited for you, it will make up for the regrets in your heart. Humans can never satisfy their inner desires, always want more and more. In the dream that Feng Yu edited for Kokushibo, it was a perfect ending. Perfect family, perfect opportunity. Without the interference of evil spirits, there is no longer the strength of Jigyu-yueni. He is the only heir to the Steppe family, continuously practicing martial arts in an ever stronger body. Continuous improvement in swordsmanship. He is invincible and perfect. Feng Yu just wanted to give him a perfect life, let him sink into it and turn to ashes in his beautiful dream. When everything is resolved, other members of the Demon Slayer Corps just started arriving. The once prosperous Asakusa was now reduced to ruins, making everyone sigh. But I was also frightened when I saw the miserable condition of Iguro Kobain and others. The out-of-reach pillar will also become what it is today. Half an hour later, Feng Yu relied on his search through the world and his spiritual power to kill all the evil spirits hidden in Asakusa Castle one by one. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps also successfully rescued imprisoned humans. When they saw themselves being rescued, they burst into tears and cried bitterly. Thank you, have all those man-eating monsters been eliminated by you? Thank you so much. ... But when they saw Kokushibu's head hanging from Feng Yu's waist, they screamed. The devil, this is the devil. Feng Yu felt that the surroundings were very noisy, and he felt very irritated by the noise. This man is too scary, almost like a devil. Samurai-sama, this guy. Shut up, that's our Lord Light Pillar, you can't arrange it. One of the Demon Slayer Corps members cursed. When the man was scolded, his momentum immediately became weak. But when he looked at Feng Yu, he was filled with endless fear. He didn't know whether he was afraid of Feng Yu or the head of Kokushibo on Feng Yu's waist. Feng Yu came to the 3 people in Yehei Shaoban. At this moment, their wounds had been successfully treated by the hidden members with bandages and therapeutic drugs. And at this time, Feng Yu felt Kokushibo open his eyes at his waist. Thank you. Kokushibo's eyes were bright and full of energy, and he was more energetic and less murderous. You're welcome, then you can leave in peace. Kokushibo smiled, then completely let go of the resistance and turned it into ashes. Soon, Kokushibu's head and body were all reduced to ashes. In a daze, Feng Yu seemed to see Kokushibu's soul changing back to its human form. Same. There was a person standing next to him. It looks very similar to Kokushibo. The man also looked at Feng Yu, smiled slightly, nodded, and then disappeared from this world with Jigyu Yanshang. Jigyu, Yueni. The wind whistled by my ears, and I didn't know what Feng Yu said. After seeing that everything had settled, Feng Yu jumped onto Xiao Hei's back with a solemn expression. Head straight towards Wuhan. Demon Slayer Core Old Site. The originally elegant courtyard was now reduced to a sea of flames. The killing and death continues. This is the last battle and the last battlefield. Everyone is rushing here. Although there are many evil ghosts, the Demon Slayer Core is full of talents. Under the influence of marrow-cleansing pills, healing pills, and various elixirs, each swordsman showed a different style. Sensing Kokushibu's death, Muzan was horrified and furious. The black fox on the side became more energetic, with a strange smile on his lips. This power is so wonderful. Hand over hibiscus flower. Mukai stared at Ubuyashiki Yaoya. In Muzan's heart, he had already determined that Ubuyashiki Yaoya owned Higanbana. Even if he didn't, he must have it. He couldn't wait any longer. Over the endless years, the blue Bianwa flower became his inner demon. Chapter 210 Decisive Battle 1. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 210 313. Chapter 210 Decisive Battle 1. Hand over the blue hibiscus flower, hand it over to me. Wu Mei's aura surged, and an extremely terrifying pressure instantly enveloped everyone and ghosts present. All of his capable men were almost dead. Wu Kei was in a hurry, and his body was also covered with a layer of black mist. Good evening, Kibutsuji, do you still remember me? Tamayo walked step by step to Uyashiki Yaoya, his eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous intent on his body made people look at him. I finally waited for this opportunity. You know how long I have been waiting. Today I will definitely kill you, even if it means sacrifice, lose your life as a concubine. You despicable coward, you are the beginning of all evil in this world. While cursing, a hand behind his back had already cut his arm, and a strange fragrance began to drift towards the Wuhan camp. The black fox on the side seemed to have noticed something strange, and looked at Tamayo with a smile in his eyes. Wu Mei didn't seem to notice anything, but looked at her coldly. Haha, this kind of thing. Tamayo, do you think you can kill me by joining the Demon Slayer Corps? Back then, you willingly accepted my gift and became a ghost. Your children and your husband were all killed and eaten by yourself. Your enemy is not me, but yourself. Shut up, you dirty and ugly guy, why don't you die? Tamayo looked crazy, and 2 lines of tears fell to the ground. My lord, please leave here, I will not allow anything that may harm your life to happen. It doesn't matter, Shimi, no one is immortal. If I die, it will be God's arrangement. And I want to see Wuhan die in front of me with my own eyes. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said softly, no, you are our lord, without you, there would be no Demon Slayer Corps. Only if you guide us forward can we win. I will not allow any accidents to happen to you. I'm sorry, my lord, please forgive my behavior. Having said that, he directly asked the several Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen in the surrounding area to carry Uyashiki Yazai on their backs and retreat back. Hey, are you miserable? Let me chop off your head today. Shinazugawa Sania sensed that Ubuyashiki Yaoya had gone far, with the Nichirin sword on his shoulder, and his eyeballs were filled with bloodshot eyes. This is what Shinazugawa looks like when he is excited. The strong muscles were exposed in the air, and the scars on them made ghosts tremble. That guy, is too scary. Yeah, what did I go through to have such scars on my body? ... PFF'd. Today is such a good day. Such lovely girls gather together. Come on, merge with me and achieve eternal life. The world is extremely miserable, but we can ascend to the paradise world together. Doma opened his hands, with a youthful and sunny smile on his face, and said in a gentle tone. Let me relieve you of the pain in this world. Enough, what a boring bug. Wu Kuei said indifferently. Then, Narume on the side plucked the strings with her fingers. Clang. Except for Tamayo, Muzan and Naruto, the perspective of all the people and ghosts present changed and they came to the Infinite City. Here it is. What's going on? Is it a vampire technique? Is this the Infinite City that Feng Yu mentioned, an alternative space? With the constantly floating platform, all members of the Demon Slayer Corps were scattered. It's not good to go on like this. We need to resolve the battle as soon as possible and get back to the ground. Tomioka Giyu murmured, but Doma in front of him looked at him with a smile on his face. There are many members who have been pulled into Infinite City. Whether it is Sane's younger brother Schwanya, or Mixio and Kanao, the characters that should appear in the original work have all been drawn into Infinite City. Shinazugawa Sania faced off against the Black Fox whose strength had skyrocketed. But the Black Fox didn't have any fighting spirit in his eyes. Let's discuss it, can we not fight? It would be nice to sit down and have a nice cup of tea, and fight and kill every day. Haha, a ghost actually ignored Wuhan's orders and refused to fight. Do you think I will believe you cunning evil ghosts? Shinazugawa said. At the same time, the Nichirin sword on his waist had been drawn out and held in his hand. The war is about to break out. Just talking. Fighting has taken place on other platforms. Hatano Yui and Yui are floating in the air like 2 blue elves. Yui blew the conch on her chest, while Yui beside her sang a song. Visible sound waves hit the Demon Slayer core members. Painful wails and killings were taking place. The eyes of those affected by the sound waves were dull and emitted a strange blue light. And began to swing the knife at the teammates around him. Vampire art sound of Beluo. Vampire art voice of spiritual space. The sound waves don't stop, and the killing doesn't stop. But after a while, the ground was covered with blood. No. Quickly, cover your ears. Don't be controlled. The sounds made by these two ghosts can confuse and control our bodies. The stronger swordsman reacted and immediately covered his ears and tried to wake up his teammates who were under control. Tear. Yui instantly appeared next to the controlled Demon Slayer core members, with blue claws emerging from his hands, constantly harvesting the lives of the Demon Slayer core members. Damn it, wake up. Full concentration breath of light 5 forms flash of light 3 combos. The light suddenly appeared, and small figures rushed towards Yui instantly. Bite. The light was blocked. Yui tilted his head to look at the person, and then opened his mouth. The sonic attack appears instantly. Full concentration breath of light shape of land light and shadow accompanying. Meishio's body divided into 8 clones, attacking Yui from all directions. The attack was fierce, but Yui made no other moves. He just floated directly into the air and avoided the attack. Damn it, it was avoided. I'm still too useless. If it was Nanako, I might have killed her long ago. Meishu looked up at Yui floating in the air and murmured. Just then, bang, Yui seemed to be hit by something and fell straight from the sky. But before he reached the ground, he was caught by a blue arm. Looking up, it was Yui's sister, Yui, and the one who just arrived to attack was Shinazugawa Genya, who turned into half human and half ghost. One hand holds a Nichirin sword, and the other hand holds a double-barreled musket aimed at the two Hatano sisters in the air. Little brat, get out of here, you useless piece of trash. Shinazugawa Schwanya's tone was as bad as ever, but his eyes looked worriedly at the fierce figure fighting in the distance. Chapter 211 Decisive Battle 2. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 211 313. Chapter 211 Decisive Battle 2. Shinazugawa Schwanya was looking in the direction of his brother Shinazugawa Sanya. Although Shinazugawa Sanya always speaks harshly to him on weekdays, he knows that it is because he does not want to get hurt in any way on the battlefield. Perhaps because of what happened when they were young, the two brothers have not forgiven themselves until now. A man who desperately wants to kick his younger brother out of Demon Slayer Corps and stay away from the battlefield and become an ordinary person. The other one is desperately trying to help his brother, and to be able to stand by his side and fight alongside him to prove himself. Huh, that BD, why did he come in? Damn it, don't die, my stupid brother. Shinazugawa seemed to sense Schwanya's gaze and frowned. Hey, don't be like this. I'm not a threat to you, and I'm not a ghost like Wuhan and the others. We have no hatred, the Black Fox said while dodging Shinazugawa Sane's attack. Shinazugawa seemed to be unable to hear, and the speed and attack of the sword in his hand became even faster. What a bunch of brainless guys. Black Fox felt a little speechless. He wanted to just stay aside and watch the battle quietly. But at this moment, it was not the time to fall out with the Muzan camp, so he could only avoid Shinazugawa's attack. Sudden, Black Fox seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, Human, do you want to get out of this infinite city? Otherwise, the humans on the ground will die, including your lord. The woman playing the piano on the ground is an expert at searching. Her little eyeballs are about to catch up with your lord. Are you sure you still want to fight me here? The Black Fox turned into a black mist form and floated in his mouth, like a demon, constantly breaking through Shinazugawa Shini's psychological defense line with words. I heard that my lord is in danger. Shinazugawa stopped immediately. Tell me, how can you get me out? Shinazugawa said fiercely. He felt extremely aggrieved now. The Black Fox in front of him was like a mist, and the sun blade in his hand had no effect on him. This made his arrogant character feel extremely uncomfortable. Furthermore, now that he heard that his lord was in danger, and thinking about the original eyeball clone, Shinazugawa was convinced that the evil ghost might really catch up with his lord. This made him anxious. I say it again, hurry up, tell me how to get me out. Seeing this appearance of Shinazugawa Sanya, the corners of the Black Fox's mouth rose slightly, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Easy, I can take you out now. Shinazugawa frowned slightly. The Black Fox smiled slightly, then turned into black mist and wrapped around Shinazugawa. Don't resist, or you will be discovered by that woman. The voice of the Black Fox came from the black mist. Shinazugawa was still very alert at first, but when the black mist enveloped him, he did not receive any attacks. Then he let go of his body and let the black mist wrap him up. Soon, the black mist enveloped Shinazugawa and disappeared into the infinite city and came to the ground. Hey, I can only send you to the range where that woman can't sense it, so I'll leave now. Bye, I hope you humans can defeat these evil ghosts as soon as possible. I'm waiting for your good news. Then the Black Fox turned into mist and disappeared. What the hell is going on with this guy? Shinazugawa Sanya can't understand what the Black Fox is doing. From what he just said, it seems that the Black Fox is dissatisfied with the existence of those ghosts. Weird guy. After leaving a word, Shinazugawa quickly ran in one direction. The Black Fox had already arrived in the sky, watching Muzan and Tamayo below. Hey, this Wuhan is really stupid. Can't he feel the invisible influence of that woman? Or is he not afraid? What a bunch of lowly creatures. When I become the only god in this world, there will be no need for you lowly creatures to continue to live. Forget it, let's wait until they finish playing. Then it will be my turn to play. Recalling Shinazugawa's Sanya just now, the black fox smiled slightly. Don't let me down. Other side. Tamayo was staring at Muzan coldly at this moment, not feeling the slightest bit afraid because of his aura. Do you know how much I want to kill you and erase you from this world? You despicable and shameless man, why do you still exist in this world? Why weren't you killed by that adult in the first place? Kibutsuji, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Tamayo said with a smile, with an expression on his face that he was ready to die and look down on everything. I'm right here, come and kill me. Tamayo opened his hands, and a strange fragrance spread in the air. Wu Kai frowned slightly, but soon returned to his indifferent expression. Narune, have you caught up with Uyashiki Yaozai? Sir, my subordinates have teleported them there and will kill him soon. Naruto lowered her head, her long bangs covering her entire face, and her expression at this time could not be seen at all. Sajiyama, Yushiro, who was staring coldly at Torii Tanemori on the bed, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. This is, not good. Miss Tamayo. Something happened to Miss Tamayo. Yushiro's face was full of horror and fear. No, Miss Tamayo, wait for me, you must wait for me. Then he rushed out of the wooden house and rushed in the direction of Tamayo. No misfortune here. Countless flesh and blood tentacles wrapped around Tamayo's limbs and hung in the air. I heard that you developed a drug that turns ghosts into humans, and you are standing here as a ghost, gaining the trust of Ubuyashiki Yaoya. Then you must know where the blue Higan flower is. Tell me its location and I can consider letting you go. Wu Kai said coldly. Haha, I don't know, and even if I know, I won't tell you. Wu Mei, just give up on this idea. You coward, little devil, the voice just fell. Tear. Tamayo's limbs were twisted off by Wu Kai, and bright red blood fell to the ground. Why do you lowly beings always stop me? You've obviously turned into a ghost, but you still want to disobey my orders. Do you think your vampire magic will have an effect on me? Tamayo, everything about you is given to you, whether it's your strength or your body. I have no patience to continue communicating with you, please disappear from me. The flesh and blood tentacles instantly grew huge mouths, gnawing at Tamayo's body. Chapter 213 Decisive Battle 3. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 212 313. Chapter 213 Decisive Battle 3. Tamayo's body was covered in blood, and strands of green silk hung down on his delicate features, blooming like a hellfire. There was no trace of pain on her face, but hatred and murderous intent towards Wu Mei. Vampire magic blood temptation visual dreamy fragrance. Vampire art blood enchanting the demonic fragrance of the day. Vampire magic, blood temptation, accommodating and barrier-free fragrance. A strange fragrance instantly burst out from her blood, wrapping the entire courtyard. No misfortune, Narune was also among them. Oh, this woman is quite determined, tisk tisk, but what's the use? The black fox in the sky laughed, and then continued watching the show and paddling. Just paddling again and again, but his breath was rising every moment. Wisps of black smoke gathered on him from all corners of the world. Having absolute power is the only truth in this world. Below. Wuhan frowned slightly. Flesh tentacles gnaw at Tamayo's body, but Tamayo's vampire magic is released from her blood. The tentacles absorbed her flesh and blood, and Wu Mei was slightly affected. Go to hell. Damn you BD, Tamayo shouted. With an explosion of strength all over his body, he took advantage of Wu Kei's slight pause caused by the influence of the vampire technique to break free of his flesh and blood tentacles. A syringe appeared in her hand. He immediately pounced on Wu Kei and quickly injected the medicine into his body. You, how dare you touch my body with those dirty hands? Tamayo, you deserve to die. Wu Quan was furious, with veins popping up on his face. Powerful power spread from him to the surroundings. One of his arms also turned into a thorn whip, which was covered with mouthparts. Each mouthpart is full of sharp teeth. Rumble. The thorn whip was thrown out, leaving several afterimages in the air, and then Tamayo's body exploded directly, and all the flesh and blood was swallowed up by the vortex caused by the powerful attraction of the mouthparts on the thorn whip in an instant, leaving only a head. Fell to the ground. The powerful lethality of the thorn whip also turned the entire courtyard into ruins. Tamayo's head fell to the ground weakly. At this moment, her face was messy, and her original dignified bun had disappeared, leaving only the scattered black hair, which was extremely lonely. A weak insect is worthy of touching my body. Wu Kai said coldly. What you call hatred is, after all, nothing but your own creation. Don't forget, you said you didn't want to die, so I let you become a ghost and survive in this world. When Tamayo heard this, he became anxious instantly, and all his hatred burst out along with his grievance and pain. Tears rolled down her cheeks. If I knew that kind of thing, I wouldn't want to become a ghost. I said I don't want to get sick and die, because I want to watch my children grow up. Hearing this, Muzan just sneered, squatted down and grabbed Tamayo's head and said, you killed many people after that. Was it an illusion I saw? I'm very happy to see you eating people. Wuhan's face was full of ridicule. Yes, I gave up on myself and killed many people, so, in order to pay for this sin, I want to die here with you. Tamayo shouted, but what greeted her was Wuhan mercilessly pinching her eyeballs. Blood splattered, but Tamayo felt no pain. Do you think the poison you injected into me can kill me? Tamayo, you still underestimate me. You think I will be killed by you like those trash. Your so-called blood ghost skills and so-called poisons have no effect on me at all in my eyes. Okay, I don't want to continue talking nonsense to you. I'll give you one last chance. Where is the blue flower of the other side? Muzan looked at Tamayo as if he were a dead person, and his tone was extremely cold. Ahem, no misfortune, the blue flower of the other side, you will never find it. You can only hide in the darkness and enjoy endless loneliness until the day you go crazy and die. Ah no, I have found enough people to kill you. Wushin, I will wait for you in hell. Ha ha ha, the sun, I really want to hug the sun again, feel its warmth. Tamayo said with a crazy smile, knowing that she was going to be killed and unable to see the scene of Wuhan being killed, she felt extremely powerless in her heart. Looking at Naruto behind Muzan, Tamayo smiled and wanted to say something. Then he was mercilessly devoured by Wu Kei. The flesh and blood squirmed, and Wu Mei's movements seemed to stagnate for a moment, and then turned into a flesh cocoon to swallow Tamayo and decompose the poison that Tamayo injected into his body. Naru stood aside quietly guarding Wu Kai, but there was something strange in her eyes. Other side, the swordsman who originally protected Ubuyashiki Yoya's departure was now fighting with the evil ghost who was chasing after him. My lord, you go first, we will deal with these guys. Kuoken boy, you must protect our lord. Please, the middle-aged swordsman said to the young swordsman next to Ubuyashiki Yaoya. Uncle Gyula, I will, and you must come back alive. There was a sad expression on the young man's face. Although he wanted to stay here and fight with the man, for the safety of his lord, he could only escort him away with the Yin members. A young man named Kuokan had already anticipated the fate of the middle-aged man. Along the way, many swordsmen who were more powerful than him died. The evil spirits behind them were playing with them like tarsal maggots. I want to kill them bit by bit and break through their psychological defenses. Seeing Kuokan and others leaving, Gyula turned to face the forest in front and pulled out the sun sword from his waist. There was no trace of fear on his face. Come on, evil spirit, either you die or I die. The aura of one man's worth and all his strength broke out in him. But there were only bursts of laughter coming from the dark forest. What a pathetic human being. Then I will fulfill your request and kill you, and then I will catch up and kill your most beloved lord. I don't know what the leader of your ghost hunters is like. I really want to try it. Gyula took a deep breath, adjusted her whole body's breathing, inhaled a ball of oxygen into her lungs, and her body's quality instantly increased several times. Gia, poor humans. A male ghost with short black hair, a monk's attire, eyes on his hands, and a female ghost with orange hair and a ball slowly walked out of the darkness. If Feng Yu were here, he might have recognized the two ghosts that Tanjiro and Tamayo encountered when they met in the original work. Yahaba, the arrow-patterned ghost, and Shusamaru, the handball ghost. Chapter 214 Decisive Battle 4. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 213 313. Chapter 214 Decisive Battle 4. The pressure from the two ghosts gave Gyula a strong sense of oppression. He knew that he could not defeat them and might be destined to die here. Just a resolute look of relief on his face. Kuoken, we must protect our lord. Then with a fierce look on his face, he rushed forward. Oh, what a stupid human being. It's a pity that I can't have fun with you. So I'd better die quickly. Gyula only felt an invisible and powerful force taking control of his body instantly. Then a high-speed spinning handball hit his head. The premonition of death came over me, recalling the past scene by scene. It turns out that I have always been so useless. Gyula murmured. He closed his eyes and tried to break free from the control of power, but it was in vain. Breath of wind one-shaped dust whirlwind slash. The white figure instantly chopped off the ball, picked up Gyula and threw it aside. Hey, you actually killed someone in front of me, don't you think so little of me? Shinazugawa put the Nichirin sword on his shoulder and looked at Yahaba and Zusamaru coldly. That guy, wasn't he teleported away by that adult, how could? Yahaba and Zusamaru were shocked at the same time. Although the two vampires fight together all year round, their strength is not weak even if they are against each other. But facing Shinazugawa Sania's scars and aura, it still shocked them. TCH, what, you scared me. Zhu Shawan smiled contemptuously. It can kill another person. I wonder if the adults will give us more blood if they know it, so that we can become the noble 12 Kazuki. Zhu Shawan was still dreaming about a better future, but Yahaba on the side didn't think so. A death crisis came to my mind. Zhu Shawan, be careful, I feel something is wrong with that guy. But Zhu Shawan didn't listen at all. Instead, he got into a posture, took off his coat, and then grew 6 hands from his waist, each holding a handball. Ah, I'm so happy. When I think of killing you and getting a reward from the adults. I can't help but feel excited. Yahaba frowned slightly, but when he heard what Zusamaru said, he became excited. Becoming a ghost, who wouldn't want to become the aloof 12 Kazuki with powerful power? Cut. Shinazugawa is disdainful. Then the Nichirin sword was slowly lowered. Zushamaru's attack also started at this time. One by one, she threw the handballs and hit Shinazugawa. Boo-hoo. The high-speed movement of the handball caused a strange wind to rise all around. A powerful momentum ensues. Shinazugawa still stood there, as if handball attacks were nothing to him. I don't have time to play with you. With just a slight tilt of his head, he avoided the handball attack. Bang! A violent explosion spread, and a large crater instantly appeared on the ground hit by the handball. It's so fun, so fun. More handballs were thrown by her, and Yahaba on the side also began to secretly activate his vampire technique to act on the flying handballs. Suddenly, the handball rushed towards Shinazugawa as if it was a navigation system. Breath of wind one-shaped dust whirlwind slash. Shinazugawa rushed out in an instant, and his powerful stamina made a deep hole in the ground. A series of cyclones as sharp as knives were left behind. Although Zusumaru's handball was paired with Yahaba's red feather arrow, the speed was very fast, and the handball in the sky seemed to wrap them up into a defensive circle. Dust is flying all over the sky and strong winds are blowing. But even so, Shinazugawa easily avoided the handball attack path. Hello, you damn devils. Zusumaru and Yahaba's eyes widened. In front of them was Shinazugawa Sania. Just now, just a moment. Shinazugawa's speed surged again and he rushed in front of them, whispering in their ears. Then they both felt a chill on their necks at the same time. Eyes start to turn, and Shinazugawa-san took back the Nichirin sword. He walked up to Gura and asked about the whereabouts of Uyashiki Yazai. What a bunch of useless guys, they can actually put the Lord in such a dangerous situation. It's all the damn ghost's fault. Shinazugawa scolded Tamayo. In his opinion, if it weren't for Tamayo, Ubuyashiki Yaoya would not have gone to the battlefield in person to wait for Mukai's arrival. After knowing the location of his lord, he was still not sure if there were any pursuers, so he jumped up and quickly chased in the direction of Ubuyashiki Yaoya. Zushamaru and Yahaba, who fell to the ground, still looked in disbelief at this moment. Then, how could that guy be so powerful? The Ghost Hunter's pillar, it's really powerful. Yahaba and Zusumaru now understand a little bit why 12 Kazuki often changes players at the end of the game. Facing the column-level existence of the Demon Slayer core, it was just a matter of being killed in an instant. Damn, it's really abominable. The two ghosts turned into ashes and disappeared into the air, and Gyula quickly adjusted his posture and chased in the direction of Ubuyashiki Yaoya. At this time, Demon Slayer Corps members on different battlefields also received help messages from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This shocked everyone who was already on their way, and they rushed towards the former site of the Demon Slayer Corps as fast as they could. Feng Yu in the sky was unaware of the situation at the former headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps at this time. But he was the fastest. Under Xiao Hei's speed skills, he streaked across the dark night sky like a meteor. When he arrived at the former headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, he thought for a moment that he was in the wrong place. The courtyard at this moment has become a ruin. In the middle of the ruins, a huge cocoon of flesh was squirming and exuding a terrifying aura. No misfortune. Feng Yu frowned slightly. Then he saw Naruto next to him. Aren't all people in the underground infinite city? Looking at a certain item in the system's backpack, Feng Yu made up his mind. Then jumped down. The Nichirin knife in his hand was drawn out, and azure blue ripples were wrapped around his body. Patterns and transparent worlds emerged together. The powerful spiritual power covers a radius of several kilometers. Is this the legendary sword technique that fell from the sky? Well, is there a sixth child? Feng Yu looked above the clouds in the distance, and he sensed the black fox hiding above the clouds watching the show. What the hell is going on with that guy? Naruto on the ground seemed to notice something. Look up. Feng Yu was like a blue meteor, attacking towards him. Breath of water 8 types Takatsubo. Naru was shocked. She never thought that people would fall from the sky. A strong pressure fell heavily on her body, making her unable to move. Ground subsidence. Kaka. Naru felt the bones in her body making noises. Bang. A violent explosion sounded. Naruto was split in half from head to end, and the powerful force connected the ground and cracked it for more than 10 meters. Naru wondered why Feng Yu didn't chop off her head, but her body healed quickly and she strummed the strings in her hand. Clang. As soon as his eyes changed, Feng Yu had been pulled into Infinite City. This is what I've been waiting for. Feng Yu grinned, and then looked at the battles taking place everywhere in Infinite City. Chapter 215 Decisive Battle 5. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 214 313. Chapter 215 Decisive Battle 5. Breath of light shape of 5 flash of light 8th company. Like being ejected, everyone saw only a beam of light in their eyes, and the heads of the evil spirits who were standing in front of them a second ago fell to the ground and turned into ashes. Yes, it's Master Guangju. Lord Light Pillar is here to support us. Great. Let's kill all these ghosts together. Infinite City. When everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps saw Feng Yu's figure, they kept cheering and their morale was boosted. On the evil ghost side, there was a look of panic on his face. Outside world. Naruto also felt bad when she saw that Feng Yu, who was pulled into Infinite City by her, was so powerful. I just wanted to change his position, but before the space could change, his figure landed on another platform. As this guy, still a human? Naruto murmured, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. As far as she knew, no ghost could reach such speed. She was able to control her vampire skills at Infinite City as she pleased, but Feng Yu's speed made her feel uncomfortable and surprised. Wherever the light reaches, there are places where evil spirits perish. In the process of killing ghosts, Feng Yu also used his spiritual power to extend outward. He wants to see how much area Infinite City covers and its exits. With a plan in mind, He now just wants to kill those ghosts quickly so that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps can be freed so that they will not be hindered when escaping from Infinite City. Breath of Light 5 forms Flash of Light 9 links. One knife after another. The terrifying power cuts through evil spirits as easily as cutting tofu. The light flashed across, and the evil ghost's head separated. Even the huge pressure caused by the platform in Infinite City the moment Feng Feng landed caused cracks to appear one after another. Feng Yu can also detect the creeping movement in the space, so he has to jump to other places as quickly as possible when the space changes. Soon, Feng Yu saw the fight between Mihide and the two sisters Shinazugawa Genya and Hitano Yui. Mixiu used the flexible speed of the Breath of Light to try to find a way to kill the evil ghost in front of her with one strike. Shinazugawa Schwanya kept firing to interfere with Hitano Yui and Yui's attacks. "You brat, can you do it?" Shinazugawa saw that Mihide was unable to use the sword, and even if he did, he was quickly dodged. Vampire art sound of Beluo. Vampire art voice of spiritual space. One to confuse and the other to control. Before the sound waves visible to the naked eye were emitted, they were immediately interrupted by a shot from Shinazugawa Schwanya. Although the two sisters were floating in the air, they were just beaten by Shinazugawa. Meisho should be able to bear it for a longer time now. Feng Yu murmured. Just then, Meisho finally found a flaw. Full concentration Breath of Light 10 forms Light Storm. The light blades continuously intertwined to form tornadoes, which suddenly enveloped Hitano Yui. Burn, cut. Yui, who was in the center of the storm, let out a scream. Younger sister. Seeing that Yui was injured, Yui also shouted quickly. The eyes were no longer dull as before, but filled with distress and concern. Yui's arms and hands were destroyed by the light blade and turned into nothingness, followed by his legs and body. No, Yui wanted to save her, but was blocked by Shinazugawa's gunfire. Sister, help me, I'm in so much pain. In the middle of the storm, Yui cried and shouted. Now she only has one head left. Other parts of her body had been destroyed. She wanted to recover, but was blocked by a strange force. It was like being chopped off and slowly turned into ashes. Yui looked at Yui reluctantly, and finally turned into nothingness. Meisho gasped. The move of Wind Blade Storm consumed a lot of her energy. But soon, she took out the healing pill and started eating it. The body is also recovering quickly. Watching Yui disappear in front of her, Yui fell silent. The aura in her body began to surge. His originally blue skin also began to turn blood red. Hair flying, so ghostly. The conch on her chest shattered and formed a human face. It was the dead Yui. Kill, kill, kill them all. Yui's sharp voice sounded. At this moment, Yui seems to be her complete body. This kind of momentum has gone beyond the scope of the lower string and reached the strength of the upper string. Mixiu is in danger. Really? Yui turned red and came to Mixiu in an instant, scratching her skin with a claw. Blood spurts out. Meisho screamed and fell to the ground. She quickly took the healing pill and adjusted her breathing to stop the bleeding. Shinazugawa Genya has turned into a ghost at this moment. Bang bang bang. The artillery fire continued, but Yui was not hit even once. Yui's sharp claws protruded, attacking him with irresistible sharpness. Damn it, Shinazugawa Schwanya cursed secretly. The Nichirin sword is unsheathed, constantly resisting Yui's attacks. Jingle ding 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 ding. Shinazugawa Genya's Nichirin sword and claws collided, creating countless sparks. After jumping back a few steps, Sadaharu took a look and saw that Shinazugawa's Nichirin sword was full of gaps, as if it would break with just a slight bend. Yui tilted her head and looked at Shinazugawa Genya, filled with murderous intent. His vision changed, and the surrounding scene turned into a blood-red cage. Vampire art. Prison of solitary blood. At this moment, Shinazugawa Schwanya only felt that it was extremely difficult to breathe, and his limbs were heavy, as if they were filled with lead. Blood also began to surge out, submerging Shinazugawa's body and even his head bit by bit. He wants to rely on his special ability to eat ghosts to get out of trouble. The blood boiled, and he drank the blood in large gulps. But the improvement was very small. The feeling of suffocation became stronger and stronger, and the crisis of death enveloped him. No. No, I can't die. I still have to stand next to that guy. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with him fight, brother. Brother. Shinazugawa on the ground seemed to sense something, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. This damn palpitating feeling, could it be? Shinazugawa's eyes widened and he quickly rushed towards the old location. Breath of Light 5 forms Flash of Light 2nd Series. Shinazugawa, who was waiting for death, heard the news of Feng Yu, and his body suddenly relaxed the next moment. The blood-red cage also disappeared. Feng Yu in front of him pulled him up and gave him a healing pill. You go and support the others, I will tell you what to do later. Then Feng Yu jumped up and killed in the direction of Tomioka Gyu. Brother Feng Yu. Meisho stood up. At this time, she had almost recovered. Yui on the ground was slowly turning into ashes at this time. Yui's head looked at Yui, who was on the chest of her body. She wanted to touch Yui's face, but she couldn't move. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled all the memories at this moment. Not only did she turn into a ghost before, but she and Yui teamed up to kill and eat the entire fishing village. It's all my sister's fault. It's all my fault. I'm sorry Yui, I'm really sorry. I really want to hug you again. Yui. Chapter 216 Decisive Battle 6, The Shattering of Infinite City. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 215 313. Chapter 216 Decisive Battle 6, The Shattering of Infinite City. Tomioka Gyu and Doma were fighting fiercely. Countless ice crystal fragments fell to the ground, and the temperature of the entire area dropped to a cold storage. The frost was biting, but Doma had a look of amusement on his face. He holds the golden lotus fan in his hand, and from time to time he releases a large amount of ice mist to attack Tomioka Gyu. Oh my, you humans are such a regrettable existence. Every time I meet you, you look like this, and you fight to the death. Human beings are so fragile. Once they die, they will turn into nothingness. They will feel nothing. When the brain and heart stop, the whole body will rot and return to dust. And I came to this world with the mission of redeeming you humans. Come on, let me eat you, from blood to flesh, without any residue, and let me lead you to eternal life. Doma is different from other evil spirits in that he will laugh wildly or have other expressions on his face. He had a sunny smiling face from beginning to end, just like an innocent child, telling you his true thoughts. Tomioka Yoshiyuki ignored it and frowned slightly. In his mind, Doma was a madman. He had a harmless face, but he could say such terrifying words. The key was that his tone was so calm. It's so noisy, Tomioka Gyu said calmly with an expressionless face. The Nichirin sword in his hand quickly approaches Doma. Breath of water 3 forms flowing dance. The flow of water quickly formed a stream of water, leaving an afterimage of Tomioka Gyu's figure in the sky. Vampire art. Lotus leaf ice. Doma waved the lotus fan in his hand unhurriedly, and a large number of ice crystals appeared out of thin air to block Tomioka's footsteps with a dense offensive. Open the world. In an instant, Tomioka Gyu's sight became transparent, and the world gave instructions on the trajectory of ice crystals summoned by Doma in the next move. After opening the transparent world, he consumed a lot of energy, but Tomioka Yoshiyuki's body index soared and his strength greatly increased. Doma's movements in the third type of flow dance also made it difficult for Doma to see clearly. Blue waves undulate, the breath of water, the shape of picking up, and the flow of life. The whole body rotates, and each rotation increases the speed and power of the knife. A huge water dragon appears from the tip of the knife and rushes towards Doma with a roar. Knowing that Yiyong wanted to fight in close combat, Doma smiled slightly. Vampire art. Scattered lotus flowers. Hold a fan in each hand and fan down at the same time. A large number of fine ice petals as sharp as blades were thrown out by him. The temperature in the air dropped again, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki hurriedly avoided it. At this time, the freezing temperature could feel the cold air eroding into his body. The surface of the blade tip began to freeze, and even his clothes were covered with bits of ice. Tomioka Yoshiyuki quickly dodged, but Naruto on the ground saw this and directly controlled the members of the Demon Slayer Corps in Mugen City, appearing in front of the ice petals in an instant. In just a moment, ice sculptures appeared in front of Tomioka Yoshiyuki. The people inside still looked confused and shocked, and it was vividly imprinted in Tomioka Gyu's mind. How could? Tomioka Gyu's hands trembled. Looking at these team members who had turned into ice sculptures and lost their lives, he felt that the powerlessness he once felt swept through his body again. Feng Yu, who was coming, also saw it and frowned slightly. Use it now. Naru should go offline, otherwise more people will die. Originally, Feng Yu planned to clean up the ghosts in Infinite City before breaking through Infinite City, but now he couldn't wait any longer. Da Kixing's box has the function of fixing space. The box emitted bursts of light, and the entire Infinite City seemed to be firmly secured by a big net. Everyone will listen to my command and run in the same direction. Feng Yu's voice echoed in the hearts of all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is him using his mental power to communicate spiritually with the people of the Demon Slayer Corps. On the ground, the girl who was playing the lute seemed to have noticed something strange. The pipa in her hand could no longer be played. The strings that could normally be played with a gentle pinch were as stiff as steel bars. She didn't know what was going on, and there was an anxious expression on her face. At this time, above the sky, a huge golden figure rushed straight down. Quack, it's time for Xiaohei to appear. The energy of the sun's flames continued to gather, and the crisis of death instantly enveloped the whole body. Naruto looked up and could only see a huge ball of light filling her vision. Boom! There was a violent explosion, flames shot into the sky, sand and rocks flew, and the place where Naru was located turned into a big pit. And her figure completely disappeared, as if she had evaporated. Within the Infinite City, countless building platforms began to collapse. Feng Yu, who had been mentally observing the situation in Infinite City all the time, finally saw a bright light. Feng Yu sound transmission. Everyone, head towards the West Gate light point and return to the ground. Give an order. All the people from the Demon Slayer Corps hurried to the location of the light gate. The people who were close still thought about hesitating, but Feng Yu sternly scolded them to hurry up. Once entering the light door, those people appeared on the ground in an instant, feeling the smell in the air, and everyone cheered. Tomioka Gyu's eyes turned red, and the anger in his eyes was self-evident. Senior brother Yiyong, you should leave quickly and deal with him when you get to the ground. Feng Yu transmits the sound. But Tomioka Gyu didn't respond, he just picked up the Nichirin sword and rushed towards Doma. Trouble. Feng Yu cursed secretly, used his breath of light, and quickly harvested the evil spirits who tried to stop the members of the Demon Slayer Corps from rushing to the light gate. The sword rises and falls. The evil spirit dies. Without Naru Nu's presence, Feng Yu would have entered a no-man's land in this infinite city, unstoppable. Brother Feng Yu, you should leave quickly. Meisho shouted at Feng Yu, who was as fast as light, with extremely anxious expression on her face. It's so noisy, little brat, let's go. That guy is so strong, nothing will happen to him. We are a burden to him here. Shinazugawa Schwanya pinched Mixiu with a blushing face, and ran directly towards the light gate no matter how hard she struggled. I didn't expect this little kid to be so light, and his skin to be so soft. Some strange thoughts appeared in Shinazugawa Schwanya's mind, and his face became redder and redder, even if he was in a ghost state at this time. He felt his heart beating rapidly. Dong dong dong. This was something he had never felt strange before. But he didn't hate it, but he still had a look of disgust on his face and shouted at the struggling Mixiu. It's so noisy, shut up. ... With Feng Yu killing the remaining ghosts, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps retreated very smoothly. Soon, only Tomioka Gyu, Doma, and Feng Yu were left in the entire Infinite City. The Infinite City is collapsing faster and faster. Oops, it seems that Narum guy is dead. You guys from the Demon Slayer Corps are really capable. Even though they've already been pulled in, you can still kill her on the ground. Doma smiled. It's too late, senior brother Yiyong, let's go out first. Feng Yu shouted. No matter what Tomioka Gyu did, he grabbed him directly, then adjusted his breathing method of light and rushed towards the light gate. Chapter 217 Decisive Battle 7 Ice and Snow Battlefield. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 216 313. Chapter 217 Decisive Battle 7 Ice and Snow Battlefield. Above ground, Shinazugawa Schwanya rushed out with Mihide. No. Brother Feng Yu hasn't come out yet, he hasn't come out yet. The light door became smaller and smaller, and when it was about to close, only a ray of light appeared in everyone's eyes. Then Feng Yu and Tomioka Gyu appeared in front of everyone. Luckily it came out at the last second. Only Feng Yu knew how thrilling it was just now. In just 1 second, the entire Infinite City completely collapsed and was buried deep underground. But before I was happy for a minute, the ground began to shake. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Everyone was panicked. After all, earthquakes in small island countries have become a feature in this era. Earthquakes are no surprise to them. Feng Yu frowned and said in a deep voice, no, you guys should disperse. Picking up the Nichirin sword in his hand, it instantly turned into a blood-red phantom of the god of death gathering behind him, with streaks entwining around him. The powerful sense of oppression on his body suddenly shocked everyone. It's so powerful. Is this the strength of Master Guangzhu? So strong. Really strong. This guy. Everyone secretly thought in their hearts, but still obeyed Feng Yu's order and quickly dispersed. The ground was still shaking violently, as if something big was about to break out of the ground. Coming, Feng Yu said. Tomioka Yoshiyuki on the side also opened the transparent world. Just now, the energy pill and healing pill in his body were recovered after being consumed. The ghostly aura came from the ground. Then the ground began to freeze and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Crack, click, click, bang. A huge iceman shaped like a bodhisattva with his hands clasped rushed out of the ground. Sitting on the iceman's shoulders is none other than Doma. The smile on his face was still warm at this moment, but there was a trace of dirt left on his clean and white face. Boring humans, come and live in the paradise world with me. Doma shouted, and then the huge Iceman Bodhisattva directly raised his hand and slashed at Feng Yu and the two at extremely fast speeds. As the knife struck down, countless ice crystals exploded in the air towards the two of them. The sound of rumble resounded throughout the sky, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had just dispersed looked back. A strong wind blew from behind. Wherever the strong wind blows, it is covered with frost, making it look like you were in the cold winter. Breath of Light 9 types Holy Light Field. The surroundings suddenly changed, and golden rays of light shone out, wrapping Feng Yu and Tomioka Gyu. Those ice crystal attacks turned into a puddle of water the moment they were exposed to light, and the Iceman Bodhisattva's sword was dealt with by Tomioka Gyu. Water Breath 11 type Nagi. Doma's strongest attack and Water Breath's strongest defense collided, and the powerful wind directly formed a world of ice and snow around them. The trees and ground were all frozen. Even Tomioka Gyu's water domain has begun to freeze a little bit. The blade was covered with crushed ice. Feng Yu noticed that Doma opened his skin and let the blood flow out. He just waved his fan gently, and the blood suddenly turned into mist like ice crystals and filled the air. Just like a virus, it wants to enter the bodies of two people. Breath of Light Shape of 4 Salvation. The blade glowed with fluorescence and began to fall on the bodies of Feng Yu and Tomioka Gyu. At the same time, it was like a tracker, directly capturing the tiny ice crystals that filled the air. As soon as the light points touch the tiny ice crystals, they melt and cancel each other out. Like a natural nemesis, the ice mist disappeared, and the light spot fell on Tomioka Gyu and his blade. He felt the warmth in his body, and the ice crystals of the sun blade in his hand melted, and powerful power suddenly burst out from the water domain, directly cutting off the palm of the Iceman Bodhisattva. The smooth cut exudes a faint air of coldness. But soon, a palm grew again at the incision. It seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to discover the ice mist I hid in the air. Doma squinted his eyes and found that the two people in front of him were not easy to deal with, especially Feng Yu. At this time, when Doma wants to carry out the next attack, one side of face, instantly jumped away from the Iceman Bodhisattva's shoulders. The breath of the wind, the shape of the five, the cold autumn mountain wind. Shinazugawa's figure jumped into the air in an instant, staring at Doma's neck like a torch, spinning himself, and the huge wind blade enveloped Doma with endless murderous intent. Bang! The wind blade and the Iceman Bodhisattva collided together, and a violent explosion sounded. The wind blade remained the same, the Iceman turned around, slashed out with both hands, and countless ice fragments flew around. Now, breath of light shape of 7 mystery flash. Feng Yu's figure directly broke through the speed of light and appeared behind Doma like a flash. Breath of light 10 forms light storm. The light blades intertwined, and soon a huge storm of light blades directly pulled Doma into it before he could react. The light blade was like a knife, and he was attacked by dozens of blades in 1 second. Each attack had a burning effect, inhibiting Doma's self-healing ability. But there was no change in Doma's eyes, as if the pain didn't exist. Shinazugawa glanced at Feng Yu, snorted coldly, and then directly cut his arm. A strong smell of blood began to fill the air. Doma turned around suddenly and looked at Shinazugawa Sanya, with a trace of greed in his eyes and a flush on his face, as if he was drunk and felt dizzy. This smell, this is thin blood, Doma said greedily, and at this time, not far away from everyone, the giant bloody cocoon transformed into Wu Mei began to shake, and a powerful force burst out from it soaring into the sky. Shimiya Shinazugawa, senior brother Yiyong, this guy will be left to you. Remember to be careful of the ice mist his blood turns into. That will enter our lungs and cause them to freeze and become necrotic. That guy Wuhan, I'll have to deal with it, Feng Yu said with a solemn expression. But Shinazugawa Shimi refused. He felt that Feng Yu was looking down on him, but for the sake of the overall situation, he still did not get angry. He could only pretend to be angry and shouted, "A-hole, don't look down on me, I will kill this guy soon. It can kill him, although I can't stand you, you must live a good life for me." After saying that, he rushed forward and fought with Doma. Seeing Shinazugawa Sanya going up, Gyu also nodded towards Feng Yu. He knew that Feng Yu's strength was stronger than all their pillar levels and had all kinds of strange abilities. Now Yiyong just hopes to get rid of the ghost in front of him as soon as possible, so that he can help Wu Mei, the last ghost king in Feng Yu's team. Blue ripples wrapped around his body, his momentum changed, and he coordinated with Shinazugawa to attack Doma. Seeing two people rushing up, Doma slowly began to use the vampire technique. The huge Iceman Bodhisattva stood beside him. The ice crystals swayed by the lotus fan are full of murderous intent, the surrounding air plummets, and frost is flying. This is an ice and snow battlefield in an extremely cold place. Seeing them beating Doma, Feng Yu looked at Wu Mei. The end and beginning of the whole world. The source of all sin, Kibutsuji. I'm here, Wumas. Chapter 218 Decisive Battle 7 Full Firepower. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 217 313. Chapter 218 Decisive Battle 7 Full Firepower. Crack, click, click. The giant bloody cocoon began to shake, and then terrifying flesh and blood thorn whips broke out from the giant cocoon. Bad smell. Wu Quan glanced at the remaining Tamayo blood on the ground with disgust, and then looked at Feng Yu. It's you again, you despicable human being. Sudden, Wuhan realized something was wrong. The aura of his personal subordinate Narum has disappeared. Narum, that good-for-nothing was actually killed. Why do you all come to hinder me from becoming the most perfect creature in the world? Once, again, all you humans, go to hell. The veins popped out, the momentum surged to the sky, and the strong sense of oppression frightened both Shinazugawa and Tomioka Gyu in the distance. How come? This feeling is like a weak self encountering a ferocious beast. Wushin, is it really that powerful? Shinazugawa murmured. Tomioka Gyu frowned and looked in the direction of Feng Yu with worry on his face. He has white hair, his limbs and lower body are wrapped in blood and hair, and a giant mouth with sharp teeth grows all over his body. This is Wu Mei's form at this moment, and it belongs to his Ghost King form. Enough, my patience has been exhausted, I will kill all of you Demon Slayer Corps today. Wu Kai said coldly, exactly, I can't wait to kill you. I've been walking all this way just for today. I hope you, a coward, don't run away. Just like before. As soon as the voice fell, Feng Yu's body momentum also surged, with stripes, transparent world, fighting spirit, He-Dao, and death mask all appearing. The powerful momentum was instantly comparable to Wu Mei's momentum. Wu Kuei's eyes narrowed, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. Like, too similar, Wu Kuei murmured, but the thorn whip behind him began to look like vines, standing in midair and aiming at Feng Yu. Feng Yu didn't dare to be careless, after all, this was a stronger existence than Kokushibo. According to the description in the original work, these thorn whips are not all of Wu Kei. Breath of light 5 forms flash of light 10 chains. Bang! Feng Yu's figure rushed out in an instant, and with every step he took, powerful force would erupt, forming a deep pit with each step. Go to hell! Wu Kai roared angrily. The stinging whip flew out instantly, and its speed made a series of sounds in the air. The powerful momentum caused bursts of sonic booms to emit in the air. Wherever the thorn whip passed by, violent explosions occurred. Feng Yu's figure at this time was like a ray of light, refracted light, so fast that even Wu Mei's thorn whip could not do anything. Sudden, the thorn whips began to change shape and position, shooting out like a rain of arrows, stained with scarlet blood. Feng Yu knew not to get contaminated with blood, otherwise he would probably be poisoned by Wuhan. A flash of light, 10 consecutive swords, and the Onikiri was swung out with a brightness as bright as the sun, resisting the attack of the thorn whip that formed like a fishing net. At this moment, Feng Yu is a man of light, exuding dazzling light. The shadow of the god of death continues to condense behind him, and the bloody light and light yellow light on Onikiri continued to intertwine. His speed increased again, and Onikiri seemed to have changed a little at this moment. Kaka, under Feng Yu's gaze, lines began to appear on the blood-red Onikiri, which was extremely strange. Feng Yu didn't know what happened to Onikiri, but he could feel the joy coming from Onikiri. When Onikiri slashed at Muzan's thorn whip, and sparks suddenly flew out, as if he had struck on steel, but he was still chopped off by Onikiri. But soon, the thorn whip at the cut position immediately split into other thorn whips, and struck directly at Feng Yu's head. Water Breath 11 type Nagi. The blue field unfolded, blocking all the thorn whips in front of him. Breath of Light 10 forms Light Storm. As soon as the sword move changed, a storm composed of interlaced light blades instantly attracted all the thorn whips into its center. Cut off, dissipate, burn. It's just that the effect that usually inhibits the self-healing ability of ghosts has no effect on Wu Kai. The moment the thorn whip was cut off, it grew back. Breath of Light, 12 shapes, Auxiliary Light, full jade box of light. As soon as the auxiliary move came out, the Onikiri in his hand shook. Dazzling light soared into the sky. Breath of Light 11 form Light Wings continuous slash. The light blades instantly broke through Wu Mei's thorn whip and struck him directly. Stab, stab, stab. The sound of the blade cutting against flesh and blood was accompanied by bursts of explosions. There were fires all around, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Blood dripped onto the ground, Wu Mei's eyes widened, and endless murderous aura spewed out. I was hurt. I was actually hurt by a humble human being. How long? For more than 100 years, feeling the pain again. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Wu Kei's eyes seemed to have fallen into madness. Then, the flesh and blood on Wu Mei's back and thighs squirmed. Stab it. 9 pipe whips grew out of his upper body, and 8 7-meter-long pipe whips grew out of his legs. Feng Yu dare not underestimate him. Because he found that Wu Mei became even more terrifying in his eyes at this time. Even if there is a transparent world, there is still a faint warning of death. According to the original work, the pipe whips that Wu Kei now grows are more terrifying and faster than the previous thorn whips, especially the pipe whips on both legs. Above the clouds, Black Fox was watching the battle below with excitement. Kill, kill, it's best if both sides suffer losses. This world doesn't need you anymore. Other side, the people who rushed from the sword-forging village also felt the aftermath of the battle between Feng Yu and others. You just stay here, you don't need to go forward for the next thing. Kocho Shinobu stood in front and said to the Demon Slayer Corps members behind him with a solemn expression. Why, Lord Kocho Shinobu, we can help, we are not afraid of death. As long as we can kill one evil ghost, we will die without regrets. Excitement. That's enough, everyone, the battle ahead is no longer something you can handle. If you continue to move forward, it will only hold us back. So, just stop here and leave the rest of the battle to us. Except for Tanjiro Zenitsu and Inosuke, everyone else stays here and is not allowed to step forward. Otherwise, it will be treated as betrayal of the organization. Kocho Shinobu said coldly. Yes, Shao Nen is right. You are not strong enough. You need to stay here, otherwise you will suffer unnecessary casualties if you go up. Kanroji Mitsuri on the side also spoke quickly. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were about to say something when they saw a huge Iceman Bodhisattva appearing behind them. He just lightly slashed his hand, and a violent explosion rang out. The biting coldness spread to everyone along with the aftermath of the explosion. Kocho Shinobu's eyes suddenly widened, and the markings on his arms turned on involuntarily. Then, under the puzzled eyes of everyone, he rushed forward. Chapter 219 Decisive Battle 8 Hatred. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 218 313. Chapter 219 Decisive Battle 8 Hatred. Everyone looked at each other, but Muichiro Tokudaro couldn't stand. He also followed Kocho Shinobu and rushed forward as fast as possible. That powerful sense of oppression. Kanroji Mitsuri thought to himself, but there was still no other expression change on his face. Everyone, stay here and protect yourselves. The battle ahead is not something you can participate in. Shao Naoko, you stay here and let everyone retreat first. Well, good. Nanako nodded in agreement. She also felt the intensity of the battle ahead and understood her own lack of strength. It was the best choice to stay here and not disturb them to fight in peace. Subsequently, the three Tanjiro followed Kanroji Mitsuri to the battlefield. The closer they got, the stronger the pressure felt by Tanjiro and the others. This sense of oppression, this stench. The cold wind howls, the ice and snow. The whole area is like a large skating rink. What a terrifying power. Tanjiro and the others were horrified, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Kocho Shinobu looked in pain and his eyes were bloodshot, but it was indeed extremely strange. The face alternated between pain and laughter, filled with murderous intent. This smell, something is wrong with Sister Ren. Tanjiro quickly realized that the aura exuding from Kocho Shinobu not far away was completely different from her usual. It smells of pain and hatred. Sister, wait for me. I can avenge you soon. That ghost, that one, the ghost is your murderer. I will kill him with my own hands, knife by knife. Kocho Shinobu murmured wildly. When Kocho Shinobu jumped over and landed next to Shinazugawa Sanya, she was stunned for a moment, followed by endless hatred and murderous intent. Like a bloody hat, a sharp iron fan, a harmless smile. Kocho Shinobu held the Nichirin sword tightly, lowered his head, tears streaming from his eyes. Seeing the arrival of Kocho Shinobu, Doma suddenly became interested. Such a lovely girl, is there any sadness in your heart that you can't let go of? I am the leader of the Eternal Bliss sect. Tell me the pain in your heart and I will listen to your pain carefully. Doma said with a gentle tone. It doesn't matter if it's sad or not, you must be the murderer of my sister. Do you still remember this feathery fabric? Kocho Shinobu said angrily. Let me see, you look familiar. After saying that, Doma put a fan in his mouth, then directly inserted his fingers into his head and stirred it. Ouch, ouch, I think of it, it's the girl who breathes with flowers. She is a very gentle and lovely child. I wanted to eat her, but because the sun was out, I couldn't. What a pity, I remember all this, Doma said with a smile. But for a moment, Kocho Shinobu stabbed Doma in the eye with the Nichirin sword. Breath of insects, dance of bee fangs, really exciting. Tear, blood spatter. Doma leaned back slightly and waved the lotus fan forward in his hand. The air in front of him suddenly dropped, condensing into several extremely sharp ice crystal flowers. It's so cold, it feels like my lungs are freezing. Kocho Shinobu thought to himself, but she was extremely fast and just jumped back slightly to avoid the attack of the ice crystal flower. After landing a few meters, Kocho Shinobu's eyes turned red, and she gently tied up her hair, just like her sister's hairstyle when she was still alive. Sister, I will kill this guy, for sure. Seeing this, Doma in the distance showed an excited expression. He didn't care even if there were Shinazugawa Sanya and Tomioka Giyu on the side. His eyes and attention at the moment were all on Kocho Shinobu. Oh, it's really fast. But it's a pity that the assault moves can't kill me. They have to cut my neck. After that, he pointed at his neck with the lotus fan and looked at Kocho Shinobu with a smile. Sudden, Doma looked pained. Ahem. Rich blood spat out from his mouth. Hey, he actually used poison, he is such a powerful kid. But, it's a pity, this poison doesn't seem to be able to kill me. The purple veins disappeared in an instant. Baga, do you look down on me? Shinazugawa on the side shouted one step forward, pointing the Nichirin sword in his hand at Doma. Tomioka Giyu also pointed the knife at him. Soon, Tokido Muichiro, Kanroji Mitsuri and others came here. Xiao Nin tied up his hair, it's really cool. Mr. Shinazugawa has more scars on his body. Mr. Tomioka is still so indifferent, it's really cool. Kanroji Mitsuri secretly said with a flushed face. Muichiro Tokidoro looked at Doma expressionlessly, and after glancing around, he walked directly in the direction of Muzan. Hey, why is Muichiro leaving? No, over there, it's Lord Fengyu's aura. Who is he fighting? So powerful, so powerful. Quote. Only then did Kanroji Mitsuri notice the fighting on Fengyu's side, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Kocho Shinobu saw that the poison he had just injected had no effect on Doma, and the smile on his face became even weirder. Haha, I didn't expect that my poison really can't kill you. In her mind at this moment, she recalled the scenes of getting along with her sister, as well as the scene when Fengyu cast the nightmare of reincarnation on her. That kind of thing, being eaten away bit by bit, causing death, pain, weakness, and powerlessness. I've tried them all, sister, I have endured all your pain. Kocho Shinobu lowered his head and murmured. The aura on her body completely exploded at this moment, and her powerful aura made everyone look at her. Tomioka Yoshiong frowned, immediately grabbed her arm and said, don't do anything stupid. This ghost is not worthy of your doing this. I hope you can live well. You still have us, and we will help you kill this ghost together, so that your sister will be happy instead of feeling sorry for you hurting yourself. In the transparent world of Kocho Shinobu, Tomioka Giyu easily noticed her intentions. At the same time, the extremely messy spirit in her body is like a schizophrenic person, competing and merging with each other. Tomioka Giyu's words made Kocho Shinobu tremble, and the madness in his eyes suddenly began to fade away. I understand, thank you. Kocho Shinobu took a deep breath and readjusted his breath. Let me kill this ghost. Shinazugawa jumped up and shouted. The wind blade gradually expanded with the swing of the Nichirin sword. The breath of the wind, the shape of the 5, the cold autumn mountain wind. Breath of water 7 forms water droplet ripple sting. Breath of love 3 types koi neko shigur. Insect's breath, centipede's dance, centipede's belly. 3 of the 4 pillar level experts rushed in to interfere with Doma's blockade, while Shinazugawa was beheaded directly. Ouch, ouch, it looks like I'm going to die here today. Doma could not feel the slightest hint of crisis, and his face remained as gentle as ever. Vampire art frozen cloud, waving the lotus fan, a large piece of cold and biting cloud enveloped the whole place. Vampire art misty ice water lily bodhisattva. The huge Iceman bodhisattva rises from the ground and uses the ice mist to continuously slash at the 4 people with his bare hands. The intense aftermath of the battle stopped the 3 Tanjiro men in the distance. Chapter 220 Decisive Battle 9 Death of Doma. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 219 313. Chapter 220 Decisive Battle 9 Death of Doma. The huge Iceman's palm slashed straight down, as fast as breaking the sound barrier. Biting cold wind. Kocho Shinobu and all four of them could feel the wind blowing across their cheeks like a sharp blade. Cut their skin easily. Boom. The Iceman struck down hard with his palm, and the powerful force directly cut the entire ground in half. A crack more than 30 meters long suddenly appeared on the ground. This shows how powerful this Iceman is. The earth is shaking and the sky is stirring. The speed of the four of them was not bad either. The moment the Iceman's palm fell, they immediately dodged and counterattacked at the same time. Shinazugawa-san's wind blade went straight to Doma's head, while Kocho Shinobu and the other three fell on the Iceman Bodhisattva with their blades. Crack, click, click. Cracks appear from the body of the Iceman Bodhisattva. I didn't expect you humans to be able to do this. From being weak and weak to being able to break through my Iceman Bodhisattva's defense now. I have to say, you guys are really amazing. Doma has a very serious expression on his face. If he is not a ghost, then maybe he can really make the person being praised feel a little moved. Obviously, here, Kocho Shinobu and the four others did not feel any emotion. They did not dare to be careless about Doma, a powerful ghost. Shinazugawa's blade was still breaking through the ice mist quickly, and was about to land on Doma's neck. Vampire art. Lotus flower. Several ice vines entwined with lotus flowers were created from all around him. Like his arms, they stretched directly and wrapped around a giant tree backwards. Doma's body quickly receded in an instant. Bang! Countless wind blades fell on the Iceman Bodhisattva's head, instantly crushing it into countless pieces of ice. Oh my, what a terrifying power. If that blow had landed on my neck just now, the fate of the Iceman Bodhisattva would have been mine. But it's a pity that I can't be killed by you so easily. Doma said with a tired smile. Obviously, the high-intensity use of the vampire technique consumed his body very quickly. The Iceman Bodhisattva lost his head, and his whole body was shattered. If you harass me, I will take his head. Shinazugawa-san yelled. Immediately, the whole person rushed forward, the blade turned into the wind. The breath of the wind, the shape of the wind, rising up into the sand and dust. His speed was like the wind, and the blade in his hand directly swung out 5 giant blade winds from bottom to top. Seeing this, Doma directly used the giant tree as a bearing point and jumped up. But soon, he regretted it. Breath of water 7 type water droplet ripple sting. Insect's breath butterflies dance teasing. Breath of love shape of Wu swinging love chaos claws. Tomioka Giyu and Kocho Shinobu are on the left and right, one is using the fastest water-breathing sword move, and the other is stabbing Doma with light flying like Kocho. In the middle is Kanroji Mitsuri's offense. Her Nichirin sword is like a whip, swinging quickly to slash. Oh, this is really a disaster, I can't escape. Doma smiled, as if giving up resistance. But, he began to wave his fans with his hands intertwined, and countless sharp frosts condensed. Vampire art snow falling in the dry garden. It depends on whether you want to avoid it or not. Kanroji Mitsuri is okay, but Tomioka Giyu and Kocho Shinobu are different. The two of them attack face to face. If you want to hurt Doma, you have to withstand the frost attack. Tomioka Yoshiyuki frowned slightly, but he still didn't hesitate at all about the Nichirin sword in his hand. Not to mention Kocho Shinobu, in her eyes, as long as she can kill Doma, she will not hesitate to sacrifice her life. Tear. The 2 Nichirin swords pierced Doma's body with great force. Before he could resist, Kanroji Mitsuri's attack came immediately. The chaotic slashes were like a meat grinder, cutting the flesh and blood of Doma's body into droplets. When, breath of wind, 8 forms, first fierce wind slash. With a strong wind blade, it slashed directly on Doma's neck. Oops, it looks like my neck is about to be chopped off. Doma looked at Kocho Shinobu in front of him gently and smiled. Your eyes are so beautiful. I seem to be falling in love with you. The emotions welling up in his heart became stronger and stronger, and Doma couldn't help but reach out and touch Kocho Shinobu's cheek. What a lovely girl, can you fall in love with me? Kocho Shinobu was speechless, even the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Of course, Tomioka Giyu also felt uncomfortable. In order to pierce the Nichirin sword into Doma's body just now, the two of them withstood his attack. At this moment, the two of them felt that the organs in their bodies were frozen, and even breathing was extremely difficult. You, people like you, should go to hell. Kocho Shinobu's eyes were red, and with every word he spat out, blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth like a tide. Puff. Tomioka Giyu and Kocho Shinobu both spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Go to hell, Shinazugawa shouted, and the wind blade of the Nichirin sword in his hand suddenly rose, passing directly through his neck, and streaking a green light in the air. Doma's headless body fell to the ground and began to turn into ashes. Tomioka Giyu took out the Nichirin sword, inserted it into the soil to support his body, and gasped for air. Kocho Shinobu fell to the ground helplessly, tears streaming out uncontrollably, and looking blankly at the sky. Memories of the past emerged. From the moment her sister died, she had been burdened with too much. At this moment, she cut off Doma's neck with her own hands. At this moment, she was released. The competitive and angry little ninja was back. Sister, I finally avenge you. But why don't I feel any happiness? You will never come back. Sister, I really miss you. Kocho Shinobu couldn't bear it any longer, and his suppressed emotions collapsed instantly, and he burst into tears like a little girl. Doma's head kept looking at Kocho Shinobu. Is this what it feels like to be in love? It's so wonderful. So your name is Kocho Shinobu. It's such a nice name, just like Kocho among the flowers, elegant and beautiful. Doma said affectionately, with a constant smile on his face, not feeling any pain because he was turning into ashes. Xiao Nin, Kanroji Mitsuri shouted, extremely worried. Looking at Kocho Shinobu who was crying, she held her tightly in her arms. Xiao Nin, cry out all the grievances you have suffered over the years. You are not alone, you have us, and countless swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps accompanying you to accompany you. Kanroji Mitsuri took out the healing pill he carried and fed it to Kocho Shinobu. The injuries on her body were also relieved and recovered at this moment. Xiao Nin, we can't stop here yet, there is still a battle waiting for us ahead. The aftermath of the violent explosion came, and it was obvious that Feng Yu was not relaxed at all. Shinazugawa-san ignored Tomioka Gyu and others and ran directly in the direction of Fenga. Mr. Yiyong, you should also recover from your physical injuries first. Please take good care of Shinobu. Kanroji Mitsuri said with red eyes, seeing Kocho Shinobu so sad, she also said that she felt extremely sad inside. Tomioka Gyu nodded, then took the healing pill and began to regulate his breathing to speed up healing. Chapter 221 Decisive Battle 10 Feng Yu's Concerns. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 223 Chapter 221 Decisive Battle 10 Feng Yu's Concerns. After Doma was completely reduced to ashes, the black fox on the clouds felt extremely excited. Great, the strength is constantly increasing. There is still an inferior creature like Wu Kei left. It's almost. Nakagawa Feng Yu, you have to give me some strength. Wu Mei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that even Doma would be killed. Looking at Feng Yu and Tokido Muichiro in front of him, he looked solemn, and the thought of running away flashed through his mind. That group of trash can't even kill a mere human being. Damn it, do we have to wait until 100 years later when they are all dead to start over again? I'm so unwilling. Cyan Higanhua, where are you? Damn world, why do you keep stopping me from becoming the most perfect creature? Wu Kuei's eyes flickered slightly and he couldn't help but take a step back. Suddenly a strange force burst out in his heart, suppressing all his emotions, his eyes gradually turned red, and veins popped up on his face. Jia, the dignified ancestor of ghosts actually wants to escape. It's really useless. But do you really think you can escape from my grasp? The black fox lay on the clouds and smiled mysteriously. The momentum suddenly weakened for a moment, but Feng Yu still noticed it. Just now, Wuhan had the idea of retreating, but in an instant he fell into control. What on earth is going on? Could it be? Feng Yu fiercely raised his head and looked up at the sky. The huge spiritual power seemed to converge into a straight line, reaching the sky. The black fox seemed to notice it, and then it turned into a black mist and disappeared. That guy Black Fox. Feng Yu murmured that he could feel the black fox above the sky, but he didn't know what ability he had. Now that all 12 Kazuki except Black Fox are dead, Feng Yu can't think of anyone else who can influence Wu Mei except for the mysterious existence of Black Fox. But don't wait for Feng Yu to think too much. A brutal attack is coming in an instant. Rumble. The stirring breath of the pipe whip and the thorn whip directly cracked the earth, and the huge mouth on the thorn whip spit out vortexes with extremely strong suction. Feng Yu was able to cope with it with ease, but Muichiro Tokido on the side was different. With his speed, he couldn't dodge Wu Mei's attack, so he was forced to defend. Feng Yu's blade waved, and countless thorn whips and pipe whips fell to the ground, but soon more branches burst out. Like a piece of fishing net. The breath of the Shah, the shape of the land and the dissolution of the Shah of the moon. The rays of light flashed past, and the attacking pipe whip was instantly shattered, but when it landed, Wu Mei's attack struck again. Tear. Tokido Muichiro lowered his head in a hurry, and the pipe whip whizzed past his ears. He then escaped the fatal blow, but the wounds also opened at this moment. Blood flowed. Seeing that countless thorn whips were attacking again, Tokido Muichiro quickly jumped and came to Feng Yu's side, standing back to back with him, defending against Mu Kai's attack. What are the lines on your face? I can feel that these lines can enhance your overall strength, whether it is speed or strength. Can you teach me? I also hope to become stronger. Muichiro Tokido said expressionlessly. The pillar-level warriors of the Demon Slayer Corps have reached saturation in their own strength. Only the three realms of Zebra, Transparent World and Hidao can bring their strength to another level. This is a pattern. The breathing method is at its extreme and requires certain conditions to turn on. After it is turned on, the burden on the body is very serious. Before Feng Yu finished speaking, Wu Yilong said directly, what are the conditions? The body temperature reaches over 39 degrees, and the heartbeat rate is 200 beats per minute. Well, Tokido Muichiro frowned and murmured. Then, he rushed forward directly. Then use high-intensity fighting to raise my body temperature and heart rate to the point where I can activate the markings. Breath of Kasumi, 2 forms, 8-fold Kasumi. Accompanied by the glow of the glow, the Sunloon knife slashed crazily at Wu Kei's pipe whip. One knife after another, Muichiro gritted his teeth, and with the sword moves in his hand, his whole body seemed to come alive. The temperature is rising. Not enough. Not enough. Breath of Kasumi 5 types Sea of Kasumi clouds. A large cloud of mist shrouded it, and everywhere you looked was covered with mist. Through the transparent world, Feng Yu could clearly see Tokido Muichiro wildly swinging his sword to kill him. I see. Body temperature and heartbeat rate. Kocho Shinobu is also turned on. Shinazugawa Shia jumped to Feng Yu from a distance. I can definitely learn such a simple thing, and I will kill the Ghost King Wu Mei. Chang. Holding the sword with both hands, a powerful momentum spreads out along with the wind blade of the blade. I'm going to FK. Then his whole body exploded with strength and jumped out. Feng Yujun, I'm here. At this time, Kanroji Mitsuri also came to the battlefield. With the two of them distracting Wu Mei, I will cover you. Mr. Feng Yu, it's up to you to kill Wu Mei. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes were burning, and the Nichirin sword in his hand was flicking like a whip. But only Feng Yu knew that even if he cut off Wu Mei's head, he wouldn't be able to kill him. After all, in the original work, he had already broken through the boundary between life and death. Only the sun hanging high in the sky can completely destroy him. Fighting for so long, Feng Yu just kept delaying time. Time passed little by little, and this night felt very long to him. Muzan is even more powerful than Kokushibo, and Feng Yu knows that Muzan has other forms that he has not used yet. Only when the most dangerous time comes, this cowardly Wu Kei, who is afraid of death, may explode with a big explosion and take the opportunity to escape. Feng Yu is waiting, and Muzan has swallowed Tamayo, which means he has also swallowed the human-changing drug. In the original work, it is precisely because of this human-changing drug that it inhibits the division of Muzan's cells and prevents him from dividing his body. From a transparent world perspective, Feng Yu could see a strange force constantly eroding his body. While he was waiting for the human-transforming medicine to take full effect, he killed Wuhan in one fell swoop. Not only that, there was always an uneasy feeling in his heart. The world seemed to be telling him that if he killed Wu Mei, there would be a big crisis. A crisis more terrifying than Wuhan. I'm here, Mr. Feng Yu. Kanroji Mitsuri shouted and rushed forward. The Nichirin sword in his hand instantly turned into a long whip. With its strong arm strength, it firmly trapped and locked Muzan's thorn whip. Shinazugawa Sanya and Tokudera Muichiro are resisting the pipe whip. In their eyes, Wuhan was like a lamb whose hands and feet were bound. Feng Yu-kun, it's now. Chapter 222 The Decisive Battle 11 lasts until dawn. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 221 313. Chapter 222 The Decisive Battle 11 lasts until dawn. It won't be good if you paddle again. Feng Yu's eyes flashed, his body became aura, his fighting spirit boiled, and Onikiri began to be wrapped in blood-red flames. He Dao is fully open. Breath of water 12 forms earth-shaking waves. The sound of crashing waves rang in everyone's ears. Just for a moment, a red light flashed, and before Wu Mei could react, his head was cut off by a powerful force. Shinazugawa Sanya and others' eyes shrank, and their heads were chopped off without misfortune, and they did not start to stick to the compasses and turn into ashes as they expected. But the pipe whip attack on his body became even more fierce. Boom! The powerful destructive power made the air make loud noises. Damn, 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 damn. He actually chopped off my head. A bunch of despicable villains, do they really think they can kill me by cutting off my head? I am the closest thing to a perfect creature. As soon as he finished speaking, the arms of Muzan's body instantly turned into strips of strange tentacles, and he directly picked up the head and healed it again under the eyes of Shinazugawa Sanya and others. Shinazugawa Sane, Tokido Muichiro and Kanroji Mitsuri all felt a chill coming to their hearts. How could it be possible? Has Mumi already overcome the weakness of the Nichirin sword's ability to cut off heads? Tomioka Yiyong had an expression that he had expected. After all, he had seen Yivazao reborn after his head was cut off. Regarding Wushan, he had already thought in his mind that since Yivazuo could overcome the attack of the rearing sword, then Wushan could definitely do it too. Feng Yu ignored Wu Mei's anger, but kept his attention on the eastern world. It's expected to be dawn in less than an hour. If he can't be killed by the sun-lune knife, then let the sun shine directly and give him a sunbath. But before the sun comes up, Wuhan must be held back and wait for the human-transforming drug to completely erode his body and suppress his ability to split. Shut up, I don't believe I can't kill you. Shinazugawa shouted, and then the Nichirin sword in his hand moved aside, and the black wind blade came in an instant, breaking through Wu Mei's thorn whip and pipe whip, and fell directly on him. PFF'd. The skin burst open, blood spattered, and the organs on Wushan's body also appeared in the air at this moment. But it healed quickly and instantly. The strong sense of humiliation and anger made Wu Mei immediately fight back. The whips all rushed towards Shinazugawa, and he wanted him to die in front of him. How many years, how many years? You despicable humans, especially the four of you, you are despicable and shameless, and you used such despicable means to besiege me. Muzan yelled, and countless attacks were directed towards Shinazugawa Sanya. He evaded like crazy, but his speed was still not as fast as Wu Mei's attack. Bang! The powerful impact fell directly on his Nichirin sword, and in just an instant, all the attacks followed. Breath of light shape of 7 mystery flash. The light flashed, and in less than a second, Feng Yu's figure and Shinazugawa Sane's figure appeared far away from Muzan's attack range. The original location of Shinazugawa Sanya Station has now turned into a deep pit. A-hole, I don't need your help. I can handle it on my own. Shinazugawa Shimi broke away from Feng Yu's hand, but he was soon dumbfounded. I saw that the originally bright green Nichirin knife had cracks and chips at this time. It was obvious that the fierce attack just now was too much for his Nichirin sword to bear. Don't let them get hurt just because you are alone at this time. Muzan has overcome the weakness of beheading with the Nichirin sword. Only the sun's rays can kill him completely. We are just waiting for the sun to come out. During this period, we try not to let Wuhan escape. Give him some hope that he can handle it, and don't push too hard. I feel that Wu Mei has other methods that he hasn't used yet. Once Wu Mei is pushed into a hurry, we may be injured. Feng Yu said quietly. Looking into the distance, Mu Misai almost fell into madness. Shinazugawa frowned and said reluctantly, then what should I do? I guess the sunrise is coming soon. Wu Kei seems to have been affected by something in his mind. When Wu Kei wanted to run away before, that thought disappeared completely in an instant. This may be a good thing. Muzan swallowed Tamayo, and the human-changing drug remains in his body. We just have to wait for the human-changing drug to take effect and for the sun to rise. I'm worried that when the sun rises, I hope you can attract him with your blood. Feng Yu said, my blood, Shinazugawa murmured, raised his arm, and then looked at his Nichirin sword. However, I didn't agree because of you, I did it to kill Wuhan. Shinazugawa's face was full of dissatisfaction. Other side, everyone who was asked to retreat by Kanroji Mitsuri also found Ubuyashiki Yoya at this moment. My lord, that's great, my lord, everything is fine. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles, and Yaoya Uyashiki felt relieved when he saw that none of them were seriously injured. After the report was completed, Uyashiki Yaoya had a smile on his face. No villager in Blacksmith Village was injured, thanks to you. Here, I would like to say thank you to everyone. After saying that, he bowed deeply to everyone. My lord, you must not do it. This is what we should do. And I am ashamed to say that the victory was so smooth because of Lord Guangju. If it weren't for him, I don't know how many friends in the sword-forging village would have died. The words just fell. A crow flew from a distance, holding a scroll under its feet. Ubuyashiki Yujiro opened it and took a look, then told Ubuyashiki Yaoya. Father, the battle in Asakusa has also ended. All the humans trapped by the evil spirits have been rescued. At the same time, the remaining swordsmen in Asakusa Castle are cleaning up the evil spirits. The Snake Pillar, Rock Pillar and Sound Pillar are all because of the battle with Kamaguruchi, seriously injured. But after Mr. He Guangju's timely treatment and beheading Shengshuan Yi, it's no longer a serious problem. When everyone heard this, the shock in their eyes became even greater. They did not expect that Feng Yu would go to Asakusa after solving the sword-forging village. In the distant sky, there were waves of vast and turbulent battles, and the familiar fighting atmosphere. It was obvious that they understood in their hearts that it was Feng Yu fighting. Master Guangju is so powerful. Yes, it is an honor for us, Demon Slayer Corps, to have Master Guangju. If it weren't for him, we Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen don't know how many sacrifices they would have made. As he spoke, everyone's eyes were filled with tears. The admiration for Feng Yu in my heart became even stronger. Listening to them praising their master, Nanako and Mihide were extremely proud in their hearts, but at the same time they also felt a little worried. There was such a strong battle fluctuation in the distance, and I didn't know what Feng Yu's situation was. But they knew that they couldn't help Feng Yu at this time, so they could only pray silently in their hearts. God, please bless Master Feng Yu to defeat the evil ghost. Chapter 223 Decisive Battle of 12 Suns. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 222 313. Chapter 223 Decisive Battle of 12 Suns. After knowing the next battle plan, Shinazugawa also separated the battle line from everyone, forming a four-corner encirclement posture. On Wu Mei's body, the pipe whip rose into the air, eagerly preparing for the next round of attack. It's just that every attack will be blocked by Feng Yu, resisting all incoming attacks one by one. Often at this time, other people will step forward to take the Wuhan test knife. If Wu Mei resists, then Feng Yu will directly launch an attack. Although this kind of fighting method is not on the table, in order to kill Wuhan, no matter how despicable the method is, it is still worth it. Life is always more important than face. BD, you despicable and shameless people, if it weren't for this guy, the three of you would have been killed by me. Wu Quan yelled angrily. He was really frustrated, and he couldn't hurt anyone, but he was being suppressed and beaten all the time. His physical strength continued to be consumed, and their eyes were full of teasing when they looked at him. He was extremely arrogant and really annoyed. At this time, Feng Yu was also completely sure that Wu Mei was affected by his sanity. If we go by the original work, Wu Kai at this moment would probably have split up and run away, but now he would rather be beaten, and ridiculed than run away. Black Fox, what is the origin of this guy? What exactly do you want to do? The uneasiness in his heart was slightly amplified. This was the uneasiness about the unknown enemy. He didn't know whether the Black Fox was doing this to help them or for other purposes. Feng Yu didn't know that Tanemori Torei's power was swallowed up by the Black Fox. If he knew, Feng Yu might be able to make a partial guess. Time passed little by little, and finally the day of hope appeared in the eastern sky. Everyone, if you hold on for another 10 minutes or so, it will be dawn soon, and then you will die without any misfortune. We must not let him escape. Feng Yu used his mental power to send messages into their minds. Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanya and others' eyes suddenly lit up, and they held the Nichirin sword in their hands tightly. Somewhere, the Black Fox was lying on a tree, looking leisurely at the white fish in the distance in the east. It's finally dawn. It's time for me to show up. This world is mine, ha ha ha. The Black Fox's face was full of joy. At this time, Wu Mei was going crazy and launching an indiscriminate attack. FK, die. FK them all, Wuhan yelled, Sudden. His whole body trembled and he was stunned for a second. Then the madness on his face disappeared, replaced by fear. What's going on? What am I doing? It's getting dark. It turns out these guys want to hold me back until the sun rises to kill me completely. Wuhan was shocked, and he realized that his previous behavior seemed to be controlled. Who is it? Who is it? Could it be? Black Fox, how dare you plot against me? When I get away, I will make your life worse than death. Wuhan was furious, but at this moment he just wanted to escape from here and hide in the darkness. It was a life and death crisis that woke you up. But you still shouldn't be able to run away. The Black Fox smiled mysteriously, as if it didn't matter after Wuhan regained his mind. Wuhan has regained his consciousness. He wants to escape. Now, hold him back and don't let him escape. Feng Yu said. Shinazugawa Sanya and others looked at each other and stood firm, maintaining the previous triangular encirclement trend. Go, 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 get out of here. Wu Quan shouted angrily, and the pipe whip and thorn whip on his body were wildly thrown in all directions. Shinazugawa Sanya and others could only resist with all their strength. Fortunately, Mukai had consumed too much of his body before, and his attacks also slowed down. But despite this, it was still very difficult for Shinazugawa and the other three to resist. Breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. Bang bang bang. Like refracted light, there was a huge formation at his feet, and he rushed in front of Wuhan in an instant. Breath of light 9 types holy light field. A pain like burning fire hit him, causing Wu Quan to scream in agony. His skin was also smoking at this moment. The intense life and death crisis made him extremely scared. Regardless of the pain on his body, Wu Mei jumped up and fled behind him. Everyone saw this. They all resorted to breathing techniques to block Wu Mei's retreat. Breath of wind 7 forms strong wind Tengu wind. Breath of love 3 types koi neko shigur. Breath of sha shape of chi hazy. Breath of light 10 forms light storm. Wind blade, shawu, whip strike, and light blade all fell on Wu Kuei at once. The powerful attacks gathered together in an instant, like a force that annihilated all existence and directly shattered Wu Mei's body in an instant. But in an instant, he returned to his original state. No, I want to escape. If I don't leave, I will die. Wu Kei thought of body splitting. Just when he was about to divide, a strange force came from his body that inhibited his ability to divide cells. This is, damn Tamayo. Wuhan yelled. The sun was gradually rising in the east. Wuhan was in a hurry and couldn't care less. His survival instinct was directly alienated and turned into a monster with a split face and mouth. Roar. No, everyone, back off. Feng Yu shouted, but it was too late. Wuhan's strongest vampire technique exploded, and sound waves that destroyed the world and destroyed the earth erupted from his body. Feng Yu and others took the strongest blow forcefully at such a close distance. Under the sound waves, Shinazugawa Sanya's originally cracked Nichirin sword was instantly shattered into pieces, and at the same time, his arm holding the sword also turned into nothingness along with the Nichirin sword. They were blown away directly, their eardrums were broken, and their internal organs were severely damaged. Scarlet blood flowed from their ears and the corners of their mouths. Under the strong dizziness and deafness, everyone except Feng Yu, Shinazugawa Sanya and others fainted. Feng Yu, who was still conscious, quickly took out the healing pill and drank it for himself and Shinazugawa Sanya. Muzan was startled by the smell of blood in the air. It belonged to Shinazugawa Sanya's high-grade thin blood temptation, which made Muzan struggle. Wuhan's strongest blow caused the surrounding area to turn into an open space, all the trees turned into nothingness, and in an instant, even the ground under his feet turned into a crater as big as a football field. Feng Yu vomited blood and stood up with the support of Onikiri. The healing pill and his special physique made his recovery ability extremely amazing. Don't run. Seeing that Muzan was about to overcome the temptation of thin blood and escape from here, Feng Yu directly picked up Onikiri, aimed at Muzan's back, and threw it with all his strength. Tear. With the speed of cutting through the air, it directly penetrated Wu Mei's body. The huge shadow of the god of death appeared instantly, and streams of black mist were continuously absorbed by it. Wu Mei's momentum also dropped rapidly. Roar. Wuhan realized something was wrong, and the tentacles wrapped around the handle of the knife, and he pulled it out. The scarlet blood and black mist were wrapped in it and all was absorbed instantly. Just when Muzan lost Onikiri. The ray of sunshine from the east shines on the earth. Chapter 224 A Miserable Ending. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 223 313. Chapter 224 A Miserable Ending. The sun is out, the sun is out. Wu Mei was shocked, and his body began to increase in value rapidly, turning into a giant baby state. Not caring about so much, Wu Mei at this moment just wanted to hide underground and escape from the sun. Boom. The soil is splashing, and the giant baby that has transformed into Wuhan is quickly digging the earth. Could it be? Do we really want him to escape? Feng Yu wanted to stop him, but the damage to his body prevented him from moving, and his only weapon, Onikiri, had become useless and was thrown far away. No, I still have a way. Absolute purification. Reincarnation nightmare. A huge beam of light fell from the sky, directly covering Wu Mei, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual power eroded his brain. The feeling of drunkenness and dreams swept through the whole body, and at the same time, Wu Mei's eyes changed, and the illusion fell. Feng Yu finally became weak and passed out on the ground. But what Feng Yu didn't expect was that the intense life and death crisis would allow Wu Mei to break the reincarnation nightmare skill in an instant. Just when Wu Mei was about to continue digging a hole to escape, a figure like Kocho appeared in the sky and landed on Wu Mei's giant baby. Insect's breath, dragonflies dance, compound eyes, hexagon. The giant baby's eyes instantly shattered, and purple blood spurted out. Roar. The giant baby made a riot, grabbed Kocho Shinobu's feet, and threw him to the ground. Crazy clenched his fist and hit her. Rumble. The powerful force made the ground shake. Sister Shinobu. Ugly woman. ... Tanjiro, three little ones shouted. He immediately rushed forward and used breathing techniques to block the giant baby's attack. The blade attacks caused the giant baby to suffer, and he began to turn towards the three little ones as his target. No. Leave me alone. Hold him, don't let him escape. Kocho Shinobu's legs had been smashed, and even her hands were smashed. The Nichirin sword was held in her chest, and the powerful force caused the Nichirin sword to be directly embedded in her flesh and blood. Her body seemed to be fused into the soil, all filled with blood. She kept coughing up blood in her mouth, and the blood was also mixed with her broken organs. Zenitsu, Inosuke, you two go rescue Sister Shinobu, I'll hold him back. Tanjiro shouted. Zenitsu looked at each other, nodded, rushed down, and carefully dug out Kocho Shinobu from the soil. No matter how careful he was, the flesh and blood had already merged into the soil separated, blood spattered, and the severe pain made Kocho Shinobu faint. I don't know if I'm dead or alive, but Zenitsu and Inosuke know that she still has one breath left, and as long as she gets timely treatment, she can still be saved. Not caring about so much, I can only take Kocho Shinobu away from the battlefield first. Zenitsu, healing pill, feed it to Shinobi-san. Tanjiro yelled and threw the healing pill directly to Zenitsu. He caught the healing pill, fed it to Kocho Shinobu, and then fled the battlefield. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them walking away. Damn, no misfortune, everyone. Looking at the unconscious people lying on the ground in the distance, the anger in Tanjiro's heart soared to the sky. God of fire, Kagura, bone-scorching sun. Red flames instantly wrapped around the blade, and a vortex-like attack struck the giant baby. The severe burning sensation caused pain to the giant baby, and the wound was still smoking. The strong sense of fear made Wu Mei, who was hiding in the giant baby's body, terrified. The breath of the sun. This is the breath of the sun. Ji Kuni Enichi. Wu Kai was frightened, and controlled the giant baby to directly slap Tanjiro with his palm. The speed of breaking through the sound barrier gave Tanjiro no time to react, and he was directly slapped into the distance. When the giant baby still wants to dig a hole, the sun in the east finally rose completely, and the sun's rays shone on the giant baby. It starts to turn into ashes. The giant baby was in pain and began to dig holes frantically, but to no avail. The huge body was completely illuminated by the sun. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Wu Mei fell into madness and couldn't dig a hole, so he started to throw the soil towards his body in an attempt to block the sunlight. Gia, is it finally over? Then, Wu Mei, your power and everything about you, I won't be polite. The corners of the black fox's mouth rose, and then turned into black mist and dissipated in the air. Wu Kei fell to the ground in pain. At this moment, he felt extremely scared and helpless, just like his weak body when he was born. A flood of memories came to his mind, and in a daze, he saw the members of the Ubuyashiki family who had been killed by him generation after generation. Everything I have strongly desired so far has definitely come true, and can be put into practice. However, there is always a limit to what an individual can do alone. Uyashiki, I have to admit that your words are correct. No living thing will die one day. Only the will is eternal. Everyone I kill has not remembered that the death of the body is the end. However, the will be passed down and will never be destroyed, even I can be defeated. His memory flashed again, and he saw countless demon slayer core swordsmen wielding their swords at him one by one. I witnessed this fact with my own eyes and was trembling with emotion. My body will also perish in this world like those I killed, but... The giant baby, who was overcome by misfortune, looked at the three Feng Yu people who fell on the ground in the distance. My will is both immortal and eternal. I have decided that I will entrust my will and everything to that damn guy. Such a perfect body, just like Enichi Sukuni who almost killed me, he is a monster. Eternal life, endless power. Ubuyashiki, that guy is probably the strongest person in your demon slayer core. Inject all my blood and power, to create the strongest ghost king in the world. Even if he is afraid of the sun like me, but I can see hope in him, the hope of being able to overcome the sun. Uyashiki, I haven't lost yet, my will continue. The strongest ghost king in the world, it will be you who will realize my dream. The sun's irradiation caused the entire giant baby to be half reduced to ashes, as was Wu Mei who was hiding inside. Only, his eyes exuded strong hope, and a strong force emerged from his heart to support him step by step towards the unconscious Feng Yu. I will not lose, my will, everything about me, will not disappear. Wuhan endured the pain in his body, just like a dying person, trying his best to use up his last bit of strength. But at this time, the moment Wu Mei was about to touch Feng Yu's body, a thick black mist erupted from his whole body. Gia, sir, why don't you entrust me with everything you have? Chapter 225 Swallowing Wuhan, Changes in the World. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 224 313. Chapter 225 Swallowing Wuhan, Changes in the World. Countless black mist poured out of Wu Mei's body, eventually condensing into a black fox. Only then did Wu Mei realize that he couldn't move his whole body. The sun in the sky is still shining all the time, and the speed of turning into ashes is also accelerating. Black Fox, how dare you plot against me? You deserve to die, you are the one who deserves to die. If I had known, I should have killed you. Wu Mei recalled the scene when the Black Fox came to find him. You have been planning all this from the beginning, right? Starting from the source of my bloodline, I will control them bit by bit on the grounds of increasing my strength. Even me, before the sun came up, you were the one who controlled my thinking, right? Wuhan cursed loudly. The Black Fox chuckled lightly. My lord Wuhan, actually, I stopped playing role-playing with you a long time ago. I'm really fed up with a BT like you who is moody and often wears women's clothes. But, you are still very useful to me. After all, your blood, your men, and the pain of this world are all the source of my strength. Only when I devour you, my power is the most perfect. This way I have the confidence to become a god. At this moment, the Black Fox directly put everything on display, then his eyes changed, and regardless of Wuhan's curse, he directly wrapped up the remaining bit of his body and integrated it into his body. Am I going to die? The will last forever, but now I am going to die. My dream can no longer be realized. Uyashiki, I lost again. I really lost this time. Why do you do this to me? At this moment, Wu Kuei looked at Feng Yu who was so close but as untouchable as a chasm in the sky through a ray of light. He cried, and he was afraid in his heart. He felt that his strength was being stripped away continuously, and he was getting weaker and weaker. This kind of weakness is not caused by sun exposure, but is a weakness at the soul level. The Black Fox is constantly absorbing the power in his body and the source of his blood deep in his soul. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. At this moment, Wuhan said the words, I'm sorry, from the depths of his heart to the humans he had killed. After these 3 words were spoken, all traces of Wu Kei in this world completely disappeared. Ha ha ha, power, this world, is mine. The Black Fox was so powerful that the sun that originally brought light to the world at dawn was gradually obscured by the thick black fog. The world turned dark again. Crack, there was a sound coming from Haiwu's body, and his whole body seemed to have completed its transformation and entered another realm. Powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire world. I, today, will become the only god in this world. The Black Fox shouted, and his whole body turned into a 100-meter-tall black fox, and the world continued to undergo drastic changes. The earth shook, volcanoes erupted, hurricanes, lightning, and huge waves as high as the sky swallowed up the entire small island nation. In just an instant, countless human lives were taken away by this destructive power. Ha ha ha, suffer, die, and destroy. As more and more humans died due to the changes in the world, the Black Fox's original 5 tails instantly turned into 6 or 7. Under the 7 tails, there is still a strange red light, which is obviously the 8th tail of the Black Fox that has not yet grown. The great changes in the world have made all the people in the island country extremely panicked. They think that God is going to destroy the world. In their eyes, the huge 7-tailed Black Fox in the sky is the representative of God, the god of destruction who wants to destroy the world. At this moment, the eyes of countless people from the island country began to exude the seeds of madness and despicable blood. Burning, killing, looting, killing everyone they see, and at the same time seeing women, no matter old or young, at that moment, they are like irrational beasts, madly venting their inner desires. Death, blood, chaos, madness. It has become what the small island country looks like now. Even though Ubuyashiki Yazai commanded the swordsman to prevent the chaos from breaking out, it was all to no avail. The country cannot be saved with the strength of hundreds or even thousands of people. Even the president of the country has been killed by people who have lost their minds. Rivers of blood flowed and corpses littered the fields. Countless black energy emitted from these people of death and chaos, and then floated towards the 7-tailed Black Fox in the sky. But some people knelt on the ground, praying for the gods, forgiveness and for the gods to come to this world and prevent everything from happening. Dots of light that ordinary people cannot see emanate from those who pray and float into the distance. Xiaobai, who was on his way, suddenly froze on the spot. Countless light spots flew from all over the island country and merged into its body. Dear God, save us quickly. We humans already know that we are wrong, stop your miracle. We are your most loyal slaves. I pray that you can come and save us. ... Countless voices suddenly sounded in Xiaobai's head, and severe pain followed, causing him to cover his head and bear it all. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? On the side, Nintaki Sakanji shouted anxiously, but it was of no use. I only saw Xiaobai's body exuding a sacred light, and the 5 tails grew rapidly at this moment. From the original 5 tails, it became 7 tails. At the same time, there is a tail that is about to grow and is flashing. Name: Xiaobai. Race: White Fox. Divinity value: 0.7. Owner: Feng Yu. Kung Fu. Monster breathing technique: Supernatural. Awakening: Telekinesis, Charm, Body Control, Inviting Gods, False Eyes, Blessing, Sacred Power, Divine Ban. The Black Fox who was thousands of miles away seemed to sense something, and its huge body directly made a deafening sound. It seems that you have also transformed. Yes, your power is mutual with mine. I have become stronger, and so have you. But, you seem to care about that lowly human being. Black Fox laughed playfully and then looked at Feng Yu lying on the ground. How will you react if I eat him? I'm really looking forward to it. Hehehehe. ... On the other side, a nine-tailed white fox as huge as the black fox descended on Xiaobai, who was suffering pain, looking forward with a worried expression. This is Xiaobai's god-seeking skill. The nine-tailed white fox lowered his head and glanced at Xiaobai, muttering something, and then Xiaobai woke up. Master is in danger, Xiaobai shouted, and then flew directly into the air. The nine-tailed shadow he summoned quickly flew in one direction. Only Nintaki Sakanji was left standing there blankly. Chapter 226 The Scapegoat. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 225 313. Chapter 226 The Scapegoat. Gia, I didn't expect humans to be able to polish their bodies to such an extent. Huge eyes stared at Feng Yu and said, but, how come there is a power in your body that I can't see? It doesn't matter, if I devour you anyway, then everything will be mine. The black fox laughed and grabbed Feng Yu with lightning speed. Under the giant claws, Feng Yu was as small as an ant. What kind of monster is this? The smell on his body is even more disgusting than Wuhan, that sense of compulsion, so scary. Can we really be able to defeat such a monster? Tanjiro murmured, but soon felt extremely angry. No, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro in the distance saw this and shouted angrily. At the same time, he picked up the Nichirin sword and ran forward with all his strength to save Feng Yu. It's just that Tanjiro can't reach the 100-meter height, and the black fox's body is like mist, so the Nichirin sword can't hurt him at all. Seeing Tanjiro jumping around like a grasshopper, the black fox laughed and then slapped him away dozens of meters away. The powerful force made Tanjiro feel like the bones in his body were breaking. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Tanjiro fell into a coma. Feng Yu, who was in a coma, woke up at this time. The terrifying pair of eyes stared at him, which frightened Feng Yu. But he reacted quickly. You are the black fox. Although the black fox looks like a monster now, the extremely rich mist on his body can make him see through it at a glance. Sure enough, my hunch was not wrong. This is all your plan. Wuxin should be killed by you, or maybe swallowed by you. Feng Yu said coldly. Ji, smart, but this doesn't make me let go of your life, because you have a power in your body that I can't even understand. Feng Yu thought about it carefully and guessed that the black fox was talking about the system in his body. The whole body's skeleton was broken, and the internal organs were also greatly damaged. This time it was really miserable. Feng Yu smiled bitterly. Can you tell me how you did it before you die? At least it can make me understand my death a little bit. Black Fox looked at Feng Yu in the palm of his hand as if he was giving his last words, and said with a smile, Gia, I just did a little bit of manipulation on Wu Mei's body. Those ghosts you killed, their power is now in my body for my use. Soon, you will be reunited with them. Isn't it miserable? It seems that you have manipulated his bloodline. After all, the only thing that can prevent him from noticing is the source of the bloodline. Feng Yu looked at him coldly. Okay, lowly humans, it's time to die. Black Fox smiled, and in his palm, countless black mist surged out, eating away at Feng Yu's body bit by bit. As a person involved, Feng Yu clearly felt the power of the Black Fox constantly swimming in his body, but he couldn't do anything. Am I going to die? The past is repeated bit by bit, past and present life. Starting from the blue star, to the world of demon destruction. There is bitterness and sweetness, and there is joy in the bitterness. I originally thought I was just a passerby in this world. I never imagined that at the moment of farewell, I would be reluctant to part with you. Master Lintaki, Mihide, Nanako, and everyone. I'm sorry. Close your eyes, your breath becomes weaker and weaker. Just then, in the system space, a doll woven from rice began to tremble. It has been detected that the host is about to die, and the scapegoat effect has been automatically triggered. The Black Fox, who was about to finish devouring it, felt an irresistible force in his palm that interrupted him. This is the power of God, to reverse life and death. Black Fox was extremely shocked, but at the same time he was excited. It really took no effort at all. It turns out, you have the power of God. Eat you, as long as I eat you, I will be able to unlock your secrets. Black Fox shouted, but suddenly, a ray of light instantly knocked him away, and his huge body fell backwards, creating a 100-meter chasm on the ground. Feng Yu was gently caught by a flawless white tail. Master, finally see you again. The owner of the tail is none other than Xiao Bai. At this moment, something seems to have changed in his body. The purity in his eyes is no longer the same as before. On the contrary, there is a hint of sadness and joy. Well, I am. Are you a noob? Feng Yu weakly raised his hand. At this moment, he was mentally depressed and lost all his physical strength. Coupled with the Xiaobai Shengguang Yaoyao at this time, he couldn't see clearly what was ahead of him for a while. Owner, Xiaobai lowered his head affectionately and pressed his forehead into Feng Yu's palm. Xiaobai, you should leave quickly, that guy Black Fox has no one who can deal with him now. Take everyone and leave together. Feng Yu said, no, master, I came here to destroy him, and, he dared to hurt you, unforgivable. Quote, Gia, I didn't expect you to come. Just in time, as long as I devour you too, then I will be a real god. My power now exceeds yours. Come on, merge with me and become the high-altitude god. Black Fox said, don't even think about it, I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom of the nine-tailed fox summoned by Xiaobai rushed forward instantly. In one flash of light and one in darkness, the two giant beasts struggled together. Mountains and rivers are broken, and the earth is broken. Powerful energy tears through the entire sky. Under this powerful momentum, the layers of black mist actually broke through. It was like the sky was split open. The long-lost sunshine fell on the earth through the cracked opening, bringing a glimmer of hope to mankind. God heard our prayers and sent his messengers to destroy the devil. We are saved. ... The two giant beasts tore apart like crazy, but the nine-tailed fox was summoned by Xiaobai after all, and it quickly fell to the ground. The nine tails howled, and were torn into pieces by the black fox, turning into a piece of light and disappearing. At the same time, Xiaobai also spit out a mouthful of blood. Master, I am so happy to see you again. Promise me, you must live. Xiaobai's voice was extremely lonely, and then his whole body expanded rapidly, turning into a 100-meter giant beast as tall as a black fox. Countless starlights wrapped around its body, slowly forming a floating ring. Above the ring, people dare not look directly or have any greed. The divine light lingers. At this moment, Xiaobai represents justice, while the black fox represents evil. Jia, you and I are one. Are you the only one who has a divine ring and I don't? The black fox laughed loudly, and then, countless black energies from all over the world gathered behind its head, forming a floating divine ring. Chapter 227 Xiaobai Goes to Prison, The Next World. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 226 313. Chapter 227 Xiaobai Goes to Prison, The Next World. A powerful and terrifying aura swept the entire world instantly. Two god-tier rings collide with each other. Xiaobai's is divine power, while Black Fox is the opposite. His divine ring is full of despair, violence, and death. If you look carefully, there are countless resentful spirits struggling and wailing in pain in the divine ring. It was as if the divine ring was a cage, imprisoning countless souls in it. Above ground, everyone looked up at the two giant beasts confronting each other. Thunder flashed, the sky exploded, and black cracks cut through the sky. The earth is trembling and the void is shaking. How many people have you killed? Xiaobai scolded sternly. Killing. Jia, I didn't kill anyone. Killing these lowly creatures would stain my hands. All the negative energy in this world is my food. As long as there is crazy killing in this world, then I will be invincible. Oh. My power is inexhaustible. These souls were all killed by humans themselves. This world is so dirty. I've had enough. I want to clear away all life in this world and create a brand new world. And I will be the one true god. The black fox laughed, and then looked at Xiaobai with a joking look. Your strength must be based on the power of the incense of those lower creatures. Look at the humans who worship you, they are almost dead. Xiaobai couldn't bear to look directly. He could feel that his followers were being reaped from the disasters in the world, but he couldn't do anything for them. Kill you and this will be over. Xiaobai said. Haha, kill me, can you do it? We are one body, your power is limited, but I have inexhaustible power. What kind of capital do you have to fight against me? Be obedient and let me devour you. As soon as he finished speaking, black energy exploded from the black fox, and 7 huge tails rose into the sky. Each tail is condensed with terrifying energy. The same is true for Xiaobai. The 7 tails gather powerful power. At the same time, the shadow of the 9-tailed fox that was torn apart by the black fox slowly appeared. The 100-meter giant beast stood beside Xiaobai. Bang! The sacred power and the dark power collided instantly, and the energy fluctuations generated by the explosion directly leveled thousands of meters in radius. 1 black and 2 white, confront each other. This kind of power is really something we humans can contend with. Someone in the Demon Slayer Corps said tremblingly. Looking at the demon-like figure, human beings felt how insignificant they were at this moment. At this time, Fuyu has been supported by Inosuke and Zenitsu and is far away from the battlefield. At the same time, he also took back the Onikiri scattered on the ground. Holding Onikiri again, he could feel that even Onikiri was feeling fear. It was obvious that the power of the black fox is so terrifying. What should I do? What should I do? Should I just watch Xiaobai fight alone and do nothing? The injuries all over his body have not yet recovered, and his mental energy has been exhausted. Feng Yu hadn't felt this kind of powerlessness for a long time. The battle between Xiaobai and Black Fox became increasingly fierce, but at the same time Xiaobai also became disadvantaged. The power of the Black Fox is turning into black mist all over the world and gathering in its body every moment, and the 8th tail is gathering and taking shape. Ha ha ha, you can't fight me, you might as well surrender and let me devour you. Anyway, it's only a matter of time before I devour you. Black Fox said with a smile. He could feel that the sacred power in Xiaobai's body was getting less and less. Xiaobai was covered in blood, and his originally white and flawless hair was now stained with black, and even the divine ring on the back of his head had black spots. Xiaobai didn't say anything in the face of the Black Fox's ridicule. As his body became weaker and weaker, he just looked back at Feng Yu gently. There was sadness and reluctance in his eyes. Master, Xiaobai may not be able to accompany you in the future. It knew that it could not defeat the black fox at this moment, but when it thought that after its defeat, not only would it die, but even Feng Yu would die. I won't let you die, even if this world is destroyed, even if I die. But, why can't I recover my memory sooner, so that I can spend more time with my master? Master, Xiaobai really can't bear to leave you. Feng Yu's body trembled as if he felt Xiaobai's gaze. I couldn't help but feel fear and sadness in my heart. How could it be? Divine power. The power of the gods, which can gather the divine rings belonging to the gods. It has supreme power and can destroy all evil in the world. Divine forbidden. The molten chain becomes a prison of its own, which can never be broken away from forever. It is the enemy's cage and also your own cage. No, Xiaobai. Don't. Feng Yu shouted. Only then did he know Xiaobai's intention. Master. Goodbye. Xiaobai had tears in his eyes, and then a huge magic circle appeared under his body. In the void, chains composed of runes penetrated his body. Crack. The divine ring was broken and blood splattered, but at the same time the divine light was dazzling. Xiaobai's body was also being eaten away bit by bit. Only a big cage remained. You, what are you doing? What is this? No. You can't do this to me, damn. You guys are desperate for your life. Get out of here. When Black Fox saw this, he panicked instantly. It was obvious that he knew what Xiaobai was going to do next. Rune chains wrapped around the Black Fox's body. No matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. It's not fair. It's not fair. The Black Fox struggled hard, the black mist erupted, and the divine ring behind him also bloomed with endless power at this moment. Same moment. Around the world, countless humans and creatures seemed to have had their essence extracted, turning into withered corpses. Eventually turned into a handful of lois. The wisps of black energy gathered on the Black Fox. Feeling the increase in power within the body, a smile appeared on the Black Fox's face. Do you think you can trap me like this? How ridiculous. I said that as long as there is killing and death in this world, my power will not dry up, but will continue to grow. Wait for me, wait for me. The day I break the seal, it will be the end of this world. The voice of Black Fox's resentment resounded throughout the world, but in the end, he was dragged into the cage by the rune chains and suspended in the air. The terrifying pressure disappeared in an instant, and everyone felt relaxed and felt extremely comfortable. The dark clouds in the sky also dissipated, and the long-lost sun fell on the ground, bringing new hope to life. But just then, the voice of the Black Fox came from the prison above the sky. Ha ha ha, that's it, you are not complete. This is my chance. As long as I refine and devour you, then. As soon as he finished speaking, a trace of black began to appear on the flawless white cage. That monster. Is he coming out? How come? This can't eliminate him. This kind of existence, how can we humans survive? Some people cry, some people despair. Even if the sun in the sky brings them warmth and light, it cannot stop the growth of despair. At this time, Feng Yu suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Then a light emerged from the body and instantly flew into the air cage. No. How is it possible? What is this? The Black Fox let out a scream. And the sound of the system sounded in Feng Yu's body. Due to an irresistible factor, the system automatically uses the designated world travel function for the host. Feng Yu's eyes widened. After he saw the ray of light flying out of his body, the number of sword swings on his panel was instantly cleared. But before he had time to think, his consciousness began to become increasingly blurry. Hey, BD, what's wrong with you? Tanjiro's senior brother is dying. I could only hear the voices of Inosuke and Zenitsu, and finally the system. The specified number of times of world travel has been used, and the world is being searched. World search successful. Next world. Tokyo Foodie Ghoul. The world travel function is in progress. Next second. Feng Yu opened his eyes on a busy street. Here it is. Chapter 229 Joining the stable area. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 227 313. Chapter 229 Joining the stable area. Looking at Kaneki Ken who was going out with Li Shi, Feng Yu made no other moves and just tasted the coffee silently. Looking at the coins stored in his system space, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a little distressed. This money should be useful in this era. Feng Yu murmured. Until dusk, Feng Yu was still sitting in that position, having already finished the coffee in the cup. At this moment, he was very much like the feeling he had when he drank milk tea and used Wi-Fi in his previous life. A few more hours passed, and all the customers left the coffee shop one after another, leaving only Feng Yu. Sorry sir, we are closing. Dong Shang came over and said, well, time flies so fast, can I accept this? Feng Yu awkwardly handed the money from Demon Slayer World to Dong Shang. Dong Shang took a closer look and immediately exclaimed, what's wrong, Dong Shang? Other people in the coffee shop quickly came over and asked, why are you still using such ancient money? Are you an ancient? Dong Shang stared at Feng Yu closely, and the distance between the two became closer and closer. Ancient suit style, sudden. Dong Zhang's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Ahem, I'll ask the store manager if he'll accept it. Hey, let me see what it is. Gugn Yuaner on the side took the coins and then let out a sigh. It's a really old coin. Guest, I'm sorry, Dong Shang is not very sensible, I hope you don't mind. Ru Zhengxuan said to Feng Yu. Well, can I work as a waiter here? I have no place to live now. Feng Yu said. This, guest, I'm sorry, we are not hiring anyone here. Ru Zhengxuan refused directly, saying that in her heart, Feng Yu was a human being, and for a human being to work in this coffee shop full of ghouls, wouldn't that be like putting a sheep in a tiger's mouth? I know you are ghouls. Feng Yu said calmly. A moment. The temperature in the entire store has cooled down. Except for Fang Kun Gongshan, who frowned slightly, everyone else was as wary of Feng Yu as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Who are you, a ghoul or a dove? Jianshuan said in a bad tone. Ha ha ha, don't get me wrong, I am also a ghoul, but I have no place to go, and the competition among ghouls is fierce. I just want to find a stable place to live. After saying that, Feng Yu's eyes turned into bright eyes. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the coffee shop relaxed. Child, come here. At this time, Fang Kun Gongshan signaled Feng Yu to come over. Poor child, can you tell me where you come from? Subsequently, Feng Yu just made it up for a while, saying that he had been avoiding the pursuit of CCG and escaped all the way here because he heard that other ghouls told him that there was a coffee shop in Anding district that would take in ghouls, so he found this place. To this end, Feng Yu also deliberately showed his beauty in front of everyone. Feeling the weak aura coming from Feng Yu, Fang Kun Gongshan nodded, and then told Feng Yu about the rules of the Anding district. Feng Yu, who had no need to eat human flesh, immediately agreed. Afterwards, a series of contracts and pledges were signed, and Feng Yu also successfully joined the Anding district. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward World Origin 100. Note that the origin of the world can be used to evolve Hezi and other functions. The origin of the world can be obtained from the plot characters. Because the host has chosen the ghoul camp, the Hezi store has been opened. After completing the entry procedures, Dongshang stared at him closely. I said, Dongshang, you don't say you have a crush on him, do you? Ru Zhengxuan whispered in her ear. He's not this kind of guy, he looks very rigid at first glance. Seeing the two women whispering there, Feng Yu suddenly remembered the scene of being pulled by those women on the street during the day. Being handsome is also a worry. After being temporarily accommodated on the second floor of the coffee shop, Feng Yu slowly checked out Hezi's store. The store is full of different types of Hezi. After buying it, will I also become a Doubao ghoul? It's just that, the system is produced, it must trick people. I can only get 100 world origins after completing a task. This black-hearted shop can get 1000 world origins for just one person. Quote, system, evolve to scale. Deduct 200 from the origin of the world, evolution is successful. The next evolution requires 500 world origins. Feeling the changes in He Bao on his body, Feng Yu released his own Lin He. It turned into 2 crotches. The 2 red scales are as controlled as his own hands. Hey, system, what is the flow rate of time in the Demon Slayer world and the Ghoul world? Seeing that the system had not responded for a long time, Feng Yu thought that the system would ignore him like before. But this time, unexpectedly, I got a reply from the system. The world of Demon Slayer has the same intensity as the world of Tokyo Ghoul, so the world flows the same. Is it the same? This means how long I have been here, how long it has taken to destroy the world. After staying in the Demon Slayer world for so long, and suddenly returning to modern society, Feng Yu always felt a little uncomfortable. With worry, I fell asleep. Night falls, but under this bustling neon light, there is a group of human beings being preyed upon by ghouls. It is chaotic yet peaceful and orderly. This is destined to be an uneventful night. It also heralds the beginning of the Tokyo Ghoul plot. On the second day, as expected, the news reported what happened last night. A college student and a woman were hit by a falling steel frame. The woman died on the spot, while the college student was out of danger and recovering in the hospital. Feng Yu didn't pay much attention. He knew that it was Kaneki Ken and Ryo. Calculating the time, Kaneki Ken had successfully transformed into a ghoul under Dr. Kano's surgery. This also heralds that the plan between Yoshimura and Arima Kisho has officially begun. Undercurrent, however, Feng Yu felt the long-lost tranquility. It's better to live a peaceful life. Clang, Nakagawa Feng Yu, this is the first time you broke a plate. This time it will be deducted from your salary. Kirishima Tuka immediately caught him and cursed. Feng Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm very sorry, I will be careful. That's all. In this day, Feng Yu broke countless plates. Unexpectedly, he, a Demon Slayer core pillar level expert, would be defeated by serving plates. Feng Yu couldn't help but lament that he had regressed and couldn't even do a good job as a waiter. Catering waiters are really not made by humans. Until night, Dong Zhang's scolding voice was still ringing in Feng Yu's ears. Although mental power is limited in this world, it does not prevent Feng Yu from having an intuition that a battle between hunters and prey is taking place in that direction. Chapter 230 Lotus Signs from All Directions. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 228 313. Chapter 230 Lotus Signs from All Directions. 3 more days later, at this time, Feng Yu had completely adapted to life in the coffee shop. At the same time, it was recognized by the store manager and others. Anding District is not only a store, but also a gathering place for the ghouls in District 20. Everyone is a partner, and of course there will be human guests. I know, store manager. Feng Yu, if we want to survive in human society, we must disguise ourselves. Human beings are living textbooks for us ghouls. Moreover, I like human beings. I can feel that your child has no ghoul contempt for humans, which shows that you are a kind child. Zongshu and Fengyu, welcome you to officially join the Anding District family. If nothing happens in the future, you can move around freely. If you encounter a ghoul hunting humans wantonly, you can stop it or inform us. You have to remember one thing, human beings are the best disguise for us. Fangkun Gongshan said. Fengyu could feel that he meant what he said, and she smiled and held his hand. Store manager, I will. Fangkun Gongshan nodded, and then Fengyu was hugged by the shoulders by Gug and Yuener. Fengyu, welcome to join our stable area. As long as I protect you from now on, no one will bully you. Iru Zhengshuan on the side smiled and nodded, but Dongshang had an arrogant expression on his face. But in his heart, he has already accepted Fengyu's joining. Perhaps this is the sympathy of similar people. At night, Fengyu saw Dongshang leaving the store and counted the time. It seems to be the day when Dongshang and Jinmu meet again. Store manager, I'm going out to buy something. Fengyu said. Fangkun Gongshan nodded. In the bustling city, under the neon lights, even if it is late, there are still a lot of people in the city on the streets. Some couples join the team in pairs, some are social animals, all kinds of people, this is life. Hidden in the crowd and following Dongshang, sure enough, after a while, he saw little Kaneki being violently tortured by Nishio Nishiki in a dark alley. There was a ghoul and dead humans lying on the ground nearby. After a while, Dongshang jumped directly, with a heroic figure, and said domineeringly, when did this place become your place? Jin, his blood-red eyes stared at Nishio Jin. Dongshang, I already know, that gluttonous girl is dead. Nishio Nishiki let go of Kaneki's neck, turned his head and said. So, this place has become your place. The ghoul field in Li Shijang is used to distribute to those weak ghouls, and the 20 districts are managed by our Anding district. Dongshang said, but the murderous intent in his eyes was already boiling. Ah, you're just a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people in Anding district. What qualifications do you have to judge me? This was originally my place, before Li Shi arrived. The blue tail slowly emerged, but Dongshang was not afraid. It's really infuriating to be looked down upon by a young brat. Yeah, the war is about to break out. The two of them walked towards each other, their momentum colliding moment by moment. When the battle started, there were just a few face-to-face encounters, and Nishio Nishiki had a lot of wounds on his body. Blood splatter. Do you need me to emphasize it more next time? Dongshang looked at Nishio Nishiki indifferently and said. Seeing that he was defeated, Nishio Nishiki ran away very wisely. Take the body away, bean sprouts. Seeing Nishio Nishiki running away, Tuka didn't intend to catch up, but looked at Kaneki who was still struggling to suppress his desire. The store manager will be here soon. Fengyu murmured on the roof, then put on the death mask and disappeared. Some corner. Bang. A figure was kicked away by a powerful force and hit the trash can. Damn it, who are you? The man stood up in pain, his eyes were red, it was obvious that he was a ghoul. This is my place. If you want to pray, I'll give that human to you. Can you let me go? The man said. Don't worry, I just want to do an experiment. In darkness, a young man wearing a death mask walked out, and a strong sense of oppression came over, making the man's legs not far away tremble uncontrollably. Two scarlet scales raised behind Fengyu. This is my first time fighting with Hezi. Fengyu felt that Hezi was like his own hands and feet, and a strange feeling came to his heart. Sorry, please be my sparring partner first. The night was long, and I didn't notice that a one-sided crushing battle was going on in this dark alley. A few minutes later, congratulations on getting World Origin 1, so you can get the origin of the world by killing ghouls. Just like killing ghosts, you get the number of sword swings. Fengyu murmured. After looking indifferently at the lifeless man lying on the ground, Fengyu left the place. In the noisy city, people are dying every day. Soon. The next day, the unknown ghoul killed by Fengyu last night was reported on the news. Fengyujun, someone will come to take you to a place tonight. Guji and Yuener came over and said, well, where are you going? Fengyu asked with a smile. What about this? You'll know it tonight. Keep it a secret. Gug and Yuener smiled mysteriously. Until the evening, after the coffee shop closed, a tall man slowly walked into the coffee shop. Jingle. The doorbell shakes. When he saw the person coming, Fengyu knew who it was. Silver white hair, cold face. Renshi Shifeng, the uncle of Kirishima Tuka and his brother. Follow me, Sifang Lianshi said expressionlessly. Then he motioned for Fengyu to follow. Passing through the crowd, we gradually came to an underground bar, and finally came to a small shop with a wall full of strange masks. In the dim room, a man with red pupils raised his head with a smile and said, ah, handsome young man, what kind of mask do you want? Choose a style. After saying that, Bai handed the phone to Fengyu. After thinking for a moment, Fengyu chose a fox mask. Okay, the mask will be delivered to you in 3 days. Bai said with a smile. Then he introduced his profession and the origin of the mask. After saying goodbye, Sifang Lianshi took Fengyu to an abandoned factory. In order to enable you to survive in this world better, I will give you special training next. While talking, Sifang Lian took off his coat and began to stretch his muscles. Fengyu looked confused. You think of me as a weak boy like Kaneki. Then Sifang Lianshi practiced the actor Fengyu. It wasn't until Feng Yu felt that time was enough and he lay down directly on the ground to show that he was tired that Sifang Lianxi stopped what he was doing. You are very good. Hearing the praise from Sifang Lian, Feng Yu forced a smile. Mr. Sifang is really amazing. Chapter 231 Yu Shangxi's Gourmet Restaurant. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 229 313. Chapter 231 Yu Shangxi's Gourmet Restaurant. Another day has passed. Feng Yu finally waited for the little angel Jin Mu. Looking at the shy and scared young man in front of him, Feng Yu also began to have a moment of soaring acting skills. Soon, in the coffee shop, Kaneki's joining ceremony was held. When he was free, Feng Yu looked at his attribute panel and then looked at the crowded streets outside. It's time to promote Hezi first. Beneath the cold exterior, murderous intent surges. Night falls. The killing doesn't stop. This moment, in Area 20, there is an additional ghoul codenamed Death, and he is hunting ghouls crazily. As more and more ghouls die, it also attracted the attention of Fangkun Gongshan. Reaper, Sifang, ask them to pay attention to this ghoul's trajectory. If they can be persuaded, do so. If they can't be persuaded, then you can make up your own mind. At the same time, ask Dongshang and others to be careful when traveling. The purpose of this god of death in hunting ghouls is unclear. The surviving ghouls have never seen the god of death eating together, which shows that he may just be simply hunting ghouls. Fangkun Gongshan said unhurriedly, yes. Sifang Lian nodded and left the coffee shop. System, improve your level. 500 World Origin Deduction. Succeeded in evolution and obtained perfect scale, level 3. Feng Yu immediately felt drastic changes in Hebao on his body. The blood-red tentacles changed from 2 to 3. The next stage requires 1000 World Origins. It seems that I need to be busy for a while. It's just that, except for the ghouls in the coffee shop, the ghouls in District 20 are basically the old, weak, sick and disabled. But, I remember that not long after, Tsukiyama Shu brought Kaneki to a gourmet banquet full of ghouls. If you kill them all, Feng Yu's eyes flashed, say Cao Cao and Cao Cao will arrive. The doorbell rings, and the elegant gentleman Yu Shangxi appears. As soon as he entered the door, he spread his arms, took a deep breath, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. It tastes really good. It really makes people relax here. Oh, the waiter with the eye patch. You are a newbie. Tsuki Shangxi walked up to Kaneki and said, That. Obviously Kaneki was frightened by Tsukiyama Zai's initiative, and he was hesitant when talking. What's your name? Kin. Kaneki Ken. Tsukiyama Zai's whole body was close to Kaneki's face, and both of them could feel each other's breath. Ah, Jin Mu panicked and turned his head to avoid Yu Shangxi's face. What an amazing scent. The smell of gold and wood lingering in the air attracted Yu Shangxi's attention. Hey, you're disturbing other people's work and you're disgusting, go back quickly. Dongshang on the side couldn't stand it anymore and spoke directly without giving any face. You guy, you really don't understand the style. I will have a good cup of coffee next time, when only Fangkun is here. Tsukiyama Shi touched Kaneki's shoulder before leaving, and then left. Goodbye, Kaneki, see you later. Tsukiyama Shi turned around with a hint of a hunter's expression on his face. Feng Yu on the side just watched Tsukiyama Shi leave quietly. He was waiting for Tsukiyama Shi to bring Kaneki to his ghoul restaurant, and then he could harvest the origin of the world. Then, who is that person? Kaneki asked quickly. He is trouble in District 20. You have to be careful about that guy. Dongshang said. Is there trouble in District 20? Kaneki murmured. ... Another 2 days passed, and finally Kaneki was tricked by Tsukiyama Shi into going to District 7, which is Tsukiyama Zai's ghoul restaurant. Looking at the cars going away, Feng Yu followed closely behind silently. After arriving at the place, Feng Yu also sneaked into a corner of the ghoul restaurant and quietly waited for the protagonist's arrival. There are more and more ghouls in the ghoul restaurant. They are all invited here to taste the food. As for food, that's humans. Living human beings. In Feng Yu's eyes, these ghouls are the origin of the walking world. He was wondering whether to kill these ghouls directly without waiting for Kaneki to come out. Anyway, the mask on his face has turned into the white fox mask given to him by Kintaki Sakanji at that time, so he is not afraid of being recognized. In the bathroom. At this time, Tsukiyama Shi was frantically sniffing the handkerchief Tianjin Jinmu used to wipe blood. Tsukiyama Shi, just have a little patience and it will be fine. Yushin Shi held the handkerchief stained with Jin Mu's blood in both hands, trembling all over, and his eyes were full of greed. Covering his nose with a handkerchief, Yushin Shi wished he could inhale all the smell on it into his body. This soft sweetness is perfectly harmonious with its richness. His eyes widened and he exclaimed as if he was seeing the love of his life. Discovering new delicious meals brings me happiness far beyond discovering new planets. Mr. Su Wenlin, just as you said. ... Other side. At this time, Feng Yu was surrounded by ghouls, each holding a wine glass in his hand, but it was not wine, but scarlet human blood. The lights suddenly go out. Feng Yu could see Jin Mu being pulled up in the underground square. And all the lights were focused on Jin Mu, which made him extremely confused and panicked. After a while, Tsukiyama Shi also appeared. The white suit and dress made a shining appearance with the support of 2 maids. MMs. It's Mrs. M. ... The ghouls screamed. Dear gentlemen and ladies, the taste of ghoul meat is not worth it at all. Those of you who have unique insights into food should also know this. What I like is his smell. Although he is a ghoul, he still smells like a human. Then he took out the handkerchief stained with Kaneki's blood and threw it down. The ghouls underneath instantly surged, sniffing the smell crazily. Really, so fragrant, it's so addictive. Are you interested in him? What does a ghoul that exudes human smell like? Tsukiyama Zai's passionate speech instantly excited all the ghouls in the entire venue. But Jin Mu underneath was kneeling on the ground helplessly. This is all a trap. That's it, I really can't stand this pervert anymore. Feng Yu murmured. When all the ghouls were attracted by Kaneki, the white fox mask on his face turned into the look of the god of death. The killing begins. The scales rioted and instantly penetrated the bodies of the surrounding ghouls. Congratulations on winning World Origins 2. Congratulations on winning World Origin 5. Ghouls with different strengths have different world origins. In just a moment, Feng Yu had killed 6 ghouls. Ah, who is that guy? Everyone, please kill him. How dare you ruin our delicious feast, it's unforgivable. Ghouls swarmed the scene. The killing doesn't stop and the fighting never stops. The 3 scales are frantically harvesting the lives of the weak chicken ghoul. Just like a wolf among sheep. Row after row, all the ghouls on the ground were killed. I know, this guy, is an A-level ghoul, the god of death. One of the ghouls recognized the mask on Feng Yu's face and shouted in horror. Is it only A-level? Don't underestimate me, a bunch of bastards. Feng Yu's eyes were cold and oppressive. When he looked at these ghouls, he was like the god of death judging their life and death. Some weak ghouls even knelt directly on the ground. Chapter 232 Kill them all. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 233-113. Chapter 232 Kill them all. Mrs. A, I feel like the situation is not good. It's actually an A-level ghoulish god of death. That guy killed a lot of ghouls in Area 20. The man wearing a clown mask approached the girl with a round head and said, Master B, are you afraid that we can't defeat the god of death? Although he is an A-level ghoul, so are we, and the current owner, Mr. Tsukiyama, hasn't taken action yet. Don't you want to taste the scent of a ghoul with the fragrance of a human? If you miss it, you will never have the chance again. Such high-quality ingredients are hard to come by. Mrs. A waved a folding fan in her hand and smiled. And today I also brought my favorite child, Kotaro. Oh, I'm really looking forward to his performance. Master B said, assholes, bastards. Those who ruined my delicious feast are all unforgivable. A crazy expression appeared on Yushin Zai's face, and one of his hands transformed into the form of a sword. Those who ruin delicious food should all go to hell. Yushin Shi laughed wildly, and then rushed forward, wanting to kill Feng Yu with one blow. Boring, Feng Yu said coldly. The 3 scales were like big snakes, stirring crazily, and countless blood was sprayed in the air. The restaurant shook, the floor cracked, and grooves turned the previously gorgeous restaurant into ruins. Yushin Zai's Hezi is Jahe. Although he has strong defense, he is so bulky that his attack was dodged by him before it even touched Feng Yu's body. Go to hell, die to hell. How dare you destroy my restaurant, it's unforgivable and unforgivable. Tsukiyama Shi shouted crazily while waving his head. Feng Yu, on the other hand, easily dodged the attack as if he was strolling in the courtyard. Looking at Yu Shengxi's perverted expression, Feng Yu felt a little disgusted. Disgusting guy. With one jump, all 3 scales instantly hit Yushin Shi. A huge collision sounded, thick smoke billowed, and then Yushin Zai's entire body was directly knocked away by the powerful force, and the Jahe in his hand disappeared. Bang! Yushin Zai's body was punched into the wall, his white suit was dyed red with blood, and he passed out. Congratulations on getting World Origin 100. Isn't that Yushin Shi still alive? How could he obtain the origin of the world? Feng Yu was shocked inwardly. But before they had time to think, the ghouls present saw Tsukiyama Shu being knocked unconscious by Feng Yu's blow, and then they realized that they had underestimated this ghoul, codenamed Death. Panic and wailing filled the entire narrow 3-story square. Don't even think about escaping, Feng Yu said, and then his speed was very fast, and the effects of the martial arts learned in Demon Slayer world were not limited. Step into thin air. 3 scales flew out instantly, harvesting those escaped ghouls. Death, chaos, blood. A few minutes later, in the entire ghoul restaurant, only Kaneki fell to the ground, looking at Feng Yu flying in the air in horror. It's so scary. Will I die? Will he kill me? At this time, Jin Mu has fallen into a state of mental sluggishness. The whole ghoul is full of ghoul corpses and body parts. Broken limbs and legs, rivers of blood. This is a Shura field and a slaughterhouse. The strong smell of blood in the air made Kaneki couldn't help but vomit. Looking at the origin of the world in the system panel, Feng Yu put Hezi away because Jin Mu was the only one left at the scene. Yushin Shi, who was knocked unconscious by him, has long since disappeared. But Feng Yu knew that Yu Shengxi was rescued. One step at a time, it's like the god of death coming to harvest. Stepping on the air, came to Jin Mu. A stronger smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. In Jin Mu's eyes, the tall figure Feng Yu in front of him was like an evil ghost from hell, carrying a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on his back. Feng Yu slowly raised his hand. Jin Mu thought Feng Yu was going to attack him, so he closed his eyes. Falling as fast as lightning, Kaneki also fell to the ground and passed out. It's time to leave, Feng Yu murmured, because he keenly felt that someone was coming. The mask disappeared, and Feng Yu's figure disappeared into the darkness. Didn't know that Feng Yu had been here and slaughtered all the ghoul gatherings of Yu Shangxi. That night, the code name of the god of death completely became famous in District 7. And attracted the attention of CCG. Mr. Motto, here is the information about the recently active Shinigami Ghoul. Please take a look. Wearing a suit, with a short haircut, and a righteous look on his face, Eamon Kotaro handed the information in his hand to Mado Guo. Oh, I actually ran to District 7. Mado Wushu looked at the information in his hand and praised it all. It first appeared in District 20, and now it's in District 7. Yaman, take a look at the list of ghouls in District 20 and see if any of them existed before. Hunting ghouls, massacring gourmet restaurants, we can't rule out being co-ghouls. Armin Kotaro, increase the danger level of the death god to S level. The ghouls who share the same family are very dangerous. Not only are their minds confused, but they are also very murderous. It just so happens, our goal is also related to District 20. Then we will have a good meeting with this god of death. Mr. Mado, hasn't the god of death already gone to District 7? Why do you want to go to District 20 to find the god of death? Kotaro Armin asked. Gutaro, if you look closely at the traces of the death god, they are all hunting ghouls. What does this mean? It means that the god of death is looking for ghouls. There are a lot of ghouls gathered in the gourmet restaurant, and this has become his target. Gutaro, when hunting down ghouls, we must learn to put ourselves in other shoes and detect the thoughts of ghouls. You still have a lot to learn. The next training will be a little harder. Although District 20 is calm on the surface, but there is a hidden danger. Mado Go said. Then a perverted smile appeared on his face. The god of death, I wonder what Kuink is made of you. ... After cleaning up the bloodstains on his body, Feng Yu returned to the coffee shop. At this time, Kaneki happened to be escorted back with the help of Kirishima Tuka. Miss Dong Shang, what's wrong with Kaneki? Feng Yu asked with a solemn expression. This idiot told me not to associate with that pervert Tsukiyama Shu. If you don't believe me, he's fine now. He was abducted by that pervert into a ghoul restaurant. Fortunately, nothing happened, but Tsukiyama Zai's ghoul restaurant seems to have experienced a battle. I don't know if it was done by white pigeons or ghouls. All the ghouls at the scene were killed, except this idiot. And the body of Yu Shangxi was not found. I guess he ran away, that guy. Dongshang threw Jin Mu on his back directly onto the sofa and cursed. The store manager on the side frowned when he heard this, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 234 Gui Mo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 231 313. Chapter 234 Gui Mo. It seems like I'm getting restless lately. Such a large-scale hunting will definitely attract the attention of the white pigeons, and the god of death first appeared in Area 20, he will definitely find out here. Quote, Dongshang, you should be more careful when going out during this period, and tell them at the same time. Fangkun Gongshan said with narrowed eyes. It's the store manager. I knew this idiot would cause trouble. Dongshang said angrily, and then took a few peeks at Feng Yu, who also had a serious face. Compared with that BD, this idiot is more reliable. Dongshang sighed in his heart, but he didn't know that Feng Yu had already decided to go to the coffee shop immediately and go to other areas to hunt ghouls. Another day later, life returned to normal again. Jin Yu accepted the training from Sifang Lianxi, but Yu Shangxi's side was the same as always. The white handkerchief was stained with Kaneki's blood, with a BT-like expression, and the crazy smell was sucking in the residual smell on it. Ah, what a tempting taste, what a sweet aroma. It needs a third party's transformation, the gorgeous manner, the more and more delicious golden wood, and finally, in the end, let me eat him lose. Ah, Kaneki. Yushin Zai's legs were paralyzed on the ground with incontinence. Kaneki, you are mine alone. I will never let anyone get involved with you, you can only be mine. ... In the dim church, Yu Shangxi's eyes flashed with a strange red light, seeming crazy and depressed. But, that god of death, that guy, if I find out that he hurt my lovely Kaneki, I will make him disappear from this world. No, I must get Jin Mu. I must. In the silent church, only Yushin Zai's crazy ravings were in sharp contrast to the sacred church. ... The sun is shining and the wind is gentle. Kaneki, who had just received Shifang Renshi's training, covered his aching arm and walked on the road to the abandoned factory. At this time, he heard someone wailing. What's going on? Kaneki looked for the sound and found Nishio Nishiki, who was being knocked to the ground by several ghouls. Nishio Senpai, hey, let's start with this arm. One of the ghouls laughed. Kaneki hid behind them. At this time, he remembered that a few days ago, Nishio Nishiki wanted to eat Nagata-era. Nishio Senpai, want to put Ying and me. But Jin Mu thought about it and decided to help him. Then, well, I'm sorry, did you guys go a little too far? When the weak Nishio Nishiki saw that the person coming was Kaneki Ken, his eyes showed disbelief. Kaneki Ken, is your boy a friend of Shojin? One of the tall ghouls walked towards Kaneki with a bad tone, and with a sense of threat, Kaneki couldn't help but take a few steps back. No, it's not, Kaneki said. Then can you please not come in the way of us? We've been waiting for this together for a long time. Sudden, the ghoul in front of him took action directly and punched Kaneki. Together. After Shifang Renshi's training, Kaneki's reaction speed has obviously improved a lot, and he can easily dodge the fists of the ghoul in front of him. Seeing Kaneki hiding away, the tall ghoul said, "You're ready to do it, aren't you?" Then another fist came, but they were all easily dodged by Jin Mu. His fist landed on the iron door, and it was dented instantly. Fist, whip kick, but they were all avoided by Jin Mu. This person is slower than Mr. Safang. Is this the result of training? Feeling that the ghouls in front of him were no threat to him, Kaneki also quickly counterattacked. Before the tall ghoul could react, he punched him in the face. It hurts. Feeling the pain from his fist, Kaneki was shocked, but the tall man ghoul fainted directly. Then, those are the 3 remaining ghouls. Sunset, shining under the bustling Tokyo. Kaneki helped the injured Nishio Nishiki back to his residence, but at this time, Kaneki also discovered that Nishio Nishiki's girlfriend turned out to be a human. "I'm very hungry, I'm almost starving," Nishio Nishiki said as she fell into the arms of her girlfriend Takamo. At this time, Guimo looked at Jinmu warily. "This man, don't be like this, Guimo." Seeing Takamo's vigilance, Nishio Nishiki said, "But him." Before Takamo finished speaking, Nishio Nishiki said, "Yes, it was this guy who opened a hole in my stomach." After saying that, he fainted. Jin Mu stood at the door in shock and looked at them, unable to recover for a long time. After the wounds on Nishio Nishiki's body were taken care of, Kaneki, who was extremely confused, also spoke. "Miss Takamo, you are a human, right? Why, you want to be with a ghoul?" Because of love, even if Nishio Senpai killed someone. Kaneki and Takamo came to the park benches. In the quiet park, only the incandescent street lamp was left to give light. If it were me, as long as my parents or brothers were not killed, I would always pretend not to know about it. After all, he needs the body. Guimo, who looked sad, lowered his head and said, "Yeah," Kaneki said. "Kaneki, can you tell me how to save Jin?" Gimyu suddenly spoke excitedly. "Now, there's no other way but to let him eat meat." Kaneki turned away and couldn't bear to look at Gimyu. Then, how to do? Takamo covered her face and started crying. She was really worried about Nishio Nishiki and worried that he would die like this. Jin Mu stood aside and looked at her, seeming to have made some decision in his heart. "Miss Takamo, I will find a way. Thank you. The conversation between the two allowed Shiyushin, who was hiding in the dark, to see everything at a glance. Just after the two separated. As soon as Takamo bought something from the convenience store, he was kidnapped by Tsukiyama Shu. At the same time, after Kaneki delivered the meat to Nishio Nishiki, he received an envelope with a red rose inside. This is, Miss Takamo. Jin Mu felt something bad in his heart. Guemo hasn't come back yet. Nishio Nishiki rushed out and shouted, and then saw the envelope in Kaneki's hand. Damn it, it's that BDU Shangxi. I must rescue Gimyu. There was determination in Nishio Nishiki's eyes, which shocked Kaneki beside him. So the two of them set off together and rushed towards the address on the envelope. When the door of the church was opened, under the bright candlelight, Yushin was dressed in a gorgeous suit, playing the piano beautifully like an aristocratic prince. On the altar under the statue of the church, there are guimo tied into rice dumplings. Seeing Jin Mu's arrival, Yu Shangxi was extremely excited. Good evening, Kaneki-kun. Chapter 235 I hide in the darkness. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 232-313. Chapter 235 I hide in the darkness. Yushin stood up slowly, like an elegant gentleman, with a smile on his face. Kaneki-kun, do you like Beethoven? Seeing Kaneki being silent, he immediately looked at Nishio Nishiki who was aside. Nishio, I don't remember inviting you over. It would be very rude to interrupt my date with Kaneki-kun. Give me your money back. Nishio Nishiki shouted angrily. It's a pity that that's impossible. This woman is the spice of tonight's dinner. In order for Jinmu to taste her in the most delicious state. Yushin opened his arms as if introducing a beautiful gift. What the hell are you talking about? Nishio Nishiki was very angry at the moment, but he didn't dare to take any action. To be precise, I want to eat Kaneki while Kaneki eats her. A perverted smile appeared on Yushin's face, his arms spread out, and his eyes were extremely pious. A-hole, abnormal, Kaneki and Nishio Nishiki said in unison. Pervert, Kaneki-kun, you made me sad like this. Everything I did was because of you. You have to take responsibility. Kaneki-kun, you'd better recognize the fact that you are very delicious. In just a moment, Tsukiyama Shu came directly in front of Jinmu, staring at Jinmu with his eyes still hanging on the corner of his mouth with a smile. A-hole, Nishio Nishiki shouted, raised his fist and hit Tsukiyama Shi. But he dodged it sideways, and then kicked him several meters away. The seats in the church were directly shattered by the impact, and a mouthful of blood spat out from Nishio Jin's mouth. Nishio Senpai, Kaneki yelled hurriedly, but was stopped by Tsukiyama Shi. Kaneki-kun, the guy who disturbed our dinner is gone, now it's our time. The smile on Tsukiyama's eyes face made Jin Mu feel chilled, and his eyes opened involuntarily. Under the bustling city, a pretty and vigorous figure was quickly shuttling between high-rise buildings. Feng Yu, who was in the coffee shop, looked up at the bustling city in the distance. Little Angel Kaneki and Tuka are not in the store. Let me think about it. It seems that the current plot has developed to the point where Kaneki was abducted by Tsukiyama Shu again. When Kaneki and the others come back, it will be time to confront Baiga. There's no time. We must become stronger as soon as possible. Feng Yu murmured. Although the atmosphere here really makes me reluctant to leave, maybe the next time this store will be destroyed. I'm sorry everyone. I have more important things to do. There are more people waiting for my return. Feng Yu slowly took off his clothes in the coffee shop, put on his own clothes, and was about to leave when he bumped into Feng Kun Gongshan. Are you leaving here? Feng Kun Gongshan's face was still as kind as ever. Feng Yu nodded. Kid, please be safe outside. If you are tired or encounter something that you can't handle, you can come back here. The door of the coffee shop is always open to you. Everyone will always wait for you to come back. Feng Kun Gongshan said. I thought I was hiding very secretly. I didn't expect that I was discovered by you, the store manager. Feng Yu smiled bitterly. The identity of the god of death was obviously known to Feng Kun Gongshan, but what he said reminded Feng Yu of a taciturn but kind-hearted white-haired old man from another world. Master Lintaki, how come you are still there in another world? Feng Yu, standing on the top of the building, looked at the bustling city and murmured. Then it disappeared into darkness. Would you like to pay more attention to his whereabouts? No, there are many things hidden in that child's eyes. I can feel the pain in his heart. Maybe he deceived us, but he did not violate the rules of the stable area. On the contrary, he punished those disobedient ghouls. Let him go. Perhaps Dongshang and the others will still need his help in the future. Soon after, Dongshang and Jin Mu helped them into the coffee shop covered in blood, but there was something strange in the eyes of both parties that could not be noticed by ordinary people. Idiot, let's see if you dare to associate with that pervert Yu Shengxi next time. Dongshang said angrily. Kaneki felt aggrieved, and there was dodge in his eyes, but then he thought about what Tsukiyama Shi had said before. It was all his own reasons that caused Tsukiyama Shi to do these things. Implicated in Nishio Nishiki's human girlfriend, Takamo. The guilt in my heart became even worse. He couldn't imagine that a human could accept a ghoul as his girlfriend, and also accept Nishio Nishiki eating people. Bear the pain of gnawing for Nishio brocade. Maybe, this is love. Kaneki sighed inwardly. Jingle. The doorbell rang. Dongshang and the two entered the house and saw Feng Kun Gongshan standing on the floor-to-ceiling window looking into the distance. Store manager, why are you still in the store? Tuka asked, throwing Kaneki onto the sofa. Oh, it's you guys who are back. Just come back safely. Feng Kun Gongshan said in a kind tone. But Dongshang soon noticed something strange. Store manager, what happened? That kid Feng Yu left. Feng Kun Gongshan said looking into the distance, but quickly turned around to grind a cup of coffee, added some other things to it, and handed it to Jinmu. That guy is so weak. Huh, I'm really looking for death. Dongshang gritted his teeth and said, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Feng Kun Gongshan just smiled slightly and didn't say much. Dongshang, Jinmu, remember to clean the sofa, otherwise it will be bad for guests to see it tomorrow. Then he left. Yes, store manager. The second day, the sun was shining, people were coming and going on the streets, and the coffee shop had returned to calm. There was no bad impact caused by Feng Yu's departure. On the contrary, the coffee shop has added a new member, Nishio Nishiki. After this time, Nishio Nishiki also officially became Kaneki's friend. The two people who were fighting each other not long ago are now in a relationship that can lead to life and death. Another half month. In the dark alley, a man in a black cloak was holding a ghoul with red eyes firmly in one hand. No. Don't kill me. Lord Death. Please, don't kill me. The man begged bitterly, but the response he received was death. Tear. The ghoul's head split open and blood flowed out, just like watermelon juice. Feng Yu glanced at it indifferently, and then threw the ghoul's body into the trash can like trash. Black figure disappears into darkness. Only blood and corpses were left on the ground.